Five type of love. My type of love. She's the right type of love. Hey, girl. Yo. One more. Yo. Yeah, one more. Like, real, yeah? Hold on. On. Jeez. I know nothing like Garland, Bumpy Bun. I know nothing like Garland, Bumpy Bun. Yo, come on, you know how we do. G Block in this bitch. You know what time it is, family. We got everyone in the chat. Got a few in there right now. It's the Bannerman season, you get me? Yo. So, the question in the title. The question in the title of the show is, do you believe more than one person? Are soulmates real? Can you grow out of love? Mm. Yeah, man. So it's a G Block Monday. I was at this gang in the chat. Saying nothing. You know how we do. The old time my team. And man like General G Block Ultra Funky. G Blockery, James Jones, Carol, all that man like Dark Magician. Jeez. Yeah. Alright. So, you know what, yeah, I've got to take you man to the shop with me still. Let me just get some cigarette. So, yeah, man. Yeah, big up the gang in the chat still. What's at the man then? What time it is? It's shutting outside as well. So. Alright, one second. Yo, bro, big up yourself, Funks. Wagwan. Cheers, bro.
Yo, sorry, man. You okay?
Yeah, bro. Wagwan. You say
Yo.
the uncle still draped shot from yesterday, yeah?
Which one?
It sound like the Uncle Ray and his nephew draped you up still.
Yeah, bro. They claimed me, innit? They claimed me.
Try rush you in the club, yeah?
Yeah, they won. Yeah. They won. I'm literally just got out of the shower, bro. I'm gonna fling on my clothes and then jump back onto the show. Yeah, I saw the title. And I was like, "Can you love more than one person?" And I don't know what you mean by love, but all I would say to you is, I've got children, plural.
Not that sort of love, like children love. I mean, like husband and wife love.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm not in that situation myself, but I find it difficult to believe that a guy can love more than one woman exactly the same amount, or like, and like obviously the word love is obviously problematic if we deep it, but the way I feel about my wife, I'm not sure if I could have another woman simultaneously and feel the exact same way about her, because I think it's the qualities of each individual that make up the whole, and if they've got different qualities, then you can't, by definition, feel the same. Yeah, I find it very difficult to believe that a man can love two women equally. He can try his hardest, bless him, but I find it very difficult. Yeah, I find it very
man.
difficult. Yeah,
So I
but
played a
listen,
couple.
big up. Let me fling on my work clothes here. Give me like 10 minutes.
Say nothing, brother. Say
All
nothing,
right,
man.
cool.
It's fucking chapping, fam. Like, it's like just got the heating on full blast right now. You get me? It's fucking cold. Yeah, man. It's peak out here. You get me? So yeah, big up DFT, big up Empress Becca, big up TYO, big up Nash Lion, old tight Serum and the White. Come on, you know what time it is, man. Old tight all the silent listeners. Want people them to get involved in this one today. Yeah, it's a question still. Belly, can science measure love? I don't know. I don't know if love has got anything to do with actual science like that. I'd feel like it's more to do with two people's interactions with each other. Yeah, so yeah, man. I've only been in love with my fiance. Yeah, big up BFT. Some man are scared to talk about love still. That's why I put the tune on. All type of love, no matter about right type of love. Yeah, jeez. And the other one, the bun for bun one as well,
Oh,
but
my type of love. Somebody give me the light type of love.
yeah, man, you get me. And the other one as well. But I keep on and I get back bun and I not that. Call it bun for bun. Yeah, but that one was picked still. Some man were giving bun, but not expecting to get no bun. So, yeah, the way the Bannerman thing goes still. But yeah. I got a fucking job that's local today, man. So definitely gonna need the family's help. It's not gonna take me long to get to this first job. Still. And also I played Jodeci Love You for Life as well, man. A first dance wedding classic. You get me? Know that if you can't think of a tune to pick for your wedding day first dance, you can definitely get away with Love You for Life by Jodeci, innit? And if you're stuck with words and you're funny like that, then you could definitely use that one to help you get through. Yeah. So people them, yeah, the link's always in the description, and I will keep putting the link in the chat as well. But yeah, man, it's a serious topic, man. You get me? Boy. Yeah, man. Like for your, man, personally, yeah, for you and your family to get to the next level, then there has to be some strong belief between the adult partners. You know what I'm saying, like, so love is definitely needed. One part of the puzzle. Maybe something that maybe is overlooked by a lot of dons. Yeah. Hopefully, when Ultra jumps back on, might be able to discuss the right type of love. You get me? Right type of love.
About top of five type of love. Jeez. Mm. Like, I literally just fixed this woman's boiler the other day. I'll go back down there still. So she definitely don't love me. Yeah, shit. Love what? You get me? Love what she's saying right now. Love all. Love what? Left some of them are weird till they bust up. Mad, 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 mad. So I'll go on for the people them in the chat. When you're in love, do certain levels of hormone increase, etc., in parts of your brain get activated? I'm not sure, man. I don't know the technical part of it like that. Like, I'm not a scientist, man, so I can't give you scientific answers. You get me? Just thinking about the interactions, say, sweet, the interactions between you and your wife or your girlfriend or your husband or your boyfriend or whatnot. No, man. Okay. What one couple might class as love might be something else for someone else still. I feel like that might be another subject, man. I'm trying to stick to the can you love one person at a time scenario. Uh, yeah. I don't think it's just a straight yes or no answer. Like, I think there's a yes with a build and no with a build. So while no one else is jumping in, suppose I'm gonna have to give you my thoughts on it. So, can you love one person more than one person? It's a strange question. I don't know. I don't think so. Like you say, like when Ultra was explaining that, could I love another woman the way I love my missus at the moment, and still have my missus and love another woman the same way I'm loving her at the moment? I don't think so. So I feel like you can lust after another woman at the same time. I don't know if you can love like so like that. You get me? Yeah. Bravo, big up J Boogie in the building. Of course, you can love more than one person at a time. Nah, but it's not. When it comes to kids, yeah, that's a different type of love, isn't it? Like, you love your wife and you love your kids in two different ways. Like, you get me? Like, you don't lust after your kids or you don't fancy your kids like that. But you'll do anything for your children, like same way you might do anything for your wife. You might not do anything for your wife though. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it's two different loves, isn't it? I'm talking about partner love. You get me? My top of type of love. We are top of five type of love. You get me? She said, really have the right type of love. Jeez. Oh, big up scattered in the building. You got yourself G. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. That's what I'm talking about. That type of love. You know, like how you love your missus. Yeah, like you might not have even told your missus that yet. Still, it might be a fresh relationship. You get me? But yeah, I'm talking about that type of love. Like, you can. I feel like you can love your missus, yeah, and you can lust after other women. Yeah, I feel like that's possible. Yeah, but I don't feel like you can actually love your missus and love I know the another missus at the same. Yeah, I don't know. Actually, I don't know. Still, maybe because it's like the way that we're sort of half conditioned in, I would say, a Christian home, innit? That there's one husband, one wife, and their children. You know what I'm saying? Like, so in like other ones where they got like monogamous relationship where you can have more than one partner, it might be different still because they're used to that, innit? Like, so it's not like a sneaky skullduggery sort of thing. Like man are sneaking to get girls. Even though some dudes still do try to sneak side girls in, like, but yeah.
I'm not gonna
So
lie
maybe
to you,
if you,
Zelly. I didn't hear all of it. I heard stick side girls in, so I'm gonna quickly chime in, yeah, and just say, not cheating and not sticking in the side girls and going abroad and not sexing away from home is the single greatest challenge any man will ever face. Only
yeah,
those strong enough, determined enough, with enough willpower, enough power can pass that test. Only the strong. Only the strong. I'm not gonna lie to you.
well, what I
Single.
was saying, yeah, the point that I was making, yeah, was that if you're in a different society where you could have more than one wife or more than one husband, the dynamics might change in it. So if you've grown up in that sort of environment, you might see it easier where you can love more than one woman at the same time, more than one man at the same time. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, but
Like as
the
your
thing, no,
partner.
can you though? And I'm not
I'm
saying you
not
can't.
sure still.
I'm not saying you can't love them at the same time, but do you love them equally? I think that's
Yeah.
the more pertinent question, because imagine if
Can you love them equally?
you have got if you're one of three wives and you're the one you kind of check for the least. It's peak, bro.
Yeah. So would you think, yeah, if you was one of three wives and you was the one that you checked for the least, yeah, would you think that would be the first wife or the newest wife?
Do you know what? No, I think his first wife would be his general, his ride or die. I think.
She's like conditioning other wives and all them shits.
Yeah, she's the general. But then saying that though, she might be the one that will become the most jealous at the same time. Bro, it's hard. It's hard. I don't know. Because that's the thing. The problem with all of these fucking theories, whether it's the society's norm or not, we're all human beings and we're the fuck ups of this planet. Do you know what I mean? In every perfect scenario, the minute you add a fucking human variable, it all gets fucked up.
Yeah, man. That's why we like these topics, B, because we're gonna get real answers from real people, innit? Like really living
Listen, I'm just putting
life, you know
oil.
what I'm saying?
I put oil in my beard. Hold on. Real men put oil in their beards. Just saying.
My beards, yeah. So man. Some man shave their beards though.
I'm not gonna lie. I've been growing this bitch for years.
Because them patchy like blood clot. You get me?
Really,
I'm in that gang, man.
2021, yeah. I've been doing my sit-ups, really. For 2021, I've been doing sit-ups. I'm not gonna lie, there's a long way to go, though. This dad bod is in crazy shape, right? Fuck it out.
Yeah, all you can do is train in it, man. Shit,
Yeah,
it's not gonna be easy, bro.
Yeah,
unless else everyone will fucking be there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
it's true.
It takes years, innit, man? It takes years, B.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, you might as well start now, fam. If you don't start now, then when are you gonna start, innit?
That's it. Listen, 2021, like, and what I did yesterday, right? I was looking at hotels in Miami, and I was saying to the missus, "Oh, babe, what do you think of this one? just to make her know, like, it's happening. I'm going. You can't change your mind. Oh, shit.
Yeah, man.
Hold on. 1 second. Yeah, no, but Belly, listen. One thing I will say, yeah, is I don't know if you can love a woman or more than one woman at the same time.
Excuse me, would you have to open the gate for me, please? Would you have to open the gate for me, please? Can you open the gate for us? This. Do you know the pin for this?
I don't know the code.
Okay, that's no problem. I'm gonna win. Cheers. Thank you. Yeah, sorry, bro. I was trying to meet, but
Oh, you're so polite and sweet.
It's business world, isn't it, man?
Yeah,
Yeah,
bro.
you got,
Yeah. You got such an upset at times. You know what I mean?
Get that money, really.
You got to be able to turn it off, get that guap and all that. Come on.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think it's that, like I was saying, I don't think it was just a yes or just a no question, innit, man. It was like you had to build on your reasons for saying yes or no, innit?
Yeah. Definitely have to build on your answer. Do you know what I mean? But do you know what's funny? It'll be interesting. I'll tell you that the best person to chime on this is someone who's got a husband with more than one or two other wives to get her honest opinion. But she'd have to call in anonymously though, like just in case. But that would be interesting. Because don't forget, it's always men setting the agenda. Do you know what I mean? Like certain times you need girls to chime in, but even to get a woman's perspective, whether she's got multiple husbands or not.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Well, Becca's gonna jump on it a bit.
I'm way too jealous for that fuckery.
To have like more than one wife to be that.
All the husbands will be dropping off with mysterious illnesses one by one.
That's bad. That's like the swinging thing as well, man. That's bad as well, isn't it? Like,
yeah,
some people go swinging like with their partners.
You know the saying, "A rose by any other name is still just as sweet," or tomato, or I feel like you could call it swinging and give it a fancy name, but it's still cheating. It's just consensual cheating, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah.
And
you have to have a strong fucking belly for that one, boy.
I'm too jealous for that.
Remember big old Keisha? Big old Keisha. When the brother took her in the room and started beating her out, and then
oh my god, yeah.
The brother was balling.
Yeah, that was fucking cold.
That was bad. Excuse me, love. Do you have the code for the gate?
We say Belly.
Trying to get in still, man. Obviously, if I fucking ring the customer, I've got to jump off and quickly run up.
Yeah, so, I'm gonna drive to work. Yeah, so I'll be still on. So don't worry, still be on.
Alright, yeah, man. I've got to ring this lady in a sec when I finish the cigarette. Then, yeah, man. But yeah, so I'm saying like we said, we're gonna try. We want everyone to give an answer as and when they jump on the panel. You know what I'm saying? Like, so anyone jumps on and I'm not there, yeah, make sure you ask them the question. Like, my girl had more on the question, you know. It was a longer question still. Like, it was more on the question, isn't it? Like I was trying to find the topic to speak about for Monday. Man got
big up Mrs. Veli, innit? Yeah, I know. Yeah, listen, this is the thing. If you notice, Veli, the G block's getting bigger and bigger, bro. It's getting bigger and bigger. It's international now.
Like that, it's not, trust me.
Yeah, it's international, bro. It's getting crazy. It's getting crazy.
Like
so
that, you get me?
Trust me, like, yeah, it's the freshest. It's the freshest platform. It's the newest platform. It's the most funky, fresh platform. We ain't built upon just one little dirty premise. We're fucking multilingual, bilingual. You fucking name it, Ingle. You get me? Hold on, let me see. Where's my jacket? I can't find my wallet. Veli, where's my wallet? What jacket did I wear? Wait,
check at the bar. Oh, don't piss me off. Hey, fucking Billy. I went out, yeah? And who do you think I was partying with, bro?
Medusa,
I,
man.
I rocked up and I was
Forward.
like, yo. I said to him, yo, he said, Gabs. I rocked up to him and I was like, Gabs, what are you saying, bro? He didn't know who the fuck I was. And then he was like, yo, bro, what's up? Da, 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 da. And I said, I'm ultra funky. And he was like, oh, shit. Bro. I was like, yeah,
Yeah.
bro. What are you saying? Hey, listen, don't tell anyone who I am, though, because like, I'm anonymous.
Mm.
Yeah. Like, yeah. Oh, shit, Belly. I can't find my wallet. Oh, wait. I can't find my wallet. Where's my wallet?
Get up on a nothing, man. What happened to this brother?
No, because I normally my wallet's in my work coat, and oh shit! And where's the jeans I had on? Oh no, she better not have washed them.
Oh,
Wait,
no, they
please,
won't.
please. Oh, thank you. All right, let's go. I've
Just
got
left them on the side, yeah?
All right, Veli, listen. I'm in my door. I sign on at 9 o'clock. Let that sink in.
Oh, mate.
Fuck's
Rush mode.
sake.
For that. Thank you.
Hold on, Veli. I'm gonna go
One of
quiet
the
for like a
youngest black
second.
man
I'm gonna
still.
switch from Wi-Fi to data. Yeah, just give me a sec.
Yeah, say nothing, brother. Yeah, man. So do you believe in love and promise that it brings? Shoot, say,
Hello,
man. So what you
hello.
saying, man?
Yeah.
Yo, you there still, yeah? Yeah, come on,
Okay,
man.
yeah. I'm back.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. I was fucking partying with Gabs, you know. I was like, hey, Gabs, I'm gone, lad. And he's like, who you, bro? And I was like, blood. I whispered. I said, yo, I'm ultra funky. And he's like, no way. I was like, yeah, blood. I said, listen, tell Callum you saw me. Tell him I said, big up, my bro. Tell Callum I said, big up,
Yeah.
bro. I couldn't
Big up
even buy him a
Callum, though,
drink.
man.
Like, I couldn't
You know
even buy
what?
him a
Yeah, true
drink, man.
stories. Was it man was chatting to Callum on WhatsApp a little while ago still, man. So
Oh, big
big him
up
up
Callum.
still.
Yeah, big up Callum every time. Big up
Trying
Callum
to
every
get man
time.
to come through on a remember his was what is it called? The critical thinking. I wanted to come through on the critical thinking preaching on, you get me?
Yeah, bro. Callum's the right guy for that.
Lay down the thoughts on, or lay down the premise for a critical thinker, innit? What it takes for someone to be a critical thinker. You get
I
me?
won't lie to you.
Our
I feel like there's not a lot of that going on at the moment.
Yeah, see, so that's why I'm saying I want man to explain what it is, so maybe some people will hear it and realize that they're not thinking critically.
Hey, bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. There's so many fucking brain dead morons out there, and the truth is, they're so steeped in their own bullshit. They legitimately have convinced themselves that they are thinking critically, and that's the sad thing. Do you know what I mean? It's nuts. It's nuts.
Yeah.
I've got my thing.
Still.
This is the truth. I won't be swayed. I shan't listen, and I'll only argue the point. Let's just like, hang on. How about you shut your face and just understand that it's possible you could be wrong. Just let that sink in, and life will just get so much better for you. Listen, I'm in the lift. Well, just give me 5 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
All right. Cool. Say nothing. Yeah, man. So I'm trying to get some critical thinking around there. You got me? So man ain't too worried about being challenged on their thoughts. Yeah, big up man like Quan 100. Big up yourself, brother. G Block in this bitch. Yeah, B. So, like I saying, can you love more than one person at a time? Is there such thing as a soulmate? Oh shit. Yeah, is there such thing as a soulmate?
All right, Veli, hold on. I hope you can hear me, bro.
Where you from?
Before we dive into that, right? I need to just lay the my thing down immediately. I'm not convinced that there is such a thing as a soul. But
Whoa,
when
your phone's going
people
mad, you
say
know, Ultra.
the word soul, I think I understand what they mean because I used to be of thought process before. But when you say soul, someone that you just get along with really well, or is there some sort of deeper meaning to it?
So someone that you could, yeah, maybe it's like someone that you could see yourself.
Shit, bro, my signal. Hold on.
Yeah, it's cool, man. You're back now still.
Veli, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man. You're back now still.
No? Fuck.
I can hear you, man. I don't know if you can hear me still. But yeah, I can hear you anyway, Ultra, yeah. But like I was saying, the meaning of soulmate for
When you say soulmate,
someone, yeah, the meaning for soulmate for someone that sort of doesn't believe in a soul, it would be your partner that you could see you living you could see you living with the rest of your life, growing old with, and just planning your future. And you know what I'm saying? Like I could see me and my missus together. I can't really see a girl taking her place in this picture. So that's the sort of thing that I was talking about. You get me? I couldn't see another woman taking the position that my missus has now, and I could see us being old together and trying to achieve the dreams that we've set out to achieve. The same thing, like I could probably say the same thing that you with your missus right now. You can't really see. Do you know? Like you couldn't really see another woman being Mrs. Ultra right now, and you having to do everything you've done with Mrs. Ultra with a whole nother woman, or
no
again,
such thing, bro. Never.
You know what I'm saying? Cause like, nah, man, the things that me and my missus has been through is unique to me and her, innit?
Nah, I can't do it, Veli.
Yeah,
I can't do it. Do you know why? Like, yeah, it's too much.
Like you saying,
envision
you would still look
anyone else. Yeah, sorry, go on, bro.
You could still recognize the beauty in other women and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, of course.
It's not that. Like I'm saying, you could love your wife and still lust on another woman, innit? Like, so you could still fancy someone and think that they was nice, sexy, or whatever. You could even sleep with them or whatnot. Yeah, that's a different subject, I'd say. Still, but I was just saying, like, could you see yourself with, or could you see yourself? Some people might not ever be able to see that though. With a person that they're with now, they look at them and they're like, sort of, this is a stop for now, innit? Or they've outgrown them, or they've grown apart. The things that we used to like, we don't like no more, or you don't like no more, or sort of shit like that. Still, like,
no, but that happens, Veli. That's not something anyone has any control over. Do you get me? Like, you know, it can happen. But I'm being honest. I feel like if you're gonna marry someone or commit, don't just commit with the thought in the back of your head that this is temporary. Like, because you're just wasting everybody's time. And like, I won't lie to you. Like I said, I agree with your last comment about still lusting after other women. At the end of the day, right? If you're a man and you see a woman and she says something that gets you triggered, like for the sapiosexuals out there, or you see her with that big ass booty, or a beautiful face, nice eyes, beautiful lips, or something, yeah, you're gonna lust after her. The challenge is what you do about it. Do you say,
Keeping
yeah,
it in
all
your
right,
mind and acting on it, you're saying,
yeah,
yeah?
yeah, that's it, bro. Just yeah, baby, you
Try
are
and think
fine.
it's cool. It's all right to think.
Yes,
It's all right to think, yeah, that
yes,
means it's leg or I'll beat that, or rah, 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 or this, that, and the
yes.
other, rah, rah.
But it's
But, you
what
know what
you
I'm
do.
saying?
It's what
But
you do
yeah,
after
if
that
you carry out
is
the
where
actions, then
it
it's like,
counts.
might be fuckery still. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. And that's when you're gonna get the beef and all that still. So yeah, man, you get me, big man topics today, man. So like we want but we want a couple of the ladies to jump on and give their point of view. You get me, like wow,
Yeah.
differently. We're sort of agreeing and disagreeing. You know what I'm saying? That because we're saying I can see the points for, I can see some points against it as well. Like I was just saying there. Imagine if the first time or your first person that you fall in love with is sort of like you was lusting them sort of thing rather than loving them, but you've not really got nothing in common in it. And
Yeah,
then
that's the
obviously now
worst.
you've
Yeah.
got used to the to
The
to the
miss.
partner that you're with now, the woman or the man or whatever. The aesthetics is wearing off now, and it's so like you can see past the
And that's the
beauty
thing. It's
now.
basically no substance.
Mm. Yo, say that again,
There's
bro.
no substance. Yeah, like
Yeah,
if it's
yeah,
just
yeah,
pure spectacle and no substance, it's doomed to failure.
yeah. Listen to Jordan, there, man. Don't worry, cuz
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
because you never had a girlfriend before, you probably won't ever understand what love is, fam. You know
I'm
what
not gonna
I'm
lie. Do you know Jordan M? He strikes me as like a virgin. He comes across as like a virgin a little bit
saying?
sometimes. Bless him. But big
Oh
up Jordan.
shit.
Big up Yemen. Like I'll bust up Jordan's show with some donations, man. I make super chats look sexy. I don't business. Like I was just bantering Jordan
Yeah.
on
Nah, Jordan, I
Saturday.
like Jordan still, man.
Yeah, so
Because
do I, man.
obviously, like I say,
He's a good
man
cat.
can
Yeah, he's a
roast
good
him,
cat.
yeah, and he still
Yeah,
chills out in the comment comes around. Even some man has said a
yeah,
couple of harsh things to him, and he's still here.
yeah,
You get me? So yeah, big
yeah,
up yourself for that still, man. Like, and
yeah,
obviously, you know, I'm down for the banter, bruv. So you can carry on taking the piss as much as you want
yeah,
and all that as well. Still,
yeah,
you get me? It's part of
fully.
the thing. Like we
Yeah.
saying, we want opposing views, fam. We don't want everyone to come in saying, yeah, Verily, and G Block. Yeah, man. We want people to come opposing us, fam. Because like we're saying,
Yeah.
we're undefeated in this bitch, son.
Yeah, that's it.
In
And
this
we got to
bitch,
learn.
son.
That's the thing as well. We need
Mm,
more opportunities to learn. Do you see what I'm saying? Because not everyone can be right all the fucking time, but we can
mm.
all be wrong.
Come on.
Look at this
Come on.
motherfucking cyclist in the fucking carriageway. I should. Let me not. It's not carriage.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Be
fucking
careful,
big up
man.
Jordan, innit? Big up Jordan. Listen, make sure all those donations are sent through. Go to the people in Yemen, Jordan. Yeah. Like, don't
Yeah.
make me have to do an investigation on you.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
saying.
And then 2-2s now. Jordan's bought himself a new laptop and all this fuckery. Nah.
That 2 T's. Jordan's got new rims on the R8 and that. Like,
And then
bro.
2-2s, Jordan turns up to Speaker's Corner in fucking padded Timberland boots and all them fuckery. Nah, man.
Oh shit.
Nah. Big up
Man
Yemen,
got a
innit? Come
bullet.
on.
Man turns up in the bulletproof burqa and all that, cuz you get me.
Fucking yeah.
It's
Fucking hell.
bulletproof. Say
Yeah.
something, G Black. Yeah,
Yeah.
mad still, man. What makes something
Yeah.
wrong? I don't know, man. What makes something wrong?
Do you know what the
Like,
funny
what
thing
might be
is,
wrong
Veli?
to you might
Can
be
I
right to
can I
someone else still. So
no, can I
yeah,
just
go
come
on.
to you? Can I come to you on that? For me personally, yeah, and I immediately I'm gonna tell you it's not always perfect and it can be flawed. But my benchmark for what's right and wrong is well-being. Well-being, like for instance, is it right or wrong, right, to rape a woman? Now,
Wow.
no. The
Obviously.
reason why I've used an extreme example is because I believe subjectively that it would be 99.9% unanimous. Yes, it's wrong. because
Yeah.
in an imaginary scenario, we can put points across and say, right, is violating a woman's body without her consent right or wrong? It's wrong. Is
Yeah, because
the sexual, like if you're religious as well, sexual misconduct, sexual depravity, violent sex or unnatural sex, is it wrong? If you talk to a religious man, they'll tell you 9 times out of 10, yeah, right. Is harming a woman in that particular way good or bad for her well-being? If it's bad, like what it does to her psychology, what it does to her physically, what it does to her, just everything, yeah, we could say that those effects are bad. That's bad, and therefore it's wrong. It's wrong. Yeah. See, I believe through consultation we can decipher what's really right and wrong. Don't need religious scripture. It doesn't have to be secular, but as a community, a human community, we can decide together what is right and wrong. Like for instance, you've got the wealthiest 1% of the world.
Comes down to
Yeah.
the basic thing again. Oh, sure. Go on, finish your point.
Yeah, no, I was
Finish
going
your
to say
point.
that the richest in the world collectively have enough money to end poverty in a single stroke, but they're still eating like nicely, and we still got starving people on this planet. Is that right or wrong? See what I'm saying? Anyway, yeah, go through, Veli, go through. Sorry, bro.
But it's like I swear down here, things seem complicated, yeah, but it's really basic here. But then people have made loads of extra stuff on top now to
Yeah, they're
try
just
and
adding the
justify
dirty nuances.
the
Yeah,
basic
man.
stuff. Yeah. So basically, yeah, if don't hurt me and I won't hurt you, sort of thing. Yeah, is
Simple.
sort of simple in it. Yeah. Might is right. It's simple.
Just don't hurt
But
anyone. That's it. Don't hurt others.
But I'm saying that. Yeah. But wait, Ultra. Let me finish. Yeah. Is that so? Don't hurt you and don't hurt, and I won't hurt me. No, don't hurt me and I won't hurt you. Yeah, that's basic and simple, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, basic.
Yeah. So that's probably how it was running in the first place. Yeah. But then one group got stronger than another group in it. So then it started to become might is right. You know what I'm saying? Like, so now, right, obviously, right now it's might is right, yeah, but it's been finessed so hard that yeah, that you can see there are other things what people are going to try to direct you to before they say, yeah, but might is right, because like we keep trying to say, yeah, the number one economies in the world have the strongest armies in the world. The number one economies in the world have the strongest weapons in the world. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so although they might have good business, so this, that, and the other, that's all after the might is right, sort of thing.
Yeah, that's after, yeah.
Yeah. So once I've been able to strong arm everything into
place and to my advantage.
Yeah, to my advantage.
Yeah.
Now
then we can start moving. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Now I can start developing systems which will put you so far back that you could never
come up again. Yeah, that's it.
Shout out Flames, man. He's in the chat saying, you man, shut your mouth and come around this jizya so you can fix what you're complaining about.
Yeah, big up Flame, man, every time.
Flame just come in, try strong arm, man, straight away. Might is right, fam.
Might is right,
yeah. Yeah, man. So, yeah, man, we want to try and get some people on the panel to answer these questions about love. I'm in love.
I'm in love with them.
No, man, that's the LL Cool J. When I sit in my room and I stare at the wall.
Oh shit! All right, listen, Vels. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I'm almost done all I could do for the show this morning. Just arrived in the garage. What time is it on your phone, bro?
9:10.
Yeah, that's how late I am. Let that sink in.
Yeah, I'm outside this customer's house still, man. So I need to get one of my helpers in. Hopefully, Nanny, Becca, and Mel.
Yeah, it'll just come true, innit?
Someone else in the chat might come true and talk about love.
Do you know what's funny, bro? Do you know what? I'm not gonna lie. I would love for Jordan M to come on.
What,
Like not necessarily religion, but like on a topic like this where it's just like obviously your religion can shape your worldview, but it's not necessarily about religion.
Right. Because like
Yeah,
I say, it's the question of can you have a soulmate sort of thing, innit?
yeah,
Like,
that type of thing.
like,
Yeah, I'd like to
partner,
debate like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So can you have just one life partner? Or can you have more than one? So can you be assigned to more than one person? That's mad, isn't it? Like,
yeah, it's nuts. Yeah,
and fulfill your love contract to the full.
Yeah, I don't know. Because
Billy,
be honest,
yeah, that hard work, cuz
it's a lot, isn't it, Phil? It's a lot.
Trust me,
it's a lot.
Like,
it's a lot.
The fantasy side of it sounds like yeah. You got bare wives and so. But the reality, like I'm saying, brother,
Yeah.
Four women complaining about certain things at the same time. Yeah, it's mad still. If that's in one house, boy, it's even peak still. Yeah, man. So it's a big man topic, Jordan. You get me? You get me? Big man for love, girl. You see it? Big man for love, oh man. Yeah, man. We not for love, man. Yeah, bro. So yeah, my bro, man retracted all his messages. Mad still. Mad things. Still. Yes, what we saying though, man? Who's gonna jump on and tell us the reasons why you can definitely love more than one woman at a time? We need to hear that sort of. You get me? Yeah, big up Kane Brown, man. Come on, G Block in this. Yeah, big up Majorly Stoned in this. Yeah, shout out Jordan M. He's like, what a soppy topic. But he's always crying about fucking COE's videos. He's the soppiest one, fam. Big up Flames, old type Wee, man. Old type Skeptic. Yeah, a skeptic. Old type Gertie, give thanks. Rika B, big up yourself, sister. Quan 100, come on. Karma Nothing. Dolphy the Trolls. Man, like Scattered Minds. J Boogie. Suram the White. Yeah, big up yourself still. So, we want, yeah, big up Wee Man in the building. Yeah, man, come on. Nah, G, but Rose, cuz. So you want to find out? You want to find out the question still. Still. Like I need to go in and see a customer real quick as well, man. So, like, I got another, like, 5 minutes, so then Monday might have to go on silent for a bit still. Obviously, like, it's just getting hot at work right now. It's late. Trust me. And I've been in this car park for 20 minutes now, man. This shit's putting extra time on my day at work, man. like, so be able to set up the panels and run away. Yeah, man. We're not gonna burn out no one today, man. You get me? You want people to come with, yeah, it's not everyday burn out thing still. So, Yeah. Yeah, the part's too cold for me, cuz, man. True stories, man. Man's out there trying to get some guap around there. You got me. Yeah, shout out Kane Brown though, man. Like I saying, right, when we wanna bust up some religious beliefs, what people lean on as facts, Kane Brown, they're definitely gonna be one of the sources of information still because he's researching the thing to say, yo. Yeah, I don't drink coffee though, my G. I don't drink coffee, man. You get what I mean? Man, I drink coffee. I drink mint tea. You get me? I love mint tea still. And I love hot sarsaparilla. You know about sarsaparilla? Yeah, I love that. Mm. I used to like Milo and them things there as well. I had it for years though still, but yeah, yeah. Do I wear sandals? Hell no. I wear steel toe caps, fam. Yeah, big up Becca. Big up yourself, sister.
Yo, bless up. You're right, yeah?
Yeah, big up yourself, Bex, man. Oh, go on.
Yeah, I'm
What
good,
you saying?
man. Not much. I'm just
Yeah, man.
chilling. Took the kids to school.
Yeah, big up.
So,
Yeah, man.
yeah.
Still early. My kids are having their Christmas party today, so they had to go to school in their own clothes.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, it's my son's nativity play this afternoon, so I have to go see that.
Yeah.
Specs with the specs. Ready?
Come on.
Big up, like, big up.
Wild Bar Flames. Yeah, man. So let me ask Becky first the question, innit?
Go on.
About the R type of law, they might talk about 5 type of law. Yeah, man. They say, do you believe you can love more than one person? Are soulmates real? Can you love? Yeah, can you love multiple people, and can you grow out of your love for someone and all them sort of things there?
38, we're gonna discuss what love is though, like.
I think
Yeah,
we're
but
all
we're
grown
talking
enough
about
to know that.
yeah, we're talking about like husband and wife love, innit? So
Okay.
like,
Opposite sex love.
yeah,
Not opposite sex love.
yeah,
But
yeah,
yeah, I
well,
get you.
partner love, yeah, rather than family love. You know that
Yeah.
family love for your children, for your nan and shit. You love your nan in it, but you don't want to
Yeah.
fucking sleep with your
All right,
nan.
so we're not talking about
You know what I mean?
we're not talking about family love then, yeah?
No, not that type of love. You get me?
Talking about wifey and
You want
hubby.
the right type of love. You get me? Yeah, talk about the right type of love. Yeah, man. So, like Becca said, yeah, husband and wife sort of love still. So, Becca,
Yeah.
do you think you can love more than one person at a time?
Me personally, no. But
Yeah, personally and generally.
me personally, I don't think I could. I don't think, because like when I love someone, that's it. That's everything. I've got everything. I put everything into that specific person, in it. That's me. But I think that might be just a woman trait in general. But I think men may be able to love more than one person. They might not be like exactly the same, because love is never exactly the same. Like, it's like your wife might not have certain qualities that the other person may have. Do you know what I'm saying? And that's why they fall in love with that person. So I get how men may fall in love with a variety of women.
Yeah, but that you're mixing
Is
kind of
that
lust.
love or lust, innit? That's what I was gonna say,
Yeah.
man. Car like we sort of discussed that a little bit earlier. Like lusting and love is two different things, innit? Like you can lust after one bag of women, innit? But you might not actually love them, innit? You ain't even.
This is what I'm saying with like, but the thing is, it's like polygamy, isn't it? Like they claim they love all of their wives.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? So
It's
yeah, I
like
think
because
men
to speak to
can.
someone that was in that sort of relationship, innit? So they could explain from their own personal experience what they're talking about. You got me? Let
All
alone.
right, so we need brother polite then.
There's 20 wives and shit. You get me? I'm and all them girls. Yeah, man.
Yeah, but he's gonna talk about it like it's a business, though, isn't it? He's gonna come and say, "Yeah, this one's good for that. That one's good for that." Hit me. Together we're a joint enterprise, which is
man.
one aspect actually.
Wait,
It is one
listen,
aspect.
I've got to
Go
jump
on.
off quickly because I need to go and fix this fucking boiler real quick. And I've been in the car park for like nearly half hour now still. So I just need a couple people to jump on here, but I'm gonna jump back on as soon as I'm finished, man.
All right, cool.
Take that one
All right, pull up, bro.
All right. Big up, big up Beckhard, big up Flames for jumping on. Yeah, big up everyone in the chat. It was G Block in this bitch. Jeez.
Yeah, Bex with the specs. What you saying then? She mute herself up. Oh, there we go.
And my computer's just acting slow right now. But now I'm just chilling, boy. I've got to go see my son's play this afternoon. But that's about it.
Yeah, what is that? The Christmas thing?
Yeah, his nativity.
What is he gonna? What is he playing?
He's being a star.
Do you know that shit kind of makes me bust up all the time? Because you know when you're young, yeah, they'll give you some mad role like be a tree or something, and you just be there like.
yeah.
Oh,
but you know what? It makes them so happy though. They don't care what part they're playing. They're just happy that they're in the nativity, innit?
Hey, okay, so quick. All right, see, see when you had your first child, would you say you were in love?
Yeah.
Why is it a year?
He was
like
my
that?
first because the thing was that relationship was kind of like so obviously I was 16 when I was with my first baby father, innit?
Okay.
So obviously I felt pregnant quite quickly and things like that. So yeah. So I mean, yeah, I did. I think I probably more likely did because obviously, even though I had those days, you know, like, but I was young in it, so I was always questioning shit when I was young anyway. But like, I had them days like, do I really love him or am I just sticking around for the sake of it? But do you know what I'm saying? But like, I had them days, but most of the days I was like, yeah, like I was in love with the guy. I didn't look at no one else. Do you know what I'm saying? When I used to be with certain girls or whatever, if I was out with the girls or whatever. And they'd be like, oh my God, look at that man that just walked past. I'd be like, what, where? Like, I weren't, do you know what I'm saying? Like, it was like that. So, yeah, I more likely was probably proper in love with him. He was my first serious relationship. So, and obviously, like, when he done what he done.
Sorry, Bex. You know what it is? You know when girls say that, oh, yeah, that's my first love. But then they hate the person's guts. So is that really true love? Do you know what I mean? Did you think you were in love?
The thing is, like, love and hate, there's a thin line between love and hate, innit?
Yeah, I hear you. But like, see, like, you see when you like were in your hate mode, could you have done him something, given the opportunity? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
but the thing is, I think you can end up hating someone. Because like you got for a woman anyway, like I can only speak from my experiences. Say for instance, like you were so loved with this person that you did this, you bent over backwards, you did everything you could to make this person happy, and they've done you dirty. Do you know what I'm saying? Then obviously you're gonna end up getting feelings of resentment and hatred towards that person because you think, are you taking me for a dickhead?
Yeah, I hear you. You see, with me, yeah, the thing is, I don't really know what like, love actually is, innit? That's why I always think it's interchangeable. It's not like it's not 100. Like you can't like soulmates is a good point that Ben you brought up because that's an interesting point. But I do get the feeling that a lot of people pass their soulmate. Do you know what I mean? Like a lot of people don't actually get with their soulmates. But then the
I
question
believe
would be-
that. Yeah, I don't think a lot of us find our soulmates.
Yeah, I feel like we might come across them, but because we're trapped in this world, so to speak, we just carry on keeping it steps. Like we don't really recognize who's who and what's what.
This is what I'm saying. Like, so I mean, it's a difficult one, isn't it? I mean, everyone will interpret it that like love
Subjectively,
differently,
yeah.
I suppose.
Yeah, it's mad still because I always get caught up on that thing. Like I don't want to say it don't exist because I believe in soulmates, but then I don't see much of love anywhere. But then again, like you said, it's subjective, isn't it? So someone could have like you could walk into someone's household, yeah, and think these look at the deadest relationship. They're always arguing, boom, 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 but they love each other. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a bit mad still.
Everyone's
How many times did you say
interpretation.
you've been in love?
What, like head over heels, fucking, I'm gonna kill a motherfucker if you trouble him kind of love.
I don't think that's the crazy love. That's the crazy love. Nah, let's just say, how many times have you been confused? So what I mean is that you thought like the basics of it, like you thought, right, I might love this guy. Like, you know, when you think, oh yeah, I like this person or whatever, whatnot. You're just trying to not say love, innit? But how many times did you say?
I've probably maybe 2 or 3 times in my lifetime.
Okay.
And I'm 32, so.
And do you it's mad because you got kids in it. So do you feel like you found your soulmate or you ain't found the person yet?
No, I don't think I found my soulmate. No.
Okay.
No, I don't think that's ever happened. I mean, because the reason I say that is the people that, like say for instance, my baby father, if he was my soulmate, he wouldn't have hurt me the way he hurt me. Do you get what I'm saying? Because you're my soulmate, like you would know not to do that. Vice versa, I wouldn't do things to hurt him. Do you know what I'm saying?
True,
So
but you know, sometimes, like, sorry to cut you in, Bex, but just to add to that point, yeah, you'd say he's not meant to hurt you, but sometimes, you know, like they're meant to make you grow in a mad way. Do you know what I mean? Like, for example, like
I think if a soulmate, like if you got a soulmate, they're gonna handle things a lot differently. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like they're not gonna intentionally go out of their way to hurt you. They're gonna elevate you. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, kind of. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and if there is a disagreement, they're not gonna fucking cuss you out or call you a whore and this and that. They sit down like a human being and speak to you.
But at the same time, like you could come across a aggressive partner, and then over time, them being with you or whatever, whatnot, they could grow and change, innit?
Yeah.
So like you might look at someone and think, right, that can't be my soulmate. But over time, the way they grow and mature, you think, wow, this is the one and whatever, whatnot. But do you want to read Major Lee Stone's comment? If it's because I ain't even got my contacts on. I hope you got your specs on.
Husband wifey love is more of a responsibility after 2 months of marriage. I only felt that ish when I fell for the school nurse when I was in sixth form, and we had a short-lived thing. Pure lust after.
I don't know if your marriage is like real based on real love, if it's just responsibilities after 2 months, you know. Fucking hell, bro. That just 2 months. That's a good point though, because like I said, you can walk into a household and think, right, they're not good for each other, but they love each other. Then you walk into a household that they're just together because they got youths. And that's sad. Like there's no love. There's love for the youths. For the love of the youths, they're gonna try love each other.
But that's not necessarily healthy as well, you know. Just staying together because you got children.
Yeah, it's
I
mad
get
still, isn't it?
it. I understand why they do it. Do you know what I'm saying? I totally get it because I tried to do the same with my baby father. Do you know what I'm saying? I tried to make things work and whatever for the sake of our kid. But ultimately, it don't help no one. Do you know what I'm saying? Because the child eventually is gonna figure out that like mummies are sticking around because of me, or daddies are sticking around because, like, do you know what I'm saying?
Mm.
They're gonna realize, because if you think about it logically, like if you've fallen out of love with the person, there's nothing there no more, whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? The child's gonna pick up on that because there's gonna be no, you two ain't gonna be showing any sort of loving feelings towards each other. Do you know what I'm saying?
Facts, and the child can also pick up on energy as well, innit? Like see,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
when it's in the womb, like it can tell the mother's vibrational tone and its heart rate adjusts to that or changes to that because it's responding to that. So what we think children can, like, you see the naive person be like, oh, that's not gonna, my child's too young to know this, that, and the third. But that's not the case. Like, you get me? Child is always affected. You get me? More time. The ones that are on fuckery that come from broken homes, innit? Like my man, them, me and my man, them. Like it's weird because we only got like 16, 17 when we looked at each other and said, wow, you know, we're all like, none of us have got our dads, and that's why we're always chilling together, like slyly. Do you know what I mean? So sometimes, yeah, like, it does affect the child more than anything, really. And then some people are aware of this, innit? Like they'll have the side of them like, all right, cool, I don't love you, you don't love me, but we can work in partnership. Do you know what I mean? But at the same time, are you really
I mean,
fulfilling
that's
your
the
life?
better thing to do.
Yeah. Is it though, Bex? Though.
Now, in my personal opinion, like, I think if you've fallen out of love with your baby mums or your baby father, like, you just got to come to terms with it and be amicable. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, go, look, all right, cool. We're not feeling each other no more. I'm going to go this way. You go that way. But we're still co-parent. That's the best way to do things, because at least then, like, the child hasn't got to live in that environment of, like, thinking that there's no love in the household. Do you know what I'm saying? My mum's miserable because she's with the guy, or my dad's miserable because he doesn't really want to be here. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like, it's better for both parents to separate and live happily separately, and then that child's gonna get all that love. Do you know what I'm saying? With regular contact on whatever.
Yeah, just have a balanced environment. Yeah, I hear you. You get me? Not fucking arguing all the time, and that's what your child's hearing and shit.
Yeah, that's not a good environment to be at. I've been in that environment. That's what I'm telling you, innit? Like my mum and my stepdad, where it was a Mazza at my house. Mazza. If my mum wasn't fucking miserable, he was fucking miserable. Do you know what I'm saying? Like if she wasn't in the mood, he'd be in a fucking mood. Like, and obviously, if one of them was in a mood and they started, that was it. The whole household would get it. Do you know what I'm saying? That the big arguments would break out in the house. So I've been in that environment. It's not nice. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it makes the child don't want to be there. Like me, I left home when I was 16 because I was sick and tired of the conflict.
Oh shit.
That's what I'm saying. It affects the children. I'm telling you.
So would you say it affected your understanding of love, like, or did it enhance your understanding of love because you saw that and you thought, right, that's not what it's meant to be?
Not really, because even though you got to think, my stepdad came into my life from the time I was like 8.5, 9 years old. So growing up, seeing all that, even though I knew deep down it was wrong, because obviously a certain amount of it would be learnt behavior because my mum didn't do certain things or she tolerated certain shit or whatever. Even though I knew, like, I used to say, oh, I'm not going to be my mum when I grow up or whatever, but you can't help but fall into the same patterns. That's why I've ended up going off and having stupid relationships with my baby father. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, used to beat me up and whatever, because obviously the learnt behavior that I learnt from my mum, because my mum tolerates certain shit.
Yeah, I hear you fully.
Because he's like, because my parent hasn't given me the tools to know how to deal with it any other way. So unless I'm not being shown any other way of dealing with it, that's what it is, isn't it?
That's a good point, though. It's interesting. Do we learn love, or is it like something that's already in us? That's an interesting point still.
Oh, shalom, Arrow. What
Do
do
we
I
learn
reckon?
love? Do you learn love, or is it inside you? Like you just.
I think it's a bit of both. To be fair, I think obviously you can feel it. You know when you're feeling something for someone, you can feel it inside you, innit?
But isn't that
Obviously,
the
but
thoughts
then you
though, Bex? Like,
huh?
isn't that just your thoughts? Like if we sit there and think about it, yeah, it's you're feeling a certain type of way because you're thinking a certain type of way. No, like I don't know. Sometimes I feel like it's like you could turn it on or off. Like if you chose to sit there and think about someone long enough, emotions will start running and whatever, whatnot, blah blah, and then you attach those emotions to those feelings. So every time you have the thought, you would have that feeling, right?
It depends because, like, with me,
Hmm.
I'm detached from my emotions because of the shit that I went through as a child and growing up in it. So that's why I go through therapy, because I've got to reconnect with certain emotions.
Okay.
Because obviously, yeah. So my emotions don't play with me like that too tough. But like I said, obviously, with me now, I can only describe it for me. Like when I was thought I was in love with whoever, yeah. Most of the time, it started off with a feeling inside, like this emotion from inside. Like I can't explain it. Like it's just you just feel something inside, innit? But then you gotta use your brain at the same time, like you said, to balance it out. You've got to figure out, oh, what is this feeling that I'm feeling? Is it lust or is it love? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because lust and love, people get that very confused, like Betty was saying earlier. Do you know what I'm saying? So like you've like now your brain's got to come into that factor. So obviously, if you haven't had good role models like my mum, if they like showing certain love or whatever, then say if my mum was a hoe, for instance, I probably would have acted on that feeling of lust, thinking it was love. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So this is what I mean, because you're taking your life experiences as cues for what it is and what it ain't. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It's kind of both, and still, it is. But listen, I need to go. See what my niece is doing because I see she's doing something over there. So I'm gonna be back in 1 second. Yeah.
All right. Cool. Let's have a look at these comments then quickly. Majorly what? Which one? You don't want me to read that one out now, Majorly. All right, cool. What's your in the chat? What's your opinions? Let's click someone else to have an opinion, man. How many people? There's 24 people watching. Big up all the people that are watching. I don't have more comments to work. 1 second. I'll look at these comments. Is that better? Maybe that's better.
What's going on here? Going on.
I was gonna read the comments, but there's no one really in the comments to be reading out. So
no one's feeling this love topic, or we ain't talking about it, right? I don't know.
oh, DC's in the building. Big up, DC.
DC Brad. Oh yeah, there's that.
DC.
Jesus, look at you still.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said to Veli, this is an interesting topic still, though.
The first thing is, I don't know. I'd get Uncle Matthew to come FTK love. The worst thing.
Oh, Jedi said, Flame, what are you doing here?
Oh, waiting on motivational Mondays, bro. Let me. Nah, not even, bro. Yeah. I'm still waiting on you, G. Get me. Beck's gonna be all alone as soon as that live pops up.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, don't leave me on my ones, you know, trying to hold up this channel. Like, come on, man. That's peak.
Get me. We got a believer holding up the G block.
The link should be in the description if anyone wants to jump on. We'll just have to holler at Veli to add them. Did you do anything interesting over the weekend?
Nah, just working. I just got a message. My sister message on the family chat saying happy birthday to my brother. So I've just realized it's his birthday. I need to go make something for him or something. You know what I mean? Birthday and that. What are you saying, Bex? You done your Christmas shopping then?
I've just got to get one more present for my daughter. And that's it, yeah.
Are you one of those parents that just go nuts? Oh yeah, this is my babies. I'm gonna spend all my money.
No, you know what? Like, obviously, I've never had a lot of money to be able to give them loads of stuff anyway. So obviously, my kids are not really materialistic like that. So when it comes to Christmas, they don't really want a lot, and anything they do get, they kind of appreciate it anyway. So I don't have to go mad at Christmas. Do you get what I'm saying? Even if I got them like 3 or 4 presents each, they'd be happy with that. Do you know what I'm saying? That's just the way my kids are. But this year I saved up quite a lot. I think I saved up about £320 for them for their presents. So yeah,
it's a decent amount still, you know?
Huh?
I said that's a decent amount. You can get quite a few things with them.
Yeah. So obviously my son, I bought him a phone. But it's not like I ain't got no SIM card. It's just connected to the internet, and obviously he just watches YouTube on it or plays his games like Roblox and whatever. What else did I get him? I got him a Nerf gun.
The hell is that?
Oh god, the boy's obsessed with Nerf guns, isn't it?
You're saying Nerf guns, but you want to say guns, innit?
Bro, like, it's just, to me, it's just a fucking gun, innit? Like, what, like, but do you know what? I went to B&M. Do you know B&M? Do you have it around your way?
Yeah.
Boy, I'm telling you, yeah, go there. They have like so much stuff on offer. Like literally, the Nerf gun that I got him is quite a big Nerf gun. It costs like £20. You can
What's
get
a Nerf gun though, Bex? Like, what do you mean Nerf? Like, what does that mean?
I'll show you. Look.
Yeah, let the people see what kind of waps you're dealing with.
My son, like, he goes on YouTube and watches like these YouTubers, yeah, playing with these guns, yeah. It's crazy. Hang on, let me screen share. Hang on.
Don't try Becky, you know, because her son might just nerf you, fam.
See,
it's not showing on the. It's not showing up on the screen, Bex. Maybe I'm too far behind. One sec.
It should do.
Can anyone else please see Becca's guns? No, it's not coming up, Bex. I don't know if it's just me. Anyone in the chat? Yeah. Anyone in the chat?
Or maybe
needs
to press on the thing. Maybe.
Oh, it could be.
But hang on, I'll copy and paste the link anyway and put it in the chat. You can even Google it still.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. It's Nerf gun.
Yeah, it's spelled Nerf.
One sec. On these.
Majorly, you're funny.
So what did you say, Bex? That's his presents done, yeah? Or you still got to grab him something?
Nah, his presents are done, mate. Because like I said, I've got him his phone, got him his gun. I got him some pajamas. What else?
Bex, you just literally described a roadman to me. I've got him his gun. I've got him his trap line. He's got his trackie.
What else did I get him? He's got some right, like they're funny. I'm gonna take a picture, yeah, when he gets them. I've got him these dinosaur headphones, Bluetooth headphones for his phone.
Okay.
But they're like dinosaur ones, yeah. And obviously he's got some dinosaur slippers to go with it.
Okay. Sick.
So yeah, so he's kind of done. He's like, because obviously he didn't want a lot, and he's got a scooter as well. I got him a scooter, but he didn't want a lot. Oh yeah, and I got him a remote control car as well. It's like a stunt car. It flips and all that.
You're like, yeah, he didn't want a lot, but I got him this, and I also got him this.
Yeah,
but
but
he didn't want a lot.
literally, shall I tell you what he said? Like literally, what he wanted was he turned around and said to me, he said, Mark, as I asked him, I said, what do you want for Christmas? He said, I want a scooter and what was the other thing? And a remote control car. You only asked for 2 things. So obviously I've got him all the extra stuff. He doesn't know all the extra stuff is coming.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah.
what,
did you put it under the tree or what? Like
no, I don't. Well, I'm not meant to celebrate Christmas, but
this is what I'm thinking. But go on.
Yeah, they're the Nerf guns. Can you see them?
Okay, yeah. And what they shoot, little pellets or like them?
Yeah, they got little you see the little bullets there, the little blue things.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that that's what I got in my yeah. So
no.
Yeah, what was I say? I'm not meant to celebrate Christmas, so I don't have a Christmas tree. I don't have decorations up or nothing like that. I only really get them like a few presents.
Why though? Why? Like, I'm gonna ask you why.
Because you know what it is. I don't want them feeling left out when they go to school. Like everyone's gonna be sitting there like, oh, I got this for Christmas, I got that for Christmas, and they're gonna be sitting there like, oh, well, I didn't get anything.
Yeah, but like that's like my niece. Like my niece will be like, I didn't get nothing for Christmas. And I'll be like, right, you don't celebrate Christmas. She'll be like, say no more. That's it.
I know. But like, I mean, obviously, my son is 5, innit? So
yeah, my niece is 4. Like she'll understand. I don't know. It's weird. Like it's weird when people say, no, my child, like, boom. Like I'll go to my friend's yard and tell her son, like, well, Christmas ain't real, you know, and he's 5, 6 years old, and I'll sit there and tell him that. I don't know. People treat
like, I want like, obviously, like when I was a kid, we celebrated that in it, like that's my mum in it, like not like we was a Christian.
Oh, you want him to experience that feeling, like.
Yeah, like they're children. Do you know what? I don't want to be so harsh on the children. Like when they get older, like because my 9-year-old, she already knows. Do you know what I'm saying? She knows what I want, but she knows she's still gonna get presents. But she knows Christmas is fucking a load of bollocks. Like she knows that. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, but like obviously, like she's cool with it. Like she knows like Santa Claus ain't real and all that, like and all this and that. Like She knows, and she's 9, and I've been kind of, with her, I've been a bit more blatant, but with my son, I still like, I want to keep his innocence for a little bit longer.
I hear you. It's mad though, because obviously you don't like someone in your situation as well. You won't have much to substitute these things with. Do you know what I mean?
And obviously,
you won't, like, you can't. Yeah.
You know, like I said, because obviously we over the years we haven't really celebrated it. To be fair, do you know what I'm saying? We haven't. Last year they weren't going to get nothing at all because obviously this time last year I just moved to where I am now. So obviously I had no money to be able to provide Christmas like presents for them this year. So if it wasn't for one of my friends, they wouldn't have got any presents last year at all. Do you know what I'm saying? So obviously they like, my kids have had like the last couple of years have been really shitty for them, innit? So this year I was like, you know what? No, I'm gonna treat them this year. Do you know what I'm saying? That's another reason why they've got more presents than what they would normally get.
Okay. I see.
And obviously I think in a way they kind of deserve it. Do you know what I'm saying? Obviously, the childminder they go to, she celebrates Christmas. She's a Christian, innit? And obviously, she asked me when I dropped them off one day, like, "Oh, can we do Christmas decorations?" And that I said, "If you want to." Like, I'm pretty easy. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, like if you want to, yeah, cool. And she was like, "What? Don't you celebrate Christmas?" I said, "No, not really. I'm a bit of a Scrooge, innit? Like, to be fair, like it's not my thing. Like I said, if I didn't have the kids, I wouldn't even. I don't buy. Look, bruv, I only buy presents for my kids. Yeah, don't get it twisted. I don't get no presents for my mom, my sisters. The rest of the family don't get fuck all. None of my friends get shit. Do you know what I'm saying? It's purely for the kids. Do you know what I'm saying? That's it.
Do people buy you stuff though?
No.
Is it because of your like your relationships, or is it just they just know that you ain't about that life?
They just know that I'm not on it. I mean, obviously, if I get something, then I appreciate it. But I'm not like out there like, oh, it's Christmas, I want present. Like, but like some people come to like one of my friends, like she goes, oh, what do you want? I'll be like for my birthday, even for my birthdays, I don't get nothing for my birthday either because like I'm not fussed in it. Like some of my friends will be like, oh, what do you want for your birthday? I'm like, I don't know. Whatever, in it, like I'm easy. Like if you want to get me something, you don't have to get me anything. Like it's not. I'm not bothered, in it.
Face bothered? No.
Like yeah, I'm not bothered about it. So like if I get something, I'll appreciate it. I'll say thank you. Like appreciate it. Thanks. Do you know what I'm saying? But if I don't,
it's because of your beliefs, though, isn't it? That you don't celebrate it, right?
Yeah.
But are you
like,
hardcore?
Even before that, but obviously. I only started doing that 3.5 years ago, maybe. Do you know what I'm saying? So even before then, I weren't really celebrating my birthday. I wasn't really doing the Christmas thing. Do you know what I'm saying? Like you got to think, like I said, I left home when I was 16. So from the time I left home when I was 16, like I've never had the means to provide to do that kind of stuff anyway. So it was just like in the end, it was just like whatever, innit? Like. I can't do it. So that's the attitude, isn't it? And obviously, my dad passed away when I was 8 anyway. So Christmas was never actually like the same again after that. Do you know what I'm saying? So for a while, like I wasn't on the Christmas thing, like all the birthday stuff, like.
I hear that. DC's got a question for you still. Then, no tree.
No, I got no tree. No tree. I haven't even got like this is how peak it is. I haven't even got the presents in my house. The presents are at my friend's house, and we're gonna wrap them all up. And because obviously my friend, she's a Christian, so she celebrates Christmas. So all the presents, all my presents, and all that are at her house. And then obviously me and her are gonna wrap them all up, and obviously we're gonna put them under her Christmas tree.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not like, so we're not even spending, like, obviously she's going out for Christmas. She's going to the going out to have dinner or whatever. When she gets back in the afternoon, we're going over there, and then obviously that's when they're gonna open the presents. But that's not gonna be until like 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So
you're going to the pub for lunch then?
No, I'm staying at home. I was gonna go to the pub, but I'm staying at home now.
Why are you going to the pub, man?
Do you know what? Literally, it turns out to be too expensive. Do you know how much they want for 3 people? And obviously 2 of them are children.
Oh, okay.
It's like £100 for like me and my 2 kids to go to the pub for Christmas. I was like, yeah, exactly. So
Yeah, stay at home, man. Get some Chinese or something, man. No turkey. Get some Chinese, man.
do you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna go to like, Iceland.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna just get all like, all the little party food that they have.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna bet.
With £100, bro, you can fucking make their whole Christmas holidays bang, let alone that
You know what
one
I'm
day.
saying? So like exactly. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just go Iceland. I'll buy that party foods and I'll just put it out on the table for them. We put some films on and we just chill.
Yeah. I heard that. It's kind of mad, though, isn't it? Like, because obviously raising your kids in the country, like that, this is a fundamental of their society. You kind of in a catch-22, innit? You gotta do certain things at least. Like even
This is what I'm saying. Like I don't go all out. Like I said, I've never gone all out. I've never like the only thing I did like before my son came, it was just me and my 9-year-old in it. So obviously, like when she was about 4 years old, like I said, I weren't really following any sort of faith then anyway. So obviously, she was learning about Christmas in nursery and this and that. So obviously, even though I wasn't on it, what I did for her is I bought her like a little miniature Christmas tree, and she decorated it, and I kept it in her room. You know what I'm saying? Like it was in her room.
Mm.
So Christmas was in her room. The rest of the house wasn't decorated. Christmas was just in her room.
Oh shit, that's mad.
But
like Narnia or something.
no, I'm telling you, I'm a proper Scrooge. I'm not on it, mate. Literally, like I said, if I didn't have the kids, I wouldn't bother at all. It's purely because like I've got love for my kids, and like I'm thinking, like get them a little something. Do you know what I'm saying? Especially because like since they started, because they both started school, both of them, my son started reception in September, and since they've been both at school, like they've been really good. They've had a really good time at school. Do you know what I'm saying? Since like they deserve something, like I said, and obviously last couple of years has been really shitty. Obviously, I had to go in and out of court because of the baby father, and do you know what I'm saying? So
what's the situation? Is that ongoing? Is that
it's
coming
still
to an
ongoing.
end?
Yeah, still ongoing.
Oh, good luck with that, then, sis.
No, thank you. But like that's what I'm saying. So they deserve something. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, you gotta make sure your kids are happy, man. Like this is a fucking in the times that we're living in, man, you gotta make sure your kids are happy and happy for the right reason. You know what I'm saying? Like
exactly.
You gotta keep them in love with mummy and all of that shit. You actually gotta make an effort for that shit nowadays. You're not trying to nap your kids, bro, through their minds.
Do you know what? There's like I said, because my kids, like I found that my mum, she brought me up to be like very materialistic. As like when I was a kid, I was always wanting stuff. Do you know what I'm saying? So like I wanted the latest trainers, the latest tracksuits, because I was a bit of a tomboy as a teenager, innit? Right? I wanted like do you remember the days when oh my god. You remember the gold clowns?
The gold clowns?
Yeah, the gold clowns on the gold chains. Like, do you remember them days when girls was wearing like even like the rag dolls and all that?
Yeah,
you remember that day? You remember them? I swear to God, yeah, I was one of them girls in it. I was like, Mom, I want a clown. My mom spent like £300 on this clown, yeah.
Swear down.
Swear down. My mom spent over £300 on this gold clown for me, like, and the chain was around about £100 and something as well. That was just on my one chain that I got. Do you know what I'm saying? So my mum brought me up very materialistic, yeah. And obviously every Christmas, like I knew what I was gonna get because I tell her what I want and I'd got it. Do you know what I'm saying? So like my mum brought me up very materialistic. So obviously I've gone the opposite with my kids. Do you know what I'm saying? Because like literally I haven't had the means to do that anyway.
Yeah.
Like literally there's been some Christmases that I've just gone Poundland, mate. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's straight, bro. No, it's straight. It's not even a thing like that. Because a lot of people want to say, yeah, I do this and I do that. A lot of people just do it for show anyway. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people want their child to go to school the next day and stunt on someone else. Like, do you know what I mean?
Mate, like I said, and obviously, because my kids, they don't get a lot anyway. To be fair, do you know what I'm saying? They and like I said, like for example, I told you what my son said. He only wanted 2 things: a scooter and a remote control car. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, and you've got to cater to your means. Do you know what I'm saying? You like if I don't understand parents that break themselves, to the point of bankruptcy for Christmas. Do you know what I'm
some
saying?
people are paying last year's debt this year and then accumulating next year's.
This is what I'm saying. Like, it's pointless. It is so pointless. So like, live among your means, innit? If you have to go Poundland and get a load of shit from Poundland, that's what you gotta do. Do you know what I'm saying?
Talk to them.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, mate. Go on eBay. Like, I'm telling you. That's another place.
You know what? It's funny though, but some people might need to hear this. Some people might not know what to do, you know?
To go on eBay, like that's what I've done with my kids. You can pick up tablets off of eBay for £50. Why are you spending 108, 200, 300 pounds on an iPad? Like, come on, man. Don't break yourself. If you can't do it, don't do it. And obviously, if you and every Christmas you're gonna have to do better than the year before. Like,
do you have to?
Yeah, come on, because the kids are going to be expecting more the next year, innit? You got to think, as the kids grow, their tasting things change. They taste that, and obviously, if you've already catered to their materialistic sides, they're going to want bigger and better and more expensive things later down the line.
All right, Bex, I literally need to go have breakfast and shit, and then I'm probably going to jump on Jedi's thing. But what I was going to say to you, do you feel that as your kids are getting older, it's costing you more or it's costing you less? Because I always get this thing, I can't wait till they're older. I won't need to spend so much money.
See, because like I said, because obviously from a young age, I've never catered to too much to them. Like, it's still affordable. It's expensive, but I can still kind of afford it if I cut back on certain shit. Do you know what I'm saying? That's why I said, like, you've got to live amongst your means. There's no point. Like, I'm not getting myself into debt over anything, mate. Like,
I'm not gonna lie to you though, Bex. Though I feel like a lot of people do need to hear like how you not to say how you do your day to day, but how you cope with your situation and stuff. Because a lot of people are in this situation to see how you're dealing with your mental health and everything. You're coming out of the depression and shit. I think you could empower a lot of people still in your own way. Like, if you just broke down certain things to people, like how you, like that's why I asked you, innit? Is it harder for you because you're a single mom? So is it harder? You reckon it's harder when they're younger or as they're growing up? Because a lot of people are gonna go through these stresses and stuff like that.
I think as they get older, it gets a little bit more harder. Do you know what I'm saying? Because, like I said, especially if you've catered to their there's that side where you're just constantly giving them stuff. It's gonna. But for me, yeah, it's hard, but I can do it. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, obviously, luckily enough, like my 15-year-old, she lives with her dad, so like he works and all that. So she obviously, and she knows my situation as well. So she don't really ask me for too much, too tough anyway. Like this year, she just asked me. It was like her birthday was on the 4th, and obviously Christmas is literally next week. Do you know what I'm saying? So all she's asked for is these speakers that, you know what, that like when you play and water comes out of them.
Oh yeah. I know which one you're talking about. Still.
Yeah, and that's all she's asked for. I said to her, "Do you want anything else?" And she was like, "I don't know. I'll think about it." But she's only asked for one thing. So my kids, they're very understanding of my situation.
Have you taken them on holiday anywhere? Like, have you had the opportunity?
No, I've never been on holiday with my children.
So how about you save some of that peas that you got, if you can? Well, obviously I don't know if you know what much you spent, but like try to do something this March or Easter or something. Yeah, I mean, you go on voucher as well, actually, Bex. You can go on voucher and find something decent, like, or Groupon, and then do a little trip with them, like get that into their system and shit.
Yeah, because what I've started doing now, because obviously I'm trying to cut down on how much I smoke and stuff now, innit? So I bought you know those little tins that you have to actually open with a tin opener.
Yeah.
So what I do now is any loose change, or like if I feel like I want to smoke but I don't, like I'm trying to stop, so like I'll put the money in there instead of actually going to spend it.
Oh, okay.
So then obviously, like, so yeah, over time I'm just doing that, and I've been doing that for the last couple of months. So
How's that going? Is that going good, yeah?
yeah, it's been all right still. Like,
What
I've
you
been
saying, Miami next summer, yeah?
I don't think it's gonna be that much. I wish I could though.
So that's what happens, isn't it? If you were smoking beer before, you would have saved beer now. You get me? Should have sorted it out ages ago. Should have started smoking beer. So you would have started saving beer.
You know, but I started cutting down because I started working in the nursery. When was it? When my son was about 2-3 years old. So obviously, because I was working at the nursery, I wasn't really smoking anyway. Do you know what I'm saying? So like my levels was coming down before then, and obviously once I split up with the baby father, that reduced dramatically after him. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like it's been gradually going down over the years anyway. So it's just like it's this last little bit, you know, the last hurdle is always the most difficult one to jump over. So we get there eventually.
Because you left home young as well, you reckon you allow your kids to leave when they want, or what?
I mean, if my daughter comes to me at 16 and says like, oh, she wants to go out there on her own, I can't really stop her legally. Do you know what I'm saying? Because that's what the law says, isn't it? Once they're 16, they can go about their business.
Yeah, but the law says you can't slap your child either.
No, actually, you can actually smack your child. It depends on the force, and you can't leave a mark, and you leave the bruising. There's certain conditions, but it's not actually law.
Okay.
Yeah, research it, you'll see it. But yeah, like
that's been putting in that work slightly.
Do you know what? You gotta know your rights, you know. You gotta know your rights. Like bro, people will try and fuck you up differently, but you gotta know your rights. But no, like the law states when they're 16, they can leave home, innit? So you can't forcibly keep them home. That was the fuck up with my mum, innit? Like she tried to keep me at home, but I was like, I'm 16, you can't stop me, I'm gone, innit? Like, so obviously I'll turn around to, like, if my daughter comes to me and goes, Mum, like, I want to leave, I'll be like, where? That's your decision, but you do realize it's not going to be easy. Do you know what I'm saying? But girls, you know, girls are like, girls are just difficult, aren't they? So I don't think my son,
Brad. I think DC Brad's asking what a pub is. Also, Miss Gadai, I don't know how to pronounce that. She's saying that as they grow older, that even the trainers get more expensive.
With that big feet, yeah.
But yeah, listen, Bex, I'm gonna probably be back in a bit. I'm just gonna go have some breakfast and shit, see what my niece is doing. And Belly, Lieutenant G Block's waiting in the back room, I think. Gonna let him on. But yeah, Bex, you can explain to DC Brad what that pub is. You know what I'm saying?
All right, see you in a bit.
Big up, Bex. Big.
That's up. A pub, right? A pub is like, how can I explain a pub? It's where people go to drink. Some places have got like some pubs like they do foods and things. It's just somewhere where a gathering where people go to drink and stuff. Miss Gada, oh yeah, I remember day schoolwork and college homework had been done on laptop. Yeah, that Miss Gada, that's a piss taker as well, man. Best believe, right? Before my daughter changed schools, because obviously where we had to move out the area, the school she went to before, they actually gave them homework books and stuff, and obviously printed out their homework and put it in their books. But the school where she goes to now, everything's online, and I'm like, what? So like now I have to buy tablets and this and that. Like, gosh, it's ridiculous. And they expect you to put your one, like they're not providing it. Bless up, Miss Gaddack. Man, the struggle is real, man. Taking the piss. Even the school trips, oh my God, Miss Gaddack, even the school trips, they want you to spend, come on, man. That's ridiculous. I don't understand how a government-run school, like, they still want bloody us to pay for the school trips or not. Don't they get funding for all that? Like, it's ridiculous. There was, I think my daughter wants to go to this, it's called Parents Get Lost. It's like an adventure thing. And they'll be away for like a week. And like, they want you to pay like over £200 for it. Ridiculous. Big Eye, you listening? There's a few people in the back waiting to jump on. I'm trying, Ultra. I don't know if he's listening in. Do you know what, Miss Gadda? Yeah, you know what I'm scared of is when my daughter gets to secondary school. Oh my God. That's what's going to be the headache. Oh, thank you, DC. I try. Ultra, you might have to. Oh, there you are. Ultra.
What am I in, yeah?
You're in, fam.
Am I in, yeah?
You're in,
Yo. Oh, fucking hell. I'm not gonna lie. I'm tired. I just ran.
Are you running late again? Yeah, parent pay. That's what I have to. I'm sure that's the that. I think that's what I have to use to pay for all the school trips and stuff. Parent pay. I'm sure that's what I use.
Yo, Becca, what's on the menu for Christmas?
Mate, I'm not even doing my Christmas dinner, bro.
Oh, you have to do Christmas dinner, man. It's the best dinner of the year.
It says the atheist.
Yeah, it's the best dinner of the year. I look forward to that shit.
Do you celebrate Christmas?
Yes. Well, not celebrate it, but I got a Christmas tree. Sorry, I got a Kwanzaa tree. Our house is decorated. I bought my daughter a concise 12th edition dictionary, Oxford Dictionary, for Christmas. That's under the tree.
Oh God.
My wife wanted a book from some woman. That's under the tree. And for Christmas dinner this year, we're having an extra large chicken because nobody really likes turkey. We're going to do a leg of lamb. We're going to do a giant salmon fillet. I'm going to do fried chicken thighs, rice and peas, plain rice, sweet potato stuffing pie, all the trimmings, Yorkshire puddings, all that stuff, onion rings.
Who's cooking it? You or the missus?
It's a team effort, though. It's a team
that's
effort.
Good, you know, because you know what it was in my household. My mum used to do it all. My mum used to do that. She used to put the turkey in the night before, like on a low heat. And then so obviously when you wake up in the morning, you come down the stairs, you smell the turkey and that. It was piff. But my mum used to be cooking all day because obviously my nan and my granddad used to come over to us for Christmas. So my mum used to keep bare food from morning, but no one used to help. But my mum used to do it all at once.
big up mums, man. Big up all the mums that have to do it by themselves, innit? Like, I'm not gonna lie. The fried chicken, most of the meat is gonna be meat. The sweet potato stuffing pie, that's me as well. And then the secret to not having dry meat is you have to constantly baste it.
Yeah.
Constantly baste the meat. Just saturate it in its own juices and gravy. And you have to sorry, hold on, I'm eating, sorry. You have to score the meat and poke little holes in it. What I tend to do is stuff garlic in those holes. And then once you baste all the meat with the holes and the scoring, the juices penetrate the meat.
Mm.
It's lovely. It's fucking lovely. Also, the secret ingredient in my sweet potato stuffing pie is like you mix the stuffing. I use regular packet stuffing, and then you use water. And just before it's at the right consistency, you add juice from the chicken, the tray the chicken's in. You add that juice, so you get a bit of seasoning, a bit of flavour, a bit of chicken. You add a bit of Scotch bonnet and some fresh garlic, and I'm telling you, and then you stuff some of that in the chicken while it's roasting. It's fucking wicked.
You know, like I was saying to Flame earlier, I might just go to Iceland and just buy a load of party food for the kids, man.
Yeah, party food's good, but I'm not gonna lie. After you eat at my house on Christmas Day, if you're not wearing like stretchy pants, underwear, stretchy trousers, yeah, it's gonna be a problem. Trust me.
I don't know. I don't know. Like I'll see in it. Like I'll get paid at the end of this week. I'll see what I might just buy like a little turkey crown or something. I don't know. Just the effort, man.
Sorry, Becca. Everyone at work has decided they want to talk to me now. I'll tell you what Iceland has got though.
What?
Iceland has got some sick desserts, man.
Hey, ultra. Last year I got a
5 minutes.
touch. Right?
Give me 5 minutes. I'm coming, man. Let me just eat this, man. I'm starving. Yeah, man.
Yeah, last year I got a touch. Like I did my online shopping with Iceland, my Christmas shopping last year, my food shopping. Yeah, bought everything, but they must have dropped off like two extra bags of like shopping, and I didn't clock at the time. So as I'm unpacking it all now, bruv, there was these I don't know if they got them this year, but last year they had these like profiterole rolls. Like it was that massive cake, but it's all like made out of profiterole rolls, and it was Irish cream profiterole rolls. And there was 2 of them, bruv. I was like, yeah, that's piff. I'm gonna see if they got that this year. They probably haven't. So Miss Gada, that obviously that the topic's gone way off, but the actual topic is meant to be: do you believe you can love more than one person? Are soulmates real? So, what's people's opinions on that? Anyone in the chat got an opinion on that? Yeah, Iceland's is 6 still. What's this? What's it?
Becca.
Yeah.
So can you fry chicken?
Huh?
Can you fry chicken?
Yeah.
All right, talk me through the recipe. I want to learn.
What, how to fry chicken?
No, how does Becca do it?
What, from the very beginning?
Yeah.
So first, obviously, you gotta clean your chicken with salt and lemon.
Yeah. Oh, skip that. Yeah. Skip the cleaning. We know how to clean the chicken. Then
Alright,
what?
cool.
Chicken's clean. You rip the skin off, and it's ready to be. It's just ready, sitting there in a bowl, plain.
So
What do we do?
like, say if I'm gonna do like, I don't know, it depends. Like, 'cause I normally dice my chicken.
Oh, you don't fry it on the bone.
Nah, see, I don't cook nothing on the bone.
Why?
I don't like it. So I normally, if I'm cooking that, I normally get like chicken breast.
Okay. All right. Okay. So we've got plain chicken breast, which is fully cleaned and ready to be fried. What's next?
So obviously, if I'm just freestyling, I'll probably put like some herbs and stuff in there, like all-purpose seasoning, chicken flake, like chicken seasoning, all that. Get it all seasoned up. Then obviously leave that for a little while as you do. I normally put some peppers in it and some onions, like some sweet peppers because the kids don't like spicy foods. So I'll put sweet peppers in and stuff. And then get some olive oil, put it in the pan, fry it. Yeah.
Right. I'm going to tell you how Ultra does it now, because I'm not going to lie. I wasn't happy with that presentation. I'm not going to lie. Right. So first things first, we're going to skip the cleaning process because we know what the fuck we're doing. Yeah. We add all our seasoning. Seasoning is like a personal preference, personal choice. So there's no right or wrong there. Right. So like obviously, you know.
Look at AC. You see what AC said from the beginning. Get up, get dressed, walk to Morley's and order.
Yeah. No, we don't fuck with them things there. Like, unless it's Friday night. Anyway, so right, once you've added your dry rub, I call it dry rub because it's the powdered seasonings and whatever. You add your onions, garlic, your scotch bonnet. I don't really add sweet peppers to my fried chicken. It's normally onions, garlic, scotch bonnet, right? A bit of curry powder, right? And then you dash that in the fridge. Yeah. And then you have to prep your farkery. Now, I buy fry mix from Asda and it's really spicy and I like it. So, and then you have to prep that. Like, when I say prep, I mean dash it in a bowl. Then you need another bowl with plain flour. And with that plain flour, you add the seasoning, the same seasoning you used to season the chicken. Add a little bit of that. And then you have to beat up 3 or 4 eggs into another bowl. So there's 3 bowls now. Plain flour with seasoning, fry mix, and beaten egg. Take chicken out of the fridge. You dip it in the plain flour with the seasoning. Then you dip it into the egg. And then you dip it into the fry mix. And you repeat. Yeah. And then you heat up the oil. And then you have to submerge the chicken in oil. Yeah, it's important you submerge the chicken in oil because you've got the egg. It's gonna make the coating crispy and delicious. Yeah. Once the chicken is golden brown on the inside, on the outside, and it's like kind of a little bit firm, take all the chicken out. You put a tray with tin foil. Put all the chicken on there and put it in the oven. And you put it on a medium heat. And then what happens, because sometimes when you fry chicken like that, it doesn't cook all the way through, depending on how high or low the fire is and blah, 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 and time restraints or whatever. So you put it in the oven, it'll cook the chicken through. Take that out after like, half an hour, and that is ultra fried chicken.
Ultra fried. Alright, cool. I can actually show you. I've got a video of me doing fried chicken. Shall I show you? Hang on, let me find it.
Wait, can you share screen?
Huh?
Oh
yeah,
shit,
I can share
Becca.
screen.
Becca, you know what? You're gonna have to hold down the show, man. I gotta go. I've gotta go, man. Fuck's sake.
In a bit.
But yeah, all right, babe. Take care. To hold down the show, man. G Block.
Let me look at these comments. DC, you reckon you can love more than one person, yeah? Okay. Jump on the panel if you can. I think because listening. Tim, if soulmates are a real thing, then what's with the divorce rates? Are people just bad at finding soulmates? Good question. That's a good question. But like me and Flame were saying earlier, like me personally, I'm 30. I don't think I found my soulmate. I think I've been in love, but I don't think I found my soulmate. Yeah, hello, more than one person. One will see more love. Maybe. What are you gonna have a call about, Marshall? Team, do range the chickens first and little ones. These two are funny. Big up, Jenna. I see you, sister. Marshall, do you think you can love more than one person? What's your opinion? Let me know. Yeah, Jana, do you believe there's such a thing as a soulmate? That's the other question. Where's Okra? I don't know Okra is today still.
Come on.
Billy.
You say you love. I know, baby. Your boxer. I know, baby. I know, me. That's it.
Look at Marshall.
Yeah,
Hoes can't be trusted anyways. You gotta be a wolf when it comes to chicks.
Yeah, man. So, not many people have jumped in on this topic, though, man. So,
yeah, I noticed. But me and Flame was chopping it up earlier about it still.
we sort of mostly agree that it's a yeah and no sort of thing, innit, man? It's not just a direct yes or no answer, innit? It's like yes with explanation or no with an explanation still. We've got another topic I'm going to roll into, though, still. So let me get it up. This one's peppery, though, still.
Okay.
So I'm going to change the title. Yeah, man. G Block likes to break hearts out here. You get me? Is that what's meant? Can you be in love? Can you love one person and be with them for life? Yeah, basically the question was, can you hear me still, Becca?
Yeah.
Yeah. The question, to Samaya, yeah, I'm saying the question was, can you love more than one person at a time? Like, can you have a soulmate, like a life partner? And yeah, sort of thing, innit? Like, so, like, obviously, I would say it more depends on the society you've grown up in, innit? Like, so if you've grown up in a society where you've grown up seeing everyone having 2 wives, 3 wives, and whatnot, it's not going to seem strange to you. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not going to seem strange to you. Like, I don't know, you're probably not going to have to hide, cause like some brothers are hiding and skeeting. Yeah, not me. I'm talking about some other brothers still. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I think men probably think
Oh
or
yeah,
feel they
well,
can love more
Santa.
than one
I
woman.
said,
But I think
ho
with
ho
women,
ho as well.
it's more.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think with women, like I think women are more dedicated to one person in it. Where men, I think it's easier for men to be with more than one. Do you know what I'm saying?
Easier for men to be with more than one, yeah. I
think men like. I don't know. I think men can love more than one woman, innit? I think that's what they say. That's what some men say, innit? That's what I'm saying. And I think women, I can in my aspect, like I can only be dedicated to one person, innit?
Yeah, man. All right, so bond for bond, sort of. We're gonna roll into the next.
Oh look, Jana said. Yeah? Look what Jana said. She was like, "Yes, you can have love life partner. Yes, you can love 2 people. Not sure if you can love equally though."
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, no, just make sure you can hear me.
So what's the next topic then, Billy?
I'm just typing it out.
Gold said, "A room full of women is good, probably, to be honest."
Yeah, man. Yeah, big up Santa Claus, man. How? Yeah. Man, like Santa Claus in the chat, you know. Santa might be a woman still, man. You never know still. Yeah, man.
Marshall,
yeah,
it's not a Hangouts.
Soulmate? That's a good question.
It's StreamYard.
It's not. Yeah, it's not Hangouts, man. It's StreamYards. You need to fix your reception for the StreamYards thing, though.
He wants to debate you on Islam.
You want to debate me on Islam? Yeah, cool, man. Say nothing, bro. But like I'm saying, if you want to debate me on Islam, I got a pepper topic that I'm just about to fling up right now. Got a pepper topic that I'm about to fling up right now. So if everyone refreshes their browser, refresh your stream, you should see the question. Yeah, man. So the question, I'm going to ask Becca the question first, yeah? One sec. All right, Becca, you ready, yeah?
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, man. Do you believe you can be happy in heaven while your family members burn in hell?
It depends on what family members are in hell.
So was that a yes or no?
Probably, yeah. Like, yeah, probably. Like, it's their deeds that got them into that situation, not mine, innit? So they have to take the consequences.
So obviously,
Yo, Velly.
So then, yo, hold on a sec, Brad. Big up yourself,
My
brother.
bad.
Big up
I
yourself,
forgot
yeah?
you put B in the chat. You forgot to put B in the title.
Put what?
You be happy.
Oh, all right. Alright, let me edit that still.
Yeah. I just want to make sure you look good.
Oh, yeah. Mr. B in it. Can you believe in love? Jeez.
Hey, Becca.
So, hey, Brad. Hey,
Yeah.
Brad. What was
Yeah.
your tune for your first dance at your wedding?
It was a Drake song, I believe.
A Drake song, yeah?
Yeah, you shut it down. The one with please listen. You know the dude that wrote Falsetto? God, I forget his name.
What's that?
God, please.
Ooh, The
Jeez,
Dream.
well, I'm gonna look it up real quick. Because when she came down the line, when she came into the room, like into the during the reception, she like came in and it was like you shut it down. Wait.
Every fucking day. Oh, man, like Bourbon Marshall, you know, in the building. Yo, Marsh, can you hear me? You gotta mute your YouTube though, Marshall, bro. Yo, Marsh, you gotta mute your YouTube. Marshmallow.
The Dream. It's The Dream.
The Dream, yeah. See, I told you it was The Dream, man.
Yeah, it was The Dream. That was a good song.
Radio Killers, that man, innit?
Yeah.
Did you see what Santa Claus said? Mrs. Claus is a sinner. Let the bitch burn. Ho, ho, ho.
Oh, shit. Bam. Santa. Yeah, Santa Claus ain't having it still. He's wilding out from. So bun down Mrs. Claus and all that, yeah? Alright.
My dance at my wedding for Mrs. Claus was burn, baby, burn. Still here's to hoping. Ho, ho, ho.
Oh, burn, baby, burn. Disco Inferno. Oh shit! Who's that Sarnetta in the background? Yeah, I just heard that boy. The white man is devil.
Oh my bad. I was looking at there's an Instagram post.
Yeah, shit. Rebecca.
Yo.
Don't worry about Sarnetta, man. You're not talking about you, all right?
Yeah, Becca, you're part of the family. We say the white man's the devil. You ain't got no home.
I should speak to Santa. I rate Santa still, though. I like Santa. I should go speak to him one day.
You'll be a thumbnail. Yo.
Yeah, what up, man?
Oh, go on. What you telling me? Man, like Marshall in the building, you know. What you saying, man? Yeah, I don't know. You need to raise your mic volume, though, still. You can't hear nothing. Oh, do you know what? Yeah, I need to go up still. Let's go to the shop, man. I need to get a little munch.
Morning.
Man, like Dark Magician in the building. You get me? They try make Veli apostate Dark Magician from G Block. You get me? They try run Dark Magician off the ends and all that, fam. Yeah. He said, no, sir, in credit good and in take clean.
Squeaky.
What are you saying, man? So
good,
what,
man.
before we roll into the second topic, because I noticed how everyone jumped on the panel once I started talking about heaven and hell and all this shit. When I was talking about, do you believe in love?
I wanted to correct Becca. I wanted to ask Becca on some chicken things.
Yeah, no, Becca, yeah, your chicken.
I can show you a video. Do you want me to show you a video?
Yeah, but like y'all don't put no egg on it. Y'all don't put no eggs on it.
I'll show you.
And it's no love. You know what? Yeah, You see, your boyfriend should have been bringing you to the. I tell you what, yeah, my dad is a bad man cook anyway. Yeah, so big up to Daddy Velly. You get me? Yeah, man. I'm sure, man. Couple things and that. Where's he? What's that? You sharing screen, Becca?
Yeah, this is what I did, didn't it? Look. Saying I don't cook for
Oh yeah, and them no. You want to live in a restaurant? I want down man bank, but go recipe. But
What are you cooking there, Becca?
what was it I was doing? I was doing that. Look, you go back to the chicken. Look, there's the chicken.
It's well seasoned.
See, I've got eggs. See, potatoes, seasonings. See, flour. Right, so go.
And you're going to breadcrumb them, yeah. I see, yeah. You're going to batter them.
Yeah, Marshall, the French is on the panel. B, come on.
It's not plain.
Oh, go on, come on. Hey Becca, you know you bro, listen, yeah. Hey Becca, listen, yeah. You know, even if you cooked a five-star Michelin style meal, yeah, some man in the chat will still never give you ratings.
I know.
Yeah, I'm not saying it was a 5-star Michelin meal or that, and I'm just saying that even if it was on that level, some man won't ever give you no ratings because it's big, man.
Yo, cool though.
The rice looks really good. Like, I can't,
good at rice,
I can't cook rice for shit. And I consider myself a decent cook. I can't do rice.
You can't cook rice, man.
No. And you know I've tried, bro.
Yeah, cool. So I know you've tried.
Just get yourself a rice cooker, you'll be fine. A rice cooker.
Yeah, man. Well, go on, come on. My G. Yes, hey, Richard. Yo.
Yeah, what was you going to say?
Yeah. Yo, Dark Magician there. Man was going to say, say.
The last topic.
One dude on the road still. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I was going to say, like, what was your thoughts on the last topic?
I think that
not the one that I've just brought up.
Yeah,
now.
about can you have more than one spouse or more than one partner?
No, I reckon you can have more than one partner.
Yeah,
but I'm saying, can you love more than one person?
Yeah, I think you can.
Like, is it possible for you to?
Yeah, I think you can.
For you to love them, and then the second part of it was, are you able to distribute this love evenly?
No, of course not.
So someone's always gonna.
Yeah, because there's another party involved, and that party is most probably expecting you to distribute it 100% their way. And so, if you respect them and love them, then you want to try and pursue that with them. If you're going to be giving it to somebody else and saying to them, like, being open with them and saying, like, I'm going to give 50 to you and 50 to them, that's not going to be achievable, I don't think.
So even if this is discussed before, your partner and your potential new partner have discussed this as a possibility, you still don't think it could be?
I mean, I guess for me, no, but for other people, I think that it probably has done in the past, yeah. But that is to say that people are pretending not to harbour jealousies and repressed feelings. Sometimes feelings are not conscious. They're repressed and they manifest subconsciously. They come out and people don't realise that they're doing that. But I think as a social species, humans have realised that they prefer to have one partner between each other, and it seems to work much better that way.
So one man to the pom pom, yeah.
But that's not to say that, you know, there are couples that have open relationships. But whether, you know, I don't know what the statistics are on how successful they are. I would probably say anecdotally that they don't actually survive, because in order for you to remember that, you know, we are getting older and older and older, and you essentially what you want to do is you want to find somebody who you can share your life with, not just as a sexual partner, but also as somebody who you can trust and you know, ultimately work together as a team with. And that means, you know, preparing for later on in life when you're gonna need to be taken care of by somebody else because you can't take care of yourself. But while you're young and you're, you know, you don't have responsibilities and you have that vinegar in your veins, I guess that, you know, we have reached a stage where, you know, the society is open enough for people to say we can have open relationships, but that comes with its difficulties too, because you can have sexually transmitted diseases. You know, you can also have people. There's a question of equity too, because if you've got two people involved in your life and you have businesses and stuff like that, and they can claim equity upon your goods. So there's all sorts of issues with that. But I mean, essentially, I think people have decided as a human species that it's better to have one spouse or one partner between a relationship.
So
come again.
So monogamous marriages, you think have a high failure rate or low success rate?
I think that if you are unable to, so for instance, the classic Christian Judeo-Christian setup, which is marriage and no divorce, that causes huge problems, and we've been able to deal with that issue by allowing people under positive secular law to move on with their lives, to divorce people. But if you're in a marriage, you're married to a person, so essentially it was, you know, frowned upon massively that if you weren't married to someone and you had a child with them. We already know the history of that, you know, children being put up for adoption, women being thrown out of their houses because they've had sexual encounters with men, sometimes with men from the Caribbean as well. You know, this has happened massively, and there's the social stigma that's come with that. We've been able to, you know, see the problem with that and use positive law to help people not to have to go through those terrible situations. But so I think that divorce, for instance, which is against most theocratic traditions, is a good thing. It's a secular thing, and it's been able to help people to move on with their lives, because, you know, if something's not working, then you have to say that it's not working and you have to stop doing what you're doing.
Because like humans make mistakes, isn't it? So.
Yeah, sure, exactly. We are a fallible species, and we have to give room to say, okay, put your hands up and say this isn't working. But in the past, the problem has been that hasn't been allowed, and that fundamentalism has been detrimental for society, as good as it's been as well. So I do believe that, you know, the mother-father dynamic is, you know, borne out in science, in statistics. It shows that if a child is born into a, not potentially one man, one woman, but has a father and a mother figure, two parents looking after them from two separate sides of a dynamic, they grow up to be more fully functioning adults without mental trauma, without psychosis, without neurosis. That's what we are, a mental species. We live in our heads. We live in our heads and we die in our heads. Very much so. Yeah. And we need to so me and Mel was discussing this yesterday as well about the mental health issue that is the epidemic that's sweeping across us as a species. We need to find ways in which to deal with those issues, and to be able to talk about them, to be able to find ways. And there are cultures, there are ideologies that do not want to move on from that. They don't want to give up the ghost, the tradition. Everyone's on mute.
I didn't want your false ideologies to condemn me.
What's happening, DC?
Doing good, man. How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, bro. Just having a cup of coffee.
So it's like, what is it, like 10 o'clock over there?
It is now 5 to 11, almost.
Okay.
Precisely 8 to 11.
Okay, so it's precisely 5 hours ahead. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm off work for the rest of the year now, so.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
You're a lawyer?
I'm a legal advisor.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I don't have an LPC, which is a law practice contract, but I'm thinking about actually taking that because obviously with the election that's just happened, I'm sure you've probably heard talking about. So I was hoping that the guy that was going to get in with the manifesto that he was going to inject a lot of spending into the social infrastructure, and the type of work that I do, which I work with charities, there was going to be huge investment in helping people in social infrastructures like elderly, disabled. So even for my small charity, there was going to be massive scope for expansion and helping people in social care, but that's not going to be the case now. So I need to think about, what my next step in my career is and move on, because there's going to be very little scope for me to move up or move forward.
So do you think if you never got into your, like, how long do you say you've been like was it secularist? Like, how would you describe?
Secular.
Secular. Okay. How would you?
Oh yeah. So I think up until I was about, I think it was like 33. I was 30 when I was around 32, 33.
Wow.
My son was about 4 years old. I basically had like a moment. I was religious. I was still reading the Bible, the King James Bible.
So you were a Christian?
Yeah. Just Jehovah's Witness. That's my sect. That's where I came from. And I just started to have, moments. I started to have epiphanies where I realized that, one of the biggest ones for me is in the Bible, it's Jesus says, "None come to the Father but by me." And I thought to myself, that's not right. That's not right. There's people that don't know you, and they're gonna burn in hell for all eternity.
Wait. This is something, I'm not trying to convert you back.
Yeah.
This is one piece. So what I've learned in my years of Christianity was,
sure,
if you've never ever heard the Gospels, like you'll be like, all right, God, be like, well, you never heard like I think it's called the Jaguar in India.
Yeah.
I think like they, like those.
All right. Okay. So yeah, I get that. So, but take that. All right, and somebody's been resurrected, apparently, right? This is what's supposed to happen. You've been resurrected and you stand before Jesus, and Jesus opens the book of life, because this is what it says in Revelation. The Lamb of God will open up the book of life, and if your name is not written in that book, you will be thrown into the fiery lake, the second death. Yeah? If you're being questioned and asked, do you accept Jesus? Who's Jesus? I don't know who Jesus is.
Wait, but I think it's more like they have to teach you. It's more like, all right, listen.
Yeah, but I have been taught, and I don't. Yeah. So I mean, I guess like Jesus does say, for me personally, because you know me, and you reject me, you'll be one of the first to go in the fucking river. But the thing is like, all I'm saying is that, like, from my point of view, I didn't get to choose logic. I didn't get to choose what logic is. I didn't get to choose what the parameters of this reality are. And you've given them to me, these parameters, right? What we know of, physics, yeah, and what we know of mental capacity, right? So a lot of Christians will talk about this special logic that God has that I don't have, right? And if I only knew what that was, I could understand the mind of God, but no one can understand the mind of God. Okay, fair enough. But I can only work with what I've got. Now, what I've got, I can come to a reasoning. I politely want to say to you, Jesus, I don't think that you're moral. I don't think you're ethical, and I don't want to follow you. Yeah. If you want to just click your fingers and click me out of existence, fine. I'll happily accept that. But you don't want to do that. You want to throw me into a lake of fire and burn me for the rest of my life, for all eternity. So, like, the topic now is, would you happily live in heaven if you knew that there were people that you once loved that were quite close to you were actually burning in hell?
See, that's the one thing. Okay, so like I've been reading the Quran lately, so it's been like, there's some beautiful passages.
Sure.
That's the one thing that I'm just like, okay, wait a minute. Allah the Merciful, God, like all these great titles. If you know, like me being African, all my ancestors who were in West Africa before the slave trade, like, are they in hell?
Exactly. And nobody who can say that, because who knows the mind of God, and who knows what morals, because there's a special logic, remember, right? There's a special logic that we don't know, that only God has, yeah, and it's supposedly beyond our understanding, right? So how do we know if this being actually does exist? Yeah. How do we know what decisions they're going to make? We can only make decisions based from our own perspective. Now, if you find are you then saying that when we get to Jahannam or heaven that we get to have this a snippet of this special knowledge? Why wasn't it given to me in the first place, so that I could make a rational decision, so that I could understand why it is that you've made these decisions to set up reality in such a way? Because, okay, you've given me free will, but within a parameter, right? So I have width, depth, and length. That's a 3D model. That's as far as my understanding can go. And what I'm being told is that no, that there's another dimension that you don't know about, that we can't understand. Well, I'm sorry, I can only base my perception upon what's been given to me. And I don't find it right to put people in burning hell for all eternity. And for me, that is compulsion. That is a vitiation of my consent.
Yeah, and that's where I'm like...
So none come to the Father but by the Son. So unless you accept Jesus, you can't go to heaven, and you will go to hell.
And then you would think the priority would be to spread the message rapidly. Like, like you would think that, okay, there's a Jesus for the Jews, a prophet for the Arabs, and then like...
Well, it's very convenient that that's happened, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's like weird how, like, okay, so in Islam, they say that there's many prophets for other people. I'm trying to figure out who's the African prophet. Like, who's the person that was there, like, taught Africans, hey, there's this one God, benevolent, and then the Asians, like, who's the wait, was it Confucius for the Asians?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, like, were these, so if that's the case, then we're talking about separate religions that have, and then, like, Islam will say that the Prophet Muhammad was the last prophet. Oh,
but there's a problem there, right? There's a problem with that.
What?
Because God cannot give any more revelations, because we've had our last prophet. The last and final prophet has come, and all the revelations that are going to be given to humanity have been tied up. They've been given to you. All it needs now is for you to learn the recitation that was given to Muhammad, or even some from the book, the people of the book, that are sometimes accepted. and you've had every single revelation that you can have, but we still, as a species, have questions. There are things that have not been dealt with, and no, it's all there for you, but no, it's not. It's absolutely not there. And if you,
I think you raised a good point about like people who were born with disabilities. You think, Rich, a huge portion of our population is not disabled.
Right, exactly, yeah.
Portion isn't. So you would think like, okay, if there's a test, shouldn't you kind of like 2 to 3 years and then like your child wakes up perfectly healed and it's like, all right, you passed the test. Who does a test that goes on for decades? Financial.
Yeah. Isn't that it's not moral or ethical to state that being disabled is a test? I don't see how any person can look you in the face and with a straight face and say to you, this person is born deaf, dumb, blind. They're born with serious cerebral palsy, but no, it's a test. Like, I don't want to be a part of anything that presupposes anything like that. I don't see. Now people can say to me, well, you just don't understand the mind of God and what they're trying to achieve. You know, it's outside of your understanding.
Yeah, but see, Christianity, that's kind of like the point. Like David talked about, like seeking him daily and trying to find it falling out of his heart. The goal is to try to figure him out. Like, what does he want? What does he like?
Right. And I've spent, 33 years as a Christian trying to figure that out. And what I came to the determination is based on, because I think by the time you get into your mid-30s, you really are conscious. You should be conscious by this time, and you should.
I'm 29 now, and I've like really been questioning a lot of stuff.
Okay, yeah. So you're coming into your mid-30s, right?
Yeah.
So you will start to have these questions, right? Now,
because I try to figure out, like, okay, Christianity in America would have came, like the earliest form of Christianity for the Americas would have come from the UK, would have came from like, then it would have definitely, because you have like Calvinistic Christianity, where it's like of the pastor, then it's like you have like a watered down version of Catholicism in America. So it's like, then the Catholic Church, they conformed it and created it, like the Nicene Council. Then the biggest question that scares me at the Nicene Council was Jesus God or man? So that just like, we don't have any confirmation on this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, for me, the ultimate question that any person has to ask themselves is that am I free to? So if, let's say that God has been, for humanity has been the biggest question, yeah, and if you want to, for me, like, so when you're an atheist, you start to move away from that and start to ask questions about other things, because it's not so much the question for you anymore. But if you are like you are in between, which God is it, if there is any God, and am I doing the right thing? What the question that broke my chain, my emancipation from the mental slavery of religion, is that are you actually free to believe in God or not believe in God? Ask yourself that question, because if you truly believe that there is some doubts there and they're not going to be answered by anyone but God, then so there's a famous quote by Marcus Aurelius. Yeah, I'm going to read it to you. Right, listen to this. Live a good life. If there are gods and they are just, then they will not care how devout you have been, but will welcome you based on the virtues you have lived by. If there are gods but unjust, then you should not want to worship them. If there are no gods, then you will be gone, but you will have lived a noble life that will live on in the memories of the loved ones. And so it doesn't matter whether there is a God or whether there isn't a God. What matters is how you live your life. Now, if you choose to live your life devout to God, then you should absolutely have the right to do that. But what you don't have the right to do, is to force that upon anybody else. Now, that's a difficulty that some religious people have, is that there are theocrats out there, especially in America and in the Asian world, that want to tell people how to live their lives, and people are not free to make the choice. That's the only that's really the only difficulty that I have with that type of ideology, is that, you know, in practice, it might not say it in your books, and you might have a good argument, but in practice, people are not free to choose. And years and hundreds of years ago, I would have been risking my life to have this conversation with you. But
you know what's crazy to me is that, like, I haven't studied in Islam, but I know in Christianity, I was told that, like, so while you're in hell, like, if a person's in hell, your family will forget that you even existed, so there's no sadness in heaven. You know what I'm saying? Like,
wow,
that's what makes me so concerned, because it's
if there's no sadness, then there can be no happiness.
But
that's straight.
That's the thing, though.
So, like you're saying, obviously the question is, will people be happy in heaven while their loved ones that don't believe, or people that they love that didn't believe or didn't pass whatever test was supposed to be put there, and they're going to be happy while they're burning in hell?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In Christianity, they're like, you're taught that that God will make them, like, you forget. God will make the people up here forget you even existed. So do you think that anybody could make a good argument for why that's moral? That God can just click their fingers and make you forget what? I think because he wouldn't want his kingdom to be sad. Like, I think he wouldn't want sadness. And then, like, I think about
who is this
ancestors before
what I can and cannot feel.
Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying. Like, if he's the all-powerful God, then I would submit to the thought, yes. You know, like, one thing I'm learning, like, because I always talked about Islam in a negative way without reading a lick of it. So I've been reading it more lately. So when it comes to, like, it's just, like, Allah can do whatever the hell he wants. There's nothing you can do about it. You're his creation.
So the idea of God is a terrifying thought, and if it is the humanity should be, you know, proverbially, not saying this literally, should be looking to, you know, do away with this idea, because it's like I've heard other Christian apologists make this idea that, you know, if God wants to massacre people, like he did in the Old Testament, then he's morally okay to do that.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, and then you know what also allows it to get through is that you have to talk about, like, how, like, in the Old Testament we were living under the law, but then in the New Testament we're living under grace. So the whole point was to show that, like, how powerful and terrible God could be, but then, like, the New Testament was to show how like, loving he can be. So that's why I say that, like, okay, so if your family's in hell burning, right, and you know that, like, well, you know, the question is that, like, if God can remove that individual without you knowing, and I think it's kind of like, I'm not saying it's impossible. It's just that, what about mothers and children? Because, like, I can't see a mother.
Exactly. If your child, if you found out that your child was a serial killer, would you would not want to have anything to do with them anymore, would you?
Yeah, but I also,
but a little part of you would still love them, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I don't know if you would not want nothing to do with them no more. You'd be extremely upset, and even extremely embarrassed that you've been able to bring someone like this into the world, isn't it?
So, even on a small level, you would still have some feelings for them, right?
Yeah.
The only way that you would be able to live in heaven knowing that your child was burning forever, because let's, like, be basic, God would probably want to burn serial killers, right? Your child would be burning in agony for all eternity with no reprieve whatsoever, because that, you know, that's just for them to do that. Now, either God takes that feeling away from you, or, you know, you're going to have that anguish with you. So there will be anguish and there will be sadness in heaven. I could not live in a place where there was. Look, listen to this, right?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
the sweet is never as sweet without the sour.
We got Lucy.
The sweet is never as sweet without the sour.
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is the idea that everything negative. That's why I'm thinking. That's why
I
hell
can't.
exists.
No, I don't want. No, I don't want
Everything
nothing to
negative.
do with that, man. That's some Stepford Wives stuff, man. That's crazy.
Yeah, but bro,
Nah.
listen to the question though, cuz it's like, are you gonna be happy in heaven while people that you love are burning in hell?
No.
Yeah. So
But I mean, if I had,
we need religious people to answer this question now still, because obviously we're gonna say no, yeah, because we're saying that how can I be happy if I convert to Islam if my mum's not a religion and she's burning in hell, but I'm happy in heaven?
Yo, is that the Kane Brown with the dreads that always goes? I love his voice.
well, I
Nah.
guess if I'm putting on my Jehovah's Witness hat, if I'm pretending to be, you know, what I was, I would apologize by saying that, well, they deserve to be where they are because God's judgment is just always.
Yeah, but whether God's judgment is just or not, are you going to be happy that they're going to be burning in hell?
No.
It's a very good question.
But then again, let's be real. If we do, I wouldn't be happy personally, but I think that's the whole point of the faith is that's like, you know, Jesus was like, you know, he wanted to see the father turn against the son turn against the daughter, turn against the mother for him. I think the goal is that the idea of family in regards to religion isn't meant to be 100% finite because this life isn't, you know, forever. So your family shouldn't be weighed in forever.
Do you remember the moment when you was a child when you realised that you were going to die and what death actually meant?
Yeah, my grandmother's funeral, and just sitting there, laying there, and how they covered up.
Now, if you didn't know what hell was, do you think that death would be as frightening for you?
I honestly, leaving the faith, still am pretty scared of death. Like,
sure, because if we're being honest, death means
unknown.
is it just means nothing. It just means without consciousness. So
I'm not gonna think like even the knowledge of my having advanced because the question still remains.
I'd say it's even unknown though.
It's unknown. It's unknown, right? But
that's really the most thing that's fearful about it because it's unknown. No one actually knows what's going to happen.
You haven't existed. You haven't existed for all eternity, have you? You came into being at a point in what we call time. Yeah. Yeah. And there was a huge period of existence when you didn't exist and you weren't conscious. And that wasn't scary for you, was it? Or worrying for you. And so all that happens is you go back to being wherever it is that you were. And there's no evidence, no physical evidence that we know of, that demonstratable, falsifiable evidence that we can measurable evidence that we can see that the mind survives the body after death. There's no evidence of that at all.
So that could work on both sides of the arguments then. That means that you could wake up as a spirit with no memory then. And then
but then again, but
if we base hold on, let me finish here. Then it will be okay for your family members to be burning in hell because you won't remember them as your family members. They'll just be people that didn't follow that way.
Yeah, but hold on. There are people that don't believe in a burning hell. But you know, I believe in Islam. There's a type of limbo that you go to. Yeah, where you have to atone for certain sins. So you don't necessarily go straight to hell. But you know, like for instance, okay, if we take Buddhism and reincarnation, that you know, until you have learned all lessons in life and you reach nirvana, total enlightenment, you continue on the cycle. But in Buddhism, it teaches that even God is on this cycle. Even God is trying to find, you know, like gods and the animals and all beings are trying to find spiritual enlightenment. But you know, they're wonderful, wonderful ideas, but they're not borne out in any real, you know, measurable.
Listen, I'm about to go through a tunnel, yeah. But
yeah, he's gone through the tunnel.
That's an idea. That's an idea right there, man. I'm not even gonna fake. It's a very strong idea.
What the title what Veli's put in, yeah.
Yeah, because it's like each religion has it different, you know, like you're incarnated in some, then you have the polytheistic and the monotheistic, and then I would say when it came to African spiritual systems before Christianity, before Islam, is definitely like ancestral, and ancestral. Then there's like the pantheon of like deities based on force of nature. So there's there's a lot of because I think the world's view, because monotheism dominates the world. Because let's say this, Rome, and Greece were all like polytheistic, and then I think it was a couple of years ago where there were people in Greece that were still trying to like come back to like their, and the Catholics in there were like shaming them for it, So yeah, this is big questions.
I just like to see society get to a place where it can say you're free to be whatever you want to be, and no one can, up until a point, obviously, where you start affecting other people. You're free to be, and manifest your identity in the way that you want to do so, but obviously within reason.
Yeah.
So people you can continue to have these questions and these conversations, which is part of the human experience. Yeah. So it's to try and work out why are we here, what are we doing here, what's our purpose, blah blah blah. Yeah. And everybody has their own take on that, but the difficulty is with monotheism, which is a remnant of the old world, is that you're born into religion. You're told that if you don't believe this, you're going to burn in hell.
I'm not gonna lie, I still to this day scared.
Right, exactly, and that is a massive psychological mark. That's a massive psychological marker of why it is that you are, believing the way that you are. If we was to have a society where we could say children up until the age of consent, so let's say 16, we're not taught about any kind of theology, yeah, or they basically didn't tell them about hell. Yeah, they taught religions as if they were history, but it wasn't done in a way where in a private way where you had to go and you had to do. This was part of your culture. It was taught like it was history to people. Yeah, I think what you would see a very different pattern with people, because like there's a book that I've been reading, okay, and I'll get it up. It's called I'll put it. It's called The Secular and the Sacred, right?
Yeah.
This book was written by Pippa Norris and Ronald Inglehart. And basically what the book shows is via lots of data. So it's a quantitative research book, and it shows data from all around the world and comparing secular nations with religious nations. And what they've been able to find is that America being the exception, yeah, but the rest of the world, religion only subsists where there is an existential threat to life. So where people have an existential threat to their life, whether it be, through war, whether it be through economics, they tend to lean back onto religion because their life is at threat and they're worrying about what's going to happen to them. They're trying to save their soul. Yeah. Because they're taught that they have a soul. If you take that away from them and you give people a relatively good existence, both, physically and economically, religion starts to fade away. People will class themselves as a cultural denomination, but they don't practice. They become secular. Yeah. So there is a real demonstrable reason born out of real quantitative research showing that the reason why religion subsists is because of this idea of heaven and hell.
Can I jump in really quickly?
Yeah.
To bring it back just a few steps. Big up, Brad and Dark Magician.
What's up, James?
Mind. Do you agree there's a distinction between the mind and the brain?
Oh, without you determining to me what your, if we could come to an agreement of what the definition of mind and the brain is.
I don't really accept mind, like until there's, as you put.
Wait, can I?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Could mind be? Oh man, because see, bro,
consciousness.
Yeah. Thank you.
The consciousness is just about a brain.
Like I feel like the mind is like the engine, the car. Sorry, the brain is the car, and the mind is like the engine.
But let's just focus on what we can prove now. Yeah, does consciousness exist without a brain?
No,
we haven't. Yeah,
so there must be a brain in order for there to be consciousness, correct?
Yeah, you have to have the organ of the brain and the electrical.
If your heart stops beating, are you still alive?
Well, that depends on what. That's a theological question, and it's also a legal question.
Okay, can your brain be active after your heart stops beating?
Yes.
I don't know.
This is the question. I'm not trying to trick anyone. Has there ever been like a full brain transplant? In history?
I don't know. Possibly.
In the movie Get Out, there was. Yes, go ahead.
I don't know. I don't know. Possibly.
So in the future, if you were able to transplant one's brain into another's body after one had died, then there is the potential that your mind, or what we consider to be a mind, could exist after you die, right?
Right, but that's a bit of. I know you're not trying to trick, but that is a sleight of hand because that the person has not actually died. They've just transferred a living organ back into another vessel. Yeah, and they've continued to live. Whereas if you were to say to me that person died and we are able to show that their consciousness lived outside of the body, that's what we're really actually talking about.
But that's only because we've got a concept of consciousness that is, as you put it, isn't falsifiable or demonstrable outside of
and that's the medium by which I would always measure anything.
Right. So then, having said that, then life after death, we need to further define that, then, isn't it? We need to put certain stipulations and demarcate that concept. Because if you're just saying, can the mind exist? There is no example of the mind existing after one dies. Well, that's because the mind is a sort of hyperbolic concept, isn't it? If I was to say that there is life after death, then arguably with those parameters, you could make that case, or there is the potential for life after death. And
of course, I would always agree with that. I would always agree that there is a possibility that there is life after death, but based on what the materials that we have and the way in which we can measure and demonstrate, the way that we know the body to work and how consciousness works and the parts of the brain that are responsible for certain parts of function, we have not been able to show, or there's no evidence to show that that consciousness can survive the body completely shutting down and dying.
Yeah, but then when we say the body, it's what's the body, right?
The body is just so you're a biomechanical machine. That's what you are.
Yeah, if you died and I used your skin for a skin graft, is that the body surviving death, or is it only the major organs?
Well, yeah, that if you transplant someone's heart into somebody else's body, like, so without talking about the person that's lost their heart, you've gained somebody else's heart. You haven't gained their consciousness.
Right. So it's specific to consciousness now. It's not body parts. It's not living. It's not organs.
But what we class as consciousness, which is how our mind works. So each person is possibly unique. Yeah. And we have likes and dislikes. What we do know is that if somebody has a massive trauma to their head, not only can they lose their memory, but they can change the person that they are. They can change the way they
What,
speak. They
what's
can
that telling
change the
you,
things
though?
that they like or dislike. So we know that there is a physical disruption to the brain.
Yeah, so the brain perceives
If
consciousness.
you change the inner mechanics of the brain, your consciousness can change.
Right, but
Yeah, that's a physical demonstration. We can measure that.
Well, but what we're accepting is consciousness and the brain are inextricably linked. Yeah. So potentially, your consciousness can be transferred post cessation of what we would regard as the end of your life. Yeah, or you dying. Sorry, let me rephrase that. So when
I
people
think there's a possibility. I think there's a possibility of possibly being able to download your consciousness onto a drive digitally and then uploading it somewhere else. I think there is a possibility of that. But to say that the body, the brain has died, the heart has died, the body has died, yeah, that the consciousness lives on.
No. Wait, hold
Yeah.
on. You can't say the brain has died. You can't say the brain has died and the body's died, because the brain can technically, quote unquote, die and you could still be alive. Because if your heart's beating, if you still maintain your heart function,
what do you define still alive?
This is what I'm saying. So if we move away from that, I just want to focus on the statement that got me on here, which was consciousness existing after you die. Well, technically, and I'm only using your rules, i.e., demonstrable and falsifiable. Yes, you can argue that after you die, what we consider to be death, that your brain can still function, and there is no such thing as consciousness without a brain. So whilst your brain is active or in play, as it were, then potentially we can make the argument that your consciousness survives, whether or not it's like without there being a full.
Right. I think I get where you're going here. So, for instance, like a brain transplant, yeah.
Yeah, that literally, that's it. That's what.
That, like what I said before is that the body has died, but if we're saying that you are not the body, you are the consciousness, then you haven't died. Then.
Right,
you've just transferred your consciousness, or what we class as your brain activity that is still functioning, into somebody else's body. That's obviously, that's obviously possible. I don't know if it is, but that's something that we can, have a thought experiment about. Yeah.
Yeah, no, literally, that's all it is. I'm not saying I'm right or wrong. I was just
yeah.
When you said that,
I don't think that's what the classical idea of your body is. You die and your consciousness lives beyond your body. Your brain.
If that's the case, wouldn't that destroy the
your whole body,
concept of God?
Your heart and your brain have died. So, for instance, you've been shot in the head, or you've had an accident at work, and a scaffold pole has gone right through your head. Yeah. There's no way that any operation is going to save you. You've died. Now the classical idea is that your consciousness goes back to God. Yeah. All right. And because so if you think of it like this, we're told in most religions, in Abrahamic religions, that not in Judaism, but there will be the judgment day, or the day. Yeah. Now, if you die and judgment day doesn't happen for 1,000,000 years, to you it will be instantaneous, because there is no time. Yeah, so you will be resurrected as soon as you die.
Do you know why I don't really engage in that kind of, like, I never really what's the word, like I never really apply to, like, you work through those sort of paradigms, is because they're always subject to some kind of inconsistency or some paradoxical clause. Right. There's a point you'll get to where you're like, but if the one must be contingent on the other, and one is important, they're always mutually exclusive at some stage. Yeah, but if you just approach it like earnestly and just think, like, how could one's consciousness survive? That's what I'm more interested in engaging on that, because I don't agree.
Oh, absolutely, I agree, and I think that's one thing that we're going to start to look at. So there's like when I was saying earlier on, that there is possibly a thought experiment where we could download the brain onto a hard drive and then re-upload it onto another type of,
like Chappie. Is it Chappie? Chopper?
Yeah, Chappie. There's also have you seen that film Surrogates? There's also what's that film with Johnny Depp? He does it in this film.
Oh yeah. I know you're talking about.
He's a
When he
famous
transferred
scientist.
to the internet.
Yeah, he basically uploads himself on, and he becomes like a godlike sort of AI. So AI for me is the next question. You know, for me, it's the next big question, because we are.
AI, you know, it will also do though. It may allow you to upload your quote unquote.
It's called Transcendence.
Yeah, Transcendence.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that actually. I've seen that movie.
Really good film. Really good thought-provoking film.
At that point, though, that AI develops to a point where it can almost replicate one's consciousness, or it can reduce one's consciousness to some kind of computer code or whatever.
Yeah,
programming code, is when we realize that consciousness itself isn't that complicated, and it is an amalgamation, or it is comprised of just like neural activities, you know what I mean, or some electrical activity. And at that point you realize that consciousness isn't so special, if indeed it is that translatable or computatable. Do you know what I mean?
But for me,
upload it and it's not really that.
No, but for me that's not correct, because for me what AI is proving is that consciousness is boundless. Yeah, and if you give it to a machine, like, so for instance, our brain, like, we are not wholly in control of our consciousness. Yeah, we you know, we have a very high function, but not all of us are able to, you know, tap into our potential, right? Because for whatever reason, physical, you know,
brain activity or consciousness,
we are conscious, but you know, we are like, if we were to use more of our brain, we would be able to be far more sufficient. Now, if you make a machine that would be far more sufficient than us, they can calculate calculations and predictions much faster than we can.
Yeah,
so the potential for a artificial intelligence to have a type of consciousness or ghost, yeah, that is a scary thought, because they are going to be able to be far more efficient than we are. And it's like, so the question is, if we do give birth to AI, yeah, and there's a potential that we will be able to do that at some time, if not now or in the future.
No, we have already.
So we have a form of it, yeah. Okay, what the question is then how will they see us in relation to so for instance, if you walk down the road and it's been raining and you stepped on a slug or a snail, how does that impact your life?
Yeah, but that's not really. I'm just for a moment, yeah.
How does that impact your life? Is it seriously
talking about like random calculations for all of humanity, and like some mass input system in which it can predict every eventuality and circumstance in the world? That's not.
No, but what AI would become, it would be like AI would look upon us as a primitive, small insect of a species.
Yeah, but then how is consciousness boundless? Then that's what I'm trying. I just want to focus on
because they're. So if we look at it from a mechanical point of view, yeah, robotic point of view, our brains are only able to do so much. Yeah. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they don't have potential to do more. Now, if we create AI, they are going to be able to do much more than us.
No, we have AI already, and artificial intelligence
but not only on a small scale.
Yeah, but that's because it is bound, and even at the point to which because it is greater than your understanding, it would appear to be boundless. It will never be boundless, and that is the like.
No, but that's the point. It could transcend that. It could break its boundaries.
I'll give you an example. Yeah, like I think it's called Alpha Zero, and it's a computer program, a chess program, and I think the greatest chess program, I can't remember what the greatest chess program up to that point was. Just to give you an example, I think in like 95, 96 or something, the first chess program beat a grandmaster. I think it was Garry Kasparov.
I remember that. Yeah,
he got. I think it's Deep Blue. Yeah, and it smoked him. It smoked his boots.
That was in the 90s.
Yeah, that was like 96 or some shit. So the most recent, and I can't remember what year it is, I think it's like 2014, 15, 16, one of those years. The first artificial intelligence. So prior to that, it was you put in every eventuality essentially, or every combination, and the programs run through every single combination of code, and that's of moves and whatever, and that's how they predict, or that's how
Right.
they are
No,
able.
I
to...
get computer programs have built-in.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying
that-
this is what, but this is the artificial intelligence version. The artificial intelligence version, which was a game called Alpha Zero. So I think it's like 7 million or something different combinations of plays after maybe the first 3 or 4 plays in chess, and then it's like after an opening, it's like 7 million different combinations or ways the game could go, and that's what other computer chess programs are sort of filing through when you get beaten. It's because they're predicting every eventuality, and then they're picking the best move based on all of that. Right? They've got the whole game.
Okay. And it can only make decisions based upon the programmer's parameters.
You're right, but with the Alpha Zero thing, which is what was interesting about it, is so it beat the best program in the world in about, I can't remember, it's like a real like small amount of time, and it was based on playing against itself. So while one is predicting moves, this is playing against.
Do you know Bobby Fischer?
Yeah,
you heard of Bobby Fischer?
Yeah, I know
the way Bobby Fischer used to play like 12 games of chess against himself.
Yeah.
So this is not, this is so.
Yeah, no. But the reason I'm telling you, I'm saying so this is the comparison.
So are you stating that it was able to go beyond its parameters?
No, what I'm saying is it's what we consider it artificial intelligence because we haven't mapped out a specific path for it to go through to get the best result. Right, it's playing itself
in order to get better.
Yeah, in order to learn. So as opposed to playing an opposition in front of you and saying I could do this, and this, but this would probably be the best decision to make for me, right? For example, it's playing against itself, and itself is, let's say, for example, better than its opposition. So it's playing at a much higher level every time it engages, right? Every time it plays. So you can put it against a computer program. But because it is a better version of a computer program itself after 10 minutes, let's say, then obviously it can't lose to the computer program. The point I'm making is that is an example of artificial intelligence, and that doesn't exist outside rules. It is still a computer program. So
there is artificial intelligence that has gone beyond that.
Give me an example.
Google created an artificial intelligence in which it began to speak with itself in a language that they couldn't understand, and they had to pull the plug on it.
Yeah, but okay, so a couple of things there. Language describes what?
Communication.
Rules. Like that's why people like me can easily
the reason why they turned it off. Yeah, it was because it knew it was speaking in a language that couldn't be understood. So we don't know what it was discussing with itself.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. I'm saying the best it can do is move outside of the
That's a conscious, intentional decision to deceive another in order to do something.
Yeah, but you're missing the point of what I'm saying. I'm saying I only even engaged on this specific issue because you said outside of is boundless. There is no such thing as boundless, because if there was such thing as boundless, God would exist. God would actually, all of these religious nuts and zealots could make their case to us.
No, I don't agree with that at all. I don't agree with that.
I agree too. There's no such thing. If you begin to describe your God, guess what you're doing? You're putting limitations and restrictions on your God. Now he cannot be no,
but I would argue that because there is boundlessness, that there is no God as well. So conversely, that could be true too.
They could just use your boundlessness example.
Well, of course they could, but then they would have to demonstrate evidence of this boundless God. Until they do that, I don't accept it.
Right. But there's work. So the working models of the universe, yeah. One of which, and this is because of the lack of definitive proof and evidence of the origins of the universe.
Yeah.
You have to factor in the potentiality that the universe has existed infinitely, right? But no scientist uses that model. Right? No scientist, that isn't the working model. That's not Einstein's model.
But isn't it true to say that they are fast coming to that determination?
No, an infinite expansion is separate to it has already existed infinitely. These aren't the same.
Okay,
thing, right? The point I'm making is because guess who loves to use that infinitely existed model?
Okay, yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And the reason they do that is because they're like, God is infinite. If not, how can infinite produce finite, produce infinite? This is the infinite regress theory. All these philosophical.
Well, yeah, sure. Okay, but for my mind too, right? And I could be absolutely wrong, and I might be spectacularly wrong on this. But for my mind, the reason that there is boundlessness means that there is no fixed being, because God would have to be fixed. It can't be boundless. You can't be omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient all at the same time. That's a contradiction. That's not logical.
Why?
Because what happens when an immovable object means an immovable object? Can God snap itself not into non-existence?
But that's just a paradox. That's
the paradox, exactly. So the paradox is that if you have, the only way to beat that paradox is to have boundlessness. So yes, the idea can be put forward that there could be a being that created certain things, but something would have had to have created it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah?
No. That is the infinite regress that I'm describing.
Yes. Right. Yeah. And so Thomas Aquinas made this argument. It's called the actual actualizer. Yeah. What they argue is that nothing was before God. Yeah. So it is the actual actualizer, but that doesn't make any sense. If you're saying nothing but God can spring out of nothing, that doesn't make any sense at all.
Boundlessness. This is my point. Like, so this is I don't really argue with paradoxes, yeah. Like, because it's like, okay, fine, you found some inconsistency in the system, you found some error in maths. I'm not going to argue on this point forever. But if people's like infinite regress and stuff, and they say, if there's something finite, there must be something infinite. Well, that's because you've developed this binary where one precedes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, of course. In your fucking version of events, of course, that would have to happen. However, once you do describe boundlessness, you've given credence to theories like that. Once I accept that right now, there's no example of anything boundless, so I don't accept there's anything boundless. How can I? And in the same way, there's no example of a God. I'm not going to accept this example of a God. If I start arguing the particulars of boundlessness, but however, still giving weight to the concept of it, then I fall into an issue as to why I don't believe in God. You know what I mean?
What is the current understanding? And as far as I understood it, that they're coming to the determination that the universe is expanding faster. It's not slowing down. It's expanding faster, right?
I mean, There's I think it's Friedman's model, and one of which is the working model, which is obviously it come from a singularity, like Big Bang or whatever. And is expanding. To points that they do not know, right?
But like,
isn't it singularity? It's expanding to a point and it will contract. And the other one is there is an infinite expanse and it has always existed as such, and it's just essentially moving within the infinite expanse. These are the three.
And that expanse is speeding up.
Well, that could fall within the first two models, right? The speed of expansion isn't necessarily the issue. I think everyone accepts that it's expanding purely because, with the tools we have, that is the greatest example that we have right now.
Yeah, man. Quick thing. Let me dusty up one boy shirt real quick. You get me? Dusty up two boy shirt.
You're having a little debate there in the comment section.
Yeah. So King James of Scotland. The Scottish guy, King James, is definitely got blue eyes and ginger hair, innit? Yeah. And he's white as hell. He's definitely not black, yeah.
Hey, Veli.
He's actually one of the last descendants of the Tudor line.
Yo, Veli.
Right. And who are the Tudor family?
Henry.
Henry. His father, Henry.
Yo. Hey, I want to apologize to you guys.
Why?
For bringing that Israelite doctrine invading your lands, man. We're so sorry, bro. We tried to control it. Just broke like a weed and infested everyone, man.
So King James is white, yeah. King James is white, yeah. Is who was his dad again? Dark magician? Just for confirmation.
No, he's like one of the. I think he's the great grandson of Henry VIII.
Yeah, but he was the Queen of Scots or something was his mum.
The Queen of Scots. The Queen of Scots was his grandmother.
Mary, Queen of Scots was okay. So he
Was his
was the
grandmother,
line
yeah.
after that. The
She
second
was
line after that, yeah.
Yeah. So King Henry's, if I remember rightly, King Henry's sister Mary was sent to the. So King Henry's father, Henry VII, was at war with the Scots for most of his reign. Yeah, and in order to try and secure peace between them, he sent his daughter Mary to marry the old King of Scots. Now, when their daughter was sent to France, Mary, Queen of Scots, was sent to France. Yeah, and when Henry died, obviously Elizabeth came to the throne, right? And there was so Mary, Queen of Scots, was a Catholic, and Elizabeth was a Protestant, and there was still argument between some people on the British Isle that they wanted to go back to being a Catholic nation, yeah, and so some wanted Mary, Queen of Scots, to be queen, and so Elizabeth threw her into a castle and kept her captive. But their line, the Scots line, which was related to the Tudor King James of Scotland, he became, I think it was when who is it who died and he became king? I can't remember now. It was
all I know is that my man's a white don. He's ginger. His mum's white. His dad's white. Yeah, his granddad's white.
wait. You know, I'm brave.
His mum's white. His dad's white. All his uncles and aunts are white. Yeah, and they're all from Europe. Yeah, and basically King James's version of the Bible is still a Catholic Bible because all it is a was it Latin translation of the fucking into English of a Catholic Bible that they was using in Europe at the at the time. You get me? So yeah, man, that's what that Bible my you get me?
Hey, listen, so what you saying? He didn't wear a string vest, no?
Nah, man, King James didn't wear no string vest. He didn't wear no ballet. He didn't have no click suit. You get me? Yeah.
Did have no flannel hanging out the back of his pocket.
Yeah. No flannel in the back pocket. He didn't do no turn ups.
No matchstick in the mouth.
No bullet hole jeans. You get me? No matchstick in the mouth. No toothpick in the mouth and flick it in your face like Razor Ramon. Yeah, none of them
yeah, but didn't you know now that ginger is a race, and it's a hate crime
No, you can't.
Yeah, I like ginger people, man. But I just know that
of people with no soul.
I know that them man. Big up the people with no soul still, man. But I like that I know that boom. If you can be mixed race in ginger, but if your mum's white and your dad's white, then you're white, innit?
What's that?
I don't know what. You see,
say that again, bro.
If your mum's white and your dad's white, then you're white.
Yeah,
not too controversial. But I was gonna say, Maku, and your guy Maku the other day, Veli, yeah, and he was basically telling me all of the OG Arabians were black, and Isa told me the same thing, and I was asking him questions, but then something happened and he flew out. Like Hassan jumped in on a mad thing, and then the argument went back to the Quran and that. Yeah, but I don't know, man. I don't know if it's really beneficial for people to just revise history like that, car. If there's no evidence,
man, that's what I'm saying. Man, make up history, yeah, and then what man want to do, yeah, is man will use factual science when it proves the point that man are trying to make.
Yeah.
Because
I know, but
man will argue. Wait, listen, cuz, yeah, because man will argue this E1, B1, A1, G1, ABCD1, and all this shit arguments. Yeah. Wow, that's science. It's fucking proof. It's factual. It proves that the people come from there. Blah 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 blah. But when man use science for anything else, yeah, man's gonna say, "Oh, it's just a theory. Oh, it's just a theory. Oh, it's just a theory." And I'm like, yo, what the science is saying is more closer to what the Bible's saying and what the Quran's saying in the creation theory So I'm more likely going to lean towards what the scientists are saying. You get me?
No, but brother, you
Because
listen, yeah.
what they study. Wait. Let me finish though, cause yeah, what they study, yeah, is actual that subject. So they're not using religion to verify what they're saying in the subject. They're using the fucking facts that they've come up with in the science lab, which is all to do with actual science. You get me? It's not to do with praising Sky Daddy and telling him how good he is and how shit you are. I'm so shit and you're so good. Oh, I'm so shit, but you're so good. You are, yeah. Blah blah blah. But I'm shit, yeah. But you're good. You're the best, though. Yeah, we the best. No, you're the best. I'm shit, bruv. Fuck all that, cause I ain't doing that, fam. We don't want none of that, man. You can keep them on there. Yeah.
Hey, I once again want to apologize to
Like I
everybody.
said, anyway, man. King James is white, yeah. The Bible's Catholic as well, man.
But hear what I'm saying? For black
No,
people,
the King James version is Protestant.
Can I just say though quickly, yeah? For black people, yeah, it serves as an example to your detractors and your critics to say we were once great and we were black and white people took all of your shit. Like, to create this dichotomy in which like it's black against white and these white men come stole our things there, yeah. But same way, then you are making the case and argument that they're better than you, as opposed to there's still things now, there's still great things that everybody accepts are well, quote unquote black people or African people, like examples of advanced civilizations that predate a lot of other civilizations that you can look to and say, all right, cool, bruv, everyone gets their time in the sun, empires rise and fall. There was a period where some were great, where some people capitalized on different advancements, technological advancements, agricultural advancements. You get me? But there's no to keep pointing to keep revising history to make it seem like that great person that was potentially white was actually black and white people have stolen it. Just so illogical. There's one black king existing around all these white people. Like, it's stripping us, man. It make it, yeah.
All in Europe, you know.
It makes
now, man going to be some black African king, yeah, from in Scotland. You know, a chap in Scotland is fam. So what the fuck's my man doing in Scotland? Cause up there, you'd be like, fuck that.
Hey, Veli,
you know. Wait, hold on. Do you know that the Queen of England, I think Queen Victoria, had a black princess or something that lived in her palace with a prince or a princess or something.
No,
princess.
And he used to send letters to his.
He was a Hindu.
He used to send letters to his family. No. It's an African one, man.
He's the
African one, and he used to send letters to his family, wanting to go home, and then they eventually sent him home. You get me? Because
you know, there's a thing.
He was heartbroken in the cold place. He couldn't take the cold and all that.
No, he died. He's buried in Windsor Castle, and the Queen said in a letter.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, the Queen, when she spoke about him, because she was real fond of him, and that she said that he died of a broken heart. That's harsh, but yeah.
He's cold.
What brought up this King James thing?
Well, go on.
What brought up this King James thing?
Morning.
Yeah, because it's morning, brother. As far as I know, I don't really know much about the Hebrew Israelite thing. Yeah, as far as I know, man are taking the King James Bible as the holy. You get me? The holy manual, like.
Oh yeah. That's what it's essential for. You know, I've got to be quick on it because I've got to go. Just to answer your question, innit? Us as Hebrew Israelites, we don't believe in hell. Like we believe in 3 or 4 different heavens, but we don't believe in hell. We believe in reincarnation. Yeah, we don't believe that people are going to get bugged. We believe that when you die, you come again as a baby, then the same cycle, you can grow into human, then you grow old in the same cycle for eternity. Yeah, that's what that's an answer your question and dip. Yeah.
Alright, say that, brother.
Cool, man. Cool.
Hold your breath. Hold your nose for 10 seconds, bro. So you get rid of the hiccups. Yeah, man.
See ya.
Hold your nose for 10 seconds. Yeah, say that, brother.
Cool. See ya.
Wait, can I ask though, that whole King James is
fucking
black thing? Like, I heard this from a guy in America named.
Who made that up?
His name is
King
Daniel.
James is black.
There's no way, man. There's no way.
Hey, you man, I'm gonna fly in a bit though. I'm gonna jump back on the
Take care, Jim. Take it easy.
You got boys.
Nah.
All right, cuz. So you're not
It came from a Hebrew Israelite in America named Daniel Allah, and he literally had a whole presentation. And then there's this guy named Garfield Reed that like destroyed it. Oh man, it was bad. Then he tried to say that like,
Dagger Squad Garfield.
huh?
You talk about Dagger Squad Garfield.
Yeah. Jamaican dude.
Yeah.
He destroyed it. See, the thing is, man, I think the worst part about it is you really can't attack the Hebrew Israelites on doctrine, because the camp, in the camp doctrine and out of the camp doctrine. You know, so out of the camp doctrine is usually people internalizing it. Better person. In the camp doctrine is more cultish. It's more like, you know, like you have the 12 tribe chart. If you bring up the 12 tribe chart, you will know what kind of Hebrew you're talking to. If that person doesn't believe in it, 9 times out of 10, you can have a sensible conversation with them. If they do believe in it,
yeah, Kemo don't believe in
there's a lot
the
of
12 tribe
communication.
chart still.
Huh?
Yeah, Kemo don't believe in the 12 tribe chart still.
Oh, so he's out. Oh wow, so he's out of the camp. I'm curious what he thinks about the One West doctrine.
Yeah,
because I'm
Kemo don't follow One West doctrine, but
okay. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people have been breaking away from the camp and they're like forming their own groups, because there's like a beef going on over here where you have Latinos calling, and like Israelites are like legit like disrespected by it. You know, it's like that originated it. They're like mad now because you have Latinos saying that like the black ones are not the tribe of Judah. They are. Then you have this Cambodian guy going around saying it. You got this guy in New Zealand. You know, the indigenous New Zealand people, the Maori. They believe they're Israelites now, bro. This is getting wild.
What the hell?
It's getting wild.
Those people are an
This
island
everything's mad
people. How the
still.
hell did they travel all the way to Israel?
Dark Magician, you on your laptop?
Yeah.
Yeah. Google who the parents are of what's his name?
Oh, by the way, that guy that used to be with
King James.
Queen Victoria was called Muhammad Abdul Karim, and he was born into a Muslim family in 1863. He was close to the Queen. But anyway, who is it? Who
and Veli, the princess. It was a princess. It was a Yoruba princess that was that was a goddaughter of Queen Victoria.
Yeah.
Yeah. Her father had died.
Queen Victoria.
Oh.
It was Queen Victoria, isn't it?
So what do you want me to Google?
Yeah, but I want you to Google who the parents are of King James.
Oh.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So I know that his grandmother was Mary, who was the brother of King Henry, but his parents were just checking. James was the son of Mary, Queen of Scots, and the great grandson of Henry VII. So he was a nephew. He was a great nephew of Henry VIII, and he was So Mary, Queen of Scots, was basically Mary was the brother of Henry VIII. Yeah, the Tudor house, the House of Tudor, right? But they went on to be the House of Stuart.
So I thought James was the House of Tudor.
No, he's the House of Stuart because he went on to be Scottish.
Stuart,
he was born into a Scottish line.
So who is his father?
But they were connected because Mary was the sister of Henry VII, who was Henry VIII's father. Yeah, they were a amalgamation. He married one of into the House of Lancaster. Yeah, so the Tudors became the new, because before that it used to be the House of Lancaster, But then when the Tudors took over, Henry was the king. Henry VII was the king. The house of the Tudor became the main house, right? So he went on to have, I think it was 5 children. Yeah. So Arthur was his oldest son, but Arthur died of, I think it was the sweat, what they called the sweat. They still to this day don't know what it is, but it basically just this sweat came over you, and within an hour you got a fever and you died. Yeah. And he married Catherine of Aragon. Yeah. But when he died, she became the widow. But she said that it was the marriage was never consummated, because how they used to do it back in them days is like after the wedding ceremony, people would sit outside your bedchamber and listen to you whether you consummate the wedding. Because once you consummate it, that's it. It's sealed. It's done. But Catherine of Aragon said she was still a maid, what they used to call then a maid. Yeah, she was still a virgin, right? And so when Arthur died, Henry married Catherine of Aragon, his brother's wife, widow, right? But one of the daughters, Mary, to seal the pact to stop the war between Scotland and England, Henry VII sent his daughter Mary to marry the King of Scots. Yeah, and she went on to have Mary, Queen of Scots. Mary, Queen of Scots was the mother of James.
And who did she marry?
She married.
Or who did she have? Who was his dad?
The King of Scots. Which who was his father?
No, that was the first one, married the King of Scots, yeah, and then they had Mary, the Queen of Scots, yeah, and then it was Mary and someone else that had James. So that's what we're trying to find out.
I think he was an English lord. It was Henry Stuart.
If anyone wants the link here,
Henry Stuart, Lord Darnley.
If anyone wants the link, click the StreamYard link. Sorry, click the StreamYard link. It'll bring you through to the panel, and I'll be able to let you on. But yeah, carry on, bro.
Apparently, his name was Henry Stuart, Lord Darnley. It was the Duke of Albany. The Duke of the Duke. Just Google him, man. Jesus fucking Christ, he's like a ghost. He's that white.
Yeah. What does he look like?
That's
what I was gonna say. So,
he's transparent, bro.
He's no negroid features. No.
He's transparent.
The Duke of Albany and Mary, Queen of Scots, is King James's dad, mum and dad, yeah?
Right, yeah.
And where was the Duke of Albany come from? He's from UK.
Yeah.
From,
he was the King's Consort of Scotland. He was Henry
Scottish guy.
Henry Stuart, blah 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 blah. Early life. Let's have a look. Henry was born in Temple, Leeds. He was born in Leeds. Yeah, but you know what, man? So was Scary Spice, mate. She was born in Leeds too.
Oh
no.
So have you found one black person yet? That's the question. Have you found one? Nothing.
I'm not looking for any like conspiracy theories, man. This is Wikipedia I'm reading from. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is well documented history. Like, you know, like, this isn't contested. Anyone who's contesting this is a mad conspiracy theorist. Like, there's so much documentation to prove who these people are. Like, they're born out in history. Like, this guy was murdered by Mary, Queen of Scots, his own wife. He was blown up by Mary, Queen of Scots' lover and a group of other people. So this is well-founded history, you know.
So even King James's mum was a hoe then as well, yeah?
Mary, Queen of Scots. I don't know if she was a bit of a. She had lovers. She had lovers. She had lovers. Yeah.
Side dick. Yeah.
Because if I remember rightly, the reason why she married this guy, what's his name again? Henry Stuart. Henry Stuart was from court, the English court, which was under Elizabeth's reign. Yeah. Now you have to understand the political what was going on there. Mary Queen of Scots was Catholic and Elizabeth was Protestant. Yeah. And there were some on the Isle of England, even Englishmen, that wanted it to be Catholic again. Yeah, because after the dissolution of the monasteries in England, there was untold, there were monks being killed and people being killed for being Catholic and stuff like that. And there were some people that was upset about that, and they wanted it to go back to being Catholic. And if they could get a Catholic queen on the throne of England, then they could do that. And so some supported her right to be queen, because she did have a legitimacy to be queen, Mary Queen of Scots. So what Elizabeth did is first she tried to get her married off to, an English noble. That didn't work out. And then she had her imprisoned. She had Mary Queen of Scots imprisoned. And then in the end, she had her head chopped off because, But that was her direct cousin.
So my point is that there's still not one black person in this line.
No.
But hold on a sec, yeah. We got a Muslim that wants to get beat up now, boy. Well, go on, Marshall, man. What you saying, brother?
Hey, yo, what up, big
Ready
up?
to get beat up, yeah? You ready to get drapes up around there, yeah? You know what happens on G Block, innit, man? Shit, feelings get hurt and hearts get broke, B.
What up, though?
Trust me.
What is happening, bro?
Yeah, man. Well, go on, though, man. What you saying? You cool, yeah?
Yeah.
Big up, Marshall.
What up, though?
So what you saying? What did you want to? What you said? You saying you wanted to have it up with man on the panel, innit, about Islam? What did you saying? What did you want to talk about Islam? About?
I don't know.
What's the point that you wanted to debate about?
Yo, I can't hear you a
You
little
heard
bit
someone
breaking
say
up.
Islam's
big up.
bullshit.
Yeah, no, yo.
What did you say? You said someone said this bullshit.
No, I don't have a problem with that, bro. You can say whatever the fuck you want. You know what I mean? Yeah, bro.
Oh.
Yeah.
Now you said you wanted to debate, innit, man? So yeah. Cool, man. So anyway, did you think that King James was a Marshall? Did you think that King James was black?
No, I don't think he was black. No, I don't think he was black, bro.
No.
What would
like his dad's from?
Are we saying?
His dad's from.
Yo, big up. Yo, I got a question for you though.
Go on.
Yo, so I know you don't believe in Islam, right? So you don't believe Islam or the conceptualization of God in the Quran is correct, right? So you don't believe in that, right?
Right. No, yeah.
Right. So, but do you believe there is a possibility that God could exist? Like, do you even believe that it's possible?
Yeah, there's a possibility, but on my scale, it's less of a possibility than it actually believing. So the way I'm looking at it, there's more possibility of it not being real than there is being real. I mean, like than there is being an Allah, a God, a Yahweh, or whatever. It's more possible. It's a bigger possibility for me that there isn't one because of the designs of human bodies, the way Earth is, the way nature is.
Right,
you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of things in nature that's just designed to kill you and not to make you thrive. You know what I'm saying? Like, and obviously, like you're saying, the way the human body's designed, if it was designed by a perfect creator, there's a lot of mistakes in there. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and there's certain animals that have had some. I would say the only evolution trait that humans have been able to master better than animals is that the communication and being able to work with other humans more. Like, and you know what I'm saying? Like, and being able to have that opposing fun and stuff like that, so you could start building, and then you could take your intellect to the next level. Like, but some animals have evolved with natural features, which means that they're better suited to the climate that we're living in as well. So if God was making as a perfect being, has made imperfect beings, yeah, that leads me to say that the person that told me about this perfect being making imperfect beings was probably mistaken. Yo, she still there?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, bro. So I got cool. No bad, bro.
All right, take your call, man. But Dark
Yeah,
Magician,
bro.
Brad, you still there?
Yeah, bruv.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll let you beat up Marshall for a little piece, man. He's gonna be easy work for you still, man. You know what I mean?
You know one thing I realized?
T-Well, if you want to come in, go on.
You know what I realized something about your question is that the tough part is that which God are we talking about? Because it's like different heavens.
Yeah, because
you know,
I'll tell you why.
like you
I'll
have to
tell you
look
why.
at it
Yeah,
from-
and Brad. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you why, Brad. Yeah. And yo, can you hear me, cuz?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yo, Brad, can you hear me? Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I
So
can
I'll
hear
tell you why it is. Yeah, and this is why I keep saying the religious dons are trying it. Yeah, when they keep talking about God. Yeah, because when other religions talk about their God, they'll tell you that God's not the real God. Yeah. But when
I don't
someone that's not religious is debating,
yo, that's a goddamn
but
lie,
wait,
bro.
yeah, when someone that's not
I don't
hold
believe that.
on. Hold on. Let me finish, man. Let me finish. Yeah, but when someone that's not religious is debating against someone that's religious, they'll talk about all the gods like they're one God. So they'll talk about the African people's God like it was the same God as the Mesopotamian people's God, like it was the same God as the Chinese people's God. When they was all different, in their eyes, they was talking about different people. Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah. Because I look at it, when I look at it from like,
yeah, so they use it interchangeably. You know what I'm saying? Like they do with
Yeah.
science. So when the science fits what they're trying to say, man's gonna use E1B1 to prove what he's saying. Yeah, but when it don't fit, man's gonna say, "Oh, but science is just a theory. It's just a theory. Yeah, it's just a theory. Yeah, science is this, that, blah, blah, blah." Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so.
yeah, that's why I was like, because I've been reading the Quran and I've been reading about how Allah acts, and it's different because he will like, okay, so the God of the Bible requires a sacrifice, but like Allah says that like he will give forgiveness to those who seek it. You know what I mean?
That's correct.
You don't see that in the Bible.
I don't need forgiveness.
Hold on, but that is the whole fucking point. Because the
But I don't need
Quran,
forgiveness, so there's no point.
no, but
Right.
that is why
Yeah,
the
Dark
Quran.
Magician, beat him up for a bit, yeah? I'm going to be back in a piece, yeah? Give me about 20 minutes, half hour, yeah?
And I certainly wouldn't. I certainly wouldn't
Are you
accept.
alright for that long?
Yeah. I'm going to be gone in
he's
about.
alright.
I'll be gone in about an hour anyway. So, yeah, but
I
here's
should
the
be back
point.
way
Yeah,
before then still.
I don't seek forgiveness, and I certainly wouldn't accept forgiveness from any god. Am I allowed to have that? Am I allowed to have that view? Am I allowed to, is that acceptable?
Well, you can believe whatever you want. That's fine. But what I'm saying,
Obviously not, though.
Hold on. But the bottom line, the point is that, like, when you read the Quran, you consider the conceptualization of God is more logical compared to the Bible, because God in the Quran says
I
that,
agree with that.
Hold on, because it says in the Quran that, okay, you can sin, you can do whatever you want, but I'm gonna forgive your sin, because you know what I'm saying. I'm like out of my love. You know what I'm saying? That's all I keep saying. But the Bible, it says, no, I cannot forgive your sin because I gotta lay down my life on the cross so I can forgive your sin. You know what I'm saying? That's bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think we can agree on that, yeah.
Bro.
But there's a fundamental exact sameness there. Is that the fact is that the only way to be forgiven for whatever transgressions that you're supposed to have done is through God. Yeah, but me, I don't recognize that. I don't see that as essential to the human condition, and I don't seek it. And I certainly, if there was a being that is classed as a god, I wouldn't want to worship such a thing, and I don't want its forgiveness. And for me having that opinion, yeah, I'm going to be burnt in hell for all eternity.
No, I don't believe in hell, though. You know what I'm saying?
It doesn't matter what you believe. It's what it says in the Quran.
No, you don't comprehend the Quran properly, bro.
All right, okay.
That's the problem, bro.
Wait, you trying to say hellfire's not real?
I don't believe in it. Like, yo, I don't believe that. You know what I'm saying? If you don't believe what I believe, or if you don't follow what I follow, you're gonna burn in the fucking like. I don't believe in that. You know what I'm saying? Because it doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? It's illogical, bro.
Yeah, I'm trying to also figure out something because everyone says something, and this is why I don't think that this is why I think the question
That's my personal belief, though.
Christian viewpoint. I think if we actually look at the question, there's going to come a small mistake when it's going to be like Abrahamic faith gods are not the same because Christians don't see Muslims as being able to go to heaven. Muslims probably don't see Christians as being able to go to heaven.
Yeah.
Jews are like bun to both, you know. So it's
Jews don't believe in heaven or hell.
yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, so it's like and that religious, not like a Muslim or a Christian is, you know. So it is unique.
But
we're trying to do this, you know.
Marshall, are you a Quranic Muslim? So you do you reject the hadith?
I'm not a religious person. I don't believe in no religion. But I don't believe Islam is a goddamn religion too. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't believe it's a religion. You know what I mean?
Okay, but it's a faith, yeah?
Yeah, I believe the heart of a religion of Islam is more of a message. You know what I'm saying? It's like
It's a faith,
more
yeah.
of a
So
message
it's a
that
message of faith.
Yeah, I believe it's
acceptable?
right.
So when you read the Quran, do you believe that it is the exact word of God being recited to Muhammad?
Yeah, I believe in that.
Quran, chapter 3, verse 56. As to those who reject faith, I will punish them with terrible agony in this world and in the hereafter, nor will they have anyone to help. So
wait. I can defend that.
I reject faith. I reject faith in Allah. Yeah,
Mhm.
even if I was to stand before Allah, that would even give me more resolve not to believe. And I would say very kindly, I reject you. Yeah, there's going to be terrible agony for me. Yeah, do you believe that? That's right.
Like I said, yo, but I don't believe that literally. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't take that shit literally. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a context behind that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Well,
I don't believe you're gonna
you
burn
are
in hell.
one of the most important Muslims on this earth because you are the gateway to being able to reform Islam, to emancipate Muslims themselves from dogma, from fundamental ideologies that people should be able to be free to have their own interpretation of them. Now, the only way in which you can have that is in a democratic, secular society, because you'll be free to manifest your religion how you see it interpreted. But the unfortunate fact is that if you live under Sharia, it will be that the prevailing hegemony who decide what that interpretation is going to be. You don't get to decide that, and you don't. If you have a difference of opinion, that you don't dare share that difference of opinion. Yeah, but in a secular society, you get to have that view. You get to have that voice. We can talk about this in a secular society, but you go to some Muslim countries, and the overwhelming ideology is in one particular way, and nobody gets to say any different. And that is not my opinion. That is actual application that's happening. Yeah. So why didn't Muhammad and Allah know that this was going to be the problem and make sure that before he died, it was absolutely codified and nobody could have any difference of opinion?
I think that's a good question.
Because it wasn't until I think it was like 200 years later that it was properly codified.
Yeah, but in the same book, it also says that you know what I'm saying. It's not compulsion of religion. You know what I'm saying. I can't impose what I believe on you. You know what I'm saying.
But,
so I can't do that. So, you know what I'm saying.
I get it. I get it.
You want. You know what I'm saying.
I get it says that, but the application is not what happens. What happens is that if I reject your faith on the day when I stand before Allah, I will be burnt in hell.
Hold
It
on,
says
but yo, man, hold on, bro.
terrible
Yo,
agony.
I don't believe in that. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck what a
Some
lot of
Muslims
Muslims
do.
believe. But when it comes, like, if you ask me the question, I don't believe if you don't follow or believe what I believe in particular, you're gonna burn in the motherfucking hell. I don't believe in that. You know what I'm saying?
But you,
Like, you can believe whatever the
I'm
fuck
very
you want.
glad you don't. I'm very
Like,
glad
you know
you
what I'm
don't.
saying? That's just like how I fucking perceive it. You know what I'm saying?
But I'm very glad that you don't. But many Muslims do.
No, but hold on, but that's the problem, though. They're so fucking brainwashed. They can utilize their mind properly. You know what I'm saying?
And where do
So
you?
I don't.
How are
Hold on,
you? How are
I
you?
don't
Sorry,
believe in religion, bro.
Yeah. How are you going to maneuver a space where you can have that conversation in, you know, majority Muslim countries where people are able to have that conversation?
You don't.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So let me put this to you. Secular, positive democracy is far superior to Sharia law.
How do you know?
Because, like we just discussed, people are able to have these conversations without the ultimate hegemony saying to them, no, this is wrong, you're going to follow our strict sect or our way of understanding the interpretation. People like Marshall will be marginalized and they won't be able to have their voice. Where if you have, we are living right now in a secular society, we're able to have this conversation.
But this is the problem. You keep using terms that it seems you don't really know what you're saying, because you said Sharia law, but under Sharia law, this kind of speech and interaction would be a must. You would need a space to discuss all different ideas and philosophies for people, for the society to grow and evolve.
Yeah.
But you're trying to attribute it to a secular society when what you're describing is an Islamic society.
Not at all.
Hey, yo, Issa, you get my message, bro?
Big up, family. Big up. No, I didn't, bro. Where is it?
It's on Google Hangouts. You know, we'll talk about it later.
Okay, cool. Yeah, this is the problem. What's your name? Dark Magician. I guess you not having enough knowledge or research into what Islam should look like compared to what it's ending up looking like. Now, that's regardless of Sunni or Shia or whatever. It's just the most basic thing you can see through the Quran is that the freedom of thought and the freedom of discussion, debate, and expression, obviously to a certain degree, is a must. So it doesn't quite make sense what you're saying when you're trying to say under Sharia law. Under Sharia law, it's almost like a, what's the word? A fundamental thing. It would be necessary. It has to be. It's part of Islam.
Okay. You can speak and I'll speak after. Go.
Yeah. So the last bit is in the Quran. You have so many times where Allah is actually quoting the opposition, saying, "And they say," and then Allah replies. Now, unless there's an open space for the opposition to put their point and for us to refute it, then it doesn't make any sense. Then the Quran would be invalid itself.
So you agree there are two sects that are warring against each other, yeah?
No, there's Islam and then there's garbage or imposterism.
Straight away, there's no space, even in your mind, for other people to be able to manifest their religion. Straight away.
Hold on, where did you get it? Where did what I just said?
True Islam and then there's garbage.
Yeah.
All right. So if there was a space where it was just people, you just said that.
Yeah.
You just said that.
What?
You just said.
Where did I say vague? Where did I say, even though you said what you said, and I said, you said about two sects, right? And been warring against each other. I then said, no, there isn't two sects. There's Islam and then there's garbage. Then you accuse me of saying that they wouldn't be allowed to live according to their garbage.
I'm now going on to say, I said what you said, and then I'm going on to say what my interpretation of what you're saying is. Yeah. Come on, Issa, man. Follow along. Yeah,
I'm following. Look. I'm using your words. I'm not going to try and read your mind.
Everything that I say is not what I'm attributing to you. If I'm going to attribute it something to you, I will make sure I make that clear to begin with. Okay. So is that okay? Yeah.
But you did say that.
You said to me. You said to me that there is the true Islam and then there's garbage.
Yep.
Do you not see that there's a difficulty with that straight away?
How is there a difficulty?
Because you're not giving space to other people to have their chance to say, I don't agree with that. The only way you get that space is with secular democracy.
Right. I swear, like you need to really expand your thinking. If I say there is Islam and there's garbage, in relation to, listen to what you said. And what I said was in relation to what you said. You said there are two sects. Yes?
Yeah.
And meaning there isn't two sects in Islam. There is one Islam, and the complainant to it, or the person who's claiming that the other thing is a sect of Islam, that is garbage. I was not. It seems like you interpret my words to mean that I'm saying there is Islam and everything other than Islam is garbage. Is that what you understood?
Let me qualify what I was saying then. Yeah.
Is that what you understood though?
There are two ideologies in Islam, Sunni and Shia. Yeah. And they are against each other. They don't believe that one believes that one has the right interpretation and one believes that the other has the right interpretation.
Not really.
But not on a micro level. Yeah, it's more complicated than that. But on a macro,
what I mean is you said no. This is what I'm saying. What I'm saying to you is, number one, there isn't two sets. Number two, one of them actually goes along with the Quran. The other one doesn't. The one that doesn't has banked on the idea that what you're not realizing, what you're talking about is the ideology of another one that doesn't allow the freedom of debate and expression, right? And you're seeing that manifested in the park. Whereas the other one, which is Islam, welcomes it and encourages it. That's the difference.
But they would disagree with you.
No, what do you mean? How can, bruv, listen to what I'm saying to you. How can they disagree when we've had 1,400 years of the implementation of their ideology and still going? How is there a disagreement? Not just the fact that we've seen it.
Said that they are garbage.
Yeah.
They would disagree with you.
You're not listening. Whether they disagree or not, I'm talking about proof. I'm saying when you read simple, basic text from the Quran, right, and simple, basic hadith, you can see that theirs is based on hadith and is opposing the Quran, and then Islam is according to what the Quran says. So you don't have to say Sunni and Shia.
Muslims cannot agree what Islam is between themselves. Then there's a massive problem there, isn't there?
Listen to what. Do you understand? Right? Can you read? Yes, you can.
I'm going to go, Issa, yeah, because every time we have a conversation, yeah, you are, you come across very aggressive, yeah.
But you respond with this condescending. No, but you keep you come in with this condescending thing of no matter what I say to you, you want to overrun what I've said and pretend that you know more than me about the subject. I've said to you, it's something. Hold on. Let me just say this. What I'm saying is, if you can read the Quran and then you're arguing on the basis of what you read, then you want to fall back and pretend, well, you lot can't sort it out. But when you want to debate, then all of a sudden you know what you're talking about.
He's telling the truth, bro. I've been reading the Quran lately, and the Sunnis will actually say the same exact thing.
Brother, G-Block, listen to the words.
Isa, let me finish, because every time you get on and talk about Islam, you dominate.
Yeah, exactly.
No, but actually, G-Block,
trying to read it.
No, Brad, wait.
Let me.
No, listen to what I'm saying.
Let him speak, man.
Brad, listen to what I'm saying to you.
You speak ad nauseam.
Dark Magician, stop. It is disrespectful for Dark Magician to strawman me and then you to bloody go on his strawman.
I'm not strawmanning you, man. Seriously,
yes, you did. You're telling me what Sunnis say and they dispute. No one gives a damn if they dispute. That isn't the point. The simple point is,
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Brad, listen to what I'm saying to you. Dark Magician quotes verses from the Quran. He's confident enough for him to say he's read this and then argue his point against whether me or other Muslims, right? And then when I say that, let's say Sunnism contradicts the Quran, all of a sudden he falls back with his confidence of reading the Quran for him to make a distinction himself to see that Sunnis do not follow the Quran, and then said, well, if you can't sort it out amongst yourself, then what are we supposed to do? So what I'm saying to you, Brad, that's fine. So what I'm saying to you, Brad, is when I say that these people contradict the Quran, the next normal step would be, where is that contradiction? But to say, well, if you two can't sort it out amongst yourself, how are we supposed to do it? That's what I'm saying, Brad. No one is disputing that Sunnis are going to say the opposite or the same of what we're saying. They're going to say, well, we're wrong, we're saying they're wrong. The point is, you're intelligent enough to know that you can read the translation for yourself and you can work it out. And I've given you like the most simple, basic thing, which is the verse that refers to Aisha and Hafsa as enemies of the Allah, the Prophet, and so on. It's very simple and very basic and straightforward. So obviously, if somebody holds up the enemies of Allah, then they can't be following the Quran. It's so simple. That's what I'm saying, and there's many more examples. So regardless,
the thing is, though, bro, that's what I'm trying to say.
Go on.
Because the subject is so debated. Both sides have very reasonable. I'm only saying it as a baby reading it. Okay.
Give me one example, Brad.
Isa, the reason why I have been reading it is because I've always talked about Islam in a very negative way without reading a simple line. Okay, so when you told me about all the anti-blackness and Sunnism, I agree with you. But then I learned about a story about the prophet and a follower of the prophet and the non-follower of the prophet. The follower of the prophet shamed a non-follower, and the non-follower went to the prophet. The follower of the prophet was terrified because of the justice the prophet would give would be like swift and terrible and whatnot. Like the justice of Islam would be terrible, and that follower knew. Okay, so when you talk about Sunnism, bro, I have to say this, and I'm just mean this. I've always sided with you because I didn't read it myself, like I did with Sarah. Like I looked at Sarah's videos and thought I knew Islam from what he showed me. From what you've talked about when it comes to the Sunnis, bro, I'm gonna be real. Okay, a lot of like stuff that said, like a lot of the anti-blackness that the Sunnis have, I always say it like this. The prophet would have done horrible things to these people because look how he protected Bilal, bro. Like if he treated Bilal like, you know what I mean? If he treated Bilal terrible, bro, then, you know, the Sunnis, what you say about the Sunnis is right. But I mean, bro, like I think maybe, you know, studying it, I think we need to stop like maybe saying that Sunnism isn't 100% Islam, because who can decide that if the prophet was neither?
Hold on, bruv.
That's what I'm saying. That's the only thing I'm saying.
No, Brad, I want you to listen carefully. I was a Sunni. So what do you mean who can decide?
I know.
Hold on, wait, stop. And you said the prophet was neither. Where are you getting that from?
That's what's always been, that's what I said. The prophet declare himself something? Go ahead.
Oh my God. Wonderful sayings, beautiful bits of philosophy and the kindness all throughout the Sunni ideology, scattered here and there. It has to be there for it to have some sense of authenticity. The point I'm making to you, the dominancy of this ideology in relation to non-Muslims, in relation to justice, in relation to the growth of the intellect, is that it's there to conquer other people and oppress them.
And that's my point. That's my point, Isa.
Hold on.
That very aspect of Islam.
No, it's not Islam. That's Sunnism.
Okay. The very aspect of Sunnism. Okay. Can you say fairly that if the prophet was alive today, he witnessed that, would he be okay with it?
What do you mean? The Sunnis, right? The Sunnis.
Okay, we're talking Sunnis. If the prophet saw the Sunnis today, would he be okay with it?
Bruv, I'm answering your question.
Okay.
The Sunni religion was made up by the people who were previously the enemies of the prophet. When the prophet got dominancy, right? Them from doing all kinds of craziness to women, right? These people converted under the guise. So they had a choice. Either convert, right, after fighting the prophet so long, and now he's got authority and he's come back to Mecca, or you're going to leave Arabia. Some chose to leave Arabia. Others stayed behind and said their shahada and bided their time and merged with the hypocrites. They came into power. They created Sunnism. They tried to exterminate the true followers and the descendants of the prophet. They tried to eliminate them. Do you understand? Right? Some of them went to India. Do you know, a brother the other day gave you some of the history as to how Islam came to Pakistan, right? Or to India. is because that one of the leaders, the commanders, said, give over the descendants of the prophet, because some of them went over there to hide, to seek safety. And the king said no, so he invaded the place. Do you understand what I'm saying to you, bruv? The same intelligence you're using on anything. It's not some mystical, magical thing because they keep fluttering Arabic in front of you lot's eyes. You think it's something you can't solve by yourself. It's very simple, bruv.
Issa, you going to let other people speak, or are you just going to just ramble on? Yeah, this is supposed to be. It's supposed to be a dialect. It's supposed to be a dialect. Yeah.
Dark Magician, you said you're going to duck out. So, Brad,
I didn't say I was going to duck out. I never said that at all, bro.
You did that. You did say that. But
look, I've got to go. You know, like every time we speak, yeah, at a certain time, I've got to go and pick up my son.
That's right.
Yeah?
Well, I'm just saying what you said.
It's like 12:30, right?
Yeah, 12:30, 1 o'clock. I've got to go and pick up my son. Yeah, because I'm on those duties for the foreseeable. Yeah. Right, so you know it ain't just something that I'm just ducking out. I'm not afraid to debate.
No. I'm saying you said that. When I said my thing, you goes, "Oh, I'm going to duck out."
Yeah, I'm not ducking out because like I can't engage. Like I can't, you're going to destroy me or anything like that.
Bro.
Yeah?
No, it's not because of that.
You had him on the road.
But when we do debate, I'd rather it go back to when we first met. Yeah, like. Can we not, decide what is absurd and then throw that out? Reducio ad absurdum, yeah? Can we not have that kind of a debate with each other?
Bro, that's how I came on. But you remember what you put to me was, how can...
All I want you to do is accept that there is two sects, that are not coming to... Like, I can agree with you that from your perspective, you probably have the more reasonable ground. Yeah, and agree with you. But from an outsider, I can see two groups of people that claim to be Muslim that can't agree. Is that acceptable to say that?
Of course.
Okay, fair enough. So, in order for there to be space, this is what I'm saying, and you can destroy that if you want to. Yeah, I'm saying in order for there to be a space in this to come to a reducio ad absurdum, to throw away what's absurd and have a reasonable discussion, you can only do that in a secular democracy. You can't do it in a country that has one particular group of Sunnis or one particular group of Shiites. Right. That's what I'm saying. That's my argument.
Okay, and I appreciate that. What I'm saying to you is, I understand your point, but try and think of it as just entertain the idea first, right? That some group and an ideology has been rampaging around and keeping its legitimacy on the basis that it's one, made a claim to be, let's say, true Islam. Number two, it already set up the priesthood, so to speak, of what Islam is. And you didn't have internet and you didn't have print and press for at least 1,200 years of conquering and enforcing what Islam is supposed to be and what the enemies of Islam are supposed to look like, right? The threats inside, so-called Shia, right? Now, I'm saying to you that in such a society, you may have debates within the framework of your own ideology, meaning within the Sunni one. But you're not going to have the all-out, let's discuss with the learned so-called Shia and see what they're saying. It is exactly the opposite with the Shia. They welcome these discussions because once you start to go into the Quran and Sunni books, it's all over for Sunniism. That's not what you're saying is totally different.
Okay, I accept that. I accept that. As somebody who hasn't, studied the Quran as much as you have, I accept what you're saying. Based on what you've just said.
Even Iran, even if you look at Iran, as oppressive and mashed up as Iran is, right, based upon a lot of historical and current political climates, etc. I think from what I remember, 75% of the university graduates are females. And it's a highly intellectual place because the teachers after the Prophet placed the most emphasis on the intellect. From what I remember, the main hadith book that we have, Al-Kafi, the first chapter of it is the intellect. Whereas you go to theirs, it's, I think, Revelation or something like that. Now, obviously, for you to even believe in Revelation from the perspective of the Quran, you have to engage your intellect. For you to even conclude there's one God, you're supposed to engage your intellect. Do you see what I mean? So we're talking about, and this is why I say, I understand from the outside. This is why I say, just say Sunni Muslim and Shia Muslim, so you're not being biased in any way. But I'm saying when we tell you that it's two different religions, I think you lot should take it seriously rather than say two sects. I'm saying the true Sunnis will tell you
okay
that 12er Shi'ism is not Islam at all. And the true 12ers will tell you Sunnism is not Islam at all, because the difference is that, let's say there's 5% difference. I'm saying they're so huge to make the 95% look, like that's the main, they're two bigger differences. Do you get me? For them to be, for instance, the people who, according to their own books, betrayed the Prophet and backstabbed him and so on, Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, they are the best people after the Prophet according to them. But they haven't read the books. You ask most of these Sunnis, how did Abu Bakr become the Caliph after the Prophet? They don't know.
How are you going to bridge this gap?
This, bruv, trust me, it's being bridged, and people are converting to true Islam by the truckload, so to speak. It's happening.
Wait. This is what I'm trying to say, Issa. This is what I'm trying to get.
Come on.
I'm trying to understand, bro.
Yeah.
Okay. Are the hadiths more important or just as important as the Quran?
I mean, no, because I'm saying if you ask me, right?
Yeah.
Then I mean, I can say they go side by side. Put it like that. I mean, because they don't.
That's what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Because Quran is the direct word from God to the Prophet to us, right?
The recitation, yeah.
No.
Okay. It's not.
No. You missed out the Imams, for the 12 prophetic-like leaders.
Okay. So to the Imams. So does that mean then the hadiths were also from God to whoever who wrote the hadiths? The Imams, or like who wrote that?
No. So the hadiths were the words of guidance. So you get the Quranic verse, established prayer, for instance, or salah, but you wouldn't know how to do it. So you'd have the Prophet do it, and you'd follow him, and then the word would get out. Well, we prayed with the Prophet, and he done this, and he done that, and so on.
Okay. So if you become a Muslim, what is the primary book that you're supposed to like really?
Issa, look in the
comments.
The comments and see what Carnito just said.
Let's see what Carnito. Sunni Islam is a true Islam. I have faith he will one day come home to the heart of the faith once more.
See, this is the point that we're making to you.
That's what I'm trying to say, bro.
It doesn't matter how eloquently you put your argument, or how rational and reasonable you put your argument, or whatever if you believe that it is that, I can agree with you, but my opinion means nothing. Sunnis are not going to ultimately change to your way of thinking. They are going to retain it. Because he just said it to you. He said it to you. And he's heard everything you've had to say. And he's saying to you, one day I hope you'll come to my way of thinking.
Right. All right.
Yeah. Right. So
hold on.
If you use the Marxist material dialectic, you understand this. Let me explain to you what the material dialectic is. There is two competing premises, right?
Yep.
They are called an antithesis to each other. An antithesis to each other. The only way to break a deadlock between an antithesis is a synthesis. Right. So you have to take parts of both, see what works, and what you come out with is a compromise and a way forward from the deadlock. What you're stating is that they have to come to Shiite. What they're stating is that you have to come to Sunni.
No. That's not what I said. None of that. I'm saying to you that this is the problem. You're using, I don't know, something. Oh, no, don't take offense, but you're using the most primitive form of arguing your point. If somebody like Carnito, a troll and whatever else, makes a statement, Sunni Islam is a true Islam, Carnito can never prove his point. Do you understand? So anyone saying it, the first thing you're supposed to do, and this is what I'm saying, you lot aren't very scientific in your approach. Like when he says it's true Islam, how the hell is he going to prove it? And this is why you lot need to understand why Sunnis, people like Shamsi, Adnan Rashid, Muhammad Hijab, and all these other people, Ali Dawah, and other scholars, as you go up the scale, they run from these debates. Because
how are you going to prove it?
This is what, bruv, you're not getting the point I'm saying to you. people are converting even without us actually debating. They're just looking up what Shia says because they wanted. Some people converted because they started to look up the evidence to refute Shia, and then they ended up converting because they're like, what we claim is in their books is actually in their books, but they're taught we're liars. So what I'm saying to you is somebody just making the claim. Like, you've got, what you have to remember is there are some people who are Sunnis via cultural inheritance. Most of them are absolute kafirs. They're not Muslims at all, according to the Quran. So you need to be able to distinguish people who are actually Muslims, i.e. they're part of the religion, and the people who have it just by culture and they don't care whether it's true or not. Do you understand? Those people.
So are you indicating there's no pious Sunnis? There's no good Sunnis. Are you indicating that there are no good Sunnis?
There's some good people who are Sunnis. It's the more ignorant and non-practicing Sunnis are the best ones.
That's what I'm trying to get at, Issa. That's what I'm trying to get at. If the ones who are bad, the ones who are rated by you as bad people, but yet they follow. Because I thought the whole point is this. I'm only a baby. Remember, the whole point of a Muslim is to follow the example of the Prophet, right? So if you have someone that's following the example of the Prophet,
it's established. That's the point of Islam.
Okay, so if you have someone that submits to God, follows the example of the Prophet, how can you determine if they are, like, how are you determining who's a good? How you can determine there are good people who are Sunnis, rather than say these are good, that there are good Sunni Muslims?
Right. This is
when it's all said and done, wouldn't the Prophet make that decision?
But this is what I'm saying. You seem to have the memory of a goldfish. I just told you.
every time,
Brad,
he will say something derogatory towards you. It's impossible to have a conversation with this guy.
Stop, magician, stop. Brad, did I not tell you that the people they hold there, who they follow, is Abu Bakr? So when you're telling me about following the Prophet, they do not follow the Prophet.
But that's the thing that I get. Isn't Sunnism like 4 different schools?
It's 4 different schools, but bruv, all of them go back to Abu Bakr, Umar, and Uthman. This is what. Oh my God, I don't know how to say this to you, bruv. Listen to what I'm saying to you. One of the things you hear them say: we take the understanding of the Quran and the Sunnah from the companions, which is the generation afterwards, who backstabbed and betrayed the Prophet, who started conquering and fighting each other for wealth and all kinds of other madness. So I'm saying to you that this thing was made up as you go along. It's very straightforward. What it is, if you researched it, you would see it for yourself. So when you're talking the way you've fallen for the hoodwink of the Sunni, where they keep going back to the Quran and they go back to the Prophet with certain hadiths. But I'm saying that's just a taqiyya move for you. But when you actually get down to the nitty gritty, like what's that boy's M-Stacks, when he came on, he got brushed easily. Why? Because he knows, well, he found out that he's not freely following Islam.
I can say quite confidently that the way you talk and the way you come across, you ain't converting anybody to anything.
But that's your opinion,
you come across like a sledgehammer. There's no bedside manner to you. There's no subtlety.
Says who?
No sophistication. You are just like you just because
bro, I'm trying to understand.
You're the hammer and everybody's the nail, and you go straight out. It's like seeds. You're not planting no seeds, nothing, man. Everything. There's always some little quip.
You mean I don't submit to your opinion? What it is, you would What it is, you would like to come across as the superior atheist, and you would like to pretend that I'm a religious person who submits to a belief in a fantasy god, and because I don't fit in your little box of religion, and therefore you find it hard to deal with. And I understand that.
No, what I'm hard to deal with is when I first met you, I said to you, you're the kind of Muslim that I want to speak to because, I feel that, we can move forward with the conversation. But having spent more time with you, it's impossible because you're aggressive. You're unable
to be aggressive to those that are aggressive with me. That's what I'm saying to you is Dark Magician. It's very simple, all right? You're very clear on your opinions where you follow the religion of atheism, whatever it is, and you expect people that fit into your religious box to speak within a framework. So you keep throwing out your stereotypes, and when they keep being broken, these little boundaries and brackets you put on there, you keep getting frustrated and then you want to say, "Oh, you're aggressive." You're just like a bloody white supremacist that thinks they can call black people the N-word, and when they get boxed in their face, they want to start crying how aggressive we are.
The other Muslim brother, Marshall, has gone. He's left. That should indicate to you something. Yeah.
Why do I care about that?
Because we were having a conversation about something quite, civilized, and then you come in and it descends into absolute madness. You start.
We were just trying to understand a different view.
Throwing around insults at people.
No. Don't pretend that. Look, it's a recorded discussion. You know that, right? So when you claim I start, I'm referring exactly to what you were saying. Now, I understand that you lot would like to label Islam according to your view of it, and then when it doesn't fit into your box, then you want to throw ad homs and you're getting aggressive and
no. The goal was to try to understand. We heard a whole new purview today.
I haven't said anything.
You believe in hellfire?
I could go to.
I'm gonna mute myself.
Brad, listen to what you just said. You heard a whole new something today. That's fine, Brad. What I'm saying to you is, in relation to the taqiyya that you're going to receive, the guy even made his statement about him as a person, as an individual, right? And there are loads of individuals. Now, I don't care if individuals come with that, which is fine. Every person is free to interpret the Quran as they wish and even teach that. But that doesn't mean it's Islam. That's the point. So when you lot are saying, well, yes, if you lot said to me, look, we're having a conversation with this guy, that's fine. But I'm saying I just responded to something that was said, and Dark Magician continued. If he'd had said, oh, Issa, I want to continue with that guy, I would have muted and listened. Not a problem. I just put 2 cents in what he said. Forget what you think, bruv. I'm not in your little box, bruv. That's the problem. You come with superiority complex and pretend to be humble.
In my box, but you don't need to be so aggressive all the time, yeah. Because I think there is a subconscious insecurity about you and your points of view, in which you have to come across like this to people in order to hammer home your point. Let me tell you something.
No, hold on. You just made an allegation. You just made an allegation. That grows flowers. Your psychoanalysis in regards to Issa. Now, there is no inferiority complex with me because I've studied your ideology, their ideology, and my ideology, and I've understood them very clearly. And I've also studied, obviously, psychology and white supremacy and all the rest of it that you're trying to portray here as well. But my point to you is very simply this: when you are trying to disrespect me in these let me finish. I'm saying when you said what you said, which was the 2 sects in Islam, right? And then when I said one is garbage and one is Islam, and then according to your logic, that means there's no space for discussion or debate. And how the hell where's that conclusion coming from? I'm saying if I say something is garbage, it is still there for people to come and question or prove or disprove. But because you have a superiority complex, you think, well, this is your boundary of what Islam is. Anything that speaks outside of that, then it's not Islam. And therefore, you're just going to keep pushing your little narrative down your narrow tunnel. And that doesn't work with certain people. So
that's not the case at all. Many people, like, for instance, even DC has just said to you, you're coming across as too aggressive, you're hammering home your point too much, and you're not trying to engage. So whenever somebody says something, you'll finish it with a quip as to say, well, you don't understand about what you're talking about. You've got the memory of a goldfish. That's not the way in which to engage with.
Is that all I said? Is it?
It's fine. It's fine. It's okay.
Hold on. So you missed it. Hold on. So you missed the bit when I said about Abu Bakr.
My point to you is this: is that you are saying, that you're a Muslim and the Shiites are garbage. The Sunnis are garbage. Yeah, what they follow is garbage. How are you going to bridge the gap between people by talking to people like that?
I'll tell you how. Very simply, those who come at me with a certain temperament will either receive the first step of peace, and if they still respond with that aggression, then they'll get aggression back. Those people like yourself that come with humility and so on, then up their confidence and their arrogance and so on, then they will meet the same type of behavior. That's how it is. So this is why
you initiated this time with the garbage coming though, car. Nobody went calling your thing garbage or coming.
Say that again.
If you initiate, the reason I come on the platform is because I know it's the contention.
Where are you? Hold on, where are you?
You hear me?
Yeah, but I can't see your thing.
Big up, Leon, man. How's it going?
Where the hell? Are you actually?
Respect.
I expect you for ages, bro. Hold on. I can't see you though. Where are you in the thing, bro? I can't see your avatar.
On the T, man. On the T.
Okay, let me. Well, it's not coming up on it. Yeah, go on anyway. Yeah, you were saying because I said it was garbage, yes? Hello?
Yo, you can't even hear me. You can't hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, you're back on now.
I said the original reason I come on. Okay. The original reason I come on is because that contention, what you just addressed still, when the argument was put to you that because you call the thing garbage, that there's no space for conversation or something like that. And when you wanted him to explain how that makes any sense, because I agree with you that just because you label something garbage, it doesn't mean that you can't have a conversation after that. You can still have a conversation, but I hear what Dark Magician's also saying, that the conversation going forward after that is likely to be just for like unproductive, innit? It's going to be like a mudslinging match. So
that's not true though, bro. This is what I'm saying. It's so interesting. Listen to what you're saying, yeah? You lot, despite over a year of me telling you specifically or requesting from you.
What did I say though? I said in this instance, you called them garbage before anybody called your thing.
Brother, listen, I heard what you said. And there's what I'm saying to you is, remember when I do stuff, I do it for a reason, bro. So I'm saying to you is that in this arena where we speak, yes, when referring to Sunnis, maybe unless I'm on the panel, you always hear Muslims. And referring to us, they say Shiites. True or false?
Yeah.
Right. So imagine people saying human beings, and then when they talk about and black people, what would you say then?
It's a bit different though.
No, it's no different at all, bruv. Because that's how they used to bloody treat us. Yeah. So I'm saying to you, it's no different.
Because Shiite people call themselves Shiite, and they mean that they're just
Sunnis. This is what I'm saying to you. They call themselves blooming Sunnis all day, bruv.
They call themselves Muslims, but them calling you Shia, is that insult? Is that meant as an insult?
Bruv, in the context of saying them as Muslims and us as Shiites, if you said Sunni Muslims or Shia Muslims or Sunnis and Shia, once you give them the top title of Muslim and we're the sect of Shiites, and then you want me to go along with your blasted label of we're the sect.
That's just more popular at the moment, but it doesn't mean that them people saying that are intentionally trying to be disrespectful. You calling their team isn't just making a distinction; it's deliberately trying to be disrespectful to their team.
Bruv, I want you to listen what I'm attacking, right? I'm saying when people have demonstrated that they've come under the hoodwink to speak about an ideology called Sunniism as the Islam. So in other words, when we're talking now, him and Brad, Dark Magician and Brad, in the back of their mind, Sunniism still has a legitimate claim to being Islam, right?
Yeah. Can I explain why I think that? Because
hold on, one second.
I'm with you, Rich.
So I'm saying that in relation, and I'm not blaming them for this, right? So I'm attacking what's on the table, right? Not what's in their head, what's on the table. I'm saying that when they put this ideology and start saying, well, see, this is what they say. The only reason why they have it is because Sunnis are the majority, not because they've done some deep investigation for both sides. That's the only reason. That's what I'm saying to you. So because we're the minority, then it's kind of like, well, you're the sect and that's how the mind works in a lot of cases, unless you're a person that researches.
So why is it necessary for you, in order to make a distinction, to label their thing as garbage if nobody's coming at you disrespectfully?
Because there is disrespect, bruv. Listen to what I'm saying. Whether they intend disrespect or not.
You don't care about the intent. You don't care about the intent.
No. The intent is not there. But I'm saying to you, when it's been said several times already, and it's still in there, it still comes out their mouth, then even though it isn't intended disrespectfully, it is disrespectful. And I'm saying by me saying calling it garbage or any imposter Islam and whatever else, it then sets a level playing field now. Because you've
No, it
already
doesn't.
come at me with. I'm following the text.
Your intention is to be disrespectful and cause malice or whatever. Their intention isn't necessarily to do that. So now you're coming at them in that mode, in attack mode, deliberately.
And you see that happening
You see,
more and more.
listen to Leon. This is a problem I noticed with Leon, you know. Listen to what you just said, yeah? You're talking on behalf, let's say some people, where they come from, they call us Negroes, right?
I'm talking in this context. In this context,
I'm giving you exactly the same thing. So let's say where they come from, they call us Negroes. And every time they're on the blasted platform, they come from a society where black people are humble. Black people still think they're 3/5 of a human being and run. That's just normal to them. Then they come on the Hangouts talking to us and we're saying, listen, every time you call us Negroes, that's offensive. That's offensive. But in the back of their mind, where they come from, because black people act like this humble thing and accept it, then to them, that's fine. And we keep saying it. So the only time they're going to actually start and listen and say, you know what, maybe I shouldn't say that, is when you put something back on the table that makes them sit back and think, okay, oh, black people, is that what we meant to call you? Do you understand? And that's what I'm doing here, to make sure that when they're talking, they're not going to look through Sunni glasses and wear the bloody sideline sect and Sunnism's Islam. Do you understand?
And you believe the only way to highlight the distinction and keep it in the people their mind who's going to refer to Sunnis as Muslims and Shia, and as equal real Muslims as Shia, is to call the Sunnis an insult, something derogatory, deliberately derogatory.
Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying to you. If you're calling Shiaism something, or you're calling True Islam the sect in the back of your mind, the othering, yeah, and the imposter to be this thing which is True Islam, then you're flipping right, and it's worked very well. Maybe not amongst people like yourself.
Let's look at that then. Let's look at the you're saying it's worked well. From my perspective, it seems to just spiral down in a back and forth insult type of scenario. Now, some people may also now in the back of their mind think twice before they call Sunnis Muslims and Shias. Some people may, but I believe that for the most part, it's just an insult thing. It's a back and forth insult thing, and it's made people double down even further of the
how do we bridge the gap
that they're conscious of.
But Liam, what do you mean people? This is the problem with your speech. You're saying people. I'm saying my speech is for those people that are sincere. I don't care about the man who's just over here to have a look. Let me see what's going on. I'm never going to be interested.
Sincere people though, but I'm saying the sincere people. This is what I'm talking about, fam. When sincere people are calling the thing garbage, especially when they're considering that the people who are calling what you call true Muslims, they're calling them Sunni, Shia, and they're calling what you call imposter Muslims, they're calling them Muslims. They're going to be like, rah, even these people don't mean to be disrespectful, but he's blatantly being disrespectful, even though he thinks.
Bruv, our magician's not a Sunni, and neither is Brad. So what are you talking about?
No, because are you telling me every Sunni is because you was a Sunni once? Weren't you sincere when you was a Sunni? Didn't you truly believe that it was the right thing?
That's right. So if someone came to me and called my ideology garbage, I say, why do you say that? Where's your evidence? And once they provide the evidence,
even though I don't believe in Islam,
you might make that question in your mind, but outwardly you demonstrate that anytime somebody insults you, you go ham and try to insult them worse. So you won't have the conversation.
No, that's not true. That's not true at all. That's not true.
You call them Sunni Catholics. You say how they come at you is how you're going to come at them. You said that.
No. Listen to what I. So you missed it. I said when they come at me with aggression, I come back with humility to calm it down. If they continue with the aggression, then I come back with the aggression.
Okay, Isa, can I ask a question?
Go on.
So, is it the case that you are saying that you're not bothered about trying to change Sunnis' minds, that they just have to find it on their own?
I'm saying it's not a matter of changing Sunnis' minds. It's a matter of speaking truth, and establishing justice for anybody who is seeking it, whether they're Sunnis or not Sunnis.
Is it fair to say that I've lost my point now, but yeah, so
it's kind of like this. We live in a time where
wait,
Sunnism is not.
I've got it. Until they are willing to follow the true Islam, they're not real Muslims.
I don't really. I'll be honest. I don't really care if they're true Muslims or whatever. I mean, I don't understand.
Sure, but
you're just asking. Okay.
From an objective point of view, not your personal point of view, from an objective point of view, until they are willing to listen to what you claim to be the true Islam, because you can actually prove that, yeah. Right, we're not going to get into that. This is the claim that you're making. I don't know because you know far more than I do. Yeah, you're stating that, and until then, they're not actually real Muslims, and that's an objective point, not a personal point.
Yeah, that's a clear point. If you spent 10 minutes reading the Quran, you would see that for yourself.
All right, and I'll accept that. I'll accept that that's true, right? As an outsider, I'll accept that that's true. But then, objectively, as an outsider, I can see, and I've seen many people in the comments just now saying this, yeah, that's not true. I'm a Shiite, and I'm a Sunni, and I'm not gonna. I hope that you come to the. So they're saying exactly the same thing as you are, right?
But they haven't researched this, bro.
All right, okay, fair enough. Yeah.
So their points are irrelevant.
That's a personal point of view from you, yeah. From an outsider, I can see objectively that there are two groups of people, yeah, that think exactly the same thing about each other, yeah, and neither one is willing to give an inch. How are you going to find the space in which to find that inch?
Okay, very easily. Very simply, where people that come together as normal human beings and they look at both claims and they look at the evidence which supports both claims. Now, luckily for us, we go to Sunni books and Sunni books prove that they're wrong. It's just that they haven't had access to the information for 400 years. That's all. So the internet basically is going to be the thing that crushes Sunni to pieces. It's falling apart already, bruv. So, I mean, there you go. But what my point is the value that you as a supposed intelligent person give to comments from people who are just saying stuff based upon tradition. Now, you should know as well as anybody, anyone born into an ideology that and got the label, that doesn't value their opinion to anything in regard to that religion.
But what I do know is in society, okay, not everybody is Shiite or Muslim, yeah. And if you live in a society where it's not either Shiite or so the prevailing hegemony is not either Shiite or Muslim. So, for instance, you live in a European country, yeah. Doesn't matter to the law and to that culture that you're living in. It doesn't matter what you say or what they say. They regard you as Muslims. And that's an objective point. So them saying that you're not the true Muslim and you saying that they're not the true Muslim means nothing to the objective point, which is that you are, to the outsiders, you're all classed as Muslims. Even in legal sense, you're classed as Muslims.
I totally agree.
Sorry, man, I'm going to cut out still. Just to say, I enjoy listening to Dark Magician and Issa have discussion still, but I am kind of leaning more towards the side of Dark Magician when it says that it kind of breaks down the conversation and diverts it when man get into the name calling and all of these things. So it detracts from the objective trying to prove.
That wasn't even his issue, though. But go ahead. But
I've already made that point at the beginning when he said he was going to leave, and I was with you on that one, Issa, where he did say he was going to leave. Not quite when to pick up his view, but the way that you bring the conversation, the direction you take the conversation. So yeah.
Big up, man. It's great to hear from you, man.
You too, brother. I listen all the time. Still, I like the way you stimulate the conversation. You get me? No homo. So yeah, you input.
What I want to ask,
but yeah, man's cutting. Man.
Peace, brother. Contact.
Don't know, man. May God bless you.
I can't even see people's profile picture. Dark Magician, what I want to get across from you, please. When you're talking, what do you think the reason why I'm so much in regards to emphasizing this issue of Sunnism not being a true religion? What do you think is my motive behind it?
I can't say.
I have a question when you guys are done.
All right.
when it's
So,
a moment I can get into.
do you want to jump in, Mel? Do you
No,
want
no, quick, Dark Magician, please.
I'd say honestly, ultimately, I can't say ultimately because I would have to speak with you more and
No. Just your opinion now, as it stands, because
right,
you've been.
now, I feel that you are from a perspective where you have a great knowledge of information, yeah, and yours is a fundamental perspective. You're not willing to give an inch. You say that your perception and your knowledge of Islam is the true Islam, and only when other people come to what you understand and your sect, that then they will become true Muslims. And for me, that's fundamentalism. That's not the way in which we deal with parliaments.
Hold on. I just want the reason first. So now you've given your reason why the reason why you think I emphasize this point, and it goes in line with the way in which you argue. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Now let me give you the reason.
All
the
right.
reason is, number one, because the pro-blacks, especially Pan-Africanists, call me or have called me, and generally do if I get in conversation with a lot of them, Arab slave. Yes. And then they will say that your religion came to Africa and enslaved us before white people did, right?
Yeah.
My response is no, Sunniism, and Sunnis did, using their religion and practicing their religion.
All right. Yeah. Okay. I agree with you.
That's
then.
number one. That's number one. Number two, I live in England, right? And there are marches in England. There are calls for the banning of Islam. There are calls for. What's happening?
Veli's breaking up. He's trying to say something.
All right, yeah, Veli, you're breaking up, mate. Go in and come back, or whatever it is. As I was saying, what the fuck? Can you hear me?
He's trying to moderate, but he's breaking up.
Yeah, Allah's trying to stop you. No, not really. the atheist God is stopping you, mate. Sorry. Yeah, what I was saying is that's the first point. Yeah, so let's go back to that in maybe early 2000, so 2001 to and on. Yeah, that was more the Pan-Africanist pro-blacks, right? Maybe till 2010. But since we've had Europe having these marches for the call for the banning of Islam, some for the eradication of Muslims, the what's the word, expelling of Muslims, right?
Yeah.
This is where it is fundamental for me to make that distinction, because at the moment, Sunnis cannot defend the accusations that their religion is a terrorist religion. So therefore, if they carry the banner of Islam, then that means Islam is a terrorist religion. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I know I've agreed with you on several occasions when you've made this point. I believe that you most probably do have a very good argument.
No, that's not the point. That's not the point. Yeah. All I'm saying is the motive behind why. So, for instance, if everyone was living lovely-dovely and no one cared, no one sought to try and kill Muslims or blow us up or exterminate us and expel their religion and wipe it out, because, bruv, I would probably be talking about something else right now. You get me, on the internet. But I'm saying to you, I can see the build-up with neighbors, people that I work with. The change over the last 5 years has been flipping immense. In the hospital, wherever, yeah? This anti-Muslim thing, this distrust once you've got the label Muslim, and it's because of Sunniism. So think about it from that perspective. There's no fundamentalism.
No, and this is interesting to me because obviously, as a secularist, I want to be able to forward this way in which we can get to a point where everybody can realize that, Islam's not going away. It has a space. It has a right. Yeah. And Muslims have the right to manifest their religion. Right. So how are we going to bridge the gap between the two? You're not giving me anything at all at the moment.
Can I ask my question?
Yeah, go Mel. Sorry.
Okay. Black Select. This question is actually to you. You mentioned that there's information that's available that people that Sunnis are not reading, and there's evidence of I guess the truth and just more information, right, to bring them to a better understanding. My question is, is there a requirement for a Muslim to a person who believes in Allah and who's a Muslim who wants to better themselves, right? Is there a requirement that they read certain books, or that they have to do all of this advanced studying? Like what is it? Is it just believing, taking the Shahada, believing in Allah, believing in like basic tenets, and that constitutes them as a Muslim? Or is there a requirement that they have to read all of the hadiths, they have to read all of these, do all of this, learn the lineage of these people? Do they have to do all of that?
No. This is the thing. Your question is a good question, because what I'm referring to is the most basic stuff that's the foundation of the Sunni religion. And even that they don't know. Because think about it. Imagine if the successor of the Prophet, according to Sunnis, is the best person after all the prophets ever to step foot on the planet Earth. But according to their own books, he backstabbed the Prophet. When the Prophet died, he wasn't there at the funeral. He ran away to argue and teeth the leadership from someone else in some shed. So he missed the funeral of the Prophet.
Guys,
right?
I'm going to have to shoot. Yeah, I'll probably jump on tomorrow sometime. But fantastic speaking to you again. And big up, Mel. Great to see you again.
Okay, good to see you too.
All right, take care, everyone. Have a great day. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. So as I was saying, not at all. Like you do as a Muslim, you're supposed to be a scientist, a holistic scientist. You're supposed to have this interest into the whys and the hows of various things. But let's say certain people are not inclined towards that, because it does seem the masses are not really inclined towards research and study. But the very minimum is that you're supposed to know the most basic thing of the successor of the Prophet, how the information is getting to you. So this Islam was not given to us by the Prophet. There's people in between us and the Prophet. So the first foundational people are the most important, because this is where it's most vulnerable, right? And that's where Abu Bakr and Umar and these caliphs, basically created this religion as they went along, but they kept the label Islam. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's you don't need to study all of that.
So you think like the average Muslim, they know that like that it's memorized, they know that by the back of their hand, the order of how the information came to them?
They should, or they do?
I'm asking a question that if they should.
No. They should. There should be certain Bunal tent Negroes and coons and Sunni coons and sub-Sunni coons. What was I going to say? It's a fundamental in Islam that there's certain things you must know.
Okay.
That's like, of course, because in Islam, it's not you just believe and that's it. Do you get what I'm saying? The Quran tells you about those who must reflect on the signs of Allah. That's what the Muslim's job is. Do you get what I'm saying?
But to me that sounds kind of vague. Like you could reflect by your behavior or your disposition.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. Okay. Imagine praying 5 times a day, yeah? And you're supposed to use the Quran in your recitation, right?
Okay.
Now, you would have to memorize it, and you're supposed to learn what it means, what it says, correct?
Right.
So if you're reciting, for instance, you heard of Aisha, yes?
Heard of Aisha.
Okay. So if you're reciting the verse that says that Aisha is an enemy of Allah, yes? So how then are you going to find in yourself that the enemy of Allah is the best person in Islam according to the hadith, or one of the best women in Islam according to the hadith?
I don't know. I never heard she was the enemy of Allah. What is that?
This is what I said in the Quran. I didn't say hadith. This is chapter 66, verse 4. Melanated. When I'm saying to you that it's very simple, I'm not.
Oh my God.
I haven't read this off the internet and someone else told me. and I've got, 10 people in between the person that said it. This is something you can read for yourself. Okay, the other day, M Stacks thought he was coming in with confidence, and he got annihilated with the Quran. Then Zubaydah came on, she got annihilated with the Quran. Do you get what I'm saying? So this is the thing. I mean, you can have many tent Negroes and Sunni, sub-Sunni coons and all these other agents of coonery, you know what I mean, trying their thing. But Sunniism is, I find it strange, yeah.
No, well, let me tell you why I asked the question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because one, in Christianity, it's very, very split, right?
Yeah.
You could say different religions if you wanted to, go there with it, or you could say different sects within Christianity. And within Christianity, people have different levels of which they study and go into depth. There's some people, that just accept Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. They believe he was crucified. They believe that he was resurrected, and they live their life by faith. They believe in forgiveness. All of these tenets. They don't know what the first language is. They don't know what a Hittite is from a thisite or thatite. You know what I'm saying? They don't understand. They don't know the geography of it. I was one of them, so I could definitely say that. You understand? That's when Reggie was on there, they was asking him all these questions. He had no answers. He knows Jesus is his Lord. You understand what I'm saying? Like, he don't have no answers to all of these different questions about language and this and how did this who begat that person, and he don't know all that. You see what I'm saying? But so what I'm saying is that if this is a different system, I was curious to see, is it mandated that you learn all of like certain things, because it really does sound like you're really critical of the people who don't. Like, is it more of a faith thing, something that you feel a spiritual connection to Allah, or is it like school and you have to memorize this and I'm trying to understand that.
Okay, so basically it's like this. It is a holistic system. Okay, so in relation to, let's say, what we were raised with in Christianity, okay, we might produce, let's say, certain tent Negroes who can't help but be obsessed with other black people and trying to tear them down when they themselves don't know where they're rooted on. So they will say, I'm still searching, but they don't know what they're on. This might be okay within the Christian framework, because in Christianity, what you're being taught about the Messiah doesn't quite equate with his own words in the book. So you're already on something. If this is your standard, which people a lot in the West do, they use Christianity, although they may have left it, although they might be atheists, still in the back of their mind, Christianity is the criteria for religion. Now I'm coming straight to your question now. In relation to Christianity, there is no requirement in Christianity to study the book. That's why there was no emphasis. And in fact, you used to get licks if you tried to read it or if you were caught with a book. Whereas in the Quran, there is emphasis on memorizing as much of the book and studying and researching as much as you can. So for instance, a school in a Muslim country, it would be fundamental to be learning the Quran, learning the hadith. This would be, like you go to school, you learn maths, English, and so on. You would learn maths, English, history, Quran, hadith, and so on. That would be a normal Muslim school. Do you get what I'm saying to you? It's part of the system. Do you see what I'm saying?
Okay. Okay.
Part of Islam. That's not something that someone's innovated. Do you get what I'm saying? The Prophet institutionalized that from way back when. Do you get what I'm saying? So, for instance, the Prophet, peace upon him, used to say, whoever of the captives, imagine somebody's just trying to kill the Muslims. The Prophet said, whoever of them captives can teach 10 Muslims to read can go free. This is how much emphasis he put on learning to read and write. Man's just trying to kill, read, you can go. Do you get what I'm saying? So you're talking about a 180 degrees different system. And what the problem is is that when people are talking, it's kind of like, how can I put it? Somebody following a stereotype. Let's say, I don't know, of black men, black women, and you're there explaining to them the evidence against the stereotype in one conversation. And they've said, yeah, I've got you now. Then they come back in another conversation with the stereotype, but you said you've already got me and I explained it before. That's what's happening here with this ideology of Sunnism. Because one of the things you'll find with Sunnism is that it masquerades itself as Islam, but always does not want to go into details in regards to certain Quranic verses and certain hadith, and therefore will push other things out in your face. So when you said to me, for instance, the Quran says Aisha is the enemy of Allah, yes, it does teach that. But it's shocking to you because everyone's heard how Aisha is this great wife of the Prophet. Do you get what I'm saying? And we've got,
that's true.
And the thing is, we always have these tent Negroes. You know, we used to have house Negroes. Now we've got tent Negroes, these coons that love fame and support. They want to pretend that they're Pan-Africanists and they're pro-black, but they're not. Because if you look at their behavior, it's always towards causing fitna and breeding all kind of problems rather than solving problems. For instance, if you look at the issues we have with Sunnism, there isn't, I don't know if you've got the same marches to ban Islam in America, but throughout Europe, there are not only marches, but people have stopped marching as much because it's affected their work life. So if somebody was on a march, in a march to ban Islam or something like that, and their picture was taken and that was shown to their boss, they would be sacked. So therefore, people have decided, well, unless I haven't got something to lose, I'm not going to go on a march. That does not change the way they see Islam. So how is it? So how is it, right? I am not justified in making a clear distinction to people when the Sunni themselves make a clear distinction and we make a clear distinction. Why would any tent Negro or any coon call me an agent of division when we're both saying it's different religions? All I'm saying is when you're talking about Sunnism, say Sunni Islam and understand it's separate to our religion. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's all. Because at the end of the day, if the masses start to see that difference, then they can at least say, well, we hate both of you, but we're actually tolerant more. We can accept what you're saying. You know why? Because it doesn't have at the base of it a terrorizing ideology. You don't know that one of the things you have to remember is to Sunnis, taqiyya and lying to masses can be on any basis. It's part of protecting the religion. It's part of hiding stuff. You're kuffar, so it's normal, right? You don't have any value. In true Islam, it's supposed to be when you're at threat. Normally life and death, but it can be even when you're in fear of harm. Not even, let's say for instance, someone's just, they're not planning to kill you, but they want to beat you up. You can then say I'm a Sunni, or you can lie in that situation of duress.
So the Shiite, you guys have hadith, but just different as hadith, or are they the same hadith?
We've got some that are similar, and we've got many that are different. The issue,
how does the Quranists know how to pray? That's what you meant. You mentioned that the explanations of certain things are in the hadith. So how does the Quranist know how to pray then?
Well, Quran, that's what I'm saying. The Quranists, right? You have different groups in the Quranists, right? So you have some Quranists that interpret the word salah means to what you call pray, ritual pray, right? And therefore they say they get it via tradition, meaning if you're doing something 5 times a day as masses of people, yeah, then it's not like reading a hadith the Prophet said, because you're doing it all the time. So they're saying this is a trustworthy thing if people are doing it 5 times a day. Now, there's no argument with that. Do you get what I'm saying to you? Do you understand?
Basically, they would pray the same way everybody else prays because, I don't know, because they just are doing it.
In other words, they wouldn't suspect that there's going to be that much of a difference in the prayer, considering it was something done 5 times a day. Yes, in the time of the prophet, after him, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So therefore, they're saying they take it from tradition. But then you have Quranists like, have you heard Ahmed the Somali? Have you heard him? You spoke to him?
Ahmed?
Yeah.
I think so. His name just was Ahmed the Somali. I think so. Yeah.
So Ahmed the Somali, is a Quranist, but he's always getting refuted every time he goes to the park. Somalis refute him, Shamsi refute him. He's one who believes that Salah does not mean ritual prayer. He says it means to implement Islam in society. So he's saying there is no ritual prayer in Islam. Do you understand? So to get around the idea of how do you pray? Do you understand my point? So
that's
because
different.
No, but this is what I'm saying. Because the Quranist that does pray is using the excuse of tradition, but then a Sunni would say, well, how do you pray? Do you pray like the Malikis? Do you pray like the Shia? Do you pray like the Sunnis? Because within the Sunnis they pray different. Some have their hands on their stomach. Some have their hands on their chests. Some you get what I'm saying? So they've got different. There might be minor differences from outside, but even what you recite and how you recite it, where does that come from? So to solve that problem and laziness, Quranists then said, you know what? The word Salah means to implement. There you go. We're just implement Islam, and this is where they've tried to get around this idea of using hadith. But it's very easy again to refute even them. The Quranists, like I said, Ahmed's always getting refuted all the time. So. It's not difficult. Yeah, a Quranist. What you have to remember is the Quranists come from a Sunni rejectionist, because the Sunnis made the Hadith more important than the Quran. Then those Sunnis that were saying, "Hold on, this means that leaders can shapeshift anytime they want." By getting scholars to say this hadith is authentic in this time, when another scholar will say the same hadith is not authentic when it suits and pleases them. Whereas the Quran stands all the time. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So this is why they threw the baby out with the bathwater. They said, all right, we'll reject. Instead of saying, well, we're going to actually study the hadith properly and see what true Islam looks like, they just said, well, we'll just get rid of all hadith and just follow only the Quran, which made an even bigger problem. Because with that now, they've got so many holes in their argument. There's so many literal things. They try to force them into metaphors. There's all kind of different problems, go in there. So, that's just how it works. Yeah, Quranists are. Yeah, that's just how it works.
That just sounds really complicated, man.
It's not right. Let me give you some advice. Yeah, you could take it or leave it. You see, when you're looking into any ideology, whether for yourself or interest to see where it stands or not, you basically have to look at what are the most fundamental teachings of that ideology, and do they even fit with the texts that they're claiming to follow? Do they fit with logic, reason, and rationality? It's so basic, because let's say, for instance, let me give you a contradiction within the Quranists or Quran alone people. When they claim that you follow the Quran alone, how is it that any instructions given from the Quran when the Prophet is present, that somebody at some point is not going to ask him a question? Do you understand? So the fact that somebody's going to ask him a question, whatever answer he gives, that person is going to meet someone else and he's going to say, I asked the Prophet this and the Prophet said this, and he's going to tell that person. That is a hadith. Do you understand my point? So hadiths are natural anyway. Regardless of if the Prophet was not teaching, people would naturally, and they did naturally, ask questions. Do you understand? So there's so much. I mean, Quran is easy to refute. Ahmed gets refuted all the time. You know the wash for prayer. You know the wash for prayer, right?
That's the watch for prayer. That's when they hear the sound and everybody go pray.
Yeah, but no. That's the Adhan. I'm saying the wash. You know the wash where you wash your hands.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. there's clear instructions on these things. It says when you stand for prayer for salah, wash your face and your hands to the elbows, rub your head and your feet to the ankles, right? This is a literal command. Now, the Quranists, because they're saying that salah is not a physical prayer, they interpret this to mean it's symbolic. So you don't literally wash with water. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm saying you can clearly see the deviancy with which they're taking literal commands of wash and now put it into a metaphor.
But it says that in the Quran, or it says that in the Hadith?
What I gave you was Quran. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
This wash, what I gave you, this wash for the prayer is in the Quran.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I could see someone taking that figuratively as well. Like, you know, before you go to prayer, make sure your hands are clean from any wrongdoing.
Right.
You know, make sure your mind is clear, washing your head.
Right.
You know, make sure you've gone to good places and your feet are, you know, I could see,
Mm-hmm.
you know, but maybe that's because I it's not like I'm hearing it, but I'm not hearing it with a clean slate. I'm hearing it through previous Christian ears, you know. So in
Yes.
Christianity, there's a lot of language like that, you know.
No,
It
but
says put on the breastplate of righteousness. No one's going to get a daggone breastplate and putting it on, or pick up your sword and, you know, you learn that that's the Bible, and you learn that the breastplate is like just, it's a figurative thing of being girded in righteousness, you know, but it's not a literal thing.
I totally agree with what you're saying, but the problem is that when it's stated in that manner, because the next verse says, here's how bad it is, right? The next verse says, and if you do not find water, then use the dust of the earth. Right?
Oh, well, yeah. That really does sound pretty literal. That sounds pretty literal.
Now, I didn't want to say this, and I don't want Ahmed to hear that, because I want him to come and he's supposed to want to debate me, right? And this thing here will smash him to pieces. And this is the problem with these lot. They don't study context properly, because the literal next verse says, and if you do not find water, then strike the earth, the dust, and then rub wash your face and your hands. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Oh, Lord, washing your face with dirt?
No, it's
That
saying.
don't make no sense, though.
No, white. No, what it's saying, that's what I'm saying. Wudu is a symbolic thing. You're not literally cleaning your skin. When you wash for prayer, you're washing specific points. Now, I agree that they do have, behind the physical, there is a symbolic meaning you're purifying, like you said. You know, you're understanding that you're hoping to take away the sins of what your face, your eyes, what you've looked at, what you've smelt, what you've ate or tasted, and what you've spoke. That's the cleaning of your face. I've got no problem with that. Behind it, rubbing your head, cleaning your thoughts. I've got no problem. Your hands, what your hands have done wrong. Your feet, what your feet have done wrong. No problem. But it still is a physical action as well. Do you see what I'm saying? That's the issue.
I got you.
Exactly.
You know, it's not, I think, like, you know, on the outside looking in, that to me is a big critique on religion in general, that people are very selective on what to apply, what not to apply. You know, somebody may look at you and say, okay, and I know that you're saying that they're different labels, right? I'm not trying to stir nothing up. I'm just saying a non-religious person will say, oh, brother Shia, he's a Muslim, and Muhammad Hijab, he's a Muslim. How come Shia wears a niqab and he doesn't? Well, what kind of, how do you get to pick and choose when you see what I'm saying? Like, or like people, even in Christianity, you have some women, they could wear skirts. They could wear pants. Other women, they can't wear pants. What, you can wear lipstick, you can't wear lipstick. you do this, and that, but then you like, but y'all the same religion. That's what's going on here. You know, some especially, and you know, like in the West Indies, them Christian women cover their heads. They're not. They had the whole thingamabob. The head is covered up and the white skirts, and they what? So when you see other Christians, and you're like, how come your head's not covered? Well, what's going on? Are you just not serving God the right way, or is it an interpretation that's different, or it just seems so wishy-washy?
Well, this is the thing. What it is, you have to remember that our culture comes from, or a lot of the cultures of the past. You had, if you didn't have the shaman, you had the village priest or whatever, and generally you were to generally live a good life, right? That was a general thing. And if you needed healing, you know, if you think of, take voodoo for instance, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Loa would generally choose who's supposed to take the positions in the temple, right? So whoever's supposed to be the next Hungan or taking certain roles, there would be the Loa through the Hungan that would be telling them who's who. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
You know about that? And basically they're saying no matter how much they try to get away from it, they, you know, things would happen that would make sure they come back to play their role, right? Now, other than that, generally people are supposed to just live a good life in society. Islam clearly foresaw the world in the future and decided that people should be educated as individuals. So you're not just a believer in the sense of religious Christianity and you just have faith. You actually study to know things. So when you talk, there is evidence behind it. Do you understand what I'm saying? And you take that into your daily life. Do you understand? Oh shoot, is my thing shut down?
What happened?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry. Yeah, so I'm just saying that in Islam, it's a totally different ideology than any of this stuff. It's a scientific way of life. Simple as that. Simple as that. It's a scientific way of life. What's this dude? What's Shakara saying? That was slick still. He said the black Telek got it all on lock, bruv. No matter what any anyway, we'll deal with them another time. Yeah, so I mean, as I was saying, sister, you know, the Pan-Africanists really have failed us, and we really need to, you know, see what's going on there and take them to charge. You know what I mean?
You are like the official shot thrower, like really.
No, because you know what it is? Because if you think about it, yeah, we've got a lot of problems in the community, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I find certain people prefer to make individuals the problem rather than looking at ideologies or whatever else that need fixing up. Do you get what I'm saying? So, you know, if there's ideas being put forward that are wrong, we need to address them more than we focus on individuals.
I really feel like yes, we do need to fix certain ideologies, right?
Hold on, sorry. Can I just reply? Sorry. Mm-hmm. Shakara Speak says Issa basically just said that people in voodoo don't study things. That was good. That was a good one. No, not at all. Let me clarify in case anyone misunderstood. In voodoo, it is one of the most sophisticated sciences of life. I would say similar to Islam in that sense. But it was not every individual on outside of the priesthood, so to speak, that was encouraged to study. That's my point. Yes. So in other words, they would be part of the worshipping masses rather than, you know, those people at the top. But I mean, if Shakara would like to suggest that that's incorrect, please do. That's not a problem. Yeah, sorry, sister. Go ahead. Flying
I don't remember what I was going to say now. I started listening to what you was talking about Vodun again.
Oh, I was saying, that was it. I was saying about Pan-Africanism and how I suggest we need to call out the ideas rather than focus on individuals and
I was saying
become effeminate males that love to focus on other men, like some people do.
But
yeah.
I was basically saying that, you know, I think that a potential strategy could be to kind of delay that critique of certain ideologies for the sake of coming together based off of whatever you do have in common. I think that when you come together based off of what you have in common, and
hello, you broke up. Was it mine?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, when you come together based off of commonalities, and then like once you have some sort of foundation established, if you take the approach of, for the sake of us moving forward, there are certain things that we need to correct, and so within the group, let's say if the group has a variety of different ideologies, we can say, you know, we can no longer do this. You don't even have to like point out that particular group. But for example, right, we all come together and then we say, for the purposes of going forward, you know, this is how we want to go ahead with selecting marriages. You know, we want to go forward with arranged marriages from within our community. We want to go, this is the appropriate age for marriage. We don't have to say, One West, y'all need to stop being with little kids, and we don't have to call them out. We don't gotta like, you know what I'm saying? We can just say, for the purposes of moving forward, this is with the direction we're going to go in. I think that just kind of pointing fingers, and we waste so much time doing that stuff. It's really you know, I'm not a religious person, but I don't have no problem having, you know, chilling with religious people, because then, you know, I'm not converting. I don't care what the hell they say. So, you know, but what we still got so much in common. Like, what is the purpose of like talking about this area that we don't have in common?
Okay,
I don't see the purpose in it.
Okay, let me explain why it becomes problematic. For some. So let's deal with, you mentioned these Hebrew Israelites, right? Among the Hebrew Israelites, and let's say the Sunnis as well, yeah? There is the idea that if you practice certain African spiritual systems, you're a primitive demon worshipping devil. Do you understand? So
Right.
it's very difficult to work together, other than probably economically, with people that see you in that manner. Now, the opposite is true in a sense, and probably a reaction, in that other people will say, well, you Abrahamic Arab slaves. Do you get what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
So the issue is, for me anyway, as I clearly see it, because I've been in this thing for years, for over 20 years. So I know that the issue for the masses is generally knowing what's what. And the Pan-African community have failed when it comes to putting out the truth in regards to its own teachings, and especially in regards to Islam. You get me? So there's been, you know, we generally knew about Judaism and Christianity, but it come like, well, Islam, yeah, whatever, and moved on. So
and I mean, I get it that you know, Islam, that's your area of passion, and you know, that's your area, that's what you're interested in, and that's your faith.
That's not true though. But that's not true. My area of passion is truth regardless. That's what I'm saying, because I'm saying, and I'm not trying to offend you, I'm just saying your view of Islam is as a religion. If I said to you, for instance, I'm interested in archaeology, physics, chemistry, psychology, physiology, biology, all the ologies you could think of. What would you put me into then? What classification?
Science.
That, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like when you say science, that would be very vague, wouldn't it? Then what I'm saying is, if you put politics, you put sociology, you put everything I've said so far, if you gather them together, they equal life. Yes?
Well, I think life could be vague too. What part of life? Like that's so all subjective.
No, listen what I'm saying.
I think if you ask questions for clarity, then you can gain the clarity. But I don't see the harm in putting an umbrella term to kind of encompass multiple things.
Yeah. I'm not saying that. What my point is that as a human being, we have a thinking machine called a brain, right? That asks these questions. Some sometimes interested in certain areas only, and some find all of it to be interconnected, and therefore studying one, you need to study so many of these others. Do you understand? So I'm saying that's what Islam guides you to, or the Islam or the Quran guides you to. Whereas, and again, people still look at, the term Islam, and this is why I like to distinguish between Islam and Sunniism, because you generally have those issues and those problems. You get me? So, yeah.
So the Islam or the Quran guides you to study other belief systems?
Yeah. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I spent years studying all the others: Buddhism, Hinduism, Voodoo, the whole lot, man. Kemet. I mean, if I was I'd be down with Kemet for sure.
And you think the majority of people that have your that fall under your umbrella that you identify yourself with, the majority of those people also study other religions?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, you can't be a true Muslim if you don't study other religions.
Oh,
and that's
man.
Yeah,
who makes the determination of who is a true Muslim?
Right, the Quran. This is what I'm saying to you.
No. What I'm saying is that like, can somebody be living their life and then somebody else on the outside is going to say, "Oh, you're not a true Muslim," or is it the person themselves saying, "Oh, you know what? I know my heart, I know my deeds, I know all of my actions. I'm not a true Muslim"? Or is it on Judgment Day, the Most High or Allah will say, "You know what? You were not a good Muslim"? How does that work? Because, again, all I hear is an imperfect being telling another imperfect being that they're not perfect, and it don't even make any sense to me. How could somebody tell somebody else they're not a true Muslim? That just doesn't sound crazy.
Listen to what you're saying now, and it's very interesting that it's you lot's mentality that has produced this transgender idea becoming acceptable.
Lord have mercy! Don't put it on me. Don't put it on me. No.
Let me finish. Let me
Go
finish.
somewhere else with your argument. Go somewhere else with your argument. Don't be going to no gay foolishness. No. Please have another example. Well, transgender. No. Go to another example. Can you please provide another example?
Okay. I mean, I'm not sure. Give me. All right. You give an example of where it's acceptable in society to mislabel something when it clearly is not that. Give me an example of that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Nationality.
Okay. I don't know about nationality, because nationality
well, in America, if you are a black person who was born in a Spanish-speaking country, you're not a Spanish. You're not a, like, the category for Latino. They literally put white Latino or you black American or say African American. Like, what the fuck is that? Like you can't be like I'm serious. It says white, African American, and then where it says Latino in parentheses they put white. Like what in the hell?
Okay, this is the problem with your example, yeah, is that it's fluid and it can be changed and determined. The reason why I use the gender one is that nature has fit you this way. That's why I use that, and I'm not getting into the gay part.
Well, you can pick your age too. You know that, right? You could be transracial, like racial dojo. She's a white woman who said that she black. Let's go with her.
Okay, Rachel Doja. But this is what I mean. Like, people are still arguing, are we black, are we this? This is why I'm trying to use something that you, because of the biology. All right, let's go with the racial one. No, the age one. The age. Let's go with age because that's scientific, and you can't get past time, right?
Right.
So let's say age, right? Let's say you introduce something where somebody who's 50 identifies as being 20. Right?
That's me.
Okay, right. So this is why you have this weird way of thinking, because you all over the place. Let me get back to it. What I'm saying is this, yeah. In the same way that people are resolving themselves of the responsibility of following down the logical, reasonable, rational lines, because we're dealing with your subject, which is how does one fallible being say that another fallible being is or is not a Muslim? I'm saying to you, the book, because you're using Christian type glasses to try and measure Islam. In Christianity, it could be in your heart and all that, and that's still Christianity. You could be the wickedest person and say, well, I still love Jesus, and you're still a Christian.
Well, no, not really. No. What I'm saying is that because even in Christianity, Christians do the same thing. They be like, she's so-called Christian. They do the same thing. What I'm saying is that the danger is there's a thing that a common thing that these religions have, which is called something called repentance. Right? No. If they didn't have repentance, believe me, I would be agreeing with you. But my thing is that let me tell you, my thing is when you have repentance, when you have forgiveness from this Most High God, the other human beings that are alive with you, that they're also, they don't know, they're not privy to this conversation that you had with God. See what I'm saying? So now they judging you on what supposedly is something bad that is not of the faith, right? I'm drinking, I'm an alcoholic, I'm fornicating, I'm doing this, I'm maybe I told some lies, I cheated, I got locked up, whatever it is, right? I'm doing something that's outside of what the tenets tell me is true to my belief. But maybe I did it in that night or that afternoon or the next moment. I repented. I did the prayer thing with the water. I washed up everything. I asked for forgiveness. Then I come to you and you're not a Muslim. What the rest? I should have just prayed to you so you could believe me. What the fuck? You see what I'm saying? Like,
right. This is you're proving my point without you even knowing it. Tell me anything in your belief system of repentance and stuff that changed anything regarding your politics. Meaning, in a Muslim society, you being a Muslim or not affects the social standing and how the law affects you. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
So this is what I'm saying. They're two different systems.
What that got to do with you being a Muslim still?
Exactly. This is my whole point. If you're not a Muslim anymore, you're treated different by the law. That's what I'm saying to you. It's different in Islam. There's a whole.
But I'm saying, how could somebody tell you? So they tell you you're not a Muslim, so that way they could abuse you and persecute you.
Not necessarily. This is what I'm saying to you. There's things which can, for instance, you could say that person is not righteous, but that doesn't mean they're not Muslim. That's the difference. You could say they're not trustworthy, but that doesn't mean they're not a Muslim. That's my point. There's different.
So are you saying, are those things used synonymously though? The title not Muslim and non-righteous, do they use them interchangeably? Is what I'm saying. Or is that a higher level of infraction causes someone to be
Right.
non-Muslim.
Right. This is exactly.
Okay. You see,
Exactly.
you gotta just speak it, and I gotta ask these questions so I can understand where you're coming from. You know, because
No, they're good questions. These are good questions, brilliant questions. So, in relation to exactly what you've asked, let's say obviously the highest infraction would be to denounce the Quran, denounce Allah, denounce the Prophet. Right? That's the most obvious one.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe your point is that somebody says out their mouth, "I'm still Muslim. I still believe in Allah. I still believe in the Prophet, and so on and so forth. But I don't accept this, or I don't accept that." Do you understand?
Right, or they start saying like, "Well, I don't see it that way. I don't see it that way." You know, like they don't see it the way. Like matter of fact, earlier before you came on, the guy, the Berber, Marshall, when they was asking about, okay, if you don't believe, if you don't accept
the hellfire,
right? Yeah, exactly. Then you're gonna go to hellfire. And he said, nah, I don't interpret it that way. I don't believe it that way. And it's like, what? Like, I mean, the Dark Magician literally, he said, okay, are you talking about in the Quran? He specifically asked him. He said, the Quran or the Hadith? The guy said the Quran. Then right after he said that, Dark Magician read from the Quran, the thing saying hellfire, and he said, yeah, I don't go with that. What the hell? You see what I'm saying?
I don't think he said I don't go with that in that way. I think what he was trying to say, it's more metaphoric, right?
Yeah, he said he don't interpret it that way. He don't interpret it that way. But I'm saying that it's still, even if he don't interpret it that way, to me, for somebody to say he's not a Muslim because he got a different interpretation of something, that just sounds mad to me. Like, you know, that means that all the other Muslim things that he may be doing, right?
Yeah.
Or believing or accepting, like all the other things, he has an issue with that. To me, even if, let's just say, I believe my way, or let's just say my interpretation of the Quran is the more accepted way, and his way is he on some other stuff, right? I would just have patience with the brother to one day come to that understanding. I wouldn't just dash him away. Just, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not a Muslim.
This is my point. Listen, hold on. This is my whole point to you. You are making the point I'm making, okay? When it comes to things like you can't see them and you're supposed to believe. Now, this is where the Quran makes a distinction about the belief. If somebody at this stage in their life even doesn't believe in Allah and doesn't believe certain things, that's their stage in their life. So, for instance, he may have that belief for 50, he may even die with that. But that's irrelevant in the context that is between him and his Lord. It doesn't affect how he acts towards me and you. The point is that you're supposed to behave in a way that's just and fair. Do you understand? That's the core of Islam.
See, that's why I like talking to you, because I don't hear stuff like that from a lot of people. It really be sounding like, yo, my way is the right way, and you want some dumb pagan, this, that, all of these insults. I'm like, you're going to insult people, and you think I want to serve your God? You sound crazy. Like, you and your God can shove it. You know what I'm saying?
But what you have to remember is this. Okay, this is the problem, yeah? For instance, Content Over Everything says, how man gonna go against the book and claim it's true at the same time? Now, when people are arguing these points, yeah, they're not understanding that the glasses through which you're looking at the Quran are glasses that are for another religion. They're not for the Quran.
Wait, so which man he talking about? He's talking about the Marshall?
Either him or whoever, but let's deal with Marshall, right? Because he's talking about Marshall, yeah. He's talking about man rejecting part of the book. But the point is, in the context of somebody seeing Allah as a human-like being that's going to punish you based upon your deeds.
Right.
Or is it that nature has been created in a certain way? and you're being warned and advised about what is potentially there in the afterlife. Do you understand the difference of maturity and understanding nature now?
Yeah.
So this is I'm saying to you, we wouldn't kindly accept that this benevolent, all-loving God created the universe and human beings. He created us to live probably maximum 120 years, and then he's going to burn us, not for 1,000 years, not for 1,000,000 years, but for eternity. You know, when you start to look at it as 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years, what would be the
Belly Ultra Funky's at the door, and I think so is Turek. I don't know if that's an old
get that funky donkey, Rudy Booty out of him.
Funky donkey.
We don't need no funky.
You know, you need the ultra atheist coming through the door. You know what I'm saying?
He's another one that. This is the problem, yeah. Atheists do not realize that they've been given an atheist religion. They don't see.
I think you love atheist people. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a part of you that just be like, oh yeah, boy, the atheist in the house. I just love these people.
Yeah, because they think most atheists have thought a bit more than religious nut job. For instance, I can respect somebody who's come to a conclusion based upon the concepts of God that they put in front of them.
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Oh yes, please.
Oh, you driving?
So I'm gonna have to go because I'm about to it's raining and somebody's gonna give me a ride so I don't have to walk in the rain.
No problem. Take care.
All right. Peace, brother Tillette, and peace everybody. DC, everybody.
Big up. Yes. What? Oh, is Veli, you're not there, bruv? Nobody got the link. Nah, let me see. I don't know if can we get the link back? Let me scroll up. Let me see if I could get the link, boy. Nah, man, we can't send a link. And he didn't even put why didn't Veli put the link in the thing? Is it because he don't want certain people coming on or something? Veli. Look at D Brad sulking. Is D Brad still on it? D Brad, don't worry, man. This is the problem with you lot, with your Takia superiority complex. You'll need to know your places, man. Seriously. In fact, let me do a shout out to Shakara, one of the representatives of the Pan-African community. Yes, I said it. Pan-Africanism, as we know it, has failed and is still failing. Failing. Atheism, failing. Sunnism, failing. True Islam, coming out there. Let's see. James Jones, you need him to accept you in any way. What the hell is he saying? Harsh reality, bro. Content of everything. Quoting me Quran now, boy. He's on it now. Yeah, COE. Maybe you need to tell your brother to give other people some sort of powers to let other people in, bro. Because man, I started thing and just run with Hindus and Muslims are one of the same. Right, I'm gonna duck out and probably get some things done. Make some calls. Burn out all the imposters that claim they're pro-black, the imposters that claim they're Pan-African. You know what I mean? That's not to my brother Shakara at all. Big up Shakara. Can't wait for the next debate. I hope Shakara is ready to defend the failures and explain away the failures of Pan-Africanism and those things. Yeah. So all the tent Negroes, you know, inshallah, black people are not going to tolerate tent Negroes no more. The house Negroes were there before. Now we got tent Negroes trying to defend Massa, the new Massa. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Woo. Harsh reality bubble popper. Let's see. Harsh reality bubble popper. What are you saying? How the hell am I hosting a show by myself? I need to get my own channel, goddammit. Stop hosting other people's shows. Veli Vision, I'm going on mute for a bit.
Yo, fuck it up, babe. Yeah, who needs friends when you got enemies, eh? Fuck yeah, where's my people gone? Where my G Block team at, B? Eh? Who wants it with Valley? Trust me, no Christmas cards for you, man. No. Bamba wall. Yo, alright, click the link, B. It's scary. Like I'm saying, I know this man dodged the main question of the topic though. Notice that, man. So you really just don't get back on there, man, so I can drink you up for a bit, man. Quick lunch break and all them shits. So where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Yo, bro. Say, man. I was in this fucking reception shit spot, cuz. So I couldn't log back on, man. So my bad. So, and this brother was chatting doo-doo in my ear, man. I was inside this house and he was chatting shit about stuff that's nothing even to do with the bloody boiler. I'm like, bro, I've got other jobs to do, cuz. Let's get out of here, man. I've got your money now. Let me go in. Link ain't working. Alright, man. Alright, try this one. Boss me, wherever me feel like, any clock day or night, cause of my money, boy, do. Yo,
Yes, big up. What's that?
G.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes, it
man.
looked like
Yes, sir, man.
you got some haters hacking your thing, you know. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, I didn't dodge no questions. No one put that question. It's only when I come out, then I saw the blooming thing. I'm sure you changed it as well. I didn't say that originally, did it?
Yeah. It was.
You're breaking up bad, boy. You breaking up massive, bruv. Serious. Hello? Is that me or you? My signal's fine, I think. Hello? Hello? Veli? Can you hear me?
No. Do you want to ask the original question about the love?
That's what I'm saying. It's only when I come out this time that I look back and I see you put something else, because I was trying to come on later, but I had work to do. I mean, earlier on, and you was talking something about, can you love two women or two partners or something like that? And that's what it was about.
Nah.
Yeah, man. That's what you were talking about first.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You hear me now, yeah?
Yeah.
Big up Esau, big up Marshall, big up Shakara on the panel as well, yeah? But like I said, two questions of the day today, yeah? Let me start off with the first one, yeah? And everyone will get a chance to answer, and then I'll roll into the second one, which is obviously the new title of the show now. But so the first one was, can you love more than one person at a time, like husband and wife sort of love? And is there such thing as like a soulmate, aka a life partner? And yeah, so like can you like love two wives at the same time?
100%. So let me get into this and let me educate these people. Right? Men and women are fundamentally, if they're following their nature, made differently, right? Women are fundamentally made with the capacity for it to be easier to share a husband, right? That's what survival and nature gave the female. The male is supposed to be a jealous creature. Can you hear me? Veli?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you, fam.
All right, yeah. So the male is supposed to be slightly possessive and jealous because that's part of his role in nature of the survival of the species. So obviously a man back in the day is supposed to have several wives. If a man has 10 wives, that means he's pushing out 10 babies per 9 months. Yeah? And that's going to increase the amount of people in the tribe, the amount of people for defense of the tribe, the amount of people for making whatever tents or clothes or production in society. So there's there for the warriors, for hunters, for defenders, and for more reproduction. So it's only natural that the man who can reproduce his genes 10 times a day, the woman can only do it once every 9 months. So obviously, you know, a man on his nature can love them. So women, don't worry. If your man says, look, I need another wife, don't think his love for you is going to go any less. In fact, it might increase. So women need to wake up and realize that polygamy is part of your nature. You've just been misled by Western Christian ideas, which when they removed polygamy, it was actually to weaken the family base. This was the thing you lot don't realize, and you've fallen into that trap and you become disillusioned and uneducated feminists, not following things properly. So there you go. That's key to the clip.
Yo, come on, hear me.
A bit shuffled, but yeah, man.
You can have your turn now, bro.
Yeah, I think it's possible. I think it's possible. I also think it's possible for a woman to love more than one man in that kind of way. In the sense of if we're dealing with the idea. So why you start now? All right, come on. What's it called? All right, yeah. If we're dealing with the idea of love and
baby, kick him out. Oh, you're back.
Yeah, can you hear me?
You went out, but you come back. So good.
I'm not sure where that was.
Yeah.
So if we're dealing with the idea of love, intimacy, companionship, shared purpose and goals, I think it's possible for a man or a woman to share that with more than one person. I think on a practical level, the things that Issa has said, I think they're true, and I'm differentiating the practical from the principle. I don't think it's necessarily a principle of nature that men are created with a more possessive or jealous inclination per se. I think jealousy is a cultural product. Either way, I don't think men are naturally, and I think, and if because I hear men talk about effeminate energies and them kind of things there, and I generally don't use them terminologies there, except for in certain circumstances. But the people that do use it, from what they say, I would consider, using their own tools of analysis, I would consider jealousy an effeminate emotion. But I do take the fact that nature has designed it a way where, in terms of procreation, the possibility of a man procreating with more than one woman is there, whereas it's not the same the other way around. So practically speaking, there are certain designations. Naturally speaking, there are certain designations. But yeah, it's entirely possible. I think that the idea of one and or a few or whatever is about practicality and sustainability and stability. Sorry, in the sense of the fact that we organize ourselves in family units whereby we have commitments to each other. You know what I'm saying? And so some people take this idea of loving everybody, so loving more than one person, to suggest that, you know, man's just supposed to be indiscriminate out here and go out and just walk, you know, because, you know, men, we have sexual urges for all kinds of, you know what I'm saying, enough woman, innit? You know what I'm saying? But
yo, the Shaq, yeah. The next part to that question, yeah, was, do you feel like you'll be able to spread your love equally between multiple partners, or would you be able to love one way and love another the other way?
Yeah, so there's balance in all things, isn't it? So I'm in a relationship now, and there are certain things that I share with my partner that is just me and her, really. Like man can only share with her because of the history of our relationship and them things there. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't replicate that, yeah? So I can build something different with another woman and it be, you know, profound and these kinds of things, but it would be different. So it's I wouldn't expect to share the same thing with, you know what I'm saying, with every woman. That don't even happen even when you're in monogamous relationships from one woman to the next. Like, you don't share the same things with them, innit? So the expectation for it to be the same is silly, but you can have balance between them according to what, you know, you connect with them each on. Do you know what I'm saying? I think that's very possible. Yeah, you know.
All right, James, did you hear the question?
No, what was the question? The heavens. The heavens.
No, not that one yet. We're on the first question still. So the first question was, can you love multiple partners at the same time? Like, can you love more than one person?
Not lust, yeah.
Yeah, not lust. That's what I meant. That's what I mean. Not lust, like love, innit?
Well, I haven't, so I can't say that you can. I wouldn't be able to.
Yeah.
But depends. But some people got a real elementary understanding of love, innit? So they might be able to argue they can, if you know what I mean.
Right.
Because it falls under
Building your elementary explanation of love. You say like building your elementary explanation of love.
Yeah, like some people think it means some kind of like personal relationship as well as lusting after someone, innit? So there's chicks that you can get on and fancy bare chicks, like.
Yeah.
So if, like, for example, you say that, I love this girl, yeah, and then you meet a next chick and you're like, she's like proper cool as well, and I really fancy her as well. Unless there's like some defining quality in the other one, then you can feel like if you already said that you love the other one, then you can say I love them both. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But then if it's like something, I don't know, like some people might say it's to do with maybe if you've had a child with her or you've gone through some hardship, you get me, together, where it's like, oh, man's indebted to this chick or whatever. Or maybe it's just like I love one more than the other, I like one more than the other, whatever, innit? But yeah. It's dependent upon your definition of love, really. That's where it's gonna
but we was talking more like the husband and wife sort of love, you know, like there's things that you'll do for your wife that you wouldn't do for a girlfriend. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, let me, because you didn't ask me the second question, so let me put something on that. What you have to remember is even what you're asking. Do you realize your whole premise is from a Western Christian perspective? Have you realized?
Yeah, of course. Of course, and I did before you jumped on. And when I started the show, I did build on that. That obviously, if I grew up in a different society where it might not have been looked upon as a strange thing for you to have 3 wives or whatever, then I might look at it totally different.
Because think about it like this, yeah. The norm for humanity, especially for us from the continent, has been polygyny. That was the norm, to have more than one wife. So imagine like you're raising your daughters and they're expecting to share a husband with some other females. If that's the norm, grandma has got a co-wife, auntie's co-wife, sisters are co-wife, cousins are co-wives. If this is most people grown up in there, it's not a questionable thing. It's just okay, this is how it's going. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah. So when it comes to love and them things there, that's also going to be developed, isn't it? It's kind of like almost have like siblings or children or aunties or something, or cousins. In a sense that when you grow up with family, if you think of growing up with family members, you might have more in common intellectually with some, but you might love them all the same. You get what I'm saying? So you love all of them, but you have more in common with this one. You could chat deeper with this one. You have similar interests, and then another one just might be interested in money or whatever. They're just not on your wavelength at all. Do you get what I'm saying?
I don't cut you off, Easter, but what is that you humming?
Nah, I'm not humming. How can I be humming and talking at the same time?
Is that Shaka that's humming?
Oh, sorry, yeah, I was soothing the picnic. Sorry,
I'm meditating, yeah.
Daddy duties, man. You know how it goes, man.
Yeah. So as I was saying, I think because one of the things James saying, this is the thing, Veli. Have we been misled into what love actually is? Because with us, if you notice, a lot of people would, especially women, talk about, I didn't feel that spark or whatever. You get me? So when they're talking about when they went on a date, they'll say something like, with certain guys, they didn't feel that spark. But then when they do feel that spark, that thing fizzles out pretty quickly. So they spark the fire, they do something quickly almost, and then not long, a month or even less, that thing gone. Did it ever occur to them that you're supposed to get into the relationship based upon the things that you gel intellectually and so on, and that spark might ignite something really big and longer lasting later on? Do you get what I'm saying? So what is how has love been redefined in a
but like we sort of redefined that already, because we just say not lust, innit? Not you lusting after a girl or a girl lusting after you or whatnot. That's different, innit? But it's not. It was the actual love in it, like, so not just lust in it, not just the sexual side of it. Like you just fancy this girl, or I want to sleep with this one, or whatever.
But this is what I'm saying. If someone told you to make the distinction, how would you make the distinction?
What, between love and lust?
Yep.
Yeah, well, like you're saying, love is someone you'd actually want to spend time with, and lust is someone you just want to fuck.
You can only really make the distinction post hoc, innit? Like after you realize you can get on without a person, or you compare it to another person who you still care
all
about.
Right, Veli. Have you never fell out with? Have you never like felt like, you know what, I can't stand it? You know when you feel like your missus, right? And you think, at this moment I can't stand you, but you still want to have sex. Have you never had that situation?
Yeah, of course.
Exactly. So that's lust, bruv. There's no feeling of love right there.
Yeah, but still, obviously, it's like that's that lust at the moment. But like you're saying, that the only reason why this girl can even get on your nerves, is because you actually care about what she's saying. If you didn't even care about what she was saying, then you wouldn't even give a shit. You know what I'm saying? Like it wouldn't even bother you. Like, you could moan about whatever.
To a degree, I would say to a degree. But if you're all right, you probably sound like you've been in a relationship a long time, right? So I'm saying if you take it out of that situation, a lot of the time, especially when you're young, it may not be that easy to distinguish between love and lust. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
because there's you don't really, you have this attraction, and sometimes when you're young, innit, after a man finishes, like, boy, you don't even feel that thing where you were feeling like love, it might fall out. You know what I mean? It felt like it
but
came out with everything.
like
You
you're
get what
saying,
I'm
that's when you realize the difference between just lusting after a woman and actually being in love with your partner, innit? You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
this is what I'm saying. I mean, there can be bad things, but I mean, I go down into the bio and neurochemistry of these things, so that's probably for another time still. But yeah,
Right.
I hear what you're saying anyway.
All right. So we're all ready for the.
Sorry, Phil, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go on then.
Isa, is it not the case that the Quran says that it's better to have one wife?
No, it doesn't say that. No.
What does it say then?
So it says, marry women of your choice, 2, 3, or 4.
Yeah.
If you cannot deal with them justly, then marry only one. So it's saying,
You're saying that according to the Quran,
yeah.
In a sense, it's instructing men to have more than one wife, except for if they can't treat them justly.
Right.
Yeah. So if you're a person where I basically, what I've understood from that, looking at reality and human nature, yeah, and the whole of the Quran as a whole text and Islam as a whole in that sense, it's basically saying that if you haven't developed the maturity to know how to respect yourself, respect your women, and understand how to do it, how to respond to each. For instance, you might find certain man trying to play one off against another. Do you get what I'm saying? Stupidness like that. So if you can't deal justly with them, it doesn't. People try to make it if you haven't got the money. But then the problem is, what if 4 wives marry a millionaire and his business broke down and he ends up having to pay money? Are you all going to leave him now? Do you see what I'm saying? So it's not it's not just based upon an economic thing at all. It's
I hear that. I do want to say though, I think that as far as traditional African society is concerned, I do want to say that I believe that polygamy was a norm. I don't think it was the norm, and I'm just drawing a distinction.
Okay.
It's not the first time I've made this point, but it wasn't abnormal for a man to have one wife either. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even think it's possible for in all societies for men to have more than one wife.
What I mean, all right, sorry. Do you believe that there were any societies that were big? I don't mean small tribes or little groups, sorry. Where it was non-existent, meaning it may not have been for everyone.
No, yeah, I'm agreeing with you. So that it was not abnormal for a man to have more than one wife. I'm just my emphasis is more on the difference between the and a.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because there are also societies, and this is less frequent, but there are also societies where it was abnormal for a woman to have more than one husband, especially if the woman is in high position in the society. You know what I'm saying? It's not but obviously the man having more than one wife is more frequent, but it wouldn't have been abnormal or unusual for a man to have one wife either. So I'm just saying that both systems would have existed in that respect. You know what I mean?
Okay, interesting. All right, cool.
Right, can I just say? Sorry, can I just what was put the original thing in the question again, Veli? One more time.
The original question. Sorry, I'm eating. Yeah.
Let me read it then. Let me read it.
Now the original question. You talk about the love question or the
The one you just asked, that love thing. Furthermore, was it another shot at religion? That's the point I'm getting to.
No, it weren't. It was just a question about love, innit?
Because when Shaka just brought up the Muslims having more than one wife, I just thought, rare. Is that the subtext of that question?
No, I was just asking it.
No, Veli's your titles are hilarious, fam.
Yo. Yeah, sorry, man. Jump on to the next the title of the show now. If everyone can give an answer on that.
So I'll read it out. Do you believe you can be happy in heaven while your family members burn in hell? Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. If I was to view it through religious paradigm, or furthermore, let me rephrase that. If I understand it correctly, and if I was to actually take how the if you know, like, actually no, let me defer to someone like Isa who's actually believes in a conventional religion. Maybe he can, and then I'll work off the back of what he says.
What's that? So what's that?
So do you believe do you believe that you can be happy chilling in heaven while your family members are burning in hell?
Sorry, no, I'm typing a response to Dark Magician and his garbage.
Yo, why
Sorry.
you making my boy Dark Magician, man?
Yeah, you're right. I'll just do this. Oh no, ridiculous.
Big up Dark Magician, man. You get me?
Yeah, you know he likes you secretly, Isa.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, he just needs lessons, doesn't he? He just needs to he needs to learn what his deficiencies are. Stop trying to project them onto the Black Telek. You know what I mean? Right. So you're asking me regarding this thing. Do you believe you can be happy in heaven while your family members burn in hell? Well, if you think of the connections that we have in this life are generally created based upon the norms, the rules and the laws of physics and otherwise of this life. So obviously, if we're going on to another place where even down to the body is different, then no doubt your thoughts and your feelings, etc., will be different. So yes, once you're transferred to heaven, as it were, then you will be happy. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So, hold on, unpack that all. So you're saying that in heaven, because it's not burdened by the rules and laws of humanity, there's some kind of different manifestation of a consciousness in heaven. Is that what you're saying?
What I mean by that is, let's say by the time that separation is made, the thing that links you is normally blood or genetic based. That's why you're family. If in the hereafter your family is people and who you feel close to and who you're made to love, etc., are people that are of the same beliefs or deeds, etc., then that's going to be your family. Do you understand?
You see, over there at present, the one that God created, and the one that facilitates your connection with God. See, that one considers blood relation and the period of time to which you've known someone and your compatibility with other people. That considers that relevant, right? Your consciousness now irrelevant enough to feel some emotion toward them, and to feel some responsibility for them. No, does that just dissipate when you go to heaven?
It appears so. It appears so that even before that, on the day of judgment, it's saying that even the mothers who are pregnant will forget about what's in their womb.
Wow.
I mean, there's a lot of that's in the Quran. So, in fact, I mean that doesn't mean much today, does it? With the amount of abortions happening, but
what's the relevance of a consciousness then? What's the relevance of like individuality and a consciousness if it's just going to shapeshift once it gets to heaven?
Well, I mean, what you have to remember is the description of these afterlife experiences. We're given a lot of metaphors because it's something that our minds at this moment in time don't comprehend, because we only have the information of this world to use as reference. So they're used as the references because that's all we have.
So how do you know then that the quote that you just mentioned in terms of mothers forgetting about their babies and that, how do you know that's literal?
Because everything else around it is that.
Okay, so then what does the Quran say about the differences in consciousness on the earth and the differences in consciousness in the hereafter?
It says, "O thou soul at peace." So the word used is mutma'ina. Enter my Jannah, my garden, pleased and well pleasing, or pleasing, yeah, pleased and well pleasing. So this soul, this nafs that's mutma'ina, is one that's a satisfied soul, whereas we know here you're in constant, what's the word, flux, in a sense. You're happy 1 minute, you're not, then you're in a zen state, but you're not. You know, it's that kind of continuous fluctuation in this life. Yeah.
And so then the individual consciousness that you have on earth translates into the hereafter, except for it's a place of eternal happiness.
In that sense, I mean, it's letting you know that you can't conceive of it, but there are things that is used to liken unto it.
But
So,
I'm getting that is the idea of your consciousness. So the individual consciousness that you have as a human being on earth.
Yeah.
Is that what translates into your soul in Jannah? But with the promise of eternal happiness. So is brother Isa going to Jannah as brother Isa, with the consciousness of brother Isa, with the memories of brother Isa in earthly existence, but eternally happy?
There will be certain things similar, like it would appear identity.
So you'll be a black man in the hereafter.
Well, we hope so. That might be. Yeah. So it's. I mean, if I
Hey,
give
that's
my
not even
break,
funny though. Well, no, but no, seriously, would you be black? Would there be the like phenotypically in heaven? What happens? Because like we're all meant to be the same, right?
you lot the problem is you lot are forcing me to give my breakdown of things, which I normally don't give. Let me see if I can circumvent that. Basically, what you have is you have a.
Yeah, I should record that one still. I should record that still.
Why? No, because what it is, I only normally give that information to those who are part of the brotherhood. You get me? So that's that. Those things are kept for them.
Ain't you trying to give us that one, fam? Trying to ensnare us.
So I don't understand. Okay, all right.
Yeah, nah, bro.
The brotherhood don't believe in dawah, nah?
You know what I'm saying?
No, you give dawah, but you don't give that information.
What information is this? So you're teaching Islam.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what decides what you do teach and not teach as far as what true Islam is?
Yeah, so there's the basics of true Islam, which are, that the Prophet had 12 successors, and they're supposed to elaborate and disseminate the Quran on various levels of evolution of society and the community, which obviously didn't get to happen in that way because it was usurped. So therefore, you had this imposter thing. So the most basic thing is the most basic teaching of what the Quran's saying in general. So you have do your good deeds and the angels record them and so on. Then you have the more deeper levels of the Quran, which go into the hows of creation, the hows and whys of creation, goes into a bit more levels of Allah, what the word means, what you're referring to Allah in relation to creation, the nature of Day of Judgment, etc. Just more, it goes deeper into everything else. So it's just a matter of those people who, like, if you're giving dawah, you call them to, let's say, into the house.
But
right?
isn't dawah though supposed to be calling people to Allah? Yeah.
Well, you call them to Islam, into the fold.
Islam, yeah, which is effectively calling people to Allah.
Let's say
worship of Allah, yeah. So and part of the motivation for that is the preparation for the hereafter. Is that not correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
So it would seem to me that an understanding of the hereafter would be fundamental to dawah.
It can be. The problem is giving a bigger, broader understanding would mean giving a bigger, broader understanding of other things, which this information in certain people's hands will be misused. So that's why you just give as you give and roll with that.
Yeah, quickly. Can you be black in heaven?
Do you mean with melanin?
I don't know. I don't know. You contextualize it. I'm just asking. I thought that was a really good point because but because then it will bring us to the point of what do you take from. So if there is some kind of shift in consciousness, what do you like? Will you be in heaven still thinking, "Oh, black people are being mistreated"?
We got brilliant examples here today. Yeah. Do you remember a phone called? Is it 2310 or something?
I don't know what that means.
Do you remember a mobile phone called the 2310? Is it 20?
Oh yeah. Some
3210 and the 3310.
3210.
Yeah,
there was a 3310 as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there was one famous phone that come out, and in that time it was like, yeah, this is the phone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, both of them, the 3210 and the 3310 were bad man phones though.
Okay, right. So there was a good step. Now imagine if we are that 3310 whatever, right? Or even the mobile before, the big ones where you had to carry the battery back. Now, imagine taking that data and putting it in the most sophisticated phone you got today. Do you understand?
Okay.
So I'm saying that's kind of what it is on this level. You've got the data from here, and it's now expressed in a new device. You understand? So it's similar to that. In other words, the way because if you think of it like this, if we have childhood memories, as you get older, you look at and feel about your childhood memories very differently, right? I remember, certain things that happen where obviously at the time I was vexed, and I was vexed for years at certain things either I didn't get or I got beat for or something like that. And then as I get older, I'm looking on the same thing in a very different way, especially after you have kids.
I see your point.
What I'm saying?
What do you think interactions for eternity, like, how can I phrase this? Like, would you not have to be docile to accept a plane in which you must interact with other people who have this fucking heightened greater understanding for eternity, i.e., in the absence of any kind of conflict or disagreement, what really is there? I guess we cease to be humans, and our consciousness transforms into something which essentially is like akin to a god, i.e., when like there is an absence of emotional fluctuation, we're just one way for eternity. Isn't that something?
You see, the problem you're having is you're not even thinking about the very life that you're living now. Do you agree that you thought and felt very different as a prepubescent child, and even as a baby, then as some prepubescent child, then as a teenager, and now as an adult? Even in this life,
that could be reduced to biology, though. Like you can literally reduce that.
No, that's this, bruv. Even when you break it down to biology, it's still scientific.
Right.
Yes?
So that's fine, yeah. All accepted.
Yo. Yeah, man still not answered the question though. Like,
I did.
Are you gonna be happy? Yeah. So what? So you're gonna be void of the memory of your family members that are in hell. You're only gonna
that's
have
what I
the memory
said.
of.
You see, so I did answer the question, didn't I, Veli? So the clear-cut answer is this: because you said, "Do you believe you can be happy in heaven?" So you're talking about when you're in there. Obviously, in this life, you would not be happy to know that your family is going to hell, whatever that thing is or not. Do you understand?
Right.
So, as it stands, obviously in this life, you wouldn't be happy, would you?
No, you wouldn't be happy. But like, yeah. So, if God's gonna clean your memory of, that means He's gonna select what parts you're gonna remember of your life and not them. So that means if your child goes to hell, you're not gonna remember that you're gonna have a child.
Yeah.
Well, part of it will be you have to. All right, let me put it to you like this.
No, I'm terrible.
The question you have to ask yourself is, what is it that's actually experiencing the life in this world?
The rental guy to give him the tea.
What the hell is that? Who's that?
It was Shaq still. I gotta carry on.
Is it? Okay. Yeah, I'm saying, what is it that's experiencing this life? Yeah. Have you stilled your mind enough for you to even focus on the you that is experiencing the thing at the background of it, and then this other self that's busy with the world. Do you understand? And this is the problem with like us being in the world that we're in, where we don't even get time to even sit down and truly meditate and notice the difference between the self and the person. You get what I'm saying? Uh-huh.
Yeah, you can't. To be honest, yeah, I kind of see what your point is. But essentially what you're saying is you're saying on Earth you're Goku, and then when you go to heaven you're a Super Saiyan or some shit like that. Which I guess it does.
Yeah. Just imagine that let's say we're some spirit being. You know, like some people believe you're like a ghosty spirit, and you reincarnate or incarnate into the world. Because your spirit or soul or whatever has attached itself to the body and the world, your thoughts and feelings and your emotions are all interactive with that and the world. But then when you come back out of the body, is that connection still there, except for those that you've made that proper contact, that pure connection with? Do you get what I'm saying? That's the question.
Yeah, but I don't know, because do you know what it is? I often argue. Was you listening earlier, by the way?
Only for bits and pieces. I had to go, bro.
No, when I jumped on with Dark Magician and we were talking about consciousness.
Remind me, because I caught bits of it, but I had to rush.
Yeah, no, it's not everyone. Just all I was saying is it's interesting because you remember, actually, me and you did engage in. Remember we engaged in that little free will discussion one time.
Yeah.
That little thought experiment shit. Well, it's like a lot of times people posit this concept of a soul, to which I describe what governs the soul. Then they say essentially it's I'm reducing it somewhat, but it's like the essence of God is essentially your soul, and that free will is dictated or is given to you by this soul that is given to you by God, right? So it's almost that everything's a machine, and the only sort of the only real complexity is the spirit or the soul that's given to you by God, right? And that's your only that's your true connection to God. Everything else is just fucking particles. My issue is now you're saying that even that soul is equally mechanical or like crude, and that it needs to undergo some evolution to attain even more closeness to God by dying. But then it sort of, in my opinion, it makes the whole concept even more dubious now. The whole fucking example of a God creating mankind, giving mankind free will, life as a test. It makes it even more dubious when your individuality or identity, as you described it, is even more fucking meaningless. It's even more meaningless now in the sort of, when compared to this sort of evolved state that you're going to achieve by going to heaven. It just, I don't know, it all seems a bit too sensational, man, and fantastical.
I hear what you're saying. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a very simple thing. Like, I understand you lot are coming from the perspective that where people are doing good because of reward and the fear of hell, rather than doing good.
I mean, you are doing that as well, aren't you?
No, not at all. That's my whole point. It's a different religion, bro. All right, let me give an example. One of the teachings we have is there are 3 types of worship. One is the worship of the slave, which is the lowest level, and that's out of fear, right? So this is taught by the sixth successor of the prophet, right? So the worship of the slave is the lowest one, which is the worship out of fear. The next worship is the one of the businessman. So he's worshiping with the hope of getting reward in heaven or Jannah. And the worship is of the free man is the one who worships in the sense of the loveness of goodness out of his heart. Do you understand? So obviously,
where can man learn about this thing? Study these things, because is that in the Quran?
No. That's from one of the successors of the prophet.
So where are those teachings?
That's part of the hadith. Where is that?
Are these hadiths universal? So that does everybody in Islam accept them, or is this is specific to?
No. These, I mean, you might find them. Remember, I told you that Sufis go back to Ali in it, most of them. So you might find it amongst the. There's a lot of wisdom sayings amongst the Sufis, so I can't deny that. But will you find them amongst the Sunni Orthodox Hadith? I'm not quite sure about that.
So these are, but I thought Hadith was people's narratives in relation to Muhammad, though.
That's what I'm saying. But because the 12 successors to us. And in the Sunni books and the Quran, these 12 successors are superior to Moses and Jesus. Do you understand? So it's like having 12 prophets after Prophet Muhammad, except they're all having to adhere to the Quran and teach the Quran. Do you understand?
Okay.
So because I found them
as much as this is the 12, yeah.
Yeah.
So the 12. There are hadith, as far as you're concerned, associated with the 12 that have nothing to do with Muhammad, the person of Muhammad.
Right. So, for instance, they can narrate something, or say something, and it's equivalent to if the Prophet said it.
So are they the prophets then?
That's what they're called him. Right. In the Quran, there's a status that is above prophet and messengership. Yeah, and it's called an imam of mankind.
Is that a revelation, though? You see what those 3 examples you gave us? Is that a revelation, or is that their interpretation of something that they understood from Muhammad and God?
But this is what I just said. In their own right, they are guided by Allah. In their own right. So the same way how the Prophet was guided by Allah, they're guided by Allah.
No.
Did you say they're superior to Muhammad, though?
No. Superior to Jesus and Moses and the prophets of children of Israel.
The prophet received revelation. That's how he knows what he knows.
Yeah. All right. So if I put to you that any human being in Islam, Sunni and true Islam, any human being can receive revelation. Now what?
Yes, I'm saying so they receive revelation. I asked you that and you said no.
No. In the sense of they don't get another Quran, but you get what you might call inspiration. Let's use the word inspiration so we don't confuse the two. The Quran's the revelation.
Fair enough, though, man. Muhammad spoke to an angel that told him everything. What are these? What's these lot's method of communication? Just dreaming stuff.
Just dreaming stuff.
I was there level.
Communicating with angels isn't all that big. So yes, they communicate with angels. Number one.
That's the biggest. Man sent you an emissary.
Yeah. No, that's fine. No, but I'm saying there's normal human beings who are not prophets that can also have communication with angels too. So this is what I'm saying, bro. It's a different thing. The Quran even shows you that. But anyway, let me get to So the basic thing is that some of the things they quote, they will say the prophet said, and some of the things as divinely guided and divinely appointed teachers is from Allah direct through themselves, so to speak.
Wait, hold on. Sorry, I don't mean to just one because we move fast speaking to you, Issa, yeah. You see, who gets into heaven? Good people or bad people?
What does that mean, good or bad people?
I don't know. If I've made some kind of, if it's a fallacious argument, explain that to me. But from my understanding, hell bad, heaven good. Is that correct? Am I on the right path?
I mean, based upon what, because I interpret what you said to mean deeds, yeah. So, all right, let's say good people, right? Let's go with your terminologies.
Yeah.
Good people go to heaven.
Yeah.
Bad people go to hell. Let's go with it as simplistic as that.
Is God good or bad?
Allah is above good. The concepts of good and bad.
He's above the concept of good. So so you can make a fair, like it would be fair to say. Is it fair to say that he's good? Is it fair to say that he has the best intention for a human being? That he will the best, best for them, or maybe not.
I know I have to bring this down to. This is the thing. I try to keep Allah within the frame. Okay, let me just bring it into the layman's. Yeah. So let's say Allah is good. There you go. Yeah, Allah's good.
Allah's good. Okay, cool. So Allah is good, right?
Yeah.
Are you meant to enact the will of Allah? Are you meant to contravene or contradict Allah, or are you meant to do like what Allah wills for you? Is that the best course of action in your opinion?
I have no idea what you mean by will, because you said what Allah wills for you. and then
Let me rephrase it. If is the best course of action what Allah has told you is the right way to live? Is that
yes,
the best course?
brilliant. You've worded it perfectly.
All right,
so the
cool.
answer is yes.
So God is good. He's a good God. He wants the best for you. Yeah. He's told you the best way to live to get to heaven. Yeah. And that's the way and if you deviate from that, he'll send you to hell. Correct?
Nah. That you see these words, like even where it says in the Quran that Allah, or the angel referring to hell and all of that, you're supposed to read the Quran as a collective, and your understanding of what it means when it says Allah is supposed to evolve. But if you want to go with the layman's terms, yes, Allah will put you into hell.
So then technically speaking, God wants you to get to heaven because he's a good God, and you want to get to heaven, and that's why you're following these rules, isn't it?
No. The reason you put 2 points there. Hold on. You put 2 points there. I'm saying to you that in relation to what we call heaven and hell, these are things that most people can't verify exists, right? So it's something where you can say, based upon these principal things and laws of nature, it's more likely it exists than it doesn't, unless you have certain means of vision which will allow you to peer over that.
God told you existed. He literally.
Hold on. Hey, look, imagine if God told you out the clouds, that exists. The next question will be, how do you know that's God and not some other fake demon that says it's God? There's all kind of different questions you could ask, even if God told you personally, right? So I'm saying to you, what my point is to you, that when you come back to yourself, the point is, when you're saying you do stuff to get to heaven, I'm saying no. There comes a point in your life where if you're still doing things in your 30s and stuff because you're only doing good because you're going to get reward in heaven and you're trying not to go to hell, then I think there's something wrong with you, to be honest. But anyway,
there's something wrong with your God then, because why did he even explain it then? He should have just thought about that part. He should have said,
right,
hey,
no, because I'll tell you why.
See me, you're never going to get a chance to chill with me, but do these good things.
Yeah. Okay, so let me help you out.
So that the Quran itself addresses hellfire.
Oh, let me just deal with his last point. 1 sec. Won't be long. So you're saying in relation to Allah, James Jones, the problem you seem to be having is that some people have been raised in the most, let's say, dregs of humanity in the area. So for instance, let's talk about the desert people, right? And any other areas of the earth that are quite devoid of, let's say, a lot of natural resources when it comes to food and warmth, etc. Or even balanced, let's say a balanced climate and environment, or at least a fair one. They may grow up to be quite savage and barbaric, which is the exact example with the Prophet. So therefore, for a longer time, they may need to hear more about the consequences of their actions in relation to the hereafter. With the hope that on this journey, by engaging in the Islamic teachings or the divine path of teachings, they would then get a habit of doing good rather than doing it for the sake of not going to hell or for getting reward. Do you understand? Because at the end of the day, certain people grow up like children. You get me? They go out of puberty and you might take for granted the principles that you've got, which you probably got from Christianity, even though you reject Christianity. You probably forget where you got it from. You get what I'm saying? So if you check the harsh nature of the world, if you go according to nature, it's more than likely, it's kill or be killed. It's the strongest survive. Yeah. So to do good, you might need to have some incentive. Simple as that, bro.
Doing good though, according to the Quran.
Yeah.
From my understanding, is not simply about being righteous in terms of the way you live your life and how you treat people. Hellfire awaits those who disbelieve, regardless of their actions on earth, from my understanding. So are we to take that literal then? So when believers and disbelievers meet in hellfire, is that literal or is that symbolic?
Well, I would say it's when you get to that realm of existence, this world, But let's just say it's what we would call literal, and therefore you're going to be feeling extreme pain of burning and so on. Yeah. So let's say it's literal. Yeah.
I'm yeah. I'm not. I don't know, man.
Because what I'm trying to say to you is, the Quran lets you know that the hereafter is not something you can imagine in the sense of what you experience here, right?
Explain it.
But then it tells you, it gives you, for instance, when it gives you certain experiences that are clothed in what you experience here, then that's it. Simple as that.
Maybe like I don't know, man. Maybe I'm not being intentionally obtuse. I'm being what the fuck is the point in it all then? Like, if everything's some kind of distorted version, like, or if this is some distorted, like the whole concept of a soul and all of this stuff and individualism and identity and all this stuff that you use to sort of separate yourself from the natural physical world, yeah. Essentially, it means nothing because you don't truly understand it anyway. So what's the point?
James, listen.
What's the point in articulating all this shit if you could be wrong anyway?
You seem to have a bad memory. James, do you agree from a child's perspective that it's more important for it to get its toys than for you to pay the bills?
Yeah, but bro, reducing these things to some weird analogies don't necessarily like refute any central points.
I'm responding to what. Hold on, I'm responding to what you said, which was, what's the point of this and what's the point of that? I'm saying, just like a child's understanding of certain things from that perspective at that level and at that time, only when they get to being an adult can you look back and say, okay, now I know why it was better for them to pay for the heating and the electric, etc., and keep us warm in the winter rather than get me the stupid toys I want and the sweets. Do you understand? So likewise,
it's hard to if you're constantly speaking using analogs to describe your point. There becomes a point where we will end up just arguing within the sort of dimensions of that analogy, yeah, which is pointless. Because I can say, oh, there's some children that know how to pay the bills from young. There's some kids that complete a degree at 10 years old. Like what? This is the central point here.
And hold on. And there's some human beings that can comprehend the hereafter. That's my whole point. Your example.
Right, but you explaining the futility of its description earlier, and I'm saying, but why was it in the book then? If it doesn't matter, if it shouldn't matter to you at all, if you're never going to be able to truly computate it, if once you arrive there, you won't even be the same person anymore. What the fuck is the point in explaining it to you? Why not say, hey, I'm a god. Here's a miracle. Believe me now. Yeah, I'm a god. Do this. Why not?
Right.
Why?
This is a problem. You've been coming. All your arguments have been based upon your version of how I'm a god, do this, do that, and that's what I'm saying. You're trying to enforce what you're saying.
No, not cool. I'm asking you questions, and you're saying, "Don't worry, you won't understand it." Settle down.
No. The Quran gives instructions. It gives instructions. You know what I'm saying? Of things to do, and even things to say. It gives instructions in terms of how to understand Allah, how to pray to Allah, what ways of acting. That's where the concept of haram and halal comes from. That's my understanding of the Quran.
Right.
So isn't that what it does? So in the sense of if the Quran is instructive in that way,
yeah.
How does that, like, I don't know, unless, yeah, explain that to me then. If what you're saying is correct, then why is the Quran so instructive in terms of?
If what I'm saying about what is correct, how does any of that contradict what I've said?
Because you're saying that it's not about Allah telling you what to do here, there, and everywhere. Yeah.
No. I didn't say that. All
right, what have I misunderstood?
Okay, so I've said that in relation to where I think you said, but specifically James Jones is saying about doing these things to get. That's it. He put to me about something about believing in Allah and doing it to get heaven and to avoid hell. And I explained, yes, there are certain levels where people need incentive and they need fear and so on about these realities. But I'm saying the goal is to get you beyond that, so that's not the reason why you're doing it. You know what I mean?
So okay, and to be honest with you, my computer went funny when I asked you the question, so I never even heard your answer a while ago. Yeah.
Well, let me just put it to you like this.
Yeah.
Imagine relationships, where in the society if you cheat, you'll get stoned to death. Imagine a society like that, yeah? And imagine that the only reason why somebody does not cheat is because of the fear of stoning to death. Now, I guarantee that you won't be happy with that. You would hope that regardless of the threat and the risk, that they're faithful to you because they want to be faithful to you. True or
So
false,
when-
Shaka? True or false?
Yeah, no, I hear you, right? But at the same time, we are taught that Allah is unlike to man, innit, right? So
Yeah.
my thing is that does it say in the what you're outlining now? Does it say that
You broke up there. So I think you said does it
and the hereafter?
Sorry, you broke up. Say that again. You said that again. Well, you're underwater or something, man. Yeah, that's my shot.
Yeah, that thing's bad still.
Can you hear me?
Listen, while we're waiting,
I hear you clear when you suck your teeth, you know.
Issa, hey, listen.
Yeah, good.
You hear me? Yeah, just to be clear with what I'm saying, yeah, is I'm saying it feels like the goalposts move to a point in which a whole exercise feels really futile. For example, if God is inherently good, yeah, if God wants the best for you, then essentially God wants you to go to heaven, and you should want to go to heaven because that is what God wants for you, and that is what is the path of righteousness. It's like you tell a child, yeah, do you want an A star or do you want a gold star or wherever level they're of course you do. And all of this work, even though you're becoming educated in the process, which is equally a good thing, is for you to achieve that achievement as validation for your good work. If once you get to that place, you're not even going to be the same person anyway. All the shit that led you up to there isn't even going to be useful in heaven, because caring about your family, doing good, your mother is, you know, that what's that phrase from the Quran or the or hadith or something where you know the Jannah is at the feet of your mothers. All of that stuff is going to be fucking irrelevant once you get to heaven, and up until that point it's equally irrelevant. It's equally irrelevant up until that point because we don't really want you to go to heaven, and everything I've described to you and everything I've explained for you technically is all subject to interpretation and or you know, I may be giving you clear instruction, but I may be wrong. It not seem futile in the sense that if you gave me this free will and you are this grand architect, you might as well have just sat back and watched your work. And that's not me putting my parameters on God or my own. It's not a projection on God. It's just based on what I'm hearing from you. Does that not make more sense?
Yeah. No. It's you projecting what you think Islam's saying, right? And I understand that. So let me help you again and draw your attention to the thing that you're not focusing on, which is the human being. So when you're saying, for instance, the goalpost, you're not focusing on the person that's trying to score in the goalpost. You're focusing on Allah wants this, Allah wants that. Regardless of what Allah wants, you're being advised that this is what's coming in the hereafter, right? Even if let's take Allah out of the picture. Let's just say that this is how the universe evolved, and someone, let's say, who went there and reincarnated said this is what going on in the next world for you, right? So forget your concept of Allah being the big giant in the sky, because I notice you lot can't seem to get away from that concept, which is fine, right? So let's deal with someone else advising you that this is there in the hereafter. You're asking, okay, how do I avoid that situation? He then gives you the Quran. Okay, there you go. Now what? Ask me based upon that scenario, because at the end of the day, your concept of Allah that you're giving me is not the holistic concept of Allah in the Quran. It is a part of leading up to the concept of Allah, but it's a very immature one. And it's not your fault neither, but it's just saying.
So can you hear me now?
Yeah,
go ahead, bro.
The term jealous God, yeah.
Yeah.
One that we hear in Christianity. Does it apply to Islam?
Nah. That's if you. I think the one in Bible is more to do with a chosen people type thing. So no, I've never even read anything like that in the Quran or Hadith.
Anything about a jealous God, yeah?
Yeah, no, nothing like that.
But it would be true to say that Allah, as revealed in the Quran, is concerned about the worship of quote unquote other gods, yeah.
In the sense,
and commanding people not to worship them, but to worship Him alone.
All right, so a bit more nuance than that. I would say It's more of a serving. So the whole idea is that you are on a path focused on purifying yourself.
No,
In that path,
but I'm not. But my understanding.
I'm getting it. I'm answering your question. Don't worry. I'm saying within that being the point, if you have concepts that are inaccurate in regards to the functions of nature, then you will not be able to do that. That's the point.
Okay. At the same time, when it comes to you're giving a nature-based analysis at the minute. All right. So where is the nature-based analysis?
Nature-based analysis. That's the Quranic. The Quran's always giving you nature-based.
Yeah, I'm saying. So where is the nature-based analysis found in the Quran? So where is the will of Allah aligned with the natural laws of the universe?
Okay, so Allah says, well, you know about Allah. Well, Allah created, correct? Allah sends the wind, the rain.
That makes sense, but I'm saying if Allah sends, that's fine. But I'm saying that I've had conversations with people of Abrahamic religions, and obviously you will know that essentially my spiritual perspective is nature-based, and it's come from the laws of nature. Whereas the idea is that this is not enough. Yeah, if Allah comes and tells you this is who man is, then this is who man is, isn't it? Right? You see what I'm saying? So regardless of what you understand from nature and that kind of things, there, the book is a definitive definer of what Allah is and what Allah is not, and how you are supposed to relate to Allah.
Okay, let me come back to you, please. So what you have to remember is, all right, do you agree that understanding any concept of an unseen being of the magnitude of what we call Allah is not like a one-day study? Agree?
No, of course it's not. Of course it's not.
Okay. So therefore, you're given some guidance here in the Quran, but you're also directed to nature, and you're supposed to, it's a growing thing that you're learning. And
So
that's
where does it say that though? Where does it say that? Because I understand that Allah did say to reflect upon the creation, but I'm not aware that Allah states that that creation will give you heightened knowledge of Allah beyond what is stated in the Quran.
Okay, so let me give you the example I gave in regards to reincarnation. It says, how can you disbelieve in Allah and you were dead and he gave you life, will cause you to die again and bring you back to life again, and then unto him you shall return? Okay, what is the connection between what Allah is saying, how can you disbelieve in Allah, and you were dead and he gave you life, and so on? How does that assist anyone who doesn't believe in Allah coming to believe that Allah exists?
Come again, sorry?
I'm saying, did you hear the verse that I quoted?
No, come again. I missed it.
So the verse says, how can you disbelieve in Allah and you were dead and he gave you life and will cause you to die and will give you life again, and then unto him you shall return? Yeah. So the verse is addressing the people who don't believe in Allah's existence, right?
Yeah.
So therefore, there's a sign within your own life. There's many levels of teaching within the one thing anyway. But I'm saying the first and foremost thing is the contemplation of yourself in relation to the existence of Allah, right? So that's one. I'm just going to leave that there and then go on to the next one. Travel through the land and see how Allah originates creation and repeats creation. So intrinsic to this study and research is your understanding of Allah. Do you understand?
Yes, but the emphasis here seems to be on Allah's ability to create. Yeah. So because Allah creates.
No, how? That's what I'm saying. The key word. This is why you got to pay attention to every single word in the sentence.
Yeah.
See how. So I'm saying to you, for instance, this is how we know it's evolution and not the garbage that these lot want to teach you. Because if Allah done one miraculous creation called Adam, yeah, with clay, like we form a clay thing, and then breathed into it, how am I going to find anything on, no matter how much I travel around the earth looking at research? Yeah, I'm never going to find any examples of that, am I? Of whatever you make out of clay, and then bang, some wind comes along, blows it, and then it gets up and walks. Do you understand? So the only thing I am going to find, and why are you going to tell me to look for it in the first place? Because I'm never going to find that example again. if it happened in the first place. So the only thing I can do is travel to Earth and see Wagwan and say, oh, because of this and because of climate.
No, all that is logical, bro. But I'm saying that we're presuming that because it's logical, that's what the religion is saying. And I'm saying,
but I'm quoting this. What do you see? What I'm saying?
No, hey, I'm hearing you, bro. As I said, I'm not denying that the Quran says to reflect on the creation. And what I am saying is that I don't know that the Quran says to look for the creation for your definition and understanding of Allah. That's not the same thing. It doesn't mean you can't learn about Allah by observing the creation. But the definitive tool among Muslims, from my of all descriptions, from my understanding, for learning about Allah is the book of Allah, the text of Allah, the word of Allah, which is the express will of Allah. And this is why. Do you believe that Allah is separate and distinct from His creation?
Well, I'll say yes. Because of the way you asked the question, I'll just say yes.
What do you mean? Either he is or he isn't.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But the problem you're having is you said the word Allah, and then you said His creation, and so because you asked it the way you asked it, then yes, He is separate from His creation.
So, how would I ask it differently?
That would depend on how you start to understand Allah and then creation in itself. Because if you understand it differently, then you're naturally going to ask the question different or a different question.
No, but this is the point. From my perspective, the question is illogical. Yeah, but these are the questions that come about when we have a religious conversation. You know what I'm saying? So if from the perspective of people that see the Creator as expressed in the creation, then this is not a discussion. It's not an argument, right? For people that see the Creator as separate and distinct, from the creation, then it becomes a question. That's what I'm saying.
You know what? All right, let me just be. What it is, because of the nature of your mentality to be more sophisticated than a lot of people, you can't help but ask the questions which are fundamentally necessary to having a deeper or more proper understanding. And what I've been trying to do is circumvent a lot of the answers because I'm intending to have certain debates with certain people.
So you're saying the question I'm asking is pertains to some of those debates.
Yeah.
All right. I guess I have to respect that.
Because I'm saying one of the things which is going to come up is the concept of Allah in the Quran and in another religion. Do you get me? So fundamentally, that's gonna, it's gonna be a deciding factor. And obviously, I don't want any opponents to know what I'm gonna say. You know what I mean? So
I'll lay off the thing then. I'll lay off the thing.
Yeah, man.
Do you believe your differences are as fundamental as whether or not Allah can be described? Sorry, I can't remember exactly how Shakarov phrased it, but you think there's even a difference of opinion on a point like that? Or there'll be a point of contention even on like a simple conceptualization of God like that?
Bruv, when I say two different religions, I mean, don't get me wrong, we could be two different religions and have a similar concept of Allah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so fundamentally, let's say the predominant is problematic because when I say predominant, that might not mean majority of people. So when I say predominant, I mean, let's say the Salafist, let's say Saudi Arabian type version is predominant because it has more money backing it. You get me? So people, even if they were more, let's say in Pakistan, let's say in West Africa or certain parts of Africa, in fact, almost all of Africa was more Sufiized. They've become more textual based, where Sufi is more, you had a spiritual teacher who everyone would say, our great teacher said. Nowadays, people are challenging the teacher, saying, no, he's contradicting the Quran, he's contradicting the Hadith. So people are moving towards more Salafistic type ways of seeing things. Based upon that, the concepts of God that we have will be 180 degrees opposite. So, for instance, in the Sunnite religion, in these various Sunnis, they have in their books that Allah has a throne that he sits on, and there is a space between his thigh and the throne, that he gets up and walks downstairs, literally as we walk downstairs. So there's a lot of literalism in this Salafi thing. You get me? Even to the point where they claim he comes as a young teenager and stuff like that. I mean, there's all kind of different thing. And in fact, let me just say this last bit. If you look at Wesley Muhammad, when I think he's trying to prove that Allah can be a man or something, he's calling, I think the word is shakt, right? And he's quoting the Salafi Wahhabi hadith to say that Allah is a teenage person or something like that, or comes in the person of a teenager. So yeah, with us and the Salafi Sunni,
it's shocks or something like that.
Yeah, shocks, yeah. And that's why I quoted it, because I'm expecting you to know about it. You know what I mean? So my thing is 100% us and the 180 degrees opposite religion. And the problem is that is creeping into a lot of the other Sunni understandings, because it's more textual based, whereas the others were more, spiritual based and etc. More logical or spiritual based type systems. So now that the text is coming in, and you can't really get away from the Salafists being the only true Sunnis. Everyone else was a hybrid. The Sunnis are following Sunniism, and that's it. Everyone else is some hybrid mix and match and all that kind of garbage.
Hey, listen, you know Ralph, innit?
Yeah. Bigger. I'll tell you what, Ralph is too important to us to disrespect him. Yeah, go on.
The Asian guy,
What does that mean? I don't understand that. What does that mean?
You mean
I keep hearing people bunning out Ralph, yeah? But Ralph, imagine you got somebody that's telling you what people that have plans against you and hate you, he's telling you what these lot don't. They're doing taqiya all day. No, we don't really hate you. We don't really this. We don't really that. And Ralph is telling you blatant.
I can respect that and still ban him. The same way that I can respect this.
Hold on.
No. I'm saying for the people, them, how they should be treating him, being willing to give the information. Of course, he's a devil, but I'm saying the fact that he's willing to talk. I'm saying we should try to steer him away.
But let's not make this about him. He's wholly unimportant. The reason I brought him up though is because when I first came on this hangout thing, I first started speaking. He used to, as a way of mocking Islam, and later on I realized that I know how true he was. But he used to say that, and he was talking about specifically the right wing, which is a fallacy. It's governments in general, or Western ideology in general. But he used to say we've reverse engineered Islam, and I used to think that was just a way of over intellectualizing a criticism against Islam. But the more I think about it, I'm like, it's so true.
You broke.
Is it
you keep breaking up?
Oh yeah. Oh, so you want me to repeat what I said simply in a sentence?
Yeah. You broke up hard, but
he says he used to say, and he probably still does say, but I haven't spoken to him recently, that the Western ideology. He says the right, but let's just say I'm saying Western ideology has reverse engineered Islam.
Okay, what does that mean exactly?
Like in the way they use it to balkanize the Middle East, the way they use it to create conflicts and destabilize governments all over the world. They've reverse engineered this Islam. And not only that, but they've done it to the point where people believe that they're not actually fighting in Western interests. They believe they're fighting for their God.
Bruv.
And it's interesting how, no disrespect to you, but it's interesting how you never see yourself fitting into that category. You always believe there's some higher purpose.
Let me explain something to you. You see, this is the problem with you not paying attention and listening. The thing you're not listening to, what you just said is exactly my point in regards to Sunniism, because you're not paying attention. What he says is 100% correct in regards to Sunniism, and that's why I bloody hate the thing. You're not getting the point.
No, bro. What he's saying is that you use that analysis to reflect on yourself. It's an interesting question.
No, Rav, I heard what he said, but I'm saying he hasn't reflected on what I've been saying, because he is 100% correct. It is under the banner and label of Islam, and it being this terrorist thing and that they're allowed to do all of the things they've been doing, bringing all these new laws that they've been bringing in, different cameras here and monitoring this and all that terror laws, blah, blah, blah. But I'm saying that is exactly my point, because it's not just that. It's under that they've created Boko Haram. It's under that they've got all these different Sunni Khalifa movements to mess with African economics and whatever else they want all over the world. So it's not something I'm unaware of, James. And in what way, shape, or form, James, could you ever say what I'm saying is going along with the Western agenda or the far right agenda?
You got conflict with Sunnis. There you go.
No. You see the problem. This is the problem.
Yeah, wait.
Wait. No,
it's fake.
Bro,
What do you think fucking Houthis say? What do you think? What do you think other Shia organizers? What do you think Iran or Khomeini and
wait. Listen to what you just said. I've got conflict with Sunnis. No, any group that's anti-black. The difference with Sunniism and the KKK or neo-Nazis, there aren't black people joining the KKK or neo-Nazis saying this is the black man's original religion. Do you see the difference? Right.
No, but you asked me a simple question. I gave you a simple answer. You're saying what makes me fall into that category, and I'm saying precisely the and what's no disrespect, but I hear you talk more, and I'm not against you, but I hear you talk more anti-Sunni stuff than pro-black stuff, and you may say that you manage to conflate the two, i.e., if you're in opposition to Sunnism, you are essentially being pro-black. I hear that, but for someone that hasn't separated the two concepts, they would say if they had heard one more than the other from you, it would be anti-Sunni rhetoric. Guess who else has anti-Sunni rhetoric? People that the West are attempting to give their own regions within the Middle East. So you could say that if we picked up Isa and dropped him in the Middle East somewhere, guess who he'd side with? Someone that or you'd probably ally yourself with someone that had conflict with Sunnis. Guess whose agenda those people serve? The West.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. That's not true. And it's interesting you're saying this because there's a lot you're missing out. For instance, in various Brad, Veli, let Brad in, he's in the back. What you're failing to understand are the various or variable components that are going on in certain countries, even regard Sunnis. Yeah. So there's other types of Sunnis that you may not be aware of who are not towing the Saudi Arabian Salafist agenda. Yeah. So what you're saying is not quite right, but also
no. But I'm saying you don't realize that when you start tracing finances and you start seeing motivations for all these different conflicts, and then you're like, but the West back these people, and the West back these people, and they back these people, and they back these, and these are all in conflict. What benefit could the West have if none of these? If these are guess what benefit? Guess what benefit it plays? It plays because if they're all in conflict, guess who ends up being the supreme control, or guess who ends up being the police in that region? Your Israels and your Americas. So if an ideological difference that you have amongst these people becomes more important than the economy, more important than society, the wider society as a whole, then guess what you're doing, bro? You are essentially playing into their hands, and you believe that all of this shit or these people all believe that God is the supreme authority, and that is literally what reverse engineering is. Because once you remove the veil, that God that they're fighting for looks like a guy like Donald Trump or George Bush or something like that. You know what I mean? It doesn't look godlike.
And it's very interesting that your vision is very short-sighted in that sense. Because let's look at what you just said. Do you agree Malcolm X was very pro-black?
Careful now.
That's all right, Malcolm. I said, sorry, I always forget to say Muslim Malcolm X. Thank you very much. Thanks for reminding me, Shakira. Muslim Malcolm X. Yeah, let me not forget. Okay. Now, remember this, Mr. James Jones. That after Malcolm X, he was used heavily. His image was used by the Sunni stinking Kaffirats to say, oh, look, come to us. Can you see the sidetrack? Hold on. No, I'm not sidetracking. I'm getting to the main point now.
No, I said, can you see the side chat? Before carry on. Can you see it?
Yeah, I'm looking at. So hold on. Listen to what I'm saying now. But the main thing. Hold on. Right, did you know that even the West white people, they use Malcolm X? Do you know what for?
To say the black people are dangerous?
Not really. When they use Malcolm X, it was to come against the Nation of Islam.
Okay.
In their best blooming interests. Against the biggest and best pro-black movement that we've had in the last 500 years.
Okay.
But does that mean that we should take Malcolm X and say we'll scrub out all of what you were saying? No. In regards to anybody, even that Turner,
he's a man. But he's a man though. Like he's a real human being.
No. He wasn't, bruv. He was never just a man. It was Malcolm X.
Issa, what do you say though? What do you say about the fact that that there was immense what's the word? Like the members of the nation were coming after him to a certain degree. Yeah.
I'm fuming. Like, sorry, Shakira. Every time man have things prepared, to debate Shakira or somebody else, some conversation come up and go always to the left and right into that subject.
I'm not even trying to go into it, but you use an example, innit? So I'm saying to say that Malcolm against the nation is to deny a whole heap of what was going on before he said what he said live on in the media. And I'm one of those people that believe that was a miscalculation, to some degree, although I understand the pressure that he was under and why he did it. But I'm just saying that it's not as though Malcolm came after the nation in a vacuum. There were people in the nation that were coming after him.
No, not that, brother. It's not even him. I'm not talking about him. Remember, I specifically spoke because remember, James's point is how what I'm doing is working with the agenda of the West. I'm saying that don't make no difference. It's kind of like, let's say, here's an example, better example now, The agenda of the Western white, let's say, system in England is that black people fight each other, right? Now, let's say we know there are ignorant blacks all around. Now, if you're walking down the road with your missus and some man try and pull a flipping purse off her hand, are you going to say, no, I'm not going to bruck him up because that's the agenda of the flipping white system?
Point taken. Just because you're fighting and some other people are fighting the same people doesn't necessarily mean that you're aligned with them. Not necessarily, but I would say looking at if we know that there's an agenda, one would or an intelligent person would at least question the extent to which they are supporting that.
The overarching reason being magic.
The thing is though, here's the problem, James Jones. You keep trying to put Christianity over Islam, because my point is if you remove Allah from the equation, you put heaven and hell out, you remove all these out the equations, you still have a perfect social system. That's the problem. You're not getting through your head.
No. Because from it was posited, nobody has ever adopted it as far as you're concerned, and all the people that do accept that it has been implemented.
No one has ever adopted it. No, but you made a statement. You can't just go past that.
Wait. We spoke about this the other day, and you said there's no example of Sharia or the implementation of what.
I never said from it was positive. I never said that. You spoke about today. You asked.
No. You know what I said? I said to you that the only thing you can point to is the Prophet himself, and I was like, and then it becomes self-referential. You're saying
that would even make sense. What about the 12 Imams, bruv? Come on, man, you talking?
Okay, so all right. So let's do it like this. When was the perfect period in which it was?
Hold on, G Brad, your mic or something is mash up, bruv.
So we can do this. Yeah. When was it perfect?
Islam, see what I'm saying? Islam has been taught perfectly by these 13 people. So the Prophet and his 12 successors, always.
Okay, perfect. All right, perfect. So the Prophet, in the Prophet's time, it was perfect, yeah?
I'm saying to you.
I'm quickly, can we move quick? In the Prophet's time, it was because I don't know if you have a first one.
It was presented and taught perfectly. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, so there's disputation over the hadith, correct?
What? Disputation?
Generally, the Quran is accepted. Different people dispute, different sects of Muslims dispute different hadiths, yeah? But the Quran is generally what is widely accepted as the truth.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
The Quran is also the best representation of Islam, yeah?
Correct. Let's go with that.
Yeah. All right, cool. So you're saying, that the only time society was perfect, the only thing we can all concur, the consensus among the thing we can agree on, the time was that society was perfect, is in the book that is in a time described by the book which describes the society.
I don't know what you're asking. Let me see if I get
a constitution saying this is all of these rules, will create the perfect society. And at the bottom, the constitution says an example of this society is the reason we know this is perfect is because it's been perfect for the X amount of years.
No,
5 years
and
after
that would be retarded. This is the problem with you. You're even
you're self-referential.
No, that's what I'm saying. You're bringing us retarded straw man, and even your straw man is retarded as hell. Listen to what you're saying.
No. Hold on. Maybe I explained it poorly. I accept that because I've been getting.
No. I understand exactly what you said.
So
right?
Explain what I said and refute it.
Brother, you're trying to say that the Prophet's time when he implemented Islam, this is the only time we can see it to be a perfect example of Islam being implemented. What I'm saying to you,
the evidence for that is what?
Brother, but I'm not saying this. This is not my point, because the reference, because you always want to draw around to the reference of the Prophet and so on. I'm saying to you that you need to study and look at the nature of the human being, the nature of the environment we call creation, and the nature of what implementation of the Quran and how it fits with humanity. When you've got these
objective references are what? What is objective? What is separate from Islam that says, my gosh, oh golly, that is the greatest society. Oh my God, I wish we need to copy those people over there. What example do you have?
You understand the study of a human being? How is that stuck to the Quran? How is that not objective from the Quran?
Bruv, you just said you believe that there was a time where it was perfectly implemented, even though the other day you said it never happened.
No, I just said that's not my point. That's your point, not mine. I'm saying to you, the only reason I would say that the Quran is the perfect guidebook is because studying the Quran, number one. Number two, study of the human being as a collective, or the human beings, humanity, mankind, and the environment. I gave you these three things: the Quran, creation of nature, and the human being.
I don't like, because you know what it is, someone will make a point and you will delve deeper into that point, and then we'll kind of lose focus on where the conversation was going. So now we're here, but the contention that you made, the reason that you stopped me in my tracks was that because you said what I said was wrong. And what I said is that you accepted that there was never a perfect society that was that implemented Sharia. Now you're saying that I was wrong for saying that. So give me the point to where there was outside of the Quran.
Prophets. Bruv, I'm saying to you that what you've used as my point, so meaning your angle of judging whether the Quran could work or not is not my thing of whether it can judge it or work or not. So when you're taking back to say the Prophet's time is the only time, I'm saying to you, in the Prophet's time, while he's teaching, the Quran tells the Prophet and the people that around about him are hypocrites. He's being told this in the Quran. So he's got the verse come to him, and he's telling other people that Allah just told me this. And he's saying, round about you, the Arab, among them are hypocrites. They are stern in disbelief and hypocrisy.
Wasn't perfect then. We can just
Hold on. But this is my whole point to you. It's not about society being perfect. This is the bit you're missing. This is what I'm telling you. The Quran, I'm saying, is the perfect system. How a human being acts or reacts and doesn't act or react to it is another point. It's just like you, bruv. A doctor might give you, a herbalist doctor might say,
a human being wrote it, though. That's the joke. But a human being wrote it as well. So if you accept it can't be implemented because human beings are imperfect and variable,
simple question.
Well, it can't be perfect in writing either because a human being wrote it.
Brother, that's what you think, and this is my whole point to you. Is your points, brother? That's fine. Hold on, let's see if it's a fact. Hold on, brother. Hold on, because we know you haven't studied the Quran, so we know you can't say fact on anything regarding the Quran. What we can do is check this. Hold on. Do you agree, Mr. James Jones, that when doctors are treating people, they do not need to have contracted every disease or have any illness, every single illness that they treat? True or false?
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you very much. Do you agree it's based upon the study in nature and the functions of the human body, wherewith they also study in connection to those, the medications, the herbs, and the chemicals and molecules? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Therefore, they can treat those symptoms and those viruses, no illnesses. Thank you very much. Next.
Not really. To be honest with you, I don't know who you're speaking to. If it's me, you're trying to put your views across to, because these that's what I'm saying. It's difficult to follow all these analogs and be like, that's fully relatable. Like, no, it's like it can exist in isolation. They can be correct in isolation. Some of what you posit is mutually exclusive, or it doesn't require each other. Like, I'm specific. I was saying, and what you fucking put, because I can't remember what we were talking about now. You pulled me away from it. Was to say I didn't say that. But literally, and Dark Magician can testify, when we were discussing this the other day about perfect implementations of Sharia, you were like, no, there has never been one. And that's the only point I made, to which you disagreed with. Now you're saying that I was right the first time. You agree? No, wait, hold on, please. Now you're saying that I did, like, all that self-referential bullshit I brought up was only just to argue a point that you're now didn't make. Now we're already here. We're here away from the original point with random analogies saying, do you agree with doctors not being able to contract diseases? And like, what's that?
No, but James, this is my whole point. Until your intellect has been evolved up to the level that you understand that the perfect example for these things are analogies and metaphors, similitudes.
No, that's not. This is, you're talking, bro.
How are you telling me?
I'll explain to you. Because on the one hand, if you say, right, the Quran, this interpretation of the Quran actually means sciences, yeah, and now we know that to be true, then someone who didn't understand or read your Quran could have been a physicist, a cosmologist, whatever, could have come to a conclusion about society, and then could have read your Quran and interpreted it as such. The facts, though, the only facts that exist are the science, and you're referencing the science because it's the only thing rooted in fact. Outside of that, you've got your wishy-washy interpretable.
How do you know this? This is the worst thing about it. How do you know? How would you know anything that you're saying? All right, have Muslims before European modern
society. How do I know anything I'm saying?
I'm saying your allegations about me, for instance, what you seem to be trying to say is, after with hindsight of Western scientific philosophies, discoveries, etc., I now then look in the Quran and say, well, this is what they're referring to, and therefore it's scientific. That's what
you said earlier. You said some people take it to mean X. Actually, I know it to mean this, and one of us is right, one of us is wrong, kind of thing. And I'm saying, but the other thing that you're drawing on is a technical factual discussion or technical factual description to which you can reference it in with your book. I'm saying, why is it that but your understanding is not contingent upon yours, but yours is contingent upon theirs.
That's not true.
Wait, but theirs is a technical description and yours is not. Yours is interpretable. People is filled with inflection. People have all different types of opinions.
How do you know this? Have you tried it yourself? This is what my whole bloody point is. I'm saying to you, and I've given you the best example in the world. You've got about 1 billion people that believe Aisha is a good woman in Islam, and the Quran clearly tells you and puts her as a position of an enemy of Allah and the Prophet, but you're still telling me, well, these people might disagree with me.
It was magic. Hold on. It was magic. It was magic. I said something, Shakarov said something, and I said something to you about magic. Then you said something about the Quran. Can your mind trace back that far and remember what exactly?
I thought you made a joke.
No, because this was all of this is like we've all been sidetracked now. All now we're talking about some random shit. This isn't what we were talking about.
Sidetrack. It was part of where we were going anyway. Naturally with the thing. Let me see. You said something about
Malcolm.
No. This is what I said. I think this is where you said it. I said that even if you took the concept, right? Yeah. So you said magic, and I said if you took the concept of Allah out, and you took the angels, and you took the hereafter, hell and heaven out, it would still be the best system, right? Then you said what you said again. Yeah. So I said it would still be the
reverse engineering. That's where we were talking about reverse. Okay. So then what? So yeah, your response to reverse engineering is just because the enemy of my enemy doesn't necessarily have to be my friend, but he can still be my enemy or some shit like that. Or maybe something wrong. But
all right, let me give you the analogy I gave, and then you respond. I said to you that similarly, we might both be black, right? Or the people around us be black. And the agenda of, let's say, the system is that black people destroy themselves. In fact, the black people are destroyed. One of the means that they do it. And even better for them is if black people do it, right? So I'm saying, based upon us, even us knowing that agenda, I said, if a black person comes and harms your family, are you going to not defend yourself, yeah? Because you know it's the agenda of someone else, and you're going to do what you have to do. So likewise, I'm saying, even though I might be a pagan infidel Kafir monkeys, that doesn't mean that just the Sunni religion is anti-black, that I shouldn't be against it too. You understand?
Okay, cool. And then, so are you on a mobile phone or a laptop?
I'm on a laptop, which I'm holding to my flipping neck. But yeah, what?
A laptop?
Yeah.
That you're holding to your neck?
Well, all right, on my chest, just to my ear, more or less. Yeah, go on.
Oh, I was gonna say if you're holding it to your neck, I was gonna say you're a stronger man than I am. No, okay. So can you look in the chat that's in the private chat?
Private chat. Let's go. Do you want me to read it or just read it? Look at it.
Please
You want me to read it out?
Please read it out. Yeah.
Simple. You read it, goddamn. I'm
Why?
not reading.
We said we're gonna record it.
You're trying to set me up to say something about myself as an insult, and then I'm like, there you go, or something. Let me read it. Hold on. Some are cheating by the more cunning with the fabrication of God for their own oppression, whereas the same oppression is shielded by the folk in a way that if the wise attempted to free them by their truth, they would be quelled by the very people. Yes, and this is my point. This works. No, I love this statement because it doesn't work when you say the fabrication of God. It works when it comes to certain ideologies connected to the concepts of God. So it's brilliant. So it says, simple folk are cheated by the more cunning with the fabrication of, let's say, Sunnism, fabrication of Sunnism for their own oppression. So that, let's say the simple Sunnis are cheated by the more cunning with the fabrication of Sunnism for their own oppression. Whereas the same oppression is shielded by the Sunnis in a way that if the wise or the true Muslims attempted to free the Sunnis by the true Islam, they would be quelled by the very same Sunnis. So yeah,
hold on. Can I just have one thing that's really hilarious is that you, in a sense, have become the oppressor. Yeah, in that example, yeah. You
broke up.
So I said you have become the oppressor. Sorry, in the way that you just doctored that to fit your agenda, which I respect. Yeah, I definitely highly respect. However, just to quickly add it to put my context into it, yeah, or this is how I viewed it. This is my argument about those who truly believe they're doing God's work, and people like you that I imagine I would hope you haven't picked up a gun in aid or for the cause of your religion, right? And believe that somehow that separates you from those who are fighting on the front lines in Syria or God knows what conflict, yeah. You people, no disrespect, but people like you genuinely believe there's a distinction where if there was, then why do you think the Saudi regime has spent $75 billion in the past 20 years on attempting to inculcate the masses with their brand of the religion? Because it's not just the people that are going to pick up a gun and fight. It is every believer in said ideology. And for the ones who have benefited off it, yeah, just for the imperialists, the colonizers who value their hegemony so much, yeah. For you to not realize that, I'm in my opinion, you fall into the category of the oppressed.
So let me help you again, because for some reason you thought, well, the only reason you'll spend that money would be, my argument would be to fight terrorism. No, that's ridiculous. No.
They spend that money because for their brand of the ideology. Well, okay, hold on. They spend that money.
Yeah.
That's a proxy, right? That's not their money, number one, and it's not their intention, and it's not. These aren't their machinations. This is the West. This is the fundamentally a Western principle, which is we need people to support your incumbency. So you being in power, we need the rest of the world to support that. Yeah, and you being the custodians of the two holy mosques is an idea that every Muslim must use to detract from any criticisms about you fucking bombing Yemenis or whoever else, or going to having a proxy war with fucking Iran or whatever. Yeah, that's the reason for it. It's not they're not fighting terrorism. They're supporting terrorism. They're fostering and harboring terrorism. They're funding terrorists. The reality is, though, is that belief in the God, and what I was using about Ralph. What Ralph said is it's literally been reverse engineered so that now an atheist is more of a liability to an atheist. A secular democracy is more of a liability to the West than fundamentally.
Let me ask you this: you're a black man, right?
I am.
Okay. This is the problem with you when you're not thinking as a black man. If the Sunnis have been enslaving us all this time, they haven't reversed engineered anything for us because they've been enslaving us all the bloody time. This is the problem when you can't look at things through your black glasses. Because if he's saying they've used it to cause problems in their own place and for the benefit of their own people and cause more problems for Muslims in the West and so on, so they have less political power or whatever it is. then in regards to black people, they've been enslaving us all the time. So there's no reverse engineering from our context. Do you understand?
Yeah,
And that's the bit you're not getting.
but look at the regions. Look at the regions. If these two fighting, yeah, allows me to masquerade as some kind of peacekeeper and reap some benefit from allowing concessions on both sides. Not even, yeah, but whatever. Just in general, like as a principle, if just two people in conflict allows a third party who doesn't espouse any of their views, so is seen as fundamentally neutral, is allowed to come in and arbitrate now. Yeah. In that instance, it doesn't necessarily matter like which is the more nefarious ideology.
True.
It's just the fact that they have two conflicting ideologies that's irreconcilable, and you fall into that of having
I
some
agree with you.
irreconcilable ideology.
But listen, bro, but hold on. Here's the problem you're having. They do that in any ideology. They do that within Protestant and Catholic. They can do that within the Catholic. They've done it amongst Sunnis. So what are you talking about, bro?
No, I'm not saying yours is easier. That's it.
Huh?
I'm saying yours is easier. Like if you tried to get me to fight a random Sunni on Hangout, well, we've probably got some things we disagree on, right? It's a lot harder to find out what me and this random Sunni person would have a disagreement on. I put you in a room full of Sunnis. We know it's going down. You know what I'm saying? We know what's up. Like, and that is and in my opinion, just being honest with you, that is.
But that's like saying, bro. That's like me saying, because what you're forgetting is people say that they create the race differential within society. So that's like saying you in a room with neo-Nazis or KKK members. It's going to be going down.
You know the difference.
Yeah. Tell me the difference.
I'm actually black. I'm not. It's not some. I don't believe in some magical fucking some magical authority in the sky deciding on what's really right for society and mankind and what isn't.
Who said I do? Who said I do? Huh? Who said my concepts of right and wrong were based on the magical whatever in the sky? Who said that? Who told you that?
Well, I mean, there is no natural. Is God natural? Is God like a man? Is he something that we can see in the world?
Oh, no. Listen. No, I'm pointing to what you said, bro. You said my concepts of right and wrong come from this place.
Magical authority.
You know, it's one thing you always do. No matter how much I point to the human individual and the human mind, you keep taking it out there to God. And I notice that's your only strength in your debate, but that's only working against Sunnis and other people. That's not going to work on the black.
No, I'm saying you believe that yours is a divine authority, yeah. That the Quran is divinely authored, yeah. That's what you believe. So
divinely authored, but must coincide with logic, reason, rationality, and has been found to be in line with logic, reason, rationality. That's the difference.
So just humor me for a moment, yeah. Humor me for 1 moment.
I have to go for about 20 minutes, but go on. I'll give me the question. And I have to go and come back.
Supernatural,
yeah,
is akin to magic.
Okay, so hold on. Hold on. So quantum physics is supernatural. Go ahead.
Wait, who am I? Who am I to speak on quantum physics? I'm not a physicist. I'm saying you accept, yeah, that your God, yeah, is supernatural, cannot be confined to the natural world, yeah. So he's supernatural. So I'm gonna say magic because I want to. That's the synonym I've chosen. Magic, yeah. Authority you accept. So this is on God's authority. It's not Muhammad, peace be upon him's authority. It's on God's authority. So there is a magical authority, yeah. I apologize. I'm making it sound intentionally crude, yeah, but just humor me with that part, yeah.
God's authority. I don't know where the hell you're getting this from.
Yeah, so magical authority then. That's it. What do you mean?
No. I said, where did you get this is God's authority? Where are you getting this from?
So Muhammad was just chatting his business when he was given the
listen, I'll say it for you again. The authority is the human faculty of logic, reason, and rationality. What the hell are you listening to? I've said this about 10 times, bruv. I'm saying, for instance, anybody can come to me.
Why do you know what I'm saying? No, allow me. You said I don't understand, so I'm trying to understand. How do you know that?
I've said it so many times, so I have to give you another example.
I'm saying, how do you know it's right? Not based on your own opinion. How do you know that Muhammad? So let me say it like this then. Basically, did Muhammad tell people that the word was from God?
Indeed.
Okay, so could he say that I've got on God's this is true, and the reason I know it's true is because on God's authority? Because could he?
No. This is the thing. That's what I'm saying. The Quran itself says that you are supposed to verify based upon logic, reason, rationality, based upon arguments and points and principles that are made within the framework of your questioning mind that can calculate things to be true or false. That's what I'm saying to you. Because you're stuck on this religion thing, you're coming at me as though the Quran and Islam is based upon religion when it's science. That's what I'm saying to you. So when you keep telling me about this God, this magic, blah 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 blah, I'm saying, well, even if, let's say,
how you should treat your wife is science.
Huh?
So how you should treat your wife is science, i.e.,
Of
let's
course.
say you.
Are you serious? So you telling me? Hold on. So are you really trying to tell me that somebody, let's say a relationship counselor, that they don't have to study to do that? Is that what you're telling me?
Social science isn't real science. Get out of here.
Say that again. Social
science is not
serious?
real science.
Oh my gosh! All right, bro.
What he says, psychology is akin to physics. Yeah.
Bro, you can't separate chemistry and physics from psychology. This is what, bro. You're showing me how much you really don't know. You really showing me how much you don't know. Are you? All right, are you saying to me now that?
No, I don't listen. I don't listen. No, stop. I'm not saying that there is no use or there is no utility in social sciences. Of course not. Yeah, and I'm not saying that they wouldn't govern some. They wouldn't govern some of my thinking. Yeah, but I would never compare them to actual sciences. They're not as replicatable or demonstrable as conventional sciences. No
Are
way.
you serious? Oh my gosh!
I'm serious, bro. I don't think anyone.
Bro, listen, what I'm saying. All right,
sociologists.
I don't think you've studied. I can't even believe what you're saying. The amount of times this say that people can't understand quantum physics, but yet they're developing technology after technology after technology based upon what they believe quantum physics is saying. And you're telling me in relation to psychology, which is something they've been not only found out, but then used it.
What they developed from studying physics?
They've used their knowledge of psychology and the social sciences to such effect that they might not only manage to conquer the world, but maintain that power in deceiving so many different governments and the masses to move the way they want them to move. And you're telling me it's not a science, bruv. You need to wake up, bruv. You really need to wake up. Bruv, it's like, bruv, what it is, it just shows. I mean, you should change this to the Black Telect block, Veli, because really, I'm the reigning champion all the time. And at the end of the day, I think.
You know what? But hold on.
I should moderator.
Hold on. For a moment. Before you do the victory parade, quickly. What fundamentally have you established now?
Okay, poor James, who presents himself as being this learned, wise, and
I'm a moron. I'm an idiot. I'm stupid. I'm dumb. I'm very dumb. Don't do that. I didn't.
That's not how you present yourself.
How have I presented myself?
Present yourself as somebody that can question people's beliefs and call it magic and all kind of stuff. And their beliefs, basically, you're saying they're primitive.
Cool. Let me give you magic. Maybe I'm actually really dumb because I thought magic was supernatural, but maybe I'm wrong.
Is the quantum world supernatural? Yes or no?
Again, I don't know enough about the quantum world. So what would I say? Quantum level physics at the quantum level is not something I understand, bro. What do you mean? I barely understand that. Like, all I would say is this. All I would say is this. Once the wave function has been collapsed, I can start to understand stuff. If you say that this particle, these electrons,
I was trying to reach down to thing on Fridays, Vibes and Pressure car. I've been missing it since it come back.
Who's that?
And I had a film job that went well over time. I never finished properly until like 12 o'clock. So
are you talking to
I hope it went well still.
I don't think he's talking to us, you know.
That's what I was thinking. Right, I've got mute up for a bit. I'll be man.
I know one thing. Isa, 1 second, just last thing. It's a sentence. The power of magic. It's one sentence. The power of apparently influencing events used by mysterious or supernatural forces.
Yeah. What's your point, bro?
Yeah, so I'm not being
giving me your definition when the Quran gives a proper definition of when it refers to Allah, what it means. There's no point you telling me.
But I'm not being disrespectful when I'm saying if man says it's not natural, it's supernatural. All right, cool, then I'm just assuming that it's magic, innit?
Bro, that's not a problem as long as you know you're going to equate. That's fine. Anyway, I gotta go. I'm going to stay online. Try and educate them in regards to your pseudo half truth, half falsehood ideology and see how far you get, bro. Good luck.
Can I be honest though? Compared to other people, you're really polite to me. I appreciate it still.
Big up. Yeah, man. One love.
In a bit.
this is the bit you'll miss.
So everybody gone, y'all. You know what I mean? Silence is golden. Silence is crispy. Silence is monumental. Silence is practical. Be one with the silence. Merge into the silence. Let the silence become you. See yourself in the silence. See the silence in you. Silence is all. Silence is everything. Let silence become your reality. Silence is final. See silence in the finality. It's all about the silence.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, bless.
What's that, man, bro?
Bless, I'm calling you now still.
Yeah. You know, I'm flying out. But I've been meaning to ask you this year. What religion do you follow?
So, well, I'm going for that. Who's that? Oh, yeah. So, I'm an African spiritualist. Yeah. Basically, what that means is, African spirituality is an umbrella term for the indigenous spiritual systems of the African continent. I'm a student of them all, in the sense of I study them, and I try to implement, what I can. I'm mostly associated with aspects of Shona tradition, Ifa tradition, Kemetu tradition, and a few others. You know what I mean? But in essence, the perspective of African spirituality is that, or African spiritualists, is that when we look at the indigenous systems of the African continent, what we find is different expressions of the same essence. Yeah. In terms of them being nature-based, in terms of them having an emphasis on veneration of ancestors, and these kinds of things. So I define myself broadly as an African spiritualist. At the moment, the tradition I'm studying the most is Ifa, which is the Yoruba so-called religious. Yeah, well, it's Yoruba, so it's not Nigerian. Is a Western construct. Right. So there's different groups of people in Nigeria, and each of them have different spiritual systems. But Ifa, as a religion, is very codified, and it has evolved and preserved itself in the experience of Africans in the Caribbean, in the Americas. Let's say it's the most preserved Second to which is voodoo or Vudan. You know?
That's not. I swear. No, what's that? What's that shit in Cuba? You know, there's a Cuba.
Santeria.
Santeria. That's yeah. Is it similar to that?
Yeah. So there's many similarities between Vudan and Ifa. And in fact, when you in Vudan, if you're like, and what's the early initial kind of divination system is actually called Ifa. You know, so they're definitely related systems that come from a similar root. You know what I mean? So yeah, but in as far as Santeria is concerned, Santeria is some people refer to it as the white man's voodoo, because it's kind of a watering down system of Vudan tradition. Sorry, of Ifa tradition. So the white man's Ifa, not white man's voodoo, the white man's Ifa. Because yeah, it's dominated by Europeans. So in Cuba, the more African expression is Lukumi. You know what I mean?
Okay.
You know, so yeah.
You know, like Shinto and stuff in Japan and shit, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you believe that so some people would argue that the more secular Japan became, the more a-religious, as it were, they became, the more technologically advanced they became, yeah?
Yeah.
Or they industrialized that, let's say, at an accelerated rate, and they became, I don't know, yeah. I mean, I don't know the specific argument. I'm kind of making it on the fly here, but would you say that there is a benefit of, or do you feel like there will be an element of regression if a lot of African societies were to adopt one of these OG religions, as it were, or OG faith systems?
First of all, in relation to Japan, I'm not sure that's actually correct. One could say that when they became less religious, depends on what you mean by less religious. Because Japan is a society. Go on.
No, I was just going to say, like feudalism, I imagine it was widespread, right? And currently now, I imagine the majority of the population is atheistic, and then outside of that, there'd probably be a similar number. This is all assumptions, yes. I could be here, but and then I assume that the other major faiths, you know, be it Christianity or whatever, and Shintoism will probably be on par, I would imagine.
So when we say atheistic, what do we mean? Because, for example, there are many people that would say Buddhism, is atheistic, because the emphasis is not, they don't have an emphasis on a central God figure. It doesn't necessarily make it any less religious in a certain circumstance, or depending on how you define religion.
Maybe that's secularism as opposed to atheistic, right?
So then, would you describe China as a secular society?
I wouldn't say it's Buddhist. I wouldn't say the governments are governed by Buddhism. They're like what's the word? Their laws and shit. I don't think they're governed by Buddhism or Christianity or anything.
Interesting. So what I will say is, from my perspective, there is very little, if any, separation between religion and culture. And all religions are based upon and built out of people's cultures. Yeah. So to say that Japan became less religious, is that what we mean, or do we mean that their culture evolved? Yeah, because I don't know if you can divorce Japan from these people, especially like China, Japan, all them places there. Yeah. Even India, you know what I'm saying, North Korea, them kind of places there. Yeah. They've got a heavy emphasis on their culture and a sense of nationalism. Yeah, that is built around the idea of what it means to be Japanese, the philosophies and the social order that is born out of these things, and all of those things are related to their spiritual system. So the Buddhism and the Shintoism, but then in China you have Confucius, sorry, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that kind of vibe. So they've got a cultural inclination where they elevate philosophers and, you know, great thinkers from their own culture. So their culture evolves along that route. So the secularism, as we define it in the West, I don't know if it applies to them. So I don't know if we can actually say that the less they became religious.
I feel you can, and here's the reason why. I get that sort of pantheistic argument with everything sort of connected, and you can't, the culture, the religious culture preceded what we now consider to be their culture, and only removed a few elements. So essentially, you could argue that they're similar. I would say though that it is the what's the word, the like the ability to, or the way in which you refer to the origins of certain laws and amendments. If you say that this was decreed by God and so it is, kind of thing, is different from saying we think this is the best example. And a reason that people say modern science has the most influence on the creation of laws and whatever is because people would nowadays they need to point to something demonstrable. Just the other day we was they were talking about these teaching these new this new curriculum that's coming into schools with the children, and down here a Canadian gentleman was saying this has been implemented in Canada, it's been implemented in I think the Netherlands, and he's saying so essentially these governments are drawing on the sort of scientific evidence of how people have responded to this in other nations, and they use it, and now they're mandating it in this country. So I'd say there's a lot more of that. And if you can imagine a similar practice in Iran would probably be outlawed because it contravened one of God's laws, right? That would be a clear example of religion having overbearing influence and secularism working sort of not against religion, but independent of religion. You know what I mean?
I hear you. I'd argue though that the way people in Abrahamic religions view God and laws of God, I've never come across a translation like that in an African spiritualist system. So for example, there's no book that can be said to be the word of God. Like in Ifa, you have the Odu Ifa, and the Odu Ifa is not considered to be the what's the word? Like the word of Oludumare, which is the creator. You know what I'm saying? Not to say that it's you would completely separate it from Oludumare, if that makes sense, like the creator. Yeah. But
it could have
say again?
It could have been almost.
No, not necessarily it could have been. The Odu Ifa is attributed to a group of ancestors or ascended ancestors, revered ancestors. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So in that respect, so oftentimes you will find in African spiritual traditions that the creator is the creator, but the idea of intervention and the specific role in dictating, intervening in the affairs of man, so to speak, as they would say, is not a dominant feature. The word you might use is aloof, like the creator creates and sets in place laws, but itself is indifferent apart from that. So there's no God's law in that way, except that which harmonizes with nature. You know what I'm saying? So the way
no, it makes it a lot more clearer. Like, so you don't really need to seek advice, and it's evident. It's sort of
right through the studies of and your relationship to nature, and the pursuit is to harmonize with nature, to find the balance within oneself and nature, and then you take that up the social ladder in terms of you find balance in yourself, find balance in your family, you find balance in your community, nation, and so on and so forth. So that's where it comes from. So there's no Bible or Quran or Torah in that respect. You know what I'm saying? Even in ancient Kemet, the book of coming forth by day is not really comparable to Bible, Torah, or Quran in any meaningful sense. It doesn't claim to be the unabashed word of the Most High God, and definitely not the final word that everybody must live by, regardless of what. You know what I'm saying?
That's interesting. It's interesting you say that, because if you look at somewhere like Brazil right now, and you see the sort of crisis they're in, or the environmental crisis they're in, it's just interesting because if indeed if you look at if you compare two ideologies and the religions from which they're derived, yeah, you could actually make the argument that in some cases, in some instances, that Africa is still more better off than the West, if you know what I mean.
I see what you mean, but I think I understand what you're saying. But give an example of what you mean.
No, I mean, if you look at so unfortunately now, I'm not sure if it's the majority, but there is clearly the European influence is in somewhere like Brazil is let's say exceeds that of like you'd have to help me out, but just pick an African nation that isn't francophone or anglophone, yeah, that pick an African nation that has retained its sort of some qualities, some pre-existing qualities, pre-colonial qualities, yeah, and you can say that the sort of Eurocentric hegemony in somewhere like Brazil has improved the country maybe by like GDP and maybe like what's the word, like annual wage or whatever, the at GDP per capita or some kind of metric that you could use to describe, could say that it's developed, it's more developed or more civilized than, but then it just in relation to the response from nature itself, you could say that technically speaking, they're like as in the paradigm for which we view the world is that God is here for humanity and it's here for us first. And if you look at another faith that was essentially we are merely like a cog in the machine of like nature, then technically speaking, how you would now judge who technically is more successful or who is more at one with God, as it were. You could look to Africa, which is generally seen as has been forgotten by God, is lost to God, as actually being
I agree with that assessment. And I think that's I think for me in this dispensation of time, I think that's probably the essential lesson that African spirituality has to teach the world in terms of being nature based and nature concerned. And we're not the only one that have that kind of philosophy. You know, I'd argue that the indigenous people of the Americas have a similar philosophy, but a lot of the stuff that we see in terms of the destruction of the planet via scientific means in this day and age, I'd argue would be very different if that kind of oneness with nature philosophy was more dominant in people's consciousness in terms of how we develop ourselves scientifically, and evidently it has not been. You know what I'm saying? Do I believe what? Sorry?
Like we are responsible for climate change.
I don't know about climate change. Before we even get to climate change, I think there's any number of examples that we can use to illuminate the fact that at the moment, the way humanity is organized, the dominant trend in humanity is anti-nature and destructive to it. You know, so I saw a statistic the other day that about the air quality in London, sorry. Yeah. So before we get to climate change, I can't remember what the statistic was, but it was 80% or something. Basically, we inhale 80% dirty air or something like that, and it had a something about the impact that it has on our body. You know, so like even the idea of renewable energy that is clean and that doesn't pollute the environment, because pollution is a real thing. It doesn't have to change up the climate. You know what I'm saying? But you've got societies or nations in which oil companies destroy land because of their oil pursuits. You know what I'm saying? The coast of Somalia. So go on.
I would say, but who are the ones who are pushing this fucking renewable energy? Like who are the ones who will benefit the most from a move to renewable energy?
I'd say the same people that would benefit from unrenewable energy. It's the same system.
You know what I mean? And
Yeah, but that's like saying it's like the idea of like let's use marijuana, yeah, as an example, yeah, right? It has healing properties, yeah, like certain Rastaman have been saying that for generations, isn't it? Yeah, that like herb is healing and them thing there, yeah. And now pharmaceutical companies are cornering the market, yeah, on marijuana, its production and its usage in terms of medical marijuana. Just what I'm saying. So that doesn't and because of that now, countries like America are legalizing it. Yeah, the fact that marijuana is healing is a fact. It just so the social forces are organized around it. So, for example, so if I say that hydroelectricity, yeah, will generally speaking be better for the environment than coal, yeah, energy generated by coal. There are scientific experiments that we can do to prove or disprove that. The fact that major companies and corporations and governments are going to capitalize on it most doesn't make that fact any less true if it is indeed a fact. Is my point.
Yeah, but I hear exactly what you're saying, and with it being better for the planet or not. Again, I wouldn't even argue that. The only thing I would argue is it's funny how the fact that there is a finite amount of a resource, and once certain people have monopolized it, have got the most out of it, and as it's drawing to the close, seek to almost intensifying the sort of demonization of or the human impact on the world to sort of promote this this new initiative and all these new fucking technologies and whatnot. It just makes me highly skeptical of the sort of underlying research that supports it, which is we are having this deleterious effect on the planet. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that we're, you know what I mean, we're not having any kind of effect on the planet, or whether it's negligible or impactful. I'm just saying it makes me I become a lot more reserved now when I see who seeks the benefit and the connections to the and like this whole anti-human, you know, speaking specifically as a black person, this whole anti-human eugenic agenda has always served my people the worst. So now I look at Go on. I was gonna say, now I look at it and I think, well, who's gonna not benefit? Like I remember I was watching some documentary about this this shit they proposed about essentially the new form of money, which is these what do you call it, certificates, these like, for lack of a better word, like I think it's like green, there's a better name for it, but I've forgotten it. It's like green certificates. So those people who produce the least carbon emissions, those nations, they get some kind of funding. Yeah, well, I mean, guess who's not gonna guess who's always gonna be far behind everybody else?
No, I agree with you. The green movement is a corporate movement that is led by the same governments who done mash up the planet already. Put it this way: if the problems that they say exist, they are responsible for those problems. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So I'd agree with you, and we should. I think it's intelligent to always be skeptical about the agendas of these people and what they're putting forward. And their methods in terms of putting them forward. I totally agree with that. Yeah, which is incidentally why I'm not completely sold on climate change. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. I'm with you. I'm not against it. I just don't know.
Yeah, I'm just not completely sold on it. Yeah, but like I said, before we get to climate change, I think there are many other ways in which we can say, well, some of the things that we're doing, you know, or some of the things that are being done, yeah, are not you know, contributing to the betterment of even our own species certain times. You know what I'm saying? Like just using the air quality example, you know, it's madness. You know what I'm saying? The extent to which we're polluting the air when we know that we need oxygen, and these kinds of things. But it's also logical to me that that in area, like if we can generate electricity using water, for example, yeah, that it would appear more beneficial than a lot of in terms of, you know, cleansing the atmosphere and, you know what I'm saying, them kind of things there, than a lot of the other methods that we're using. You know what I'm saying? That would seem to make sense to me. And so my only point is that because a society that has a stronger philosophy of being in harmony with nature, you know, would produce that would produce technology that is nature friendly more often than not.
Yeah.
I'm saying.
But not only that, I think it's a way, because I mean, I know about you through Speaker's Corner, whatever, yeah, and so and you know about Speaker's Corner. But whenever you see those debates, like religious debate, so it always becomes pro-black versus religion somehow. I know that's not always the intention, but it's like we're talking about black issues, and someone from a religious background says these people are my brothers too. But I believe it's truly impossible to be so unbiased and neutral that you cannot, to some degree, put your people first, especially when it's a social construct intended for forms of division, right? It's difficult for you to be black and truly not at least either have anti-black or pro-black sentiment. I feel like it's impossible, yeah? But it is more realistic to put nature before all human beings. Right, like that is, you can achieve, in my opinion, a true, like a better or a higher level of objectivity and neutrality, if as opposed to saying just my believers, which again is subject to all types of different interpretations, right? Like maybe the believers will be from a certain tribe or what have you. I think it is a lot more objective. But the issue then lies in the fact that we're playing catch up now, is being the most objective and neutral people group in the world, beneficial to the most underprivileged. That's the great.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with your line of reasoning. I think that there is a balance to be struck there. You know what I'm saying? And I think that there's also a residual effect to that. So if let's say, for example, that we understand that as African people that we have a history and a culture and a philosophical perspective that helps us to solve a lot of the problems that the rest of the world is facing at the moment, and we organize around it, then we become leaders for the rest of the world. You either follow the program or you don't, you know what I'm saying? But at least we've secured our own position and our own power within that environment enough to have an impact. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's probably where we would take care of that. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, you can't divorce like the social relationships between human beings from the harmony with nature. Like in the African spiritual setting, the harmony in the social setting is representative of the harmony of nature. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't be at one with the universe and be in discord in your family. You know what I'm saying? These kinds of things. That it operates on many levels. You know what I'm saying? But I'd agree with you to a large degree that your essential point in what that you said in terms of being able to put nature first. I think that is a very interesting point. Very, very interesting point.
Yeah, I would listen. Like I would say, I think Issa says it best. It's difficult to look at the world through. It's difficult to not look at the world through a sort of a black paradigm. Yeah. So instantly, I'm drawn to these kind of philosophies because it doesn't really require any intellectual dissonance on my part. I don't have to be like, wait, but God isn't a man, but he has a hand. Like I don't have to do none of that gymnastics.
Yeah.
But I think as a black person, though, and I'm not saying that black people should be superior to anybody in the world, but I think to myself, the fact that I am, and I'm not a victim, but I'm just like, for example, my people, not me personally, right? But let's say we are underprivileged, our nations are underdeveloped, so on and so forth. Intentionally, may I add, yeah. I think with adopting a religious practice like this wholesale, will it benefit my people as well, or will it grant us any type of acceleration, any kind of progression, or would it catalyze any of our movement? I don't think
adopting what religious practice?
Say again.
So adopting what kind of religious practice?
So any of these religious practices in which nature is put before humanity, yeah, or at least they're equal. They have an equal stature in the faith practice. Will that catalyze any black movement? And I don't think it will. In the same way that Issa always talks about Elijah Muhammad, I have a lot of respect for all religions, when they seek to galvanize an oppressed people. Of course, you have to. You get me? But I'm saying clearly none of them will work for us. And then not only that, but now it's like, would a more minimalist approach help? I think it'd probably do the opposite. I think it'd make us more docile.
That would depend on what you think looks like, though, isn't it? So that's the thing.
That's a good point. That's a good question, Isa. And I'm you know what? Because it came up on the G Block. Maybe we should have that conversation on the G Block. I don't know where you want to do it, but this Marcus Garvey versus Elijah Muhammad vibes. We'll be able to get into some of that properly. Do you know what I'm saying? But yeah, because we have to define work and them kind of things there. You know what I'm saying? To answer your question though, James, I believe that because African spiritual traditions, all of them that I know of are come with a philosophical framework that is very social and very practical. Yeah. It very much based upon relationship with. Yeah. So this is the reason why there are rituals that are done in honoring the earth and honoring the water, the river, the tree, because it's essentially based upon your relationship with these things and the community's relationship with these things. So if we're talking about advancement, when we say economics, we're talking about a social relationship between people whereby they share goods, resources, services in a particular kind of way. Yeah. And all economic systems are guided by a philosophy of economics, that governs and dictates how people relate to each other. So I'd argue that last sentence, it's less for me about the religious system, but more the cultural inclination, and then the religious system is born out of that cultural inclination. And I'd argue that an African-centered cultural inclination, which would have an impact upon the religious outlook as well, would definitely advance our people in all areas of people activity and science and technology included.
So economic models are interesting, because socialism, as far as I'm aware, in the nations in which it has galvanized, has also sought to demonize the crony capitalist, as it were, and capitalism.
Sorry, repeat that sentence. Sorry.
Socialism in most places it's been implemented to galvanize the people group, has genuinely demonized capitalism or crony capitalism, as an example for its necessity almost. We need this because the powers that be have mistreated us, and we need parity and all that shit. Capitalism, by definition, promotes competitiveness. So if this person's hogging a resource, then they're the problem. This one's the problem. If this person's underselling it, he's the problem. So on and so forth, right?
Right.
So so economically, I feel like they need, and to a broader point, the reason I use Abrahamic religions or I put them on a pedestal in this specific discussion is because they possess within them or give to the reader an object to hate, to direct to direct their ire toward, and that creates a siege mentality amongst those group. We are oppressed, these people are against us, so it promotes group economics within it. It promotes block voting, the major criticism that people have against Jews and Muslims or whatever, and it promotes this sort of do for our community, what's that, God bless America and no one else, that kind of shit, that we are the most important people in the eyes of God type of thing, and it galvanizes those people groups. I fear that when you truly are, or how you described it, what's the word, when the sort of utopic nature of some faith groups pushes them, in my opinion, to the back of the queue, because these are much more the word I'm looking for, they're much more dogmatic and divisive than you are, and that benefits specific people groups as opposed to you, who views, if you were to view all humanity as equal, well, clearly that wouldn't help you if you're the most marginalized, because the people, there has to be a thing effect, where what the fuck is that phrase I'm looking for? But essentially, it's not only, unfortunately, it's horrible to say, and I don't want to seem like some kind of fucking despot here, but it's not just about pushing yourself up to truly speed up that process. You have to pull some people down in the process. You know what I mean?
You're saying that that's a negative.
I'm saying that Palestinians had to get displaced for Israelis to have for Jewish people to have a new home.
Yeah, so I think that to me is a law of nature.
Right.
Hold on. Let me get into this. I didn't want to interrupt, but you going back a bit, you mentioned something about African spiritual systems and harmony with nature, or nature based. Does that actually, in practice, has that always been the case? I mean, external to the European.
So what do you mean? Have people always followed the nature-based philosophy?
No, in the sense of because you were talking about basically how climate change and the destruction of nature. Now, looking at it from the perspective of the other people that didn't have that much natural resources, the scramble to get things built as soon as possible, to dominate in various ways, weaponry, etc.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if that would be a secondary issue. If they felt, for instance, that if they didn't get that domination, then they may not have existed anymore as a people. So therefore, for them, if they're not existing, then why should the planet exist? That's you know what I mean? So I'm saying from their perspective, they're like, well, if the planet's gonna disappear on this, well, we were gonna disappear, so it's the same for them, you know what I mean?
If one reads Sheikh Anta Diop, his what they call two cradle theory kind of gives expression to that, where he's talking about cultures that develop according to the environment, and the dominant features that develop according as a result. So, if you grow up in a resource abundant, friendly environment, naturally speaking, your culture develops certain ideas of friendliness, and communality, and cooperation. And if you grow up in a resource stingy environment, then you tend to develop the opposite. I'd argue that the dominant ideals that we associate with God are born out of exactly that environment. It's an environment whereby humanity is at war with nature, and in conflict, in a state of conflict with nature itself. And in that environment, the desire to dominate and subdue becomes a dominant expression, and that culture creates a god who has the similar inclination. You know what I'm saying? The god is a war god, is a god of conflict, and a god who elevates people to the detriment of others in very inorganic ways. You know what I'm saying? So in the sense of, has that always been the case? I'd say that it's always been the case in terms of the dominant philosophy governing an African spiritual system. I'm yet to come across one whereby it's not the case. I'd say that to varying degrees, people have adhered to or deviated from that central ideal, in history at different levels.
Okay. No, I hear that. I hear that. Yes, James, I think we'll get on at some point. Yeah, we're gonna have to. I'm trying to get there's actually a much more important talk you might want to get into, Chakra, but we'll have to talk about it again.
Another debate?
It will be more of a discussion with certain peoples from America. It might turn into a debate still.
Who certain peoples?
Yeah, I'll let you know. I'll let you know.
You gotta joke like that. Issa
No.
got a debate somebody though. Still, what
No. I mean, me and you would be on the same side in this.
No, that's cool. That's cool. I'm just saying you're putting me in another debate though.
No, it was the kind of thing that I think you would want to be on. In other words, like you'd feel offended if man didn't invite you. You'd be like, what?
All right. Well, we'll see in it. You get me? We'll see. You know.
All right. I'm out for a bit still. I'm gonna mute up. I'll come back when I can.
Yeah. Cool. You know. Yeah, James. I hope man's answered that question still. You know. What scattered man's is in the house here. Is Sosa, is that the same as Soul Freer from back in the day? I say back in the day, you know, like a few months ago. Is Sosa the same as Soul Freer? Let me want to know. Someone is saying that James is a Shia. I thought James was not religious. I thought he was one of them G-Belt, man. I just want to know if Sosa is the same as Soul Freer. And that me want to know.
Yo, what happened to Issa?
He had to mute for a second. He ducked out. He's coming back though.
All right, cool. You know, listen, I need to fly out myself. I'll be back in a couple hours, innit, if you're still about, my bro. But it's good to chat to you. Listen, yeah. Huh?
Say that again?
You said? I said,
Sorry,
no,
I
I need
missed
to
what you
fly
said.
out.
Yeah,
No, I
right,
said I'm
cool.
gonna fly. But yeah, no, I was gonna say if you're still here, when I come back. Yeah, no, like I said, obviously it's the first time I spoke to you. Big up, and you do good works, man, on your in your debates and shit, bro.
Give thanks. I try, you know. Much appreciated.
Yeah, come on. So you can do, bro. You know what I'm saying? In a bit.
Bless up. Yeah. So me and my son gonna reason for a bit, innit? Until my gets company on this thing. What up, son? What you really I say? Oh, you stop talking now, yeah? I'm gonna go use talking. Oh. Easton, where I say? Yeah. So the G block here, come on, learn about this G block thing late, fam, like, and these things. But the G block was set up here to challenge the idea of God in these things. Is that the case? Yeah. You know what I mean? So this is where all the religious beef has been taking place. I hear that. Oh, you want to talk now? I hear that man's gonna be getting hotted up on this thing differently. Heard that Vel Vision's got the man them on the run and them thing there. What's going on? You get me? On this God thing. It's an interesting one for me still. I listen to a lot of God conversation. And the more I grow, the more I find a lot of it just don't apply to man, innit? That man's concept of the creator is different. Like the man in the sky business don't really apply to man, innit? And it's like, yes. Yes, I know. We said we're not dealing with them something. Hey son, what I said, we're not dealing with them thing. You say we. Yeah, we're not dealing with them something. Yeah. You know, like that. Okay then. Okay then. Outside go? No. Can't touch that. It's not for you. Alright. Yes, but did you sleep good? Whoa. So the people then really, I say. Gotta get the next video. Yeah, you know.
Big up.
Oh, is that Turok,
Long
yeah?
time. Yeah.
What you saying?
It's been a long time coming.
Not much. What was
Mm.
the thingy Bob? What's his name? Issa. Die out.
He's muted for a sec. He's gone to come back still.
Okay. What
Why,
were
what's
you
up?
lot discussing, Garvey?
No, not today anyway. We'll discuss that another day still. James was just asking me some questions about African spirituality and social evolution, so to speak.
Okay. What do you follow any I don't know, African spirituality?
I'd say I adhere to more than one African spiritual system. So I'm an African spiritualist, which is an umbrella term in it. So I see the similarities and the linkages in many different indigenous systems.
Okay. Wait, is it the Ghanaian one you do?
Is it a Ghanaian one? Is that what you asked me? Say again?
What is it, the
Say again?
Ghanaian one you do? What do you
So
do?
the Ghanaian spiritual, well, it depends because there's more than one in Ghana. So the spiritual system of the Akan is Akom. The spiritual system of the Ga is Pa. The spiritual system of the Ewe, I've forgotten the name of it, but it's related to the Fudan. You know what I'm saying? So so of them all, I'm most familiar with Akom.
Okay. Oh, what's that? The Ashanti one.
Say that again?
Is that the Ashanti one?
Yes, but it's a bit more than just Ashanti. So it's Akan in general. So Akan takes into consideration more than just Ashanti. But yes, it is Ashanti.
So what are the type of traditional things they use for their ceremony?
What type of traditional things do they use?
Yeah, like what are like traditional things they use for their ceremony?
Many different things. It depends, innit? You know, you'll find cowrie, you'll find cola nut, and then there's a philosophical system that is depicted in what's called the Adinkra symbols. You know, you'll find water and various different herbs for libation. You know, it depends. There's various different things.
Have you noticed any of these practices in the West Indies?
A whole heap. Down from the names for the Supreme Creator to the drums and the drumming systems.
What's the name of their Supreme Creator?
So if you go among the so-called Maroon people, the most dominant, you'll find names like Nyame and Nyankopong. In Jamaica, there's a so-called Maroon village called Akompong Town, which is named after the
St. Elizabeth. Is that in St. Elizabeth? I think.
You know, I can't remember, but it's possible. I can't remember. But yeah, you know, Akompong is derived from Nyankopong. You know, and when you go among the Maroons, they still say Nyankopong, which is, you know, tree. It's a tree word for the Most High Creator, as is Nyame. You know what I mean?
So who is Nyame? Was it a woman or a man?
Nyame is neither male nor female, or Nyame is neither and both.
and that's the Ashanti one. I mean, the Akan one.
Yep.
It's funny there. I think in Nigeria, I think there's for a female name they call it Yemi.
What group are you talking about in Nigeria?
I think mostly the Yoruba really.
So the name for the supreme creator in Yoruba is Eledumare or Oludumare. The name, and I can't remember the breakdown, but the name itself does take into consideration masculine and feminine. So one of Olu and Du. Yeah, it's just somewhere within, if you break down the word, it takes into consideration masculine and feminine. Or so I've been taught.
So where in Africa do they use the word juju?
Juju is, from my understanding, a colloquial term across different languages that is born out of the context of colonization. So I don't know that juju is. Sorry, the concept of juju comes about, from my understanding, when Africans become westernized and begin to view their indigenous spiritual systems from a European perspective. And so we see Christianity, Islam, and Judaism as religion, and African spirituality as juju, and it's a derogatory term for like witchcraft and these kinds of things.
So where does the word obia stems its root from?
There's a few different suggested derivations. One of them is the term Obaifo, which is Igbo, yeah, somewhere in the Igbo and Efik languages. Obaifo is a term for spirit, you know. Yeah.
What regions is that?
West Africa. So we're talking about what is today Nigeria, but I'm beyond that as well. But the Igbo are mostly in Nigeria now, as are the Efik.
So
You know what I mean?
don't they have a system where it begins with a C, like Condombla or something like that, or
Candomblé? Yeah, you find Candomblé in Brazil. It's derived from the Ifa spiritual system.
Hey, that the Igbo one, I think that they got like Condomble and
No,
the Yoruba one.
yeah, Candomblé is Yoruba, but Ifa is the spiritual system of the Yoruba. The Igbo spiritual system is known as Ordinani.
Ordinani. And what does that mean?
Say again?
And what does Ordinani mean?
Ordinani, I'm not sure what Ordinani literally means. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Because I was doing some traces, and I think it's only really Haiti and Louisiana. They sort of have that juju sort of thing when they talk about juju. But I looked in the Carib language. We call it dugu. We spoke with
What, sorry?
Dugu.
Okay.
And that's the same sort of thing where we're dealing with like the spirits and certain other things. And I was looking through the Taino dictionary, and Opia or Hupia, I think this is where we get that also the link from Obia with Opia with the Taino language, which is very dominant in places like Haiti or the island Cascaya.
The Taino language is dominant in Haiti.
Yeah, like the like Cascaya, like the region and certain things like that. That they still use with that Aracona.
Oh no, I have no doubt about there's words like even in Jamaican patois there are words that derive from the indigenous languages of Jamaica. But to say that they're dominant, I'd question that.
No, because I just noticed like there's certain words, but like with the Creole, with the what do you call it, the Haitian Creole. Yeah, a lot of their words is actually like of the Taino and the broken sort of French.
Uh-huh.
Cause I was even looking at the Lesser Antilles, like take for instance, like from Dominica all the way down to like say St. Vincent, Grenada, Trinidad. They speak
Yeah.
like a Creole, but the Creole what they're speaking is not like it's fully French. And I was looking at the Carib language, and like it's basically like a Creole version of the Carib language with a hint of French.
Okay.
So do you know anything about the Bon people in Ghana, or like the Afro-Brazilian people?
The who? Sorry.
Like the Tobon or the Afro-Brazilian descendants in Africa.
In where? Sorry.
In Africa.
Not a whole heap. No. Educate me.
There was a set of people that used to live in a region called Suus, in Nigeria, and they used to well, a lot of them had like a certain type of building, type of architecture what they used to do in Nigeria. And where the region of Lagos has got very popular now, a lot of them old buildings they have to take down now in a sense like that, and that they're building skyscrapers around that area. But a lot of the Afro-Brazilians, when they came to Africa, they was like world skilled, and like the Tombon people in Ghana, they were the first people to set up a tailoring company and certain things like that in Ghana.
So when did these people get to Africa?
That's what I'm looking at, because like I was looking at the language, what we actually call Tobons, or basically in the Taino language, Tuburon just basically means shark, and you have like the Tomboris, meaning like the people that play the drums, like throughout like Latin America sort of regions. So I was thinking maybe they got nicknames off of those sort of people.
Yeah, like I said, I can't say I know. Maybe I'll do some research and then we can have a conversation.
But we're saying the reason why they call them Tobon, because that's like a Portuguese sort of way of speaking, or Spanish, Tubon or Tubin or something like that.
Okay, so if it's Portuguese, then it would suggest that it came. They got to Africa during the enslavement period.
Yeah, no, they did. Yeah, they got around those sort of times, but I'm not too sure like when. I know through the 17th century it was very popular, but I don't know if they were there before that, if you know what I mean.
Okay, well, no, like I said, I don't really know about them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I was looking at you know like the culture where they have like the golden stool in Ghana.
Yes.
Yeah, I was noticing in the Caribbean we literally do the same thing, and a lot of these
So why do you think that?
Huh?
So why do you think that is?
No, but this was from the BC period.
What was from the BC period? Sorry.
This like the way how we make certain like ritual stools, like chairs and certain things, like the way how it looks the same as like the ones in Ghana, but the ones when what we have in the Caribbean or South America, we put like an animal head at one end of it, and there's another type of chair we make, and I think it's either Congo or Angola, they have the same sort of chair, and they've got like the same sort of voodoo system as well. But a lot of those things, what they've found, is very old in the Caribbean.
Okay. So what's the evidence of the fact that this is BC in the Caribbean?
No, this is what these people who found these old sort of sacred chairs and all these type of things. And I'm not the same as.
But you're saying that they're BC though. You're saying that this is before the birth of Christ, right? So called. Yeah. So I'm saying, what's the evidence for that?
Oh, the people who dig them up in it and things like that, them scientists and paleologists or whatever they call themselves.
You're saying that they found stools like the golden stool of the Ashanti,
No,
Yeah.
they're not golden. Like that.
No, I
Like
know,
all
but
of those.
they look like the golden soul of the Ashanti. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yes. In what nation? What island of the Caribbean?
I'm not too sure. Maybe it was in South America, but it's a popular sort of chair what they make throughout their sort of tribe and culture. If you know what I mean, like the Arawak speaking people or the Taino people.
And you're saying that over 2,000 years ago, these people were there creating these things.
Hmm.
All right. Well, I'll have to look into that as well then.
Yeah, because I was just looking at the similarities of certain things, and I noticed for some reason there's a flag in Ghana that is like yellow, white, and black, and it's got like the stool in the middle of it.
Okay.
But like that's sort of the Garifuna colors, what we have of our flag in a sense like that. So I don't know how old that flag is in a sense like that, but it seems like it was in the 17th century. People like fighting over this stool or some sort of thing with the stool and the British in Ghana.
Yeah. So what happened was, well, no, it would be the 19th century. You're talking about Ya Santewa. And the fact that the golden stool comes into the Ashanti Empire. Well, the Ashanti Empire is birthed with the vision of the golden stool in the 1700s, and then Ya Santewa is in the 1800s. She's fighting against British colonialism, and the golden stool is sacred. Yeah, so that not even the king sits on it. All right, the general, forgetting the general's name, comes and he demands to sit on the golden stool. And Ya Santewa rallies the troops basically to fight the British at that point because of the disrespect. So they weren't fighting over the golden stool. It was just the golden stool had a symbolic, sacred, significance to the Ashanti. And basically, this guy coming and asking to sit on it was raw disrespecting it. So they went to war for it basically.
I can imagine.
You know. So yeah.
Yeah, and it's weird, but they have the same Garifuna people.
Say again?
Like, they have the same sort of flag colours as the Garifuna.
Okay, well, like I said, man, I have to look into that. But you know, the Garifuna people descend from the same people, in a minute. So, you know what I mean?
I don't know. Because it depends because like we all know that the Portuguese and the Spanish were the first people really to go over that side of the world.
Depending on how you look at it. There's others that will say that that there's been exchange between the Americas and the continent for significantly longer than that. But you know, definitely if we subscribe to this new age and new world agenda, then yeah, Spanish and the Portuguese.
No, yeah, but I'll be honest, we would have seen these things already in Africa. If you know what I mean.
No, I don't know what you mean.
Like for instance, they would have had the potato a long time ago. They would have had corn a long time ago. Tomato definitely, pineapples, like loads of things they would have had a long time ago.
Okay.
The only thing I think they just might have traded with the people.
Say that again?
I think there's one thing they might have traded with the people, though. I think it's
I mean, for example, in the Oyo Empire, roads were found, yeah, that were built with materials that can be found in places like Brazil and other places in the Americas, and there's nowhere else it could have come from. So, yeah. There was definitely exchange going on. I don't know, and yeah, but there is evidence of that people from West Africa had been traveling to the Americas for quite a number of centuries.
But how old is that Benin?
Say again?
How old is the Benin Kingdom, though? It
The
could be
Benin.
the other way around. It could be the people from America that settled in West Africa.
Yeah, I know. It could be. I'm saying I don't know of any evidence of it. I'm saying that there is evidence to suggest that people from West Africa were traveling to the Caribbean.
and the Americas. Partly because of the current, the natural current of the ocean. Yeah, it flows in that direction. It doesn't flow back the other
No,
way.
it don't flow that way actually. It flows the opposite way from America to like the Caribbean. So take
Well,
for instance, when you're flying towards the Caribbean, it takes an extra hour, but on the way back, literally you can it gives you like literally like nearly 2 hours.
How is it you're comparing air flight with boats?
Because it's the same thing with the wind, isn't it? Basically, it's the wind pressure of us moving.
Yeah, but the wind is not directing the airplane though.
Yeah, but it's the sail, in it, the sail and the wind. So basically, if you're sailing from America going into Europe, you'll get there much faster than actually going against the current.
I don't know about that. I'm not even sure you can compare wind that land level with thousands of meters in the sky. Sorry.
Even people from Nigeria who fly back and forth from England, they will tell you on the way back is much quicker. So
I don't know. I've never experienced that before. Anyway,
Yeah.
Ekuroleo Shakara. How are you?
What way is it quicker to get to Nigeria? Is it on the way there or the way back? I mean, what way is it quicker to travel to Nigeria?
It's both 6 hours. 6 hours both ways.
Yeah, but on the way back, is it longer or quicker?
It's the same time, 6 hours.
No, it's a bit quicker. It's a bit quicker than going there.
I don't know, 6 hours there and back. So I don't know.
Matthew himself says that out of his own mouth.
Yeah, well, I guess Maku's an expert on these things. I don't know.
It's all right.
What I was gonna say,
No, but
Shakara,
I know that. Yeah, but me saying it don't mean nothing. But if I tell you something what I heard that African man says, he flies to Nigeria quite regularly and does this thing, like he does come out of his own mouth.
Yeah.
Hey, Tora, what do you think? The airplane relies on the wind to blow it faster, yeah?
No, but it's certain direction the wind is blowing. So even when I go Canada, take for instance, it takes longer to get there, but on the way back, you literally lose like a half an hour to an hour.
Is that how, I don't know that the breeze on land level is the same as the breeze up in the sky. I'm not
Exactly.
Sure.
When they're flying above, there's a certain level they're flying above, and they're trying to stay out of the things of the weather. You get me? So
Yeah, but even from the weather, it tells you that the heat, what we get from England, comes up from Africa.
yeah, but I'm saying the airplane flies really high for a reason, bro.
So think about if you're flying now, it's going to take a bit more longer because you're going, you're trying to restrict the sort of.
But Arden Torok, are you saying that the wind
the same way
coming up?
If it's going the same way now, it's going to take less pressure for you to even.
Torok, hold on. Let me get exactly what you're saying right. So you're saying the airplane, let's say, is going in a direction. Are you saying that the wind blows like uniform, like straight forward in the direction of the airplane?
Well, when you walk, and it's strong wind, doesn't the wind not blow you forward?
That's what I'm saying. So are you saying that's what happens to the airplane? Yeah.
Yes. Well, doesn't that not happen?
So what does the plane rock to the left and right, or does it go straight forward?
It happens in the sky as well, and on land.
All right, bro. All right. I mean, normally on land, yeah. Let me put it to you like this, Toro. If you're in a field, yeah, or if you're on a cliff of a mountain, yeah, and there's nothing else that the let's say you're on a lamppost, yeah, and you're 100 meters high on a lamppost, and the wind ain't lit in nothing but you and the lamppost. Do you agree? There's nothing else to get in the wind's way. If you're on top of a lamppost, 100 meters high, and there's nothing else but you and the lamppost to get in the wind's way, do you agree it's gonna be a lot stronger than if you're on the street where there's houses and cars and things? Yeah.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah.
So imagine an airplane where there's nothing else but the airplane, bro. Anyway, have a think about it. Anyway, yeah. Sorry, breaker of chains. I think that's Brother Witness. Go ahead, bro. Sorry.
Thanks. Shakara was in the group on Saturday with Kola. Remember him? The teacher. You still there, Shakara?
Yes, I am.
Yep. And guess who came to the group? Professor Karen Barber turned up, and who's written the Yoruba book, Yoruba, that she wrote like years ago, which is now being used. Yeah, and it was quite fascinating seeing this English woman in the class speaking Yoruba fluently, and it was a sight to behold. And she was talking about the history of certain words, and she was just flowing, having a conversation with those who could understand in the class. And sometimes the teacher was looking to her for some advice because he respects her. It was interesting seeing this white English woman just speak the language like that. But then she lived for years in Ibadan and stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, she even knew the meaning of my name when she asked me what my name was, and I told her. She knew straight away. She went, "Whoa, okay," and she knew. It's like, man, she lived there for years, and it was just interesting to see that. I've never seen that before. I don't know if I'll ever see something like that again.
I don't believe that.
Yeah, it was amazing when she was speaking it. So I think she was there more than 11 years. She lived there.
So why are you shocked by that?
Because there's not an abundance of English Anglo-Saxons living in Nigeria.
White people probably longer than we have in the Caribbean.
Yeah, but then there was a break after 1960. The bulk of them returned back to their homeland. So we didn't have a huge population of English people living there anymore. So that's why it's shocking to me.
That doesn't shock me. There's even white people that can sing in Somalian, mate.
Yeah, but they're not. What part of what I said to you?
That's more surprising to me.
That's not an abundance. It's not an abundance of people that are doing that.
One person, did it?
Exactly. It's not an abundance. If I saw like
that can sing Somalian, I'm not gonna be shocked if a white woman can sing.
Yeah, well, I never saw it growing up in Lagos. How about that?
Yeah, but how many white people are growing up in Somalia? There's probably more white people growing up in Nigeria than there is Somalia.
I'm talking about Lagos. I'm talking about Lagos. I'm not talking about Somalia.
I'm talking about Nigeria in general. There's probably more white people that actually grow up there than Somalia and certain.
How do you know?
Because of the history there, innit?
What history?
And they had Portuguese people that was there when the British took over. So there's always been
what has that got to do with a lack of white people living there in the 20th century?
What, today?
20th century, I said when I was growing up in Lagos.
There's probably even more to today, so it's not really.
How do you know? Were you there? Were you living in Lagos?
I'm saying it's not shocking. I'm saying it's not shocking to me.
It's not shocking. Okay, good. It's not shocking to you anyway, as I was saying.
Exactly, and I said,
yeah, cool, yeah.
Not shocking, is it?
Yeah,
there's probably a lot of white population in Nigeria.
How do you know?
Why shouldn't they? They've been mixing in the people. There's been loads of Nigerians marrying white women.
You know.
There's loads of black men marrying white women.
How do you know? What are your stats? What is your information? I'm not interested in your anecdotal evidence. How do you know about the population, the ethnical racial makeup in Lagos? How do you know?
Because I've even met white Nigerians as well. It's not no shock.
White Nigerians?
Yeah.
What is a white Nigerian?
Well, somebody who's from either like some got some European ethnic background, but they're born in Nigeria. They haven't got no Nigerian mix into them. They're just white, but they're born in Nigeria and their family history go back long. There's even take for instance they had even soldiers and certain people that lived over there and certain things like that from England and Ghana and all them type of regions. So it's not really shocking.
Yeah, but you keep on ignoring what I told you. They left when the country got its independence. What part of that do you not understand?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, there has been not to say loads, but there is a
so you admit there's not loads then? You just admitted there's not loads.
People, there's a percentage of European people that are living in the west coast of Africa, and especially places like Nigeria.
But you just admitted to what I said. You said there's not loads. That's my whole point.
No, but there is nowadays. What I'm trying to say nowadays, it's not that shocking. If it was in the 80s or 70s, maybe, but from the 90s, 2000, there has been a lot of how can I say sort of mixed culture, white people in all regions, Gambia, Ghana.
Gambia, I'm not talking about Gambia or Ghana.
No, but
I
I'm saying
gave you
yeah, but what
specific
I'm trying to say to you is
regions.
that there's even
I
a
gave
Chinese
you a
house too.
specific region in Nigeria. I gave you a specific time frame, and I said most of them left. So if you were to go back to Lagos, you wouldn't see an abundance of white people walking on the streets.
Yeah, but
So
yeah,
if
but
you
it's the
did
same.
see one and they
It's the
did
same in
speak
Jamaica.
any language fluently, no, it's not Jamaican. Nigeria is not the same as Jamaica.
I'm saying it's the same. Like in Jamaica, you'll probably have Jamaican Germans, but you won't see them on the road or certain thing. They're in their own little community. They only come out
Okay,
when they come
I
out.
don't know, and I don't care. I'm not talking about Jamaica. I'm talking about
I'm
Nigeria.
just saying I'm just saying in general, there's white communities, but they don't really mix in with everybody like that. But you do have certain ones where they take onto the culture and all these type of things, and you're shocked how much
Nobody is
of their culture you
disputing
actually know.
that. Nobody is disputing that. The point is there aren't that many of them, which you admitted to
I think you'd
2
be shocked.
minutes ago.
You'd be shocked. There's probably some in London who's taken on the culture and know even how to
Which
speak.
part of there aren't that many of them? Do you not understand? That's
There's
my
loads,
point.
man. Because there's loads of
There's loads
Nigerians.
now.
Bro.
So
There's
first
loads of
there wasn't
Nigerians, man.
loads, and then now there's loads. Flip flopping, man. First you say they aren't that many, then you say they are that many. It's like, come on, make up your mind.
There's over 300 white Nigerians, over 300,000 or 100,000 white
Sure, where did you
Nigerians.
get those stats from?
I can't remember. I looked these facts up before.
Yeah, but where? Where did you get it from?
What was I looking at? I was debating somebody about this when I think a couple months back.
So you don't know where you got it from. All right.
It's not that shocking.
Anyway, I think probably scared of Shakara. He's gone off to do better things now. Gone. So it's a black select. Jet with the big pat says, difference is you ain't claiming to be Indian, unlike Turok. Interesting. What else have we got there? Turok says Africa is in Europe because we share the same time zone. What else we got here?
Yeah, it's only 18 miles that separate Spain from like the coastline of Africa.
And yeah, and the point being, if it's 18 miles, what does that symbolize? I don't understand.
I'm just saying there's 18 miles of water. That's really not much.
That actually 18 miles of water is a lot of water.
Not really that low.
It's actually a lot more than you would think. 18 miles of water. You're not going to be able to swim 18 miles of water, are you?
Yeah, but I'm being honest, people in the Caribbean, we in our canoes, we do twice the length or even 3 times the length to get to certain islands.
And the point of that is, I don't understand. Well,
I'm just saying, it's only that really separates people saying, oh, Africa and Europe is touching or some sort of one in this is just literally 18 miles. You can literally see each other from the coastline.
What does that actually prove, though? That point that you're making, I don't get it.
I'm saying you just about can see each other from the coastline. It's not like you're miles apart. It's like,
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. If you go to southern England, certain parts, you can see France. It doesn't mean that there's an abundance of people in England who speak French in southern England.
it's not really that what I'm trying to get to. I look at Europe as like the cooler region of Africa. And that's the people's problem.
Yeah, I guess if you want to see Europe as Africa, that's your thing. Yeah, I don't see Europe as Africa. It depends which part of Europe you're talking about. Finland, Denmark, Sweden, I don't see them as being part of the continent of Africa.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, why?
Sorry?
Why? And
Why?
why is that?
Why? Because they're not joined together, are they?
Do you have to be joined?
Well, when you're looking at continents, it's very simple. When you were taught at school what a continent was, and you began to name the continents, there were certain things you saw. Like, for instance, I wouldn't claim that Australasia is part of the African continent.
Yeah, but that's far apart. What I'm trying to say, Europe is right on top of Africa. There's no reason why people should not call that region North Africa.
And then there's no reason why people shouldn't call Africa Europe then.
Well, by your thinking and by your logic, if you want to go by that terminology, then
No, I'm just pointing out the flaws in your terminology,
what that
in your
means, mate.
logic, in your
I don't
logic.
know what that means. I'm
Yeah.
saying. So you're saying Africa? I mean, Europe. Well, what we know as Africa is the hotter part of Europe, then.
No, that's what you're saying.
No, but everybody knows that Africa is a continent that's not really moving, is it? Or it's breaking off of. Well, it's breaking off of each other slowly, isn't it?
You want to call Europe, so then you want to call Iceland part of Africa as well? That's in Europe.
Well, Iceland is more to the to America side, I think.
It's more to America. So what? Iceland is part of the continent of America.
I think you're talking about Finland or Sweden, really.
No, you've got Iceland, then you've got Greenland. They're all in Europe, Northern Europe.
Not in. Well, I'm saying it's debatable.
What, you're going to call them Americans? So the Icelandic people and the Greenlanders, they're all part of the American continent.
Yeah, but I'm not being funny. There's islands, but are called like the Grand Canaries, and they say that's Europe, and that's basically right off the coast of Africa, man.
I don't know if they're
Where
Grand
is Europe?
Canaries, did you say?
Huh?
Did you say what, the Grand Canaries?
Yeah, Canary Islands, and then all them sort of places, Lanzarote. That's all basically near the coast of Africa.
Yeah,
They
that's
say
all
that's
part of
part of
Africa,
Europe.
yeah. No,
They
say
say
they're
that's
part of Europe politically. Politically, they're part of
But
Europe.
this is what I'm trying to say. I'm not looking at it politically. I'm just saying, like, by nature.
Yeah, by nature, it's regarded as being part of Africa. Politically, it's regarded as being part of Europe.
Yeah, but this is what I'm trying to say. So realistically, then Africa and Europe are not far from each other, then, is it?
Well, it depends which part you're talking about.
So if we went on to say what continent is the Grand Canaries on, what is it going to say? Europe or Africa?
It says Africa, it's Northwest Africa.
Oh, it's on the continent Northwest Africa, yeah.
Yeah, that's what it says. That's why I don't understand what you're talking about.
Okay.
So how does the rest of your family feel about your Indian heritage?
What kind of Indian heritage?
Well, you're supposed to be Taino, Arawak. That was the derogatory name Columbus gave those people, wasn't it? The mistaken name. He called them Indians.
It's in our language, actually.
What, the word India?
Look for our dictionary. Go to Taino dictionary and look at all the words. Caribe means brave person. Taino just means good person. Ni Taino mean my people. Ni and me, that means my in the Taino language and the Garifuna language.
Yeah, but I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about India.
Yeah, but why would they be upset?
Because when Columbus got to, the Bahama Islands, he thought he had reached Asia. So he called the people he saw Indians.
Should you be more upset that they took 10 million people from your country? Why should I be upset if I'm an Indian?
No, are you an Indian though?
Well, I've learned from my own family and I've done my own independent research.
That you are an Indian?
Yep.
From where?
From the Lesser Antilles.
The Lesser Antilles. Did they call themselves Indian though?
We're Kalinago, Garifuna people. That's our name for ourselves.
Okay.
Kalinago, Garifuna. We're known as Caribs.
Caribs. How were you able to trace your ancestry to these people?
I've done my independent researches.
What does that involve? I'm curious. Is it like the Hebrew Israelites?
Or just know what is African and what is American, for instance. So the instruments, what we used to cultivate cassava, I think they still use those things in Africa, but we've been using those same apparatus for God knows how long.
They're not using them anywhere else in the world.
Well, you won't find those apparatus until the 1600s.
Like what? What? Like a hoe, a machete? What apparatus?
It's what we used to utilize our products with, like the making grains and all these types of things. And looking at those machinery and those types of mechanisms found in the Caribbean. Amazing.
They were turning grain into wheat over in Mesopotamia thousands of years ago.
Yeah, but is it the same mechanism? Is it the same technology? Is it the same things that they're using? Have we got even the same products?
No, wheat is wheat.
Well, we make our beer out of cassava and corn, and we got potato as well.
So that's how you were able to know that you were a descendant of those people, by knowing about the apparatus they used in agriculture.
Because I believe your stomach has got a brain. So I went by my study. You know, when somebody said they go by their gut instinct. So I looked at the African food which I liked, and the majority of them I find they actually came from America.
Sorry, this is interesting. What, the stomach has a brain? Do you mean metaphorically or you mean physically? I don't get it. The stomach, what, memories? The stomach has
Physical, spiritual, and different things. Certain people are lactose intolerant, so they're not really from the milk drinking people.
Who told you that though? Where did you learn that the stomach has a brain?
I said I'm going by this. Some people say that, some people, but I know what I'm going by.
Yeah, but what study? Who's the person who confirmed this? Because if I go out and I say to someone, yeah, the stomach has a brain, they're gonna ask me, how do you know the stomach's got a brain?
It's objective, isn't it? Certain people can digest milk. Certain people can do this, and it's down to their genetics why they are able to do certain things.
I don't know. That seems. I don't know. That's not proof to me that the stomach has a brain. I thought you were going to give me some study of some person's name who did a study or something.
So why can't certain people digest milk then?
There's a whole. I don't know. Genetically, they can't do it. Lactose intolerance. Lactose intolerant.
In history, and you look at other people's diet in Europe, they don't in Asia and parts of Africa, they used to drink milk. We don't really drink milk in probably like certain parts of like Australia and the Caribbean like that.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just thought it was down to milk protein intolerance.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you, if people are brought up on cow's milk and you never drink cow's milk in your life, and it's a new type of thing into your body, you might have a bad reaction to it.
Yeah, you could, but how does that mean your stomach has a brain?
Because your genetics have made it that way.
Your genetics has made it that your stomach will have a brain.
Your genetics, innit? Whatever the computering system that's going on in your stomach for you not to do these things, is not letting you do it, innit? Basically, there's some people say you should eat food where you're from and certain things like that. There's all different types of diets and analogies. So I went by how one could say a gut instinct. So I looked at what food I actually like, what is from Africa, to see where is the connection here. And for some reason, I did like cassava. For some reason, and didn't really look into cassava, didn't really question it until recently. I started understanding my people in the Caribbean are actually named after cassava. Cassava and certain other plants, animals are in our creation story, but these are the things that are around us. So if you check in certain other African history and certain things, they won't have corn in their creation story. Corn only came to Africa in the 16th century. They won't have potato. Potato was not there for them. You know what I mean?
So wait, going back to what I said. Does your mother and your father, are they Garifuna as well? Did they say that's what they are? Or is it just you?
Because my grandma's mother is actually from Venezuela, and my grandma was born in St. Lucia, and a lot of my grandmother's family they migrated from Venezuela. They was exiled from Venezuela.
Oh, so you're saying part of your family, which is black, would have intermarried with some of the indigenous people in Venezuela, and that's how you're tracing your bloodline to becoming Garifuna? Is that
the culture, what we're doing, the things what we're doing, the people, and certain things like that. So take for instance, you have Chinese people in the Hausa community, and who can be a chief. There's even white chiefs in Africa.
Yeah, that's no big deal. Yeah, but that's not like It's not.
Same thing, vice versa. Like you probably have even North America, they have white people into their tribes and all these type of things.
Yeah, you're just an honorary member. You're not like,
But
you know.
this is what happened along the way. A lot of our people took in African people.
I thought it was the other way around. A lot of the indigenous people took in Africans.
That's what I said.
Yeah. Okay, so the Africans married into the indigenous people, and then that's where your bloodline comes from.
Yeah, because think about it, if you're warring with these people on the planet and you beat their plantation owner, where are these people gonna go? It's either them people are gonna come and collect their people, or they're just gonna come and run in the hills with us.
I don't know. It just seems a bit like a Hebrew Israelite thing. It's like when they say I'm a Hebrew Israelite, and you ask them how they can trace their ancestry to whatever tribe. It just sounds shaky. They don't really have any concrete stuff to say. This is how I know. They just.
Because history comes along and they try to kill our people out, and what they don't tell you is that the darker ones they depicted us as African, so they had black people there. When the Spanish, Portuguese, certain other Dutch people there, they saw black people there already.
Who said that though? What evidence do you have for that?
The Spanish and the Portuguese, the first explorers that's all up in them regions, documenting certain things and burning temples and killing the people off and all these type of things. They tell you said they saw black people there. There's even black statues there and all these type of things. But what happened now when the French and the English came, they started thinking, oh, everybody has to be African if you're black, basically. And they started separating the people. So you have some of the yellow Caribs and you have some of the black Caribs. They will separate us all, even though we speak the same language and we are related and all these type of things. They will separate the black ones and the yellow ones, and basically exile one of the people off the island and might keep the yellow ones there.
Where did you get it? What source did you use?
That's what's happened with the people in on the island of St. Vincent, and happened in the times of the Carib Wars. These are the times also of the Maroon Wars in the early start or the late end of the 16th and the start of the 17th century. You even have the Gullah Wars up in Florida regions, Carolinas, and all these type of things, the Seminole Wars, and they're all happening around the same time. And there's even prison records of them capturing Garifuna or black Carib people, putting them in prison in a castle called Portsmouth.
Yeah, but what is the source? That's all I want to know. That says this is what they looked like. They were black. What document? I want to read that document.
There's British Army records of the people they captured.
So you're breaking up.
There's certain people who they talk about who they took as war prisoners. So when certain of the people were fighting with the French, we'll be classed as the French lot basically, and all these type of things. So when they took on all these people or won the island from the French, they would take some of the prisoners who's helping the French and all these type of things, and the indigenous people. And they've even documented certain people who they've took from places like Dominica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, and put them in a castle in Portsmouth. So this is like prison records and army records now.
And in there, they describe them as being black-skinned.
They call the Garifuna people, Garifuna and black Caribs, or mixed race and these type of things. But they definitely put Garifuna and black Caribs.
So what, Garifuna meaning black Caribs or Garifuna and black Caribs?
Yeah.
I want to know. Okay,
Yeah,
so you had the black Caribs and then you had the Garifuna. And then the black Caribs are you're saying are indigenous. They're not African.
Yeah, like they've been there for a very, very long time. Like the Spanish people came and they saw black people there. The statues of the people there, of Negroid or Australoid type of phenotype.
The only ones that I know of are the Olmec heads and a few Aztec Mayan paintings where they're dark-skinned people. That's the only.
Then you have the bones they found in Brazil, Luzia.
Yeah, there's that one which was over 12,000 years old. Yeah, her bones.
And so when you go by the time and look at certain artifacts of the Mochis, the Quelembos, and certain things like that, and you look at the language, look into the actual indigenous people's language, a lot of these things are spelled very different, but they've been modernized and English. But when you start looking at the dictionary, you're seeing the similarities of who these people are. So take for instance, there's a set of people called the Macabo and the Pai people in St. Lucia, and people just look at them as black. Oh, they're just black and they're African. And a lot of the people after the 17th, 18th century were permitted not to practice our indigenous cultures and things like that. So you couldn't even speak Garifuna and certain things like that, or Kalinago and things like that. You would have to go undercover and, you know what I mean, mix it up a bit. So there's a
Do you
people.
speak your language though? That
Yeah,
indigenous
I'm learning.
language you mentioned.
Yeah, I'm learning it.
Where you? Who's teaching? What they're teaching it in? What was I gonna say? What's it called?
Garifuna is a broken Taino and Kalinago language. So it's literally both of these languages mixed together.
How do you
Because
greet people in that language?
you say Bueti Banafi, good morning, Bueti Rabuni we, meaning good afternoon, and Bueti Rabono, meaning good night. And my briga, you're welcome.
What was the one for welcome? Sorry, Rabino.
Mabrika.
Mabrika. Okay. And that's how they. And so you've been learning what you've been reading, or you've been meeting up with a teacher or a group to learn.
Because I'll be honest, some of the words my grandma used to say, but like they mix it in with the broken Creole. So like they would say something like tu bagay, but for you to say you in French is tu, and for you to say you in Kalinago is Bogai, and Garifuna is Nugier. So when like our grandparents were talking and saying like tu bagay, they're saying both, like the French and the Kalinago as well, and we say things like mouais and all these type of things. So, like it's a different way it's a way how we speak, if you know what I mean. Like we say like thing like ka at the start of our language, and we've used that same ka with the broken Creole and things like that, and little things like that have placed together, man.
Okay. Well, good luck in learning more of it. Hopefully, you'll be able to learn it all and speak it fluently.
Do you know what the name Ayo or Ayo means?
Ayo. Well, you have that name as well in your Garifuna language.
Yeah, that's the only thing I found very similar. But
Well, that could be because Yoruba people ended up there as slaves.
No, but what do you use that word for?
No, it's a name, but I don't know what it means.
Like we say Ayo just to say bye, but it's not
Bye.
really like a name.
And how do you spell it?
Ayo.
Yeah, it's the same spelling in the Yoruba, but you said you use it to mean what? Goodbye, did you say?
Yeah, bye, goodbye.
Yeah, in Yoruba it means joy, Joy.
Okay.
Different meanings.
Yeah, that's how I'm just going by, just looking at where the similarities are and where the connections are. Now, what's the Yoruba word for a dog?
Why? What is your word for dog?
O'Neill or only.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
O'Neill or only.
O'Neill only. No, it's Aja. In Yoruba, Aja. That's it for the Yorubas.
For joy in the Garifuna language is Indani.
No link there.
Indani.
No. Definitely no link there. Is it?
And
So maybe
for
with-
joy and glee, Iwidani.
Yeah. Joy for us is Ayo. Dog is Aja. So different words, different pronunciations.
What do you call frogs?
Oh, frogs! I definitely wouldn't know. I don't even think I saw frogs. Frog. Frog. You have to be careful. I don't give you a toad. No, I don't know. Don't know frog. Don't know frog in Yoruba.
it's very weird because we have like the frog a lot in our creation story. We call our frog Koki, and I think that's the actual sound that the things make. But you mostly find these type of frogs in tropical areas and certain things like that.
Ah. I see. What religion do you follow then? Your ancestors follow?
It's a bit like probably the Yoruba system, but that's another thing why I think a lot of our systems are either mixed up together because the Arawak or the Taino or the Garifuna one is very similar to the Yoruba ones.
Right.
Very like how can I say? It's not really too different. And we mostly like show praise to our ancestors or ask the answers from the ancestors. We call our supreme God, the creator, Yahya, and Yahya El had a son called Yahya El, and some things like that. And we call Mother Earth Atabe, and we have all these little things like it's like little things talking about the trees and certain fruits and vegetables. What we have, what's unique to us in a sense like that, and why we use them, and certain things like that. But I think that it's just a lot of the things where it is done by black people in the Caribbean. People get mixed up with African.
Caribbean people get mixed up with the African, the indigenous. Well, yeah, no, the Caribbean people that you're talking about get mixed up with the African. The brown-skinned ones who are light-skinned don't get mixed up with the Africans. But when you start talking about black Caribbean people being there before slavery, maybe you can then say those ones are getting mixed up with the Africans who were brought over.
Yeah, because it's mostly that type of history I'm looking at to see where is the similarities and the commonalities. That the only thing I think maybe the Moors or they did take from America was the turkey.
Turkey.
I think, yeah, I think that is the only thing I think they might have brought back to like the regions of Africa and Europe, because for some reason it's something to do with the Moors. Why even in Europe they even have turkey at Christmas, and the same thing like with Thanksgiving in America, because the original Christmas dinner in England used to be a goose or something like that. It never used to be turkey, but turkey's from the America side.
Yeah, that.
And it's kind of weird because I think it's like the Moors and the Turks, they've got something in common with each other. But
wait a minute, have you started? So I wanted to go back to what you said about a language. Have you started teaching Shakarad the language?
I don't know. I talked to him about some similarities, like where we get the word juju. In the Garifuna, we call that sort of type of activity dugu, D-U-G-U, and in Haiti, Puerto Rico, and Jamaica, we got something what we call obia, but the original name in Taino is opia or hupia.
Yeah, that doesn't really surprise me. So they're obviously picking up. It's like Jamaica's name. Jamaica comes from the word that the indigenous people were using for that island. But I don't know if they call it Jamaica or Zamaica or something. I don't know.
It was spelled with an X, but it's spelled like pronounced like Y, Yamika or Yamakai. But that's another funny thing. Like in Jamaica, all right, then take for instance in Africa, do you have children named Kamani?
I wouldn't know. It depends which part of the world. I don't know that name in the Yoruba. I've never heard it. So it might be in a different tribe.
But the funny thing is now we have like an actual, not say a god, but like a demigod, and his actual name is Kamani or Kurumani. And like in Jamaica, that is a very popular name what they give boys and certain things like that.
So maybe they got it from the indigenous people. It's been passed down over the years.
Even Bob Marley's son, or I think his name Kamani Marley.
Could be. Do you know what they dress like? Their clothing.
I'll be honest, I don't think we even really dress too tough like that.
Mm.
But we used to tailor because we had cotton and all these type of things, so shirts and things we used to make as well. But I'm not too sure. Majority of the time, like it's warm in the Caribbean, so it's not really like a clothes thing.
Okay. Oh yeah, I was gonna ask Shaka Ryan yourself. I forgot. I got sidetracked. Did you vote?
No,
No. You happy with the result?
it's just England, innit? It's just one of those ones. It's just to see where it benefits. It's where how you gonna work within whatever's happening, basically.
Fair enough. I have a theory that you and there's a guy who comes on this channel called Ayil Caribbean Israelite.
Oh yeah.
I reckon both of you are related or from the same part of the world.
Yeah, I think his family's from Montserrat in Jamaica or something. I think.
Because both of you have the same voice when you talk.
I know.
Pronunciation.
It sometimes I'm thinking, he's got a familiar voice.
Yeah. So I'm thinking somehow you're both from the same region or something.
It's kind of funny because we're literally all the same people because that Caribs and Tainos, they've already been mixing from the dawn of the period. So it's only sometimes it's more one culture more than the other. Well, we define ourselves like that, but culturally wise, we're literally the same people all over and it's only during the slavery times where there's mixed with other indigenous Indians and of America and Africans, Asians, and white people. We sort of, I don't know, we sort of lost our way when we're talking of Christianity and all these type of things as well. But it's only recently, like through the Garifuna people, that they've really shown that people like, yeah, we still exist, we still do the culture. And it's not only like the Chinese looking ones that do these things, if you know what I mean. But to be honest,
Yo, fam, what on?
Afternoon, early. Oh, good evening.
Yeah, big up everyone on the panel, man. Big up yourself, Witness. Big up Torah. Big up Shakara. Big up yourself. Big up man like Isa, the Black Tillette in the building.
Big up, fam. Big up.
Big up G Block Brad. Just add you in, cuz. Cameras on though, cuz.
Yo, Witness.
Big up everyone, man.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask Witness, Torok. I'm not sure if Shakara is there still, but and Brad to answer the question that we posed originally in the chat, and that was, do you think you could be happy in heaven while your loved ones are burning forever in hell?
Ooh. Can I go first?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Hello,
My
Brad.
premise-
Afternoon.
Hey, man. How you doing, bro? Hey, yo. No. Oh, crap. Never mind. I'm not confident to say it correctly yet. Give me a month, bro, and I'm going to say it correctly. I'm going to greet you properly in a month, I promise you. All right. If we write this premise on like us being in heaven, we have to define what heaven we're going to be in regards, because I know we're talking about the Abrahamic faiths, because, this is the godless block. So I don't believe that Allah, Elohim, Jehovah, God, whatever, I don't believe that all these gods are the same, because the Jewish God or the Bible God requires a sacrifice for forgiveness, whereas the Islamic, where like Allah almost like forgives you for seeking forgiveness, which is wild. So I would say, and then on top of that, the Bible God, if you go to heaven, he makes, pastors have preached that you would forget about the family members who went to hell, so you wouldn't be sad. So yeah, I would say personally, if I knew that they were down there, I would most likely be sad as hell. But if we do the premise of the Bible's God, and I don't know much about the Islamic God, but I know if we do the Bible's God premise, yeah, I don't think I would even know. So personally, I would be terrified, and I probably wouldn't be able to enjoy heaven knowing that my family is suffering, because that's how God apparently made us. But then, but he also has us forget it, G Block.
Yo, all right, Brad, let me build on that, yeah?
Yeah.
So, do you think you could be happy in heaven knowing your child was in hell?
because I don't know how God is going to erase your memory of having a child.
That's what that was the whole point. 'Cause I'm like, how you going to convince all these women they didn't have kids? You know what I mean?
Yes.
Thank you.
Let me just say that. So let me ask that question instead.
Bruv, do you agree that even in this current life, people's minds through things like drugs and whatever else, there are mothers who neglect their children because of drugs?
I agree that there's mothers that neglect their children who because of drugs, but I don't agree that there's mothers that can totally forget that their children ever existed because of drugs.
No, that's fine. No. I'm giving you an example that when they're extremely high and hallucinating and experience this high feeling, I'm saying you have an example in this realm of what you're talking about in the hereafter. Because what you have to remember is, even in this realm that we have here, you know, that's what I said, if you can sit down ever and just contemplate, what are you? What is the mind? What is that thing that's actually conscious? Yeah. When you can do that, then a lot of you lot's questions will be answered. And this is the thing, like, it's kind of weird. It's almost like, you know, someone who's never been drunk or never, you know, I don't know, never dreamt before, telling other people or talking on behalf of people that do dream. Stuff like that. It's very weird.
Yeah, well,
You know what I mean?
like I'm saying that, even that still don't even answer the question anyway. Yeah,
Of course it
because
does.
like I'm saying, no, how does it, fam?
Okay, this is how it does.
Let me finish. No. Let me finish, yeah, before you jump in and answer the question before I've even finished my point, yeah? Like I said, yeah. I said, how is God going to make you forget about the child that you have if you're in heaven and your child's in hell? Like, how does that, you know what I'm saying that?
Right.
How does that even, that means he's now going to have to alter parts of your memory. So anywhere where your child is there, or everything else is going to have to be someone else.
Right, you finish? Right.
Yeah.
So this is what I keep saying to you. I just gave you the thing, and you somehow said, "Well, that's not going to answer it," but it is, because until you find out what it is that makes you you, do you agree that some mothers, right, unknown to them, unintentional to themselves, for whatever reason, have an aversion to their own children when they give birth to a baby? They don't know why, but they just don't feel that closeness that other mothers feel. Have you heard about that? Hello? Yeah, your reception will work now, innit?
Yeah, I can hear
it. Internet will work now. Veli Vision.
God doesn't want the truth out, that's why.
What truth, bro? Veli Vision knows that man are mashing up every argument he brings. There's like all of a sudden it's singled up.
You don't mash up anything. All you do is dance, and then you say, well, you don't know what the thing is because you have not talked to God. And it's like, bro, that's the whole point of this process.
What do you mean you haven't talked? Who said anything about talking to God? What? Are you serious?
God,
right.
You're so good at semantics. I swear to God.
It's not semantics, bro. Listen. No, hold on. If somebody says they talk to God, yeah, how would you know they talk to God? I didn't give you anything that you can't prove. I'm saying you personally can sit there with breathing exercise, meditation, and you can experience what it is in you that's conscious. And I'm saying to you, when you connect to that thing there, right, it's easy for you lot to then understand the difference between what is the self and what are these things where we have these connections. It's simple as. Anyway, I got to get back off. I just wanted to quickly do that. I found Witness's statement about Torok and Al being related quite hilarious, actually. But I've been thinking that myself because sometimes when Torok is talking, I actually keep thinking it's Al, and I'm about to say something about Hebrew, and then I realize no, it's Torok.
Torok is not Somali, though. We know Al is Somali, not Torok.
But this is what I'm saying. That's what I was going to say that because I don't know what Torok looks like though. But we know what Al looks like, and he definitely looks Somali. So maybe him and Torok. Yeah, yes, he flipping what? Yes, he does, brother. You crazy? He looked like the president of Mogadishu should have been. You get what I'm saying? I'm telling you this.
Not being funny. Yeah, but not being funny. the explorers who came to that region said that we look like the people of Ethiopia and
Oh my God.
Papua New Guinea. That's how they
Who's
depicted our
we?
people in
Who's
the
the we you're
Caribbean.
talking about? Turok, who's we?
The original people of the Caribbean, the West
Bruv, no,
Indian,
forget. Bruv, if I'm
number
talking about
one,
you,
on
if
the
I'm talking about
microphone
you
stand.
and one individual, bruv, how are you gonna expand you or at least one other individual to the whole of the people? He looks Somali. We see his face on camera, so we know what he looks like.
Yeah, but he's obviously not a Somalian, is he though?
Bruv, listen what I'm saying. If you look in the history of what's his name? Marco Polo and the other guys, you will find that some of you Somalis were actually sailing away on some boat or something, and then you buck up on some of the people in the Caribbean, bro. So don't try it.
So they took people from East Africa to the Caribbean.
I'm saying some Somalis wandered from East Africa just on their hunt. They were explorers.
Not
Some
to the Caribbean. They would have went to the
Somali
Maldives.
explorers was exploring West Africa, and they got caught up amongst the other people, blood, and that's you two. You get me?
Hey, wait, can we go back
And
to
what
the
they were
question now?
Hebrews? What were they
Huh?
Hebrews? Were they Hebrews or Muslims?
Well, they must have been. They must have thought they were Hebrews, and they put them in a boat.
Or were they Muslim then? So you might come from them tribe then, the Somali Muslims that got caught up in the West African slave trade.
No, I'm not saying I look Somali. I'm talking about him. According to Dark Magician,
No,
Issa still hasn't answered the question.
It's about the blood. It's about the blood. Yeah, but it's about the blood. It's not about your looks.
Wait, can we answer the question now? Because this is a really good question.
Yeah, good. So what was it? How the mothers can forget. What I'm saying to you is, I could do this in so many different ways. Okay, Bigavelli, right? Oh, Leon's here. Brilliant. So here's a simple question.
Yo. I want to get some clarity still on your response. So basically, I can understand that you can be happy.
Why is everyone else so low? Like, what's going on around it?
No, I'm in the car, man. I'm gonna got a hands free.
I'm gonna put my ear to the thing. Go ahead.
I said I understand that you can be happy as long as you're not conscious of your child, innit? But do you believe that it's possible to be conscious of your child or your loved one, your family member that's burning in hell and still be happy?
Right. So this is what I'm saying. Where the people in that context, when you say your child, yeah, those bonds of kinship they break. Like
say loved one, then say loved one. Forget child, forget family. Loved one, someone that you love. That you care deeply.
Okay. So, all right. So we're changing the topic. So let's say what you call loved ones. Yeah. Again.
I think this is what's implied. It doesn't necessarily have to be family member.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Okay. We go with that. What it is for those people that are gonna make it, yeah, your loved one, so to speak, you may not be necessarily happy about it, but at the end of the day, you're in a different realm to them, isn't it? I think it's no different than if you think of it like this.
There's a difference between not being happy and being being happy. And you can be not happy about something, but then you're happy in general. But I'm saying for me personally, I get the impression that you'll be grieving, like you wouldn't be happy at all. As soon as you're consciously aware of your family member burning and in internal agony, I can't see you there like having a good time in heaven still, personally.
I hear that. And it's a brilliant question, boy, because one of the things is the Quran sort of deals with that directly. So
let's hear it. Because I was posting in the chat earlier when everyone was talking about the Quran and interpreting it, and it said that the Quran's a clear book. It makes everything clear.
Yeah.
Every issue.
Yeah, it does.
Trust me.
It does. But in relation to what you said, not in relation to family, but what it says is I'm saying what it says is that those people, well, first it says is the ties of kinship. So this, even when you say loved one, so to speak, the reality of what is love and who you're loving and why you're loving them will be like known at that time, day of judgment, etc. So you can love someone in this world, yeah, but you may not really
our understanding of the person will change as our knowledge increases, and we'll realize that they're just a speck of dust or something like that. They don't mean as much to us as they once did when we was ignorant.
in that sense, because you might realize they're actually deep down a wicked devil. You get, you know, like some people, yeah, you meet them now and again. In fact, let's talk about a couple. Like two people might be every time they buck up once a week, twice a week, 3 times a week, whatever. And then when they're moving together, they finish within a month. You get me? Because there's so many things they don't like about each other, and they don't want to see each other ever again. You get what I'm saying?
Cool. Let's go along with that then. That's going to be the case. We're taking a big risk. We're taking a big risk in this life now, not knowing who we're going to realize is a pagan and who's righteous, and with the possibility that the people that we care about now, they might be the ones who's burning in hell. Like why we care about them now? So how do you deal with that? I don't know if you dwell on that. How do you deal with that now? Knowing that you might be on your way up to heaven, and people that you love are going to be down there burning in hell. Even though when they're burning in hell, you're gonna realize that there's some deadbeats, wastemen anyway, so you won't even care. But now that you do care about them because you don't know that they're deadbeats and wastemen, how do you deal with that?
Very easy. Number one, you've been given charge of your own souls, right? So you were born separate, and even if people that are born twins, you were, still born separate, so to speak. But you have your own life, your own mind, your own consciousness, and you make your own choices. And a lot of these love things and loved ones and blah, blah, a lot of it's superficial. If you really get down to the deep of it, how many of these loved ones that you do have would actually ride and die, as you say? You get me? So you can eliminate a lot.
So I keep on interjecting, fam, because new questions come in my mind as you're speaking. I'm wondering who does Issa love in life right now? That's what I'm wondering right now still. When you're breaking out of things, one day, fam. The people that losing their family and all of them things there, Even me, when he held me up in the park, fam, I have to start second guessing now still. I don't know. I don't know how you really see me now. You get me? But go ahead.
No. I agree with all the it's. I mean, you could say, you know what? I was going to go into my personal life, but let's just say for me anyway, I do a lot of examination, a lot of thinking about so many different things on so many different levels. But what I'm saying is, there's still a reality when you sit down and think deeply about things. Yeah, either the relationships that we've had that have fallen apart, whether from friends, from school, or whatever else it was. And then you start thinking about yourself, some of the bad things about your selfish thoughts and some of the things that you may not have told someone or whatever it is. And when you break down most human beings, how many of us are really, really that sincere? Now, I can say 100% I'm sincere when it comes to truth, when it comes to, let's say the science of truth, studying the truth and stuff like that. But when it comes to other things, back in the day, maybe when it comes to females, as most Afro-Caribbeans, we're polygamous, So there's a lot of things we've got to think about when it comes to this love thing, and you talk about the connection. What was that? Sorry, what was that? What was that, Shakara?
Oh no, who that was?
Shakara. It come hollering. It's that I think he was trying to say Allahu Akbar, but maybe he didn't know how to say it properly.
Hey, Issa. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. I was thinking one data chunka man agalis. Yeah, it's all good.
All right. Go on.
Hey,
yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Can I ask you? Can you explain how Judgment Day is going to be done in Islam? Because I know it's different than the way it's done in Christianity.
Ooh. Oh boy. Okay. So, I mean, you could say. You say Judgment Day, and the Quran generally presents cycles of judgment and one, if you like, massive cycle of judgment where everything that's ever happened in the universe and whatever else is being sorted out to put everything else where it's supposed to go on the other side of this judgment. But days of judgment continue to happen. So in our own lives, there's judgment for everything. Like in your own life, there's going to be certain things that you come across that, depending on how you act towards this, that will determine, let's say, your next 20 years. There's other things what determine your next 2 days or your next week or etc. etc. You get me? So now you lot are forcing me to go into some of the wisdom of the Quran, bro.
I'm gonna come back in a minute. Pardon me.
All right, brother.
I'll soon come back. I'm gonna listen still. But yeah, I don't know if you fully answered the question, you know. So we're gonna get back into it. When I come back.
What was your question? Shoot. Yeah, man. Yeah. It's sad, you know. You know what? I'm gonna have to stop talking to you lot because you know what I mean. You lot like to ask questions that cause man to go into subject matters where I shouldn't be saying certain things. You get me? We're supposed to be talking about layman's things. You get me? So yeah. Anyway, but from what Leon said, yeah, if you think of the way that love works, because he said loved ones instead of family, how many people have had loved ones and they were intensely in love? I mean, no one seems to be able to define what love is, and then those loved ones have become enemies, and they literally hate each other. How many people got married and they were so much in love and doing this together and planning that together, had a bunch of kids together, raised his kids, and then they broke up, and then they either hate each other or one hates the other with a passion. Can't stand them. So, you know, what is this thing we're talking about? We're calling love. You get me? So obviously it's another superficial something which is based around things in this life to a degree. I believe there possibly are something called soulmates, and that could be in a relationship sense of a male and female, or that could be in a brethren sense, like you got certain brethren fighting for one cause or in one specific righteous cause, and you know what I mean, they're just rolling together for whatever reason. They're just like, boy, maybe they were family in their past life or whatever it was, you know what I mean? So yeah. What, Valley Vision tag team, my brother, yeah?
Hey, Valley, did you want me to answer that question about like how God makes you forget your loved ones?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Say again.
These Usama 007.
Wait,
I
Issa,
swear he's got
I don't
another
get
guy,
about you
009.
in regards to Islam is how come you say there's certain information you're not supposed to share? And I thought the whole point of the faith was to get people, like, because when I asked some Sunnis, Big Arns, he just like Big Arns gave me like books on how to pray, everything, bro. And it's like I try to ask you, and it's like, oh, I can't tell you this. You know, we talking about stuff I'm not supposed to know.
Look. Stop messing around. Big Oz couldn't even begin to answer some of the questions you're asking me, bro. What are you talking
But no,
about?
he put me in front of scholars that did, and they like flat out told me stuff, bro. Like I didn't have to go through.
Nah, that's what I'm saying. They're generally, if the people that know it, they're just gonna give you the layman thing. And the problem is when they're either gonna know when to say, well, this is what Islam teach you, either accept it or you don't, or they're gonna have to go into their thing. And most of our people, yeah, that's just how it's supposed to work, really. Yeah. I mean, they're giving you the layman stuff, innit? That's just how it's working, bro.
So you tell me Sunnis are more open to teaching people, but Shiites, they're more like fuck off and learn it yourself. Is that what you're telling me?
No. You said about how to pray and these stuff. You'll get that from anybody. I'm saying when you go into
he gave me everything. Like I'm talking about like alhamdulillah. Like I'm saying that freely now, bro. Like he taught me everything. I mean, he gave me
but
like,
that's
all
minor
the
stuff, bruv. I'm talking about the sciences of the Quran, bruv. Yeah.
Okay, then that's what I was saying. Explain to me how, because I know that Allah is different than God of the Bible. I know that because God of the Bible don't even speak like Allah. Like Allah's like, I'll give you forgiveness if you seek it. You know what I'm saying? Like God don't say that. God's like, okay, give me your firstborn, or sacrifice something, or I'll send my son to be sacrificed for forgiveness. You know what I mean? Like. So I'm just saying, like, I've been studying. Usually I used to talk trash about Islam because I never read it, but now I'm reading it now, bro. So,
This is good. This is good. Yeah. Well,
I'm thinking about doing Sufism, though, because, you can smoke weed and get to a higher consciousness and listen to music. So I might do a Sufi.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, in the traditional Shia tradition, yeah, you would say, or Orthodox Shiism, you're not allowed to listen to music. I think unless it's like drum based or human voice. But you're allowed to use substances on a specific ritualistic basis with the intention of exploring levels of consciousness. You understand? So you can use DMT and all of that stuff.
What?
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. I like this, bro. I can't wait.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Islam is about that. Now you're supposed to be able to do that. Regardless of a substance. You're supposed to be able to do that through meditation, through reciting the Quran and stuff like that. But some people find it very hard. So therefore they might need assistance, or that might help, you know what I mean? So Terry Snack says, Issa, do you beat yourself like your Shia brothers do? No, I haven't had the opportunity yet. And generally it's not part of my culture anyway, but you know what I mean? That's just
Yo.
Yeah.
Listen, let me ask you this question then, yeah. So, because I still don't feel like I understand this part. How, if you as a parent have followed all of Allah's commandments, but your child has deviated from all the commandments and now ends up going to hellfire, how are you going to be happy in heaven while your child is in hellfire? I don't understand how does Allah erase your memory of your child?
Brother, all right. I mean, I don't even know what you're listening to, because the whole thing today, right, that we're saying, all right, let me put it to you like this. Do you agree a lot of old people lose their memory? Yes or no?
That's an old person with dementia. But
Right,
do
hold
you
on.
agree? Wait,
Hold on.
no.
I'm
Let
getting
me
to the
answer you.
point.
No, I
You're doing
answered
it
your
again.
answer. Let me answer your question straight away, and let me
Yeah, and
answer your
I'm
question.
making my next point based on your answer, innit? That's the whole
Let me
point.
ask your question back.
Oh, for flips sake. Go on then.
So, do you agree, yeah, that even a person with dementia has flashbacks and recognizes who their children are?
I've
Yes or
heard
no?
of people who now and again, like I know somebody specifically who it started off with little bits, they were forgetting, then they remember, and then gradually it went to half the time, then gradually it went to most of the time they couldn't remember, until a point they didn't seem to remember anybody, right? But what my point is, I'm saying even in this life, in this physical body, they're forgetting their own blooming children, right? And that connection is no longer there. But however, they're still talking to them, yeah, as though they're nice people, like they're relating to them, yeah. But they just don't remember that they had children, and that's in this world here. So your argument done already.
No, it's not, because
Oh
it's
my
not
gosh,
like I said. Oh my gosh,
I can't
this brother's
believe this.
coming as G Sonny Brad. What is wrong with this brother? Yeah,
You need to
what
block
is
him,
wrong
bro.
with this
Now
guy? Cause
you need to block anything that
I'm
comes in
just
there with
asking in
Sunny,
the
man.
back
Block
chat,
it.
man. When I said G Sonny Brad,
We have to get a program, blood. Anything that comes in there with a Sunni name attached to it, that has to be blocked automatically. Virus, come up, boom. That's a virus.
yeah, wow.
So you got this dark magician talk about make him answer the question personally, very like me not
Yeah,
answer the
because
question.
I am asking you the question personally. Yeah, so you, yeah, as a righteous Muslim that's following the ways of Allah and doing everything you're supposed to do.
I didn't say I was a righteous Muslim. I said I'm a
No.
knowledgeable Muslim.
No. I'm not saying that you said that. This is my example that I'm giving to you. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
For you to make the question personal to you.
Yeah.
So your son has deviated. Yeah. Although to you, he may be seeming like he's a good Muslim. Yeah. But he's doing things behind your back that Allah deems worthy of going to the hellfire for eternity.
Okay.
Explain to me how your memory of your son is erased while you're enjoying
the fruits of Jannah.
All right, Billy. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give you some. Let me just give you this answer. Right? Our souls, exist. Let's say as spiritual beings, okay, and they are generally beyond this world that we're living in now. So it comes in here, and the only way we can generally come in here is through procreation, right? So procreation produces the sheath and the body or avatar through which that soul becomes something to live in, right? So based upon that, the soul beings that are connected in the soul world, they're connected in the next world as well, right? And sometimes here, but they may not always be. So you're born into the family, which is the assister of you fulfilling your destiny. Do you understand? So it's a bigger picture than you lot and your little questions that are marginalized. So the same way how you're a different soul and you come into this life, you're only connected to these people through bloodline, through genetic, through interaction, through etc. So when you die, hold on. Do you agree when you die, there's no genetic connection between you and the person?
Well, I don't know because I've never died. So,
brother, listen to what I'm saying. If you're arguing the point of somebody that has passed on, you see the physical body in the grave, they're not taking no genetics with them, are they?
No, but you can take DNA from their dead body to match with their live ancestor.
Did you hear the question or not, really?
Yeah, he's talking about the consciousness, really.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. There's no way for us to measure if you have a soul or not, innit? I'm just going on your premise that there's a heaven.
Your whole blasted
wait. No. Let me finish. Because like you keep doing this, bro. You keep cutting in the middle of. Yeah, but you keep cutting in the middle of. Bruv, wait. But you're cutting in the middle of my answer to tell me that my answer's wrong. So how can you tell me my answer's wrong before I've given you the answer? Like I don't know how you can do that, cuz. Yeah, like I'm saying. Yeah, the premise that you have a soul that you're gonna meet up with God in a heaven that's gonna go through your whole life. Yeah, remember, God's gonna go sit down with you and replay your whole life to you. This is your life. This is everything you've done, everything good you've done, everything bad you've done. You deserve to go to heaven or you deserve to go to hell. Yeah. So I don't know how the times of you teaching your son to be a good Muslim and the times that he's deviated and being a bad Muslim as an adult or whatever, because we need to make this as solid as can be. This is going to be a watertight case against you. You need to answer this question, family. I've got you in the corner right now. I'm giving you bare jabs, bare rib shots right now.
You're getting mashed up left, right, and center,
you're
bro.
Getting bare rib shots right now. And you're wheezing right now. You're fucking. Your gum shield's hanging out your mouth and all sorts.
Wake up, Billy. Wake up. Wake up. You're dreaming hard.
Right,
let me just give you something quick.
So wait. Let me finish. So just for that part there. So like I'm saying, you as an adult, have grown up with your son, Your son's an adult. You get me? You've passed away. You've gone to
heaven.
Like, the judgment day's got you've passed away. Judgment day's come. Everyone's passed away in it. Judgment day's come. Everyone's risen from the dead. It's judgment day now. Your son was an adult when he passed away, a ripe old man when he passed away. So he's gonna get judgment as well. He's not gonna get no bypass or there's no, because he's a child, he's going to heaven or whatever anyway. So there's no way that he can bypass this judgment now. So your son was a Muslim, but deviated and was a bad Muslim and did everything the Quran told him not to do. You get me? And he's ending up for the worst hellfire right now because he's a mushrik, munafiq, all them things there. So how would you feel as an adult? How would you feel?
You long out your question for no reason enough.
Knowing, that's it. Knowing that your son, your firstborn son, your one and only son, you ain't got no other children, just trouble, one son.
In trouble,
boy. He's going to hell when you're in heaven, partying away with your million virgins and unlimited wine.
Watch now. This is why, you see, when you lot ask insincere questions, the answer is normally something you'd expect from anywhere. So watch out the uppercut, knockout punch. It's a knockout punch in your skin now, blood. Hey, what? Get your team ready, you know. Not even tell we need we need ambulance and doctor for you right now. Do you remember a character called Adam? Right. In Islam, Adam's going to heaven, bro. And Adam's firstborn son. He even used the words of Mashiach, bro. Who's Adam's firstborn son?
Cain.
Thank you very much. Cain. And what happened to Cain, bro?
Him killing brother.
Yeah, and after that, what happened? He get cursed, bro. You understand? He's on the shaitanic side. So I'm saying this is why I have to remember the story, because the Quran and even this case, the Bible already answer your thing. So regardless of bro, listen to what I'm saying to you.
Yeah, go on, then finish.
You're right. You need to get the point. As I said to you already, even if you give me example, I've already explained to you how these connections are superficial in this life. If you come into this life as a soul creature, right, and you're in this being, right, and it's become all merged up in this being, and the way in which you can recognize your soul is for you going through proper meditative process where you still your mind and you're thinking a bit more, and you actually experience this so-called consciousness stream or soul or whatever you want to call it, right? You then can recognize that there's a big difference between your personality that's developed and the thing called yourself. You understand? But you're not going to recognize that if you're just asking superficial questions and not thinking for it for yourself. This, what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, the relationship bonds you're making, you realize you are a person different to all the other people. Naturally, you have love. Naturally, you have care. But once you get to the next realm, those bonds don't exist anymore. That's what I'm saying. It's simple, bro.
So you're saying that the bond between you and your child when you're in heaven won't exist if your child ends up going to hell.
No, of course not. Because that's what I'm saying. Because you're different. It's no. How can I put it? Like, I don't know how else to put it. It's kind of like if some people. Example. One second. Let me say one thing. It's kind of like some people's children. Yeah, there's some people. They've got children that literally just turn out to be stinking, dirty, whatless people, right? And they don't care about their parents. They don't care about their sibling. They just, for some reason, they're just in this family, but they're just some odd pickney that just go wayward. You get me? And some parents say, they wash their hands of them children. You get what I'm saying? So it's no different than that in that sense. So there you go.
The difference is though, with that, and I think it's a good one because, like, my dad made me know from young, that there are certain things that I can do, and if I do them, I don't have no father, straight, right? You know what I'm saying? That's it. So I get like fully that, you know what I'm saying? And me as a father, I can definitely say there's certain things that my son can do, and if he does them, he's not a father, right? That's it.
Yeah, right. Shakara. Question though.
What's it, right? I'm going to answer.
Always interrupted, you know. Yeah,
I do want to answer the question. I do actually want to answer the actual question, because it's a very interesting one from my perspective, But the difference is, though, Isa, is that we're talking about in this context a God who will send a man to eternal damnation simply for not believing in him, or
that wasn't it at all, bro.
Or believing in a messenger that was sent by him. You know what I'm saying? So we're not like, a man don't really have to do nothing too tough. Get me? Apart from
that wasn't the context, bruv. That wasn't the context. I know that might be your context.
That might not be the context. Emmy, that might not be the context for the question, but definitely, if we're talking about heaven and hell, belief in Allah and His messenger is a prerequisite for entering Jannah. Yeah?
Nah, that's not true, bro. That's not true. That's not true.
How are you sure? That's not true, bro. Are you sure? Are you sure?
I'm telling you that's true.
Isa, the black elect, is telling me here that Allah does not demand that humanity believes in him.
No, you said Allah and His messenger.
Yes, Allah and His messenger. Yes, there is no God but Allah and Muhammad is messenger.
You said the only way to get yourself into heaven, so to speak, is that you believe in Allah and the Messenger. That's not true.
That is okay.
No. He said one of the ways to go to hell. That's what he said. Not one of the ways to get into heaven. One of the ways to go to hell.
Get into heaven, bro.
Listen. He said. Listen to what I'm saying, though, bro. He said one of the ways to go to hell was not to believe in Allah and His Messenger.
Yeah, and then he reworded it when he put it back to me. That's what I'm talking about. So I'm responding to Ray. He reworded it.
So Isa, you're telling me, Isa.
Yes.
Is the Shahada in true Islam the same as the Shahada in Sunniism?
You could say yeah, but yeah, go on.
Right. Okay. So both of them affirm there is no God but Allah and Muhammad is His messenger. Yes.
Correct.
Right. The example of the way for mankind to live was revealed through Muhammad. Yes.
Correct.
And the example of Muhammad himself is the example for mankind. Yes.
Correct.
All that is correct, but belief, and sorry, and Islam means submission, yes, to the will of Allah.
Let's go with that. Not exactly, but go with that for now.
Well, let me rephrase that then. Is submission to the will of Allah a tenet of Islam, a requirement of Islam?
Yeah.
Does Islam require its followers to follow the example of the Prophet Muhammad?
Indeed, and the Imams, yeah.
And the Imams then, but starting with the Prophet Muhammad.
Yes.
Yeah. And the Imams are Imams in as much as they follow the Prophet Muhammad.
The Imams? They follow. Yes. They use the Quran, but go on. Yeah. They use the Quran themselves, so they're divinely guided, like the Prophet was divinely guided.
Okay, separate the thing for the Prophet. All right. So the belief in the Prophet, then, and so with all of that now, the belief in the Prophet is not a contingency on whether you get into Jannah or not.
No.
But a belief in Allah is.
Yes.
So it's possible. So it's possible to believe in Allah.
Yeah.
And reject the Prophet.
No. You may not know about the Prophet. This is what I'm saying. Your questions are specific.
All right, let's be specific. So lack of knowledge of the Prophet. Yeah. All right. But belief in Allah may get you into Jannah. Yes.
Yeah. Right? So if somebody, let's say somebody born in nature, right, and he might have some.
They're reclusive, they're obscure, and then now no internet connection. And they don't know eating the black select. Yeah. All right. So Muhammad is a Muslim. All right. Okay. So the exception then is people that don't know. I'm aware of this exception. All right. So people that don't know, ignorance. Yeah. You can still get into Jannah if you are ignorant. However, for the rest of us, because none of us here can claim to be ignorant of Muhammad, and his Sunnah. Yes. All right. So except for those who are, so once you are aware of Prophet Muhammad, yes, then is the acceptance, the embrace of Prophet Muhammad, and as the messenger of Allah, a requirement for you to get into Jannah?
Again, I would say it would depend, because if somebody presents to you Prophet Muhammad with the Quran, Allah, Islam, and this is a version, if you like, of Prophet Muhammad, which is actually the opponent of Prophet Muhammad, and you reject him, then you've rightfully rejected the opponent concept. Do you see what I mean?
So once you've met Isa the Black Select, and it's like the true situation on the table, right? No, because even with the fallacies of Sunnism, as you might see them, I don't know if you can say that Sunnism doesn't expose people to the Quran and the Prophet. At the very least, they do that, even if you think they read that story. Hear me, because the Quran that the Sunnis read and the Quran that whoever else reads is the same Quran, right?
You just say, So you don't say Quran and Sunnah.
No. This is my point. What I'm saying to you, my point is, if you're the Prophet presented by the other group, by the Sunnis, is somebody who, for instance, they will say has companions who are correcting it. So in other words, imagine the Prophet's supposed to be incorrect, but they say Omar.
That's hadith though, Isa, yeah? That's hadith, right? So anybody.
But that's what I'm saying. So the idea of the Prophet in Sunnism is that his companions is superior to him.
He
but
was
here
saying
I'm
that
saying,
the Sunnis have the same Quran as the Shia.
This Veli, you didn't hear what he said. He's talking. Veli, my
No,
response
he
was,
didn't. He didn't say that the Sunnah though. He just said the Quran though.
bruv, you're not listening. He said Prophet Muhammad. So I'm saying the only version I'm saying if you go to one version of Prophet Muhammad, i.e. the Sunni version, you're gonna have a version of a man who a normal person wouldn't want to follow. That's what. So if you reject him, he's right.
I hear you, bro. What I'm saying to you is that still the Sunnis expose people to the Quran and the character of Prophet Muhammad because it was Prophet Muhammad that revealed the Quran. Yes? That's a
No,
fact.
he received it. Received it.
At least
So now you got G Block back in Sunnis.
That's fine. That's fine. It don't matter who got Sunnis and who tried to play pro bono barrister for Sunnis, bro.
Yeah, that you Sunnis. You got Belly back in you now.
Your other man tried that and failed.
On your team.
Listen, everybody that tried to pretend they're pro bono barrister on QC for Sunnis is getting mashed up same way, bro. It don't matter who comes. So anyway, as I was saying, when you talk
about my association with Unite, you say, yeah, right? If I drop down there tomorrow, I go straight to what's it? What do you call it again? Jahil. I got them in Arabic. Hell.
What's that?
Hell in Arabic.
Oh, Jahannam.
Jahannam, that's it. Yeah, where did I get Jahil from? Jahannam, yeah, right. So
Jahil,
me like ignorance, right? That's weird. Okay, all right. Me gonna Jahannam, innit?
Yeah, I didn't hear the bit you said before.
And what I'm saying is that me, Valley Vision, the whole of the G Block, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Even the Sunnis them who are watching right now, the whole of it, Gala Jahannam.
Not necessarily.
What's the exception? What was also Elijah Jahannam? Because we've heard the ministry of East the Black Select, who has revealed or is in the process of revealing what true Islam is, to I and I. Yeah. All right. So how is it that we get to Jannah after all that?
Right. So the thing is, number one, the intention in your heart, and the other main thing is that you've heard it clearly and understood it. But I'm saying at the moment, you've got all of these different things in a way, namely this dumb religion that's passing itself off as Islam. And that has not helped. You know, you can't almost help that infect your brain of what you think Islam is. You get me?
So what you're saying is that a man can reject Islam, reject the Prophet, reject Allah as revealed in the Quran, yes, and still go, to Jannah based upon the fact that Sunnis have obscured what true Islam is.
Well, of course, it's like, brother, it's called justice, isn't it? So you have to think about it like this, yes. If somebody, let's say you were there's two, so you have two scenarios, you come across somebody and you meet them for yourself the very first time, right?
Yeah.
And you get to know them, you find them trustworthy. Let's say it's to do with business or something, whatever it is, mechanic or whatever, right?
Yes.
Let's say business. And everything that you've seen from them, 100%, you trust this guy. The more you meet him, the more you talk, the more you like them, the more you trust them. But then, let's say another scenario, somebody else has told you about this guy because they don't like the fact that that guy is making more money than them or doing better business. They're telling you all kind of things, but the person you're talking to at the moment, you've got no real reason to distrust what they say about that guy at the moment. Right. So now when you meet that guy, you've already got suspicion about him, and there's certain things he's saying that could be sincere or could be exactly the opposite. But because of what this guy's put in your head, you're now distrusting. You get me? And then he might bust a joke, and because of what the guy's put in your head, the joke could have been taken the opposite way if you didn't hear what the guy said. But now because of what the guy said, you're taking the joke the opposite. Do you understand?
All right. So it's a good analogy. My only question then is that analogy in the Quran?
Is that, what do you mean is that analogy in the Quran? That analogy relates directly to Sunnism being the false thing.
Yeah, I know what you're intended to relate to, but I need evidence of the fact that Allah operates in such a manner, with such consideration in relation to who he is.
Oh man, even Sunnis would tell you that. We do not judge people until we've until a warner has come and made the truth clear to them.
Right.
So that
So
would mean
the warner, yeah. So basically, what you're saying to me then, if I follow your logic here,
yeah,
all right. Basically, everybody's going to Jannah because nobody or hardly anybody, less than 1% of the world, has an understanding of true Islam. So there is no real judgment.
Sorry. There's one component I missed out there, and it also depends on their sincerity to truth. So that's the major component. So, for instance,
sincerity to truth. Okay.
Yeah. So that's the main component. So a person, i.e., regardless of whether it is made clear to them or not, they wouldn't have accepted anyway because their hearts are looking for something else. You get me? So they're not interested in truth. They're not interested in justice. So them type of people, they're damned anyway, whether they take the shahada or not. You get me? So the point is that thing there, whether you're sincere to truth. So those people, that you know what I mean? It's like, well, I heard it and really, then you know what I mean? It's pretty simple, bro.
That's cool, but I'm still saying though, based upon that, basically hardly anyone's going to Jahannam then.
I don't know about that. We see some real wicked people in this world, brother. I don't know about that.
Real wicked people in this world, but I'm saying that wicked or not, most people, according to your reckoning, have not been exposed to true Islam. They've been exposed to Sunnism. So in a sense, even Sunnis are going to Jahannam, to Jannah, yeah, because a lot of them haven't been exposed to true Islam. They're ignorant of Islam. Yeah.
No. But that's hold on.
We've got a chance. We've worked in America and the UK, and the Caribbean and these things, and anywhere other than probably Saudi Arabia and Iran, and Syria and Iraq. Okay? Are probably gonna go to Jannah because they haven't been exposed to true Islam. East of the Black Church hasn't been there yet. To bring the military. You know what I mean? So no, I mean, but that's because you know what you're saying. That everybody's going to Jannah.
Nah, bro. I mean,
judgment is becoming redundant as a concept. Then
no. It's not quite what you think. What it is in the sense that those particular individuals, okay,
yes,
who are sincere to truth.
But truth is the Quran and the Sunnah, yes, and the Hadith. Sorry.
No. Listen to no. Truth is truth. So meaning, if at the end result of the studies, according to how you establish what the truth is, that there is no God, that's just a fairy tale. There was really no prophet. If that's the end result of the truth, then that's the truth. That's it. Truth is truth.
No, Isa, you can't do that. There is no version of truth, commensurate with the Quran that denies the existence of Allah. None whatsoever. Yeah. So according to Islam, any form of Islam, the truth is Allah, and Allah is the truth. The truth is Muhammad, and Muhammad is the truth. And if you're a 12er, then the truth is Muhammad and the 12 that come after him. Wait, hold on, isn't the last of the 12 yet to come? Or is it the 13th?
Correct. Yeah, there's 12. Yeah. 12, yeah.
So there's 11 then so far, yeah, of the 12.
Yeah.
Right. So 11. So that 11. So it's Muhammad and that 11. That's the truth. Yeah. And everybody else is everything else is other than the truth. Yeah. You're either a believer or a disbeliever. That's the Quran. That ain't the Hadith. That's Quran, right? I'm speaking specifically of Surah 3 here, where they go in on this disbelief business. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So am I not correct though? There's no in between in this thing. Like Allah is saying, the only mitigation that I've seen is basically for those who have not been exposed to the message at all. Do you know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. You're not getting the point of what was it you said just before then? Because I wanted to respond to that, but then you went.
That Allah is the truth, and the truth is Allah. There's no version of
Right. No. You see, this is what I'm saying. This is why I say what I say, because when people are approaching this thing, they get this understanding that when it says truth, then it's like a religious truth. It's within your context of truth, rather than just what the truth is, regardless. So if two people are making a statement about whether they saw a car go past, what's that got to do with Islam, the Quran, or anything? It's either it did or it didn't. You know, did the postman come this morning? Did the postman come?
We're talking about ultimate truth. yeah. And as far as Islam is concerned, there is no truth more ultimate, yeah, than Allah is. The isness of Allah and the isness of the Prophet and his message. Yeah, there is no superior truth.
But even if that's true, which it is,
is it true in Islam?
Hold on. I know what you're asking. I'm responding to what you're saying. I'm saying to you, it is acknowledged that the human being has to establish that. Do you understand? So I'm saying to you, even
where is it in the Quran? Where is it in the Quran? So the human being has to establish that Allah is the only God and Muhammad is the messenger. Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Stop changing what you're saying. You're going from truth.
You said that.
No, you said about the truth first. I'm saying, you said, where's it say the Quran? I was saying to you that the haqq in the Quran, yes, so it says things like, when truth is held up falsehood, it shatters its brains. So what truth is this? Now, it's not religious truth, it's any truth.
Thing. Yes.
So it's any truth. So for instance, if you go to a normal proper Islamic court and one makes a claim the opposite, it's related to who's telling the truth and who's lying, or if they're both lying.
I'm a person who tells the truth in all things, but I don't accept Allah and His Messenger. Am I going to Jannah? I'm a truth teller. I don't tell lies. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? All kinds of I tell the truth always, but I do not believe in Allah and His Messenger. Am I going to Jannah?
It's possible.
Under what circumstance?
Under the circumstance that either you're one of them people that are not that bright to calculate that Allah exists in the messenger, and therefore you don't.
So I can be honest and not bright. So therefore Allah will grant me an exception.
Of course, that's what I said. Because what the main thing is your sincerity to truth. I should even mention that first. I was leaving that.
Allah and Allah, the Muslim.
Yeah, but hold on. But you don't see Allah.
The Muslim refers to Islam itself as haqq.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But most Muslims that say that, they've got no idea what it is. But what I'm saying to you is, even when we say Allah is the haqq, Allah is the truth, or that would mean the reality, right? Because this is the problem now. No, but hold on, that's what I'm saying. What does it mean to say the reality? Right? And
not the. There is no other reality other than
Allah. Hold on.
Allah is the Lord of all the worlds. Not, you know what I'm saying? Everything. There's no exception in anything.
But that's what I'm saying. You're getting into discussion about Allah, which will lead on to other subjects.
I'm just saying though, on the subject of getting into Jannah.
Right, let me read a verse for you. Let me read a verse and tell what you think, yeah?
Come on.
Chapter 2, verse 62. Indeed, those who believed and those who were Jews or Christians or Sabians, those who believed in Allah and the last day and did righteousness will have their reward with their Lord, and no fear will there be concerning them, nor shall they grieve. Right?
So there's an exception given to Christians and Jews.
And Sabians, right? Who worship stars and the sun and all of that. Right?
And Sabians.
Yeah, or Sabians, yeah. Sabians, how do they put it here? Let's have a look. Yeah. Sabians, yeah.
Who are the Sabians? I got to research the Sabians then.
So there's two. There's Sabians and there's Sabians. So the Sabians, obviously you know Queen, obviously you know about Sheba, innit? So,
right. That's what they're referring to.
Let me make sure. It's either them or the other lot. One sec. I think
if they're referring to Sheba, it would appear that Sheba gets a reprieve because of a relationship with Solomon.
No, that wouldn't make sense because she would have been a Muslim.
The means by which she inspired Solomon to have wisdom and all these things.
And come back to in the Quran, it specifically mentions, like the bird says, he's visited a place with people that worship the sun and blah blah blah. So she comes under that.
So are you saying that according to the Quran, there's one set of pagans who get a reprieve?
You make me laugh, Abla.
If the Sabians are pagans and Allah is allowing them into Jannah, then it seems that they're getting a reprieve from the thing, innit? All right, I've got this up here. The Sabians of Middle Eastern tradition were a religious group mentioned 3 times in the Quran as the people of the book, along with Jews and Christians. In the Hadith, they were described simply as converts to Islam. Right. Their identity has been called an unresolved Quranic problem. Interest in the identity and history of the group increased over time. Discussions and investigations of the Sabians began to appear in later Islamic literature. The Sabians were identified by early writers with the ancient Jewish Christians. So they seem to be within the Abrahamic fold. 1 second. Hold on. 1 second here. Etymology. There has been much speculation as to the origin of the religious endonym, from this practice. The Arabic root, and I don't read Arabic, so I can't repeat what's after this. It's something that it's the SB. So anyway, means to grow forth or rise out of. When said of a star, it means to rise, which may explain the association with star worshippers. When relating to a religion, it seems one who left his former religion and was even a title of Muhammad for not being part of his tribe's faith. So these are a group of people that come among the pagans, that it sounds like, and converted to one of the three Abrahamic religions at different points. And so they were.
It wouldn't make sense because they're mentioned amongst the Jews and Christians, which, you know, it doesn't. If it said Bani Israel, then that would be a tribe.
No, but they come from a pagan origin, it seems like. But there are those among them who were either Jews or Christians at one point. Because it says something about Gnostic people. Them that's Christian. Yeah.
No, so Alan, all right, listen. What it
is with the ancient Jewish Christians group, Ecclesiastes, and with Gnostics groups such as the Hermeticists and the Mandeans. Today, the Mandeans are still widely identified as Sabians. So this is definitely within the Abrahamic fold.
No. This is what they've said, And notice I wanted to stick you onto the point where it said about it's called something like no end of confusion or whatever.
Where do you say that?
Remember you read something like it's been a point of contention or something. You read something.
In the Hadith, their identity has been called an unresolved Quranic problem. Interest in the identity and history of the group increased over time. Discussions and investigations of the Sabians began to appear in later Islamic literature. The Sabians were identified by early writers with ancient Jewish Christian groups, the Ecclesiastes, the Ecclesiates, and the Gnostic groups such as the Hermeticists and the Mandeans. Today, the Mandeans are still widely identified as Sabians.
The who?
Mandeans. The Mandeans, also known as Sabians, are a monotheistic and Gnostic religion with a strongly dualistic cosmology. Its adherents, the Mandeans, revere Adam, Abel, Seth, Enos.
Where did you get this from?
This is Wikipedia. This is Wikipedia.
How did you spell it? How did you spell it?
Spell what? Sabians.
Yeah.
Sabians.
Okay, no. I'm talking about. Well, this one is spelled. That I've got is Sabaeans.
Right, they got that as well. So later on, it says.
All right, well, let me read you what I got in front of me. Right.
I'm wrong. For the symbol manufacturer, for the ancient people of what is now Yemen, see Sabians as you just spelled it. Right.
So this is what I'm saying. The Sabu, these Sabians were ancient people of South Arabia. So we're going to Yemen, obviously. And they spoke the Sabian language, one of the old South Arabian. So this is associated with Sheba. But let me get what I wanted to focus on was where you said about the contention. The reason why the identity of these people, if they are the star worshippers and so on of that time, would cause problems.
Yes.
Is because the Sufis now and other people that wanted to go against the narrow squeeze of spiritual exploration.
Yes.
They would be using the interpretation of this verse to say, well, look, these lot are granted in that fold. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Because I'm saying, if Allah is saying that these people here will be people that may go to, it's broadening this net of who is righteous. it's broadening this net of how you're supposed to see people. But let me get a next one. Let me get a next one before I get back to it. So this is chapter 22, verse 17. Yeah. So Allah says here, what's this one? Indeed, those who have believed and those who are Jews were Jews and Sabians and the Christians and the Magians, the Majus,
the Magi people.
Magans, right? The what star followers, right?
Yeah, vaguely, yeah.
And those who associate with Allah, right? So that's the mushriks, right? It says
so that's the Sunnis then. Is that the Sunnis though?
What the mushriks?
Yeah, because you're saying the mushriks are people that leave the fold, right? That leave the faith, right?
No. The murtad is the one who leaves. That's a renegade. A mushrik is the word shirk means to associate, like partners.
Right. Okay,
so that's
right.
mushrik. So the word here is ashraku, which is basically say literally those who associate with Allah. So that's the plural of.
So you mean associate others with Allah?
Yeah. So they're saying he's got children and all of that kind of thing.
Yes.
So it says Allah will judge between them on the day of judgment. Indeed, Allah is over all things a witness, right? So with this verse and the other verse, okay?
Yeah, but that mean that though, bro. That says that Allah's going to judge. It doesn't say how he's going to judge them.
You're not getting the point. I'm saying to you.
How you spell Magians?
Magans. The Magi, man. You should know the Magi, man.
Yeah, no, I was trying to figure out how you spell Magians, but yeah, I know Magi, but yeah, go on.
Yeah, the three wise men, the ones that were following the star and all that.
No. Right, now the Magi are right. So now we're dealing with Zoroastrianism, which is which is one of the derivatives of what became Christianity still. And people consider why I say that is because in that same region, people consider Zoroastrianism to be one of the early monotheistic, prior to, you know what I'm saying, in these things. So basically, monotheism is the defining factor here, in terms of, am I right?
I mean, I would say so in the sense that there's various the basic principle point. Yeah. Let's stick to that. But I'm saying even when you say that, it's what essentially is the conceptualization in those individuals. So, for instance, you could be, for instance, me as a Christian, I was going to church, grew up in church, then went back to church. I must have left when I was about maybe 12, started going back when I was 14 or whatever. And only at that time did I really start to investigate what does it mean. When I look back, I never really associated, when you said Son of God, it never ever occurred to me that literally he's begotten son or any kind of thing. I never conceptualized what this thing meant. And when telling me about, God, Jesus is God, again, what kind of formulation could I have had in my head when I'm 12?
Are they guide to Jannah though?
Huh?
Isn't that shirk? If you believe that Jesus is God, are you guide to Jannah?
Well, as a child, no, anyway. But I'm saying, my point is, what is the formulation in the person's head, right? And are they sincere to truth? So, for instance, if you're literally ignorant and you're a person who, if your brain had come across that computation, where you had these things to weigh up, and you would have definitely gone with the side that no way can he be, then you definitely that's an argument in your favor, because some people are raised in households where you're made to fear believing otherwise. You get me?
So according to the Sunnis, then, what I'm saying be correct, that the man them ain't going to
that's the majority of Sunnis, blood. You ain't getting nowhere, bro.
All right, so let me read something to you. And you explain to me the difference here between true Islam and Sunnism in terms of the interpretation of these verses,
Come with it, bro.
All right. So before, this is Surah 3, verse 4, before, as guidance for the people, sorry, I missed this. There's something missing here. Anyway. And he revealed the Quran indeed. Those who believe in the verses of Allah those who disbelieve in the verses of Allah will have a severe punishment. And Allah is exalted in might, the owner of retribution. Verse 7, it is he who has sent down to you, O Muhammad, the book. In it are verses that are precise. They are the foundation of the book. The others unspecific. As for those in whose hearts is deviation from truth, haq, they will follow that of it which is unspecific, seeking discord and seeking an interpretation suitable to them. And no one knows its truth. Sorry, its true interpretation except Allah. But those firm in knowledge say, we believe in it. All of it is from our...
Sorry. You see what you just read there?
Yeah.
Imagine how twisted that translation is. This is one of the things they use. Yeah, you see where it says, "None knows its meaning except Allah."
Yes.
And then it's a full stop. They put a full stop, and then they say, "But." It doesn't say that. It says, "None knows the meaning except Allah, and those firmly rooted in knowledge." Do you understand?
Okay. So what happens after?
Huh?
Because what it says here is those firm in knowledge say we believe in it.
Right. This is what I'm saying.
Our Lord. So what happens after the knowledge part in what you're saying then?
So how it goes is it says there are two types of verses in the Quran: the literal and let's say the metaphorical, etc.
Yes.
And it says those in whose hearts is a disease, they seeketh after the metaphorical, seeking its ta'wil and secret explanation, etc.
Yes.
And none knows its meaning except Allah and those firmly rooted in knowledge. The whole point of saying firmly rooted in knowledge is the fact that there are another type of people that have the understanding of the metaphorical.
Right. So what comes after that?
They say the people who are firmly rooted in knowledge, who have the understanding, we believe in all of it. It is from our Lord, Allah. So the point is, they put "but" there, right? So you've got a Salafi-ish translation to try and separate this idea that there are metaphorical meanings that human beings can have. To understand, you understand? So this is how I even think I know that's a Salafi translation.
I take it, and it possibly is. I will not deny that. Yeah. All right. Let me drop a few more. Right. Indeed, this is verse 10 now. Indeed, those who disbelieve, never will their wealth or their children avail them against Allah at all, and it is they who are fuel for the fire. I'm assuming that's the hellfire, right? And then verse 11, theirs is like the custom of the people.
Should we discuss the word disbelieve though? Because
I'm gonna come to that, right? But it goes to say theirs is like the custom of the people of Pharaoh and those before them. They denied our signs, so Allah seized them for their sins, and Allah is severe in penalty. And verse 12, say to those who disbelieve, you will be overcome and gathered together to hell, and wretched is the resting place. Yeah. So basically, right. So after all that now, yeah, like we've got believers and disbelievers in it. So is there a difference then between how what you consider to be true Islam, yeah, sees disbelievers and believers, and how Sunnis see disbelievers and believers?
Okay, so I say this: you've got the basic fundamental Sunnis, and they're kind of evolving as well. Yeah. So let's say the Western Sunnis are kind of getting the picture.
But I don't get the evolution in that. I want what is Sunnism and what is it?
I'm going to tell you because I'm saying you're going to have different answers where people say no, I might lie. They might accuse me of lying or something like that. So I have to give you the thing. Yeah. So the fundamental Sunni position, is you ain't part of their Sunni religion. You don't follow their companions and their explanation of stuff. You're a kafir, right? That's fundamental. Yeah.
So can I clarify? Are you saying that according to Sunnism, one has to accept Abu Bakr to get to Jannah?
Yes. Are you crazy? Yes. What? Yes.
So Abu Bakr is basically a contingency for acceptance into Jannah. That's what you're saying. Of
course.
Right. Okay. All right. I'm gonna take it. I'm not sure I've ever heard that. But
are you serious? Okay.
No. I know they hold Abu all of the Sahaba highly. I'm not denying that, right? But I'm saying that the idea that I remember your namesake saying to me that he doesn't worship Aisha, so he doesn't worship Allah with the age of Aisha. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And so in a sense, that the Aisha thing is not a contingency for the worship of Allah.
That's an excuse. No. They're lie, bruv. Them man, you see how them love lie, bruv. Listen to what I'm saying to you. This little get out clause, or the age of Aisha doesn't assist in my worship. They're talking rubbish, bruv, because it's all interconnected. If your belief is based upon the Quran and Sunnah, the Hadith, which is narrated by Sahaba, and Sahaba have a status wherewith you can literally just trust what they say, because according to Sunnis, they wouldn't lie. You understand?
No, but that's so that goes against my understanding. If that was the case, then you wouldn't have fabricated hadith. You wouldn't have scholars.
No, bruv. No. You're getting it wrong. The fabrication is not in the companion's lifetime. You're getting it wrong. It's further down. So it's later on.
That hadith, as far as the Sahaba is concerned, is set in stone. As far as scholars are concerned, there's no hadith.
Anything that is narrated by a Sahaba and can be proven to be narrated by a Sahaba, that is authentic.
That's authentic, right? Point taken.
Right, you're getting the wrong end. They're saying the closer to the man who picks it up, and the people in between, those are the people who you can't trust. You understand? Right. So when you have something where Aisha, they might say, okay, man's old, man's memory. Or only now, bruv. Do you think you're gonna go in Sunni history and you're gonna find all these questioning of the hadith of Aisha in the history, or is it something new? You understand what I'm saying to you? That's something new, bruv. You get me? Because it's put onto them now. All of a sudden they have to start to look for things. What's wrong? This man's memory. He was old and his memory. His memory
I get that. My thing is though, what is the difference in disbelief and belief? Yeah, and disbelievers and believers. That's my thing in it.
Right. That's what I was trying to get into the word, because you're reading that verse and it relates to kuffar. Right. Yes. So I'm saying. So I gave you the fundamental one. If you didn't fit into the thin Sunni brackets, you're a kuffar. Nowadays, they're leaning towards the true Islamic teaching. Now, let me give you there's two types. You have to remember the two types. Number one, there's the political, okay, which is in society.
Yes.
The Islamic society allows communities to judge themselves. Yeah.
Right.
So a Jewish group, they can say, we want to live by the Torah. Now, as long as nothing in the Torah don't fundamentally disagree with what the Quran's overall rules are, it's fine. So, for instance, if the Quran says it's 20 lashes for adultery and you have 80 lashes in your Jewish thing, that's your business. Same with the Christians, etc. Yeah. So you might have, though, in Islam, under Islamic rule, it might say you used to drink on your Christmas and get merry, and the Jews used to drink on their time and get merry. There's no drink allowed. Do you understand? So it might have things like that. Right? So, right, why did I mention that? Yeah, so under law, if there's, let's say you've got laws in regards to driving. Now, obviously, those whoever's ruling that thing of traffic lights and whatever else, it don't make no difference what religion you are in regards to driving. Do you get what I'm saying? But it might make a difference in regards to, let's say, teething. Let's say the punishment for the Jew might be something different, or whatever it is. You might go to court now, and it's fundamental whether you're a Muslim or not. Do you see what I'm saying to you? That's where the difference might be made. But now we're talking about who's going to Jannah. We're talking about more, let's say, spiritual things. Therefore, on that basis, this is something that's between you and Allah. Do you understand? So they got something which you call Shari, i.e. Sharia understanding, or Shari meaning, Sharia meaning. So there's things they would say that a certain word in normal Arabic has a meaning. But in the logistic meaning, which is in fact interesting, because you heard of Black Law's Dictionary, right? So which is interesting that we also have a similar thing where you've got the layman's word that you use in everyday society. But what does this thing mean according to law? Which I think is probably common to any law anyway. Why am I saying that? Yeah, so I'm saying the word kuffar basically is saying, this goes back to the thing of sincere to truth. And I'm linking it to the word kuffar. The general people of who's a kuffar is a person who the truth has been made clear to them. They've understood it. They know it's the truth and they've rejected it. So that fundamentally, in regards to your personality and your connection with your Most High God, that's what makes you a kuffar.
All right. So when you say they've heard the truth, they know it's the truth, and they rejected it. There's a difference between rejecting something that you know to be true and rejecting something that you don't believe to be true.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's my whole point. So that's
if you don't believe it to be true, are you still kuffar?
what's the word? Socially, politically, yeah, in that way, yeah. But that's what I'm saying.
But even in true Islam, if you don't believe Muhammad to be the final messenger of Allah, you're kuffar.
Yeah. If you heard of it and you're under the rulership, like I can't walk up to somebody who's telling me Jesus is this or anything else and say they're a Muslim. Number one, it would be unfair and unjust because they're going to reject the term. Number two, under what basis do I do that? Because you've got things like marriage.
What you're saying at the moment, though, it don't sound too dissimilar from the Sunnis. Then, like the Sunnis would agree that if you don't believe that Muhammad is the final messenger of Allah, then you're kuffar.
No, you're not. You're not getting the point. I'm saying one is a political thing, understanding, yeah. And in the Sunni thing, your value, your humanity is devalued. Like you're not worth much of a human being. Like it comes from how do I.
But what I'm saying though is that in relation to getting into Jannah, yes, because that's what
I'm saying. Now we're getting to another subject. Now that's what I'm saying. I clarified that one.
So now you're saying that a Sunni doesn't regard your humanity, yeah. All right, if you don't believe in the Prophet Muhammad, yeah, and these kinds of things, all right. So that and you're saying that a true Muslim would regard your humanity even though he believes you're kuffar, yeah.
No, but he wouldn't know. But that's what I'm saying. What kuffar? If you're a kuffar,
yes,
then you would be seen by. Okay, let me say what it means. It's kind of like a stern enemy to truth. You understand? That's what kuffar would mean. A stern enemy to truth.
Wait, what do you mean by stern? What's a stern enemy?
Meaning that you affirm somebody who's a stubborn enemy to truth. Then.
So someone like me who champions African spirituality, and I critique the imposition of Abrahamic religion on African people. Would that be considered a stern? What was the word you use? Stern opposition to truth.
Opposition to truth. No, you won't, because you're in the mix up of all the kerfuffle. You don't know what's what. You're kind of like somebody who's in a crowd of people and they say thief and everyone's running away and no one knows who the thief is. And you're just looking out and saying, well, I don't know who he is either. So you're just holding your pockets. You don't know who's who.
So basically what you're saying is that because so I need to talk to Isa more in order to understand what true Islam is.
Let me actually, you quoted a verse and I wanted to stop you, but because you were on your roll, do you remember where it said about Pharaoh? Do you remember? Moses
Pharaoh, yeah.
Right. So look at the example given there, yeah. And the reason why it's given that example, one of the reasons, is that when somebody comes to your, imagine somebody coming to the government, right?
Yeah.
And telling the government,
yes,
they've got something from the Most High God,
yes.
And your government, we all see it on TV, and it says, go back with your little stick and the rest of your dirty people and start get back in the cotton field, right? And the next minute you see thunder and lightning, your rivers turn to blood, and it's affecting you not only the White House and 10 Downing Street get mash up, but also your sink. You turn on your sink water, your tap water, and blood start come out of there. So now, if you reject it now, after the evidence is before, you got lies, you got frog, you got all kind of thing. Now you become a kafir because it's evidence to you personally as well.
So
you understand? It's clear.
Then anybody that deals with the spiritual system of the Kemetu is by definition kuffar. Because
no. You're not getting
Allah.
No, bro. You went off on a tangent with the Kemetu tradition. That's not necessarily so because you're missing a point.
What else is you're missing the head of Kemet, of ancient Kemet in that time?
No, bro. No, you got it wrong. This is the thing. I gave you as an example, and instead of you take the example, you want to roll down with what ancient Kemet was teaching. Because what you're missing out is.
Let me read the thing again because I don't know if I'm missing the thing. Pharaoh for the man there, is an actual human being in history, from a nation that was dealing with certain things. So now basically what we're referring to here is the book of Exodus, yes, right, and Moses, yes, in that regard. Is that what we're referring to? Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't use the Exodus. I would quote the verse you use, but God.
No, I'm saying in general, it's the story of Exodus and Moses, and of Israel. Yes, that's what we're talking. That's what we're dealing with. So the thing says, verse 10, indeed, those who disbelieve never will their wealth. Wait, sorry. Oh, yeah. Never will their wealth or their children avail them against Allah at all. And it is they who are fuel for the fire. Verse 11. Theirs is like the custom, the custom now, the custom of the Listen what it says. Like the custom of the
Where's what verse is it?
3 verse 11. Theirs is like the custom of the people of Pharaoh and those before them. They denied our signs, so Allah seized them for their sins, and Allah is severe in penalty. So we're dealing with the spiritual system of these people and their customs, their way of life, and it was considered kuffar. And Allah showed the thing and took before them the right of Moses. And Moses and Allah go to Egypt and tell Pharaoh, say, yo, Bridget, we are dealing around here. We're going,
this is what I'm saying. This is the problem with them Salafi translations you got there, right? This translation better. So it says, like the behavior of the people of Pharaoh and those before them, they belied, they mocked our signs. So Allah ceased, destroyed them for their sins, and Allah is severe in punishment. Yeah? So yours is similar, right?
I'm not seeing a massive difference between those two translations, to be honest with you.
No. Behavior. No. Listen, the behavior. All right, let me give it to you like this. What did you say? The word behavior, what did you say it meant?
It says theirs is like the custom of the people of Pharaoh. Right. And those before them. And those before them. Denied our signs.
Thank you. So what is the behavior or the custom spoken of?
They denied our signs.
Exactly. So it's not talking about your spiritual traditions. It's saying the people.
It is. It's saying the man them came and taught and declared the God of Israel, to the people them, and the people them said, with Israel business over there. So we have Amen Ra and Ma'at and Jehuti. No. We over there so with Bess and Noon and all them something there. And that we deal around us. We're dealing with Yahweh, right? We're doing that. That's what it's today. Yeah. And so not the thing. Yeah. Right. And so
all right, hold on. What was the name of the one God in Kemet?
The one God. So the other would have been Amen Ra, or Amen and Ra, and then at one point Amen Ra together.
So you got Atum Ra, you got Amen Ra, and you got so many different ones. And you got Amen, which means the hidden. So that's a quality of Ra, right?
Yes.
So Ra would be almost an exact translation of Allah to a degree, conceptually, in certain instances. Right?
Except for the fact that there's Asar, and there's Ma'at, and there's Oset, and there's Set, and there's Nebhet.
No. They come from. Where do they come from? Where does Aset and Asar come from?
Asar and Oset are born of Ma'at and Jehuti. From my thing,
All right, let's keep going. So we've got Nut and Seb or Geb, correct?
Yes.
And we've got the Nun itself. We've got Patar. We've got
Nunet before Patar,
We've got Tefnut, Sobek. We've got so many. And this is what I'm saying. And all of that depends on whether you're going by Heliopolis or all the other different places where they had these different workings of how they're dealing with the sciences of Kemet. But one thing for sure, in every single one of them, they all had one supreme God.
But most people do, but my understanding of the thing was, because we're talking about shirk is not necessarily the absence of a belief in a supreme God.
No.
It's the association with partners.
I agree.
Right. So in that understanding, then anything other than Amen Ra would be considered partners with.
No,
You see what I'm
no,
saying?
but that's what. No. But this is what I'm saying. There's a thing where, in language, so let me give an example. In the Hebrew tradition before the Christians, yeah,
Yeah, they had
there would be no problem if
Yeah.
somebody or the Hebrews called Almighty God the Father, and
Yes.
they called a righteous man the Son of God, because in your culture you understood what that meant, and there's no confusion that this flesh and blood man is his begotten son. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Right, but isn't that considered shirk?
No, that bruv, this is what I'm saying to you, because in the Old Testament, God says, Israel is my son, even is my firstborn. Do you understand?
Yeah, but that's metaphorical though, bro. We're talking about the literal. So if a man is considered the literal son of God, shirk.
No. Bruv, this is my whole point. I'm saying the expression had no problem until you got to Christians talking about one man who's a begotten son, flesh and blood in that unique way.
So the Son of God concept is not shirk until it gets to Christianity. That's what you're saying.
That's this is what I'm saying to you, that certain phrases, when they're used by a different people, when someone else comes along, they misunderstand that phraseology, they apply it within their framework and culture. Let's say, all right, let's say the Hebrews had their thing. Romans come along with their mundane understanding, and now they apply it a different way. Do you understand? And now it becomes something different. But then the Hebrews are like, well, that's not what we meant. So I'm saying to you, when it says somebody born of Ra or Emen or this, for instance, in the Old Testament, it says, and these are the generations of the heavens and the earth. So you're literally talking about the begetting of one, this thing begot that and that begot that and all kind of thing. And we're talking about sun, moon, stars and all that kind of stuff. Now that's expression.
Are you telling me then that the people of the book, the Hebrews, and the whole story of Moses, the people them of Israel this was not a display, the God of the Bible or the Torah, yes, which is the same God of the Quran, was not demonstrating his superiority over the quote unquote gods of the so-called Egyptians. That's not what it was about.
Nah. It was specifically about this, that you had a specific man called Pharaoh who had this arrogance of power, claiming he is God, and his people backed them in this idea, right? And the main thing was he was oppressive. This is why I tell you, the central foundational thing of Islam is justice, right? So that's where the Sunnis can't have that, because they're the pharaohs that we're talking about, yeah. And Abu Bakr's do you think, man? Do you think? Okay. So as I was saying, the issue was, as is stated, that he says, Pharaoh says, I don't see no other God greater than me. Where's your Lord, bro? And then he says, Musa describes the Lord of the heavens and the earth and the ancients and so on. So Pharaoh in the Quran is said to Haman, build me a tower so that I may gaze upon the God of Musa and Harun. Do you understand what I'm saying? So the thing is, between this man being a tyrannical ruler and him thinking that because he's got all of this might and power and all this wealth, he can just say what he wants and makes up laws as he wishes. You understand?
Bro, so what you're saying though, as it relates to this verse, right, is that it don't just say Pharaoh, it says that the custom of the people of Pharaoh and those before them. So it's not dealing with individual brother. It's not dealing with this one Pharaoh brother and them something there. It's dealing with everybody before him that rejected the thing, right, or was not abiding by the thing, or was dealing with his next thing. It's not the same. It's not specific to Pharaoh and what he was doing. It's not like he's saying that Pharaoh was an evil, wicked dictator, but the people then before him were righteous and ruled righteously and did it because it's true. The Pharaoh didn't consider themselves God, but they considered themselves representatives of the Creator on earth. That's their social position. You know what I'm saying?
But this is what I'm saying, bro. You know what it is? This is what I'm gonna like talk to you outside the debate, because it's like I'm curbing all kind of maneuvers to not say. Anyway, let me say what I can say. Let me say what I can say. In the Quran, it tells you heard of Nimrod, innit? Obviously, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so Nimrod in the Quran is claiming the same thing. He's God, yeah? You know that, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay, so what my point is, when it's saying the people before him and so on, it's saying this is a tradition and culture amongst a lot of these ancient people where they started to deviate. That's the whole point. The whole
But
central point is
as though they were on this thing from before.
Huh? No, it's saying that a lot of the ancient people or people, but it's not. You seem to. The problem is the way you've portrayed it is as though the so-called Abrahamics are free of it, when in fact they're not. That's the whole point.
What I'm saying is, as it relates to this verse, the thing that was specified was the people of Pharaoh. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So I'm sure that I mean, and I know of verses where they relate that are related to people that are of the book but deviate from certain thing. Yeah, right. Like that's one of the reasons why Muslims are dead against this Jesus being the Son of God thing, yeah, because there's a verse in the Quran, from my understanding, that directly addresses that subject.
Yeah.
Correct, right? So I get that, but that's not really, because they're not considered disbelievers. This what I'm saying. They're considered what's the other word? There's another word, but not disbelievers. They're wrong and they've deviated.
What the people of the book, you mean?
Believers.
Who the Christians?
Yeah,
the people of the book.
Yeah, they're people of the book. So they're incorrect in some of what they've done. They've corrupted the teaching, but they're not disbelievers. From my understanding,
No, definitely blooming are, because Allah says in the Quran, verily when they uttered the words to say Allah begot a son, the heavens almost rent asunder. Yeah, they come under the category of kuffar too, bro. This is why I'm giving it to you on more of an individual level, because that's how Allah's portraying it in one instance, and some instances as nations, because you come across, what you have to remember is, I'm sure you're fully aware, bruv, back in the day, certain people had such allegiance to their tribe that even if they thought their leader was wrong, they'd be like, well, I'm still backing him, because that's the way tribal people work. Do you get me? And that's how national people work. That's how they used to roll. So, you know, we got democracy and whatever it is, some new age thing on our head, and now we're thinking that used to work for the ancients. That's how certain people used to wipe out the whole tribe. Why? Because the tribe used to give allegiance.
The story of Moses, as depicted in the Torah and the Bible, yeah. Do Muslims hold fast to that story?
I know there's some differences. Like the Bible says, I think it's like 1 million or something people, or 300, some big number, and we're saying it's a small band of people. The basics of it, Pharaoh and basics.
They all agree with that, right? And I'm saying, as it's depicted in the Bible and the Torah, this is a battle of gods. Yeah, it's the battle of gods. This is the God of Israel, yeah, demonstrating his superiority to the gods of the Egyptians. That's what it's about. That's basically what it's about. So with that understanding, it makes complete sense to me that the Quran would use that as the example, the primary example of disbelief, because that's a central story to the Abrahamic tradition. It's very central. Musa to the Muslims is a serious guy, not a joke business brother, right? So my thing is that it's definitely that. Like, it's definitely people that. It's definitely not just the Pharaoh himself. It's the culture of the people of Pharaoh.
No, of course, no, bruv. I'm saying, I gave you the example. What I'm saying to you is, if Pharaoh, all right, here's an example. If Pharaoh said, you know what, I'm gonna start believing the same thing Moses has come with.
Yeah. Well, according to the Bible, because God hardened his heart, so he couldn't do it anyway.
No, stop, bro. That's not in the Quran. Exactly. Forget the one.
The story itself is not in the Quran. As from my understanding, the story of Moses is not in the Quran. Is the story of Moses in the Quran?
The story of
Moses, is it in the Quran in detail?
It's the most mentioned. Moses is the most mentioned prophet. It tells me.
I know that, but I'm saying, is the story in the Quran though?
Yeah. Of course, Moses goes to him. Moses is raised by them. Yeah, the most important factors are there, bruv. So what is that? He's coming to Pharaoh, who's the people as well, right? Now, because Pharaoh has political support, from his people, he gets embarrassed, so to speak, when the snake of Moses yam up the snake of his two magicians who were there at the time.
Yeah.
So Moses come with a sign of pulling out his hand. Yeah. So his hand black, he put it in his garment, it come out white. Then he put it back in.
Yes, and it came out leprous white as snow. Yes, and he put it back here. Yeah.
So it belongs to people that S. Alima. It's a Isa Gaffer doesn't know Quran. He's been dropping like flies, but everyone, M stack, a whole heap of them coming, and all of them mash up. And even your barrister, them, you know what I mean? Certain tent Negroes and other people you lot sending, they're all getting refuted. So it come out the best representative soon he's got his Shaka out the money. No, bro. I'm saying as a proxy, bro. Trust me, if you know the amount of Sunnis that love when you're defending the thing, it's like, yeah, Shaka.
Right now, I'm not defending Sunnism. I'm asking about disbelief.
But no. I know you're not, and that's my point. That's the whole point. I'm saying, like, your arguments, you know what I mean? But anyway, back to the subject. What I'm saying is, because of the nature of the structure of those people, in that Pharaoh was supported by them, regardless of whether he was right or wrong. That is the point being made, as well as the fact he is talking like he got the full power, etc. So if you're going to make a point to them, you have to make the point to him too. Oh my God. Oh, what's this? The Egyptian God lost when. Okay, yeah, well, that's indigenous indigo. Not sure exactly what that means. We don't blame on
that's actually a true story, though, really and truly. But yeah, I have to agree. I said that's actually a true story. That in terms of the fall of Kemet as a civilization, the gradual watering down of the culture, and the destruction of the social order, via constant invasion and the adoption of the culture of the invaders, basically broke down the civilization, which lasted for over 3,000 years. I might add. So you know, but it's complex, much more complex than that. But the sister's general statement is actually correct.
No, I hear that. So what I was saying was basically what you have here is, you could put it in between Allah and, you know, their God, so to speak, and their representative.
Right? Give me a verse in the Quran that corrects it. Then it says, "Well, this wasn't a war of Allah versus."
No, because I'm saying what it says is Pharaoh said, "I am the Lord your God, the Most High." Isn't it? Yeah. So that's
cool. Yeah.
So that's the whole point, and it's similar to Nimrod. He's claiming he's the same. So Abraham mashes him up with refutation rather than breaking up his kingdom. Abraham says, "Well, my Lord gives life and death." So then Nimrod says, "Well, I can cause death or give life, meaning I can order somebody to die, or I can preserve them." So then Abraham says, "My Lord." He said, "My Lord makes the sun rise from the east and set in the west." He said, "Make it go the other way around." So because Nimrod couldn't do it, that's when Nimrod was embarrassed in front of his people. You get me? So he got vexed.
They're in it. So I'm saying, so my point is that I'm not seeing a major difference in terms of the true Muslim versus the Sunni view of disbelievers, except in the social order. So you're saying that a Sunni would treat you worse, than a true Muslim would, But in terms of what disbelief means in the spiritual sense, I'm not really seeing a difference between the two.
No, there is though. That's what I'm saying, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. The example, and the problem is the example you gave just now was clearly a political one, because you've got one man coming to their leader, the leader of one nation, to leader of another nation. So obviously, if the people are generally of that culture, right, then you have to deal with them on the basis that they're all united.
Bro. Right. Let me ask you this then. Are you saying that for the Sunni, disbelief is political and spiritual? For the true Muslim, it's purely spiritual. It's not political. Is that what you're saying?
You went loud then. How did you get it so loud? That was good. No, that was good. I'm saying I could hear you better.
I'm not sure. Nothing.
Oh, okay, you went really loud, and that was good.
Okay.
Maybe the Secret Services are recording you, Valley Vision. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So the Sunni, not only is it a political thing, but a spiritual thing too.
Right.
But it has more emphasis on. Okay, so let's even say with both of us, it's both, right? But I'm saying what it means to us is not just a religious difference. It's a state of your character. So for us, even let's say we say you're a kafir, right? Or those who are not Muslim are kafir, right? And we're saying, well, you're probably on your way to hell. Let's say we're thinking that. But we don't know which of you are going to hell, which one are you going to convert, which one are you more righteous. So for us, it's just the state of your heart and your mind. But for the Sunni, you're a lesser human being until you convert, regardless of how righteous you are. That's the difference. So to the Sunni,
bro, I'm reading the Quran, you know, bro. I'm not reading Hadith right now, innit? So this the Quran is the same for everybody, innit? Right? And you're not correcting me on any but one of these verses in terms of the translation, yeah? Right? What's it called? Right. So I'm saying that there's a difference. The difference is not in the words necessarily. We're talking about an interpretation, yeah? Right? Because what this is saying is that disbelief is punishable by Jannah. So by Jahannam.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he's saying, isn't it? Yeah, disbelief and Allah punishes disbelievers. Yeah, that's what he's saying, isn't it? Right?
Yes.
So that concept would be shared by the true Muslims.
I don't like the word disbelievers because that's la mu'minina. That's a different word. But you could say rejectors. Like it's like those who cover over or reject. So it has the connotation of you understanding and hearing and knowing the truth and you rejecting it.
That's how I always say when I'm having conversations, yeah, that my brothers and sisters in Abrahamic religions, yeah, and I know a lot of them, and I know they genuinely love me, you know, but they believe man's going to hell, my G, right? That's their thing, yeah. They believe that, and they may love me, you know, right? They don't love me any less.
But it don't work that way. This is what I'm saying to you though. It don't work that way. That's my point. It don't work that way because Allah makes it very clear it's His choice. You get what I'm saying? Now it's different if you're on an enemy thing. This is the difference between you and a Sunni, right? Part of your belief system is not that our people are astray and you're not praising the opponents of Islam. That's the difference. You get me?
No, but I consider for the majority of the duration of history, the proponents of Islam to have been anti-African and destructive to African culture.
Bloody Sunnis, what do you expect? They were Sunnis, bro. They were anti everybody else.
My point is that the culture of the thing, yeah, that's coming out, and I would also consider the so all cultures venerate their own ancestors. So I consider the veneration of our people's ancestors a displacement of the identity of that people to a large degree. You see what I'm saying?
But that's a problem then, isn't it? Because this is the problem you have with that. Why would the Quran big up the ancestors of the children of Israel when the biggest enemies, huh?
Because they're following the same tradition. So the Quran.
No, but I hear what you're saying, but this is the problem with that statement. The biggest enemies of the Prophet were the children of Israel, the Jews, Christians, and the mushriks. Yeah?
Say again?
The biggest enemies of the Prophet, peace upon him, were the Jews, I shouldn't say Christians, the Jews and the mushriks, the Jews and the idol worshippers.
Enemies? Question. When Muhammad was when they call that period,
there's Meccan, the first, and then the Medinan period when he went to Medina.
Right, yeah, and the period in between, because he was traveling for a bit.
Hijrah.
Hijra, that's it, yeah. What's it called, right? So when all that was going on, it went from Jews and Christians that was going on. It went at the pagan Arabs that he was dealing with at that time.
Yeah, so Mecca, the pagan Arabs, and when he got to Medina, it was the Jews that he was dealing with then.
Okay, I guess saying that put it to Quran and Hadith, the Jews were more and the Christians were a more significant enemy than the pagan Arabs. Which is interesting, because why would he travel to Medina then?
In general, when everything was run by Jews. Yeah, take Christians out of it. Mainly Jews.
That's sad.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that you're saying that about ancestors, and I kind of agree with you, but it's a lot different when it comes to Islam because it focuses more on righteousness than it does in regards to your ancestors' traditions. You know what? I'm giving you information.
But bro, I could a Sunni could say that more than you can say it, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. I've got good reason for saying what I just said. Yeah. You can correct me if I'm wrong. So I'm going to ask it in the form of a question. Yeah. Is it not the case that the family of the Prophet himself is more a subject of contention for those that come from your perspective than the Sunni perspective?
What exactly?
So the family of the Prophet, being the family of the Prophet, like a blood relative of the Prophet, is more significant for you and those like yourself than it is for Sunnis them.
It's much more, but here's the thing. Here's an example.
So Ali has validation because he was the Prophet's son-in-law. He was part of the family, right?
Not just that. One of the things they don't tell you is that if you don't mention the blessings upon the family of the Prophet in your prayer is not valid. Do you understand?
If you don't, say that again.
If you like when it says in the Quran to send blessings on the Prophet and so on, it's out. When you hear people say peace be upon him, the Prophet, in the Sunni Hadith books, it says you're supposed to say peace be upon him and his family.
All right, so let's say they deviated from that particular thing, yeah.
No, but not just that. Let me get to it. I said in the prayer, even of Sunnis, if you do not send blessings on the Prophet and his family, your prayer is invalid. You haven't done your prayer at all.
But are you saying that Sunnis do send blessings onto the Prophet and his family?
They do, but I'm saying surely that would be a recognition of their importance. But the next thing,
they're important. I'm not saying that the family of the Prophet is not important to Sunnis. What I'm saying is that they have more of a significance for you all because
let's go with that. Yes, as it is. Yes, 100%.
Right. So in a sense, the ancestry, the lineage of the Prophet, because that's why Imam Hussein is part of the reason it contributes to the veneration of Imam Hussein in that respect, because he's the grandson of the Prophet, right?
I'll be honest, it's not really that. It's to do with him as a person, because there are other great grandchildren of the Prophet.
And one, him as a person, two, his martyrdom. I get all of that, but I'm saying that his position, he's afforded his position because he is the son of the grandson of the Prophet. Yeah,
I would say no again, because Allah chose him and that's it. So it doesn't matter if the Prophet had
the family of the Prophet. According to you, that's who Allah chose. He chose the family of the Prophet.
Yeah. But no, I'm saying before, because I'm giving the right order. What I'm saying is, it doesn't come with he's a family of the Prophet. Therefore, the first thing is Allah chose him. Then you could say, well, he's a family of the Prophet. So there's a sequence. You understand?
But it just so happened that Allah chose the family of the Prophet.
What I'm saying, that's the pattern. But it starts with Allah's choice. So if he chooses someone who's family,
was he chosen from birth, or was he chosen because he demonstrated to Allah that he could handle the thing? Right. So it wasn't no good deeds that resulted in him being chosen. If he's chosen from birth, it's his birthright. Just what I'm saying. So it's the circumstances of his birth that through which Allah chose him. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. In Barn, and Allah said, "This one we want." Yeah, and all the other 11 of them, right? That's it.
Yeah.
So I'm saying, if we're talking about the veneration of people, ancestors, and them things, then the Sunnis have less of a claim for that, right? Than you will do, because you will direct, like, it's the family of the Prophet where we are dealing with. Yeah, these are the man, and everybody else is a usurper, right? You man over here, if you're not following this thing, yeah, you usurp the thing, in it, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and also disrespecting the family of the Prophet in doing so. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say that.
Yeah.
Like the sort of thing, I have more claim for that than you do. You know what I'm saying? You know,
but I mean,
is the disbelief thing in it? Like that's what I really wanted to ask about in it.
No,
But, yeah.
I understand that, and what I'm saying is, like, to be honest, when you look at this thing, yeah, it really is a period of sorting all of this out. That's what's happening right now. People want to give you this pretense that they've got this package deal version of Islam, come to it, and then only when people enter it do they find, wow, different opinion of that scholar, different opinion of that scholar, blah blah blah. But my point is, at the same time that we have this mishmash, is the same time that we have an easy way of getting through it. And, you know, some people who are sincere to truth, they jump on that train. They start to see the dots in the Quran itself. They say, okay, now I can just put this in the computer and the Quran will show me every single place where this word is in the Quran. So it becomes an easy thing. At the same time that it becomes an issue, because think of it before. It wasn't necessary. Imagine living in a village and you've got the Quran and the Sunnah as taught. The basic factor is to live a good life. Do you get me? Not just learn knowledge just to say you got it. That's the main point of principle justice. So if it allows you to get married, have children, be kind, and give charity, and the basic things, you may not need to know all about all the other intricate details and what happened in history and all of that. That may not matter. Do you see my point? But when it comes now to where people got access and you really know what going on, and you're really having to deal with what is the truth, now is where you need to know what the truth is, because the same people that you call imam now, he didn't tell you about this hadith and that hadith, and when you go to him, he start telling you, well, you know, this is what we teach, and if you don't like it, well, that's up to you. You get me? Now, like, hold on, you were telling me I've got to use evidence, and now I've got evidence.
Like, none of us have internet nowadays, isn't it? So technically speaking, if you got internet and you don't believe in Allah and his messenger, it's straight Jahannam for you.
Unfortunately, no, I was going to say unfortunately not. Nah, it's still not. It's still not I shouldn't say that. That's bad. Yeah, it's still not as black. It's still not as black and white as that. Yeah, it's not as simple as that, is it? It's because, again, as much as you got information, is as much as you got misinformation, right? That's one. Number two, most people do not have the specific method of sifting through what's false and what's true, and coming to conclusions of what the end result of truth should look like. You get me? So that's
what you're saying. Then the Shias have failed to promote true Islam.
No. I would say the Shias have been successful in preserving, because the Christians failed. The Jews failed. So I'm saying, unlike the rest, where they're literally they were wiped out, blood. There's other people, they didn't carry the real Christians. You don't find them anymore, blood. Their texts are gone. Their sect is gone. Yeah. All you find is Christian. Likewise, the original Jews, they disappeared, fam.
You don't consider the people that in Ethiopia to be holding on to the thing as far as Christianity is concerned. And there's even some people in the so-called Middle East that claim to be holding on to the real thing.
Bro, it's a joke thing. Once you got that Bible, I mean, Ethiopia is another joke thing when they come in with that Kebra Nagast, bro. I mean, the Kebra Nagast contradicts their Bible so much, it's hilarious, fam.
Yeah, but they have in terms of their preservation though of the biblical tradition, it's certainly more preserved than a lot of other.
Yeah, no, they're following the ancient traditions, which is fine. I ain't got no thing with that, but I'm just saying they definitely are preserving
original Christianity.
You know what I mean? They got this from Rome same way, bro.
Yeah, they did. I don't deny that, and many people, Greece and Rome, to be honest, because they translated it from the Greek, the New Testament anyway. But what about the Coptic people then? Because they're before all of that.
Yeah, even them, bruv. Even them, what do you mean? The Coptics, all of them been influenced by this Trinitarian thing. You get me? They're all deviant.
It's that version of the Trinitarian thing you're saying. But okay, all right, okay.
No, they all been broke up by that, bruv. They all had their issues.
Trinitarianism. Okay.
Don't worry, man. We're gonna sort. I mean, when you can fix up with certain Sunni man, them.
I don't know why you're relying on man for that, though. You know, I'm sure you could put that together yourself, innit?
No, I can't, bruv. That's what I'm saying, man. You line up.
But how you not? But if you can't do it, how's man gonna do it, bro, Raji? How's man gonna get a man to
because you and certain Sunnis got a close connection in it, and not just that. I mean, it's like it's a beneficial thing for all of these outsiders.
No, I agree. The conversation should go on, innit? But I'm saying I don't know if you can't ask a man to deal with it and he's gonna deal with it. How is man gonna be convinced because I spoke to him? Like...
because people them like you, innit? They trust you, innit?
I tell you what, content. If you listen, innit, like get onto man, innit? And
line up the thing, man. Line up the thing. Content.
Let's see what can go out, innit? Content. What are you saying, COE?
You know what I mean?
I think it should go out, but I think it should be a proper structured debate, though. Like, so give man each of the man them 20 minutes each. You know what I'm saying? And lay out your case, and you know what I'm saying, and them kind of things there. You know what I mean? Lay out the case, and you know you're able to rebut and ask questions, and then you know what I'm saying, and everybody else can ask questions at the same time. You know what I mean? But if it's not possible, would you do it with the next man? Next man is who are considered of scholastic or near scholastic eminence.
Yeah, I guess so, but I mean, it's better to do it to someone that people know. I mean, what I'd like to do if they could both do it, like both of them. So in other words, let's say it's 3 minutes apiece. We could maybe give them 5 minutes, so that they could go 250 each or something like that. I wouldn't mind. Even 6 minutes. I don't mind, bro. Either way, it's annihilation. Either way, in it. So. And that's the problem. I've had these little silly debates with these other waste man, and so it makes these others shook to come. You get me? Because they're like, boy, he come with something there, and they can't refute that. And I'm thinking, this is what I've been trying to hide for time, thinking that people, this might be some heavyweight, or he might have something, and they come on and he just get breezed straight away. It's like some joke. You get me? So that's keep holding back stuff, man. And then...
All right. Anyway, I've got to write about some work to do.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
2 rocks here, innit? So
I got to see what
you can discuss the Jamaican origin of the Ashanti Nation, and how all of the foods of West Africa came from Brazil. What do you think? You know what I mean?
Like which particular one, Shekara? Which particular one?
I'm on mute, yeah? See you later, man.
Bro, I was joking, bro. I was fully joking out here. Okay. All right. Anyway, man's out, yeah?
Have a good evening, fam.
You too.